For her sake, Jiang Yubai was willing to forsake a promising future and feign mediocrity, all to gain admission to the same university as her. After 2 decades of companionship and 8 years of unrequited love, he ultimately faced her silent departure. It was only when he collapsed in the frigid confines of his apartment that he came to the stark realization that he was merely the punchline of a cruel joke. Fortunately, he was reborn. Back at the age of 18, confronted by the tearful pleas of his childhood sweetheart, he responded with indifference. "Your affairs are of no concern to me." In his previous life, he was consumed by love. In this life, he vowed to live for himself. As for the beloved from his past existence, apologies, but the first act of his rebirth would be to sever ties with that person. Chapter 1. I hurl my childhood sweetheart out of the window. Old Chun moved to Shenzhen to work as a programmer. With rumors circulating that his hairline was rapidly receding, he had already purchased a home outright in the city. Old Zhao remained steadfast in his pursuit of a doctorate, now in his 30s and reportedly yet to experience romance. Old Wang got married last year, and this year he found himself embroiled in a divorce, having rushed into a marriage that was as fleeting as it was hasty. Yubai, what about you? You must accompany me for a hearty drink today. Remember when you first entered university? You were the object of everyone's disdain, having deceived our university's belle in your freshman year. Wasn't that so? What kind of talk is that, old Li? Jiang and the belle from Su University are childhood friends, a match made in heaven. How has it turned into deception in your words? Everyone's watching. You must drink 3 cups as penance. The brothers from dormitory 418 began to slur their words. The years since their last gathering obscured memory. How long had it been since they had all convened? No one could clearly recall. Since graduation, their connections had dwindled at an alarming rate, each striving for their own futures and families in disparate cities. Finally gathered together, they lamentably discovered that apart from reminiscing about the past, they had little common ground left to discuss. Listening to names both familiar and foreign, he was bombarded with indistinct faces. Su Wanin, childhood sweetheart. Jiang Yubai, upon hearing his name called, fell silent, his gaze fixed upon his glass, which he promptly emptied in one swift motion. His silence served as the most eloquent of responses. The brothers from dormitory 418 paused, sensing the discord in the atmosphere. Old Jiang, what's the matter? We've broken up. He had been the one cast aside. He had no intention of trying to mend things, nor did he wish to hear that name from anyone else's lips. The remainder of the conversation drowned in alcohol. Drink. Everyone drink. Old Li, you scoundrel. If it weren't for your marriage, would you ever intend to seek me out again? If you can walk home by yourself today, then all the drinks I've had these past few years will have been in vain. Jiang Yubai abruptly stood, wrapping his arm around Old Li's neck. Old Jiang, are you fishing? With Old Li's wedding in 2 days, we must not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. You were once famed for handling 8 bottles. Now you claim one is enough to make you tipsy? No one gets to escape today. Drink. One down, another to go. This was both a cathartic release after a long separation and an emotional outpouring. Jiang Yubai became entirely inebriated. He became so disoriented that he could no longer discern north from south, only wishing to reach out to his mother. What had she once said? You and Wanin? That bond is akin to growing up in the same pair of trousers. Yubai, you must treat her well. Do you hear me? Hic! A breath of alcohol escaped him. Jiang Yubai staggered back to his upscale apartment, attempting the door code multiple times. Upon entering, he fumbled for the television remote for a while before abandoning the endeavor altogether. He couldn't be bothered to remove his shoes and collapsed onto the couch. Moments later, he jolted upright, rummaging beneath the coffee table. A photograph. The morning light illuminated the photograph, where the man appeared handsome and dashing, while the girl radiated youthful vibrance, their happiness almost overflowing from the paper. Over 20 years of affection. 8 years of love. Treat her well? Alcohol seared his nerves as Jiang Yubai's eyes reddened, a surge of unbridled rage coursing through him. With a rip, he tore the photograph in half. He glared at the half of her radiant face, his arm rising swiftly, mercilessly casting her out of the window. Su Wanin. He wished nothing more than to see her perish. Reverting to the couch, he felt a tightening in his chest and a churning in his stomach. These past 2 years had likely damaged his liver. As for his kidneys, they seemed fine. Aside from that, everything else felt amiss. It was unbearable. He wanted to call his mother. Where was his phone? Jiang Yubai searched frantically, finally recalling that he had left it in the security office downstairs after a prior trip to the restroom. No choice but to retrieve it. Steadying himself against the couch, he wobbled as he opened the door and stepped outside. Why was the hallway light broken? Everything around him spun in a dizzying haze. Had he entered the elevator? Whatever. He felt so fatigued, his eyelids heavy as if weighted by lead. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and Jiang Yubai sensed all his strength evaporate in an instant, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Instinctively, he crouched down, pressing his hand against his forehead, inhaling the stifling air deeply. The ringing in his ears was sharp and grating, the elevator lights twisting before him into a bizarre whirlpool. In the next moment, his body weakened, and he plunged into darkness. The clamor of voices, the roar of vehicles, and the blaring of horns jolted Jiang Yubai from his stupor. He opened his eyes, the brilliant sunlight piercing through, causing him to wince. His hungover head felt as though it were being pricked by countless needles. Jiang Yubai instinctively raised his hand to massage his temples, only to discover a curious softness in his grasp. He looked down. Whose bun is this? A slight tremor, the cacophony around him. Aren't you going to eat? Then give it to me. A slender youth, no older than 17 or 18, leaned in from the side, his frame slender, yet his hair abundant. The boy's gaze fixated on the meat bun in Jiang Yubai's hand, his eyes nearly turning green with envy. Without a second thought, he snatched it away, devouring it ravenously. Noticing Jiang Yubai's unwavering stare, the boy seemed slightly displeased. It's just a bun. What's the big deal? Wait, you're not mad at me, are you? You shouldn't be sulking over Wanyin. She didn't even come to call you for school. Yubai, why not reconcile with her? We've grown up together. Our bond spans many years. There are plenty of suitors for Wanyin. Zhou Yichen is far from the first, and surely there will be more in the future. I don't think it's worth it to quarrel over something so trivial. The boy, speaking with an air of maturity, even pulled out his phone, opening the QQ interface. Look, Wanyin specifically reminded me this morning that there's an exam today and told me to make sure to call you. He said this while thrusting his brand new iPhone 4 in front of Jiang Yubai's eyes, looking quite proud. What era is this? Who still uses such an antiquated model? An iPhone 4? Jiang Yubai rubbed his eyes, instinctively checking his own backpack, only to pull out an identical black device. No, could it be? An absurd thought pierced his mind in an instant. Jiang Yubai stood in a daze, rising from the plastic seat and following the boy off the bus. He stood at the intersection, gazing at the street scene that was both familiar and foreign, his expression blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Could it be that the alcohol had caused him to black out? The youth beside him transitioned from confusion to astonishment, and then to panic, as the expressions on his face transformed with remarkable intensity. Jiang Yubai, what on earth is the matter with you? Since we boarded the vehicle, you have been uttering nonsense. Surely, you haven't truly been driven to foolishness by that incident with Zhou Yichen? It is evident to anyone that in Wanyin's heart, you hold far greater significance than he does. Zhou Yichen, apart from having a wealthier family than yours, being slightly taller, excelling academically, and being more athletically inclined. Observing that he was about to ramble on indefinitely, Jiang Yubai relinquished the attempt to pinch himself and instead seized the boy's arm, twisting it sharply. Ouch! Damn you, Jiang Yubai, what madness has overtaken you? A sharp cry of pain ensued. This was no dream. Jiang Yubai stood beneath the bus stop sign, dazedly surveying his surroundings as his chaotic thoughts gradually began to crystallize. The incessant chatter of the face before him slowly converged with the silhouette etched in his distant memory. That year, Xietao still had hair. That year, everything was still so beautiful. Chapter 2. Your affairs are none of my concern. Jiang Yubai felt as though he had embarked upon a lengthy and absurd dream. In this dream, he found himself transported back to his high school days. His best friend, Xietao, had been miraculously saved from his despairing hairline. The sky was a clear azure, and even the breeze carried a faint hint of sweetness. All of this beauty was intoxicating yet so ephemeral that he hesitated to reach out and grasp it. Jiang Yubai required a proof of his reality. He reached out and firmly pinched Xietao's arm. In an instant, a piercing wail echoed through the air. Hey, Jiang Yubai, are you insane? All right, you're the best. You're better than Zhou Yichen in every way. Is that sufficient? If you pinch me again, I swear I'll retaliate. The sensation of pain was so vividly real. Jiang Yubai surveyed this world, both familiar and strange, as countless fragments of memories sealed by time flashed before his eyes, ultimately coalescing into a complete picture. He had returned to the year 2011. He was back to being 18. The thought sent a tremor through him, and instinctively, he felt compelled to pinch Xietao once more to solidify this sense of reality. Ouch! Jiang Yubai, I'll duel you. Xietao's furious shout served to confirm that everything before him was indeed not a mere figment of his imagination. Fate had truly bestowed upon him a tremendous gift. 2011. This meant Jiang Yubai's breath quickened, entirely disregarding Xietao's angry tirade, as he charged forward like a bull out of control. Hey, wait up, Yubai! Xietao's voice trailed far behind. Jiang Yubai's mind raced, memories aligning precisely with the present moment in time. He recalled that the conflict with Su Wanyin had occurred just before the second mock examination. That year, Su Wanyin was still by his side. She had not yet vanished from his world, silently and completely. His heart raced within his chest, and his lungs burned from the exertion of running. Thankfully, the school was not far off. In less than 10 minutes, The grand archway made of rock appeared before his eyes. The characters number 1 high school were emblazoned in striking crimson, exuding an extraordinary aura. Jiang Yubai leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, yet his gaze remained fixed ahead. He had found her. The slender figure anxiously pacing back and forth at the school gate was unmistakably the one etched deeply in his memory. Her thick, slightly curled hair was dark and lustrous, and her skin was as fair as ivory. Bathed in the morning light, she wore a pristine white off-shoulder dress, the elegant contours of her collarbone standing out prominently. The young woman's figure was beginning to reveal its grace, and her straight, evenly proportioned calves, illuminated by the sun, shone almost blindingly white. "Yubai." Upon spotting him, the girl's eyes brightened, and she trotted over in her sandals. The hem of her dress swayed, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance. As Su Wanyin noticed the sweat dripping from his face, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she instinctively reached into her pocket for a white handkerchief, intending to wipe his forehead. However, her wrist was abruptly swatted away by a hand without a hint of courtesy. Su Wanyin's motion froze, clearly taken aback by such a reaction. She looked at Jiang Yubai, and for the first time, disbelief flickered in her clear eyes. Reunited, would they embrace in excitement? No. Forgive Jiang Yubai. His heart had always been constricted, so small that his past world could only accommodate her, and so small that even if life were to start anew, he could not come to terms with the time that had been squandered. You vanished without a trace for 3 whole years. Do you have any idea how I endured those years? Jiang Yubai's chest heaved with emotion. The April breeze was supposed to be warm, yet at this moment, it sent a chill through the onlooking students. At the entrance of number 1 high school, a throng of people bustled by. Su Wanyin was the school's acknowledged belle, a fact universally accepted. And now, this recognized beauty was being publicly rebuffed by none other than Jiang Yubai, the childhood companion who had long been regarded as her greatest rival by all the boys in school. From all directions, gazes filled with astonishment, schadenfreude, and suppressed indignation met them. What had that guy just done? How dare he? Yet Jiang Yubai paid no heed to any of it. He simply gazed upon her 18-year-old, flawless face, and the torrent of hatred within him inexplicably diminished by half. He could not very well tell her, "The future you abandoned me, so I seek my revenge now." That would be illogical. Yet the thorn had long since embedded itself deep within his heart, irretrievable and incapable of decaying peacefully. Silence. Jiang Yubai felt that there was nothing left to say between them. He turned aside, preparing to bypass her and enter the school. "Yubai, you're being too much. What is wrong with you this early in the morning? We all know you're upset." And Wanyin specifically came to apologize. A girl blocked his path. It was Su Wanyin's close friend. They were laden with water, towels, portable fans, and even breakfast. The scene was clearly indicative of a carefully orchestrated plan to placate him. Jiang Yubai glanced at her absently. "Who are you?" "Jiang Yubai," the girl exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Su Wanyin sighed softly, pulling her friend back and stepping forward herself, adopting a gentle tone as if addressing a child. She explained that her relationship with Zhou Chen was merely that of ordinary friends, and she had clearly rejected him. In the past, this explanation had always worked flawlessly. However, for the present Jiang Yubai, her words bore no more significance than the empty reassurances of a scoundrel claiming, "She's just like a sister to me." Once the foundation of trust crumbles, even the most eloquent words become nothing more than rubble upon the ruins. He gazed at the visage that had once been the most beautiful memory of his life, feeling like a clown who had been played for over 20 years. "I wish you and Zhou Chen everlasting happiness." Jiang Yubai's tone was flat, laced with a hint of mockery. "Please step aside." Su Wanyin did not yield. She instead retrieved her iPhone 4 from her bag and held it up before him. "Please don't be angry. Here's my phone. I don't care who you want to delete or what you wish to say. Just take it, all right?" She lowered herself, her eyes filled with concern. "Don't let me affect your exam. You look terrible, Yubai. I'm really worried about you." Having just awakened from a hangover, it was a wonder his complexion was anything but dreadful. Jiang Yubai regarded the phone she offered, its cold metallic shell a stark reminder that he could indeed lead a life entirely separate from hers. He no longer wished to bind his existence to this woman. He extended his hand and forcefully pushed the phone back toward her. "No need. Who you message, why you vanished without a word, all of it. To live once more." These matters had lost their significance to him. He raised his gaze, his eyes sharp, locking onto Su Wanyin's astonished expression, enunciating each word with deliberate intent. "That's none of my business." As soon as the words left his lips, he made no further delay, sidestepping the stunned group and resolutely stepping through the school gates. "Su Wanyin, in your past life, you were the one who ran away first. In this life, I shall not accompany you. This is where our paths diverge." Chapter 3. Your kindness I find distasteful. In April, The sun in the mountainous city radiated warmth. In a shaded area at the school gate, the wind blew with a hint of coolness. A few strands of hair were lifted by the breeze, brushing against Su Wannin's fair face, her long eyelashes fluttering as she gazed at the figure striding past her, her heart contracting sharply. It was Jiang Yubai. In her ears, she could still hear her two close friends lamenting on her behalf. Wannin, what on earth has gotten into Jiang Yubai? We truly misjudged him before. Indeed, it's too much. You went out your way to arrive early to wait for him, even prepared breakfast and milk, and he shows no appreciation whatsoever. Wannin, let's not pay him any mind. Let's go. Yet, Su Wannin appeared not to hear. She watched the figure gradually recede and, unable to restrain herself, jogged a few steps to catch up with Jiang Yubai just beyond the school gate. What a petty jealous one he is. With slightly parted red lips, Su Wannin exhaled softly to steady her rapid breathing. Closing the distance, she addressed Jiang Yubai. I cannot help it if you insist on sulking. However, I have already explained that I have decisively rejected others. Furthermore, I have stated that I have no intention of engaging in a romantic relationship before graduating from university. Jiang Yubai turned his head, regarding her with an odd expression. Su Wannin paid no heed to his gaze, self-absorbed as she extended the bag in her hand towards him. Inside were water and milk. You may be throwing a tantrum, but you must still perform well in the upcoming mock exams. I understand that you are quite irate and do not wish to see me, so I shall enter the classroom later, not accompanying you. Her tone softened, carrying a hint of coaxing. You mustn't refuse, otherwise I will tell Aunt Wu that you are bullying me. Standing in the sunlight, her eyes, slightly squinted, sparkled with light, a faint blush blooming on her porcelain cheeks. She extended her hand, gently forming a fist. Do your best in the mock exams, Yubai. That white dress, once symbolizing the youth of countless boys, now only served to heighten Jiang Yubai's irritation. Having been reborn, he finally comprehended how he had faltered in his past life. Su Wannin, this woman, stunningly enchanting, possessed an air of grace in every movement, her unintentional gestures and expressions reminiscent of a little sprite. Xietao discreetly followed behind, silently observing until Su Wannin finished speaking and turned to leave. Only then did he catch up to Jiang Yubai, whispering, Yubai, Wannin truly is remarkable. Remarkable? Jiang Yubai smirked slightly. Indeed, she was so remarkable that he had even envisioned the future they would share. Yet, since her disappearance, he lay incapacitated for 2 years, struggling to regain his footing. Since then, he had ceased to believe in the concept of love. That year, Su Wannin said nothing, left nothing behind. They hadn't even had a single quarrel. She simply vanished from his world, disappearing without a trace. Childhood sweethearts? Innocent friends? Ridiculous. After more than 20 years of acquaintance, 8 years of companionship, she left without so much as a reason or a word. Even her family merely expressed their regrets, stating that she was well. What was that? A departure without even a goodbye? The depth of his love for Su Wannin in the past now translated into profound disdain in his heart. This woman, devoid of any heart. As he reached the playground, Jiang Yubai belatedly realized the absurdity of the situation. He looked at the bag in his hand and thought, even if I starve or thirst to death, I shall never consume anything she has given. Perhaps I should just dispose of it. But reconsidering, he thought of ways to throw it away without using it, adhering to the principle of not wasting. He strolled along the track and casually called over a passing female classmate. He barely noticed her face, only catching sight of her unremarkable appearance. Her hair styled in an unnatural curl, framed by heavy black-rimmed glasses, dressed in a loose blue and white school uniform, exuding an air of ordinariness. Without hesitation, Jiang Yubai stuffed the water, towel, and bread into her arms. Here, it's yours. Xietao was momentarily taken aback, halting in his tracks, puzzled by Jiang Yubai's unexpected gesture. The playground was bustling with students, yet he had chosen the most inconspicuous one. The girl gasped softly, momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the situation. What are you doing? Jiang Yubai flashed her a friendly smile before calmly turning to leave. Xietao stole another glance at the girl, silently comparing, thinking, if Su Wannin were a noble swan, then this girl could only be described as an inconspicuous, ugly duckling. He silently sidestepped her, quickly catching up to Jiang Yubai and hesitantly asking, Yubai, are you really giving Wannin things to someone else? What if she finds out? Won't she be angry? Without looking back, Jiang Yubai cast a bewildered glance at him, dismissing him with a cold response. What does it matter to me? Come on, who are we kidding? You think I don't see through you? It's because Zhou Yicheng is partnering with Wannin for the adult ceremony, and I know you're jealous. But after all these years of brotherhood, do you think I don't understand you? Seeing Wannin so nervous about you, you must be secretly pleased, right? He assumed Jiang Yubai was simply playing hard to get, intending to draw more attention and concern from Su Wanyin. After all, they had grown up together. Such thoughts were hardly difficult to discern. Seeing Jiang Yubai's demeanor of feigned innocence, Xie Tao believed he had unraveled everything. Jiang Yubai felt no desire to explain. At this age, youth is often accompanied by a blind confidence. Arguing with Xie Tao would only lead to endless entanglement. He merely patted Xie Tao on the shoulder, leaving behind a cryptic remark. You know the protagonist in the story, but you do not understand the supporting character. Huh? What are you talking about? Xie Tao was left bewildered. When he lifted his gaze again, Jiang Yubai had already hastened into the teaching building. I'm leaving. Going to study. Oh. Xie Tao pondered the words, following suit thoughtfully. Behind them, the girl who had been casually gifted those items had long been left behind. She, wearing a pair of worn canvas shoes, had instinctively followed Jiang Yubai's retreating figure for a few steps, only to suddenly stop as if jolted, no longer daring to approach. Anxiously, she stamped her foot in place, her gaze darting between the weighty bag in her arms and the distant, indifferent silhouette. Jiang Yubai remained oblivious to the fact that beneath her loose school uniform lay a figure capable of enchanting those who truly looked. At this moment, she stood on the playground, utterly at a loss. Eye beneath the radiant sun, her flustered little mouth opened and closed in a pitiful manner. Yet she could not muster the courage to utter even a single "I don't want to." Her fair, delicate face had turned a deep shade of crimson from the effort of suppressing her feelings. Chapter 4. After the examination, come to my office. Jiang Yubai followed Xie Tao into the classroom just as the bell rang. The air in the senior high classroom was perpetually thick with tension and gloom. He returned to his seat, a spot by the window. The sunlight streamed in, casting a warm glow on the desk and the open mathematics textbook. Functions, derivatives, solid geometry. Familiar terms that now felt strangely foreign, leaving him in a daze. His thoughts drifted uncontrollably, spiraling back to a previous life. On a similar afternoon, beneath the canopy of ginkgo trees at Qing University, golden leaves blanketed the ground. Su Wanyin, clad in a flowing white dress, obstructed his path. Everyone thinks we're together. He recalled the sweat pooling in his palms, his heart racing as he asked, So, Yubai, let us date. At that moment, his heart raced, believing he had gained the world. He took her hand, traversing through the entirety of their university days, 8 years in total. He had once thought that was a lifetime, yet that gust of wind eventually scattered everything to the winds. Jiang Yubai lowered his gaze, burying that ephemeral memory deep within his heart. It was all a facade. A relationship with no conclusion, no matter how beautiful the beginning, was merely a jest. In this lifetime, he refused to be the punchline. The morning's examination was mathematics. For someone who had graduated nearly a decade ago, high school math problems resembled ancient scriptures. Jiang Yubai flipped through the textbook, finding his mind a blank slate, unable to absorb a single word. The pages filled with formulas and numbers seemed to recognize him, but he had long since returned them to his former math teacher. Just as he stared vacantly at the textbook, the classroom door swung open. Jiang Yubai, a voice, cold yet tinged with suppressed anger, rang out above him. So, you've even spared the effort of cramming at the last minute today, have you? Math teacher Qin Yu had taken her place at his side, her demeanor unusually irritable. Or rather, she had always harbored dissatisfaction with Jiang Yubai, feeling as though he was deliberately undermining her. With scores of 134 in Chinese, 138 in English, and an astounding 289 in the comprehensive sciences, the highest in the entire school, he was undoubtedly a science whiz. Yet his mathematics scores languished in the 50s and 60s, consistently ranking near the bottom. Jiang Yubai was not particularly anxious about the exam. This was the second day of the mock exam. Mathematics in the morning, English in the afternoon, and then it would all be over. Since it was math, he felt unconcerned. During his high school years, he had always played the game of lowering his scores, masquerading as an incorrigible math dunce. Qin Yu had called him into her office more than once, exasperated, chiding him. Jiang Yubai, are you targeting me? Scoring 289 in the comprehensive sciences while only managing 61 in math? Are you mocking me? He remembered flippantly replying. Add them together and subtract 100 ISNT, that just 250? Qin Yu had turned pale with rage, pointing towards the door. Get out. Ah, the familiar Ms. Qin. In his previous life, he had heard from Xie Tao that during a faculty meeting, Ms. Qin had mentioned him, saying that her encounter with a prodigy like him during her early teaching days had turned her temperament exceedingly irritable, and at 30, she was still unmarried. Of course, it was all in jest. Qin Yu was, in truth, quite gentle, except when dealing with him. Otherwise, given his past antics, she could have truly taken him to task. Scoring full marks in physics while languishing in math was enough to infuriate any teacher. Qin Yu often remarked during high school, The one who bullies new teachers the most is that Jiang Yubai. Why did he deliberately lower his scores? Because he wanted to enter the same university as Su Wanyin, to attend classes together in a new environment, to stroll hand in hand in the spring and cuddle in the autumn. In reality, they had indeed shared such moments in college. The sweetness was genuine, but the eventual heartbreak was even more profound. To sacrifice one's future for love is the folly of fools. The more exceptional you are, the more you can offer to the one you love. And what was the outcome? You relinquished it, and the other person departed without a backward glance. Indeed, the devoted suffer, while the indifferent thrive. Jiang Yubai, you dare to space out in front of me? Qin Yu's voice pulled him back from his reverie, her chest heaving with indignation. This little rascal, how much did he detest math? Or was it her, the math teacher, that he loathed? The young Qin Yu had also been a cherished daughter, nurtured by her parents, possessing her own pride and temperament. Yet, Jiang Yubai had a knack for stepping on her landmines. Just moments ago, before entering the office, she had overheard the older teachers discussing. What a pity for Yubai. A top student, yet he is placed in class 3. With such strong scores in comprehensive sciences, how could he possibly be so weak in math? Little Fong is still too young to handle him. I must consult the principal to have him transferred to our class. Qin Yu refrained from entering. She knew she taught not for a living, but for passion. Yet those words pricked her heart like needles. She had sacrificed countless hours of rest to tutor Jiang Yubai alone without charge. But one can never awaken a person pretending to be asleep. She could not teach a Jiang Yubai who was intentionally lowering his scores. Wiping away her tears at the doorway, she composed herself, her heels clicking resolutely as she strode towards Jiang Yubai. Unfortunately, she found him languidly staring at the math book in a careless manner. Her heartfelt intentions shattered into pieces. Qin Yu bit her lip in frustration, her beautiful eyes fixated on Jiang Yubai, who looked up with an innocent expression. After the exam, come to my office. Chapter 5, The Beautiful Teacher. As Qin Yu exited, Xietao could no longer contain himself and leaned in closer. Whoa, you've been singled out by Teacher Qin for a private conversation again? This is called care, you understand? Jiang Yubai replied dismissively. The bell rang, signaling the end of self-study. Jiang Yubai tidied his desk and stood up, preparing to embark on a new chapter of his senior year. Transitioning from the weary soul of 29 back to the vibrant body of 18, he felt a profound sense of empowerment. It was no mere illusion. The souls of two timelines intertwining at this moment granted him an unprecedented mastery over this youthful body. Strength, reflexes, and especially that dormant memory from over a decade now felt like a vast database re-energized. Jiang Yubai even felt a surge of confidence, believing he could effortlessly reclaim everything he might misplace during the examination. No more score manipulation, but a full-throttle effort. He aimed to be among the top few in the grade, leaving Qin Yu astonished enough to exclaim, "You are my god." This seemed hardly a daunting task. A smile curled at the corners of his lips as he first glanced at the seating chart on the classroom wall, noting his examination room number, before striding purposefully towards the exam hall. After all, math had always been a disaster for him. Even if he flubbed this time, the sky wouldn't fall. Surely, his father wouldn't disown him over this. At the entrance to the classroom stood Qin Yu, her silhouette striking. Good luck. Answer carefully. And don't forget to check your work. She resembled a concerned sister, softly reminding each passing student. As Xietao walked by, he dutifully greeted, "Hello, Teacher Qin." Jiang Yubai was mentally calculating the location of the examination room, not paying much attention, and attempted to sidestep directly past her. However, Qin Yu called out to him, "You'd better come to my office after the exam." "What's the matter? Are you displeased?" Giving me that sulky look? Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, adopting the tone of a seasoned teacher, striving to create an atmosphere of feigned anger. This tactic might have worked on the younger Jiang Yubai, but at this moment, under the gaze of his more mature soul, he found this young teacher rather endearing, bordering on charmingly playful. Qin Yu was quite tall, yet her figure possessed an ethereal grace. Dressed impeccably, she maintained an air of dignity befitting a teacher, while still exuding the freshness of youth. Particularly, her delicate and alluring visage made it no surprise that rumors had circulated in a previous life about male teachers from the neighboring school launching an inter-school pursuit for her affection. Jiang Yubai suddenly spoke, his voice soft yet clear. "Old Qin, I will take this exam seriously." Qin Yu momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. "What I mean is, I will earnestly tackle the mathematics." The corners of Qin Yu's mouth twisted into a smirk, revealing a smile that was both teasing and admonishing. "Don't think that just because you're saying nice things now, you have to come to my office later. Not a chance. Am I the sort to do that?" Jiang Yubai couldn't help but chuckle. His rapport with Qin Yu had always transcended the typical teacher-student dynamic, resembling more that of an older sister fretting over her mischievous younger brother. Hence, he affectionately referred to her as Old Chin, much to the indifference of their classmates. The exam is for your own benefit, not for the teachers, nor your parents, she asserted, her arms crossed defiantly, accentuating her already enviable figure. This was indeed the most beautiful age of her life, akin to a flower poised to bloom, tender and vibrant. She gazed at Jiang Yubai with a playful smile. If you keep calling me Old Chin, I might just call your mother to report you. The familiar threat, the familiar recipe. Jiang Yubai grinned, extending his thumb and forefinger as if mimicking a zipper gesture at his mouth. He then turned to head towards the examination room. Jiang Yubai. The voice behind him rang out once more, this time stripped of all jest, leaving only sincerity. Good luck on the exam. Jiang Yubai halted momentarily, turning around to reveal a radiant smile. He raised his right hand, maintaining the zipper gesture, but intertwined his fingers slightly, lifting them above his head to form a heart shape, giving it a gentle shake. That rascal. April brought gentle sunlight and a mild breeze. The examination room was steeped in silence, while the laughter of junior high students outside felt as if it belonged to another realm. 55 days until the college entrance examination. As long as you're not dead from studying, study hard. The slogans on the wall beat like war drums, striking the nerves of every senior student. When a hefty mathematics exam paper was placed in his hands, Jiang Yubai finally comprehended how the formulas and theorems, once so familiar, now felt remarkably alien. He twirled a pen, his brow furrowed. What had once been feigned ignorance now presented genuine challenges. The tangent equals sine divided by cosine. The distance from the focus to the directrix is p. Fortunately, some knowledge was indelible. As questions unfolded before him, long-buried memories were forcibly pried open, though awkward and arduous. The speed of his pen on the scratch paper gradually quickened. It was a wondrous sensation, the gears of his mind meshing once more, the rusty pieces polishing to a shine amid the rapid motion. Time elapsed. Within the examination room, some students scratched their heads, others sighed, while some wrote fervently. The bell rang, signaling the end of the exam. Jiang Yubai set down his pen, devoid of any reluctance, submitted his paper, gathered his stationery, and promptly made his way to Chin Yu's office. Knock, knock, knock. He skillfully rapped on the office door. Chin, as he pushed the door open. The teacher's call was abruptly halted, the sound caught in her throat. The office was unusually quiet. Chin Yu lay slumped over her desk, asleep. The yellow sweater she wore seemed particularly warm, her long hair cascading chaotically over her shoulders, no longer neatly arranged as it was on the podium. Even in slumber, her brow remained slightly furrowed, as if still grappling with an unsolvable problem. Jiang Yubai quietly approached, mindful of his footsteps. The computer screen still glowed, displaying a Word document densely packed with mathematical problems. The title read Weekend Exclusive Practice Problems for Jiang Yubai. She and T opted to rest on the nearby cot, but had simply collapsed from exhaustion at her desk. Chapter 6. The First Cut of Rebirth. First Slay the One You Love. In Jiang Yubai's recollections, Chin Yu was an exceptional teacher, perhaps too exceptional. At a reunion in his previous life, the now mature Chin Yu, having indulged in a few drinks, pointed a finger at him, laughingly scolding, "You little rascal, do you have any idea how close you came to driving me into depression back then? I, Chin Yu, a proud graduate of Beijing Normal University, full of ambition upon graduation, ended up being thwarted by you, scoring full marks in physics, but barely scraping 60 in mathematics. Admit it. Were you deliberately trying to sabotage me?" It was then that he realized how his immature antics, aimed at Su Wanyin, had placed immense pressure on this young homeroom teacher. Just a few years out of college, a prodigious student, brought down by a lack of proficiency in one subject, led to doubts from school authorities and whispers among veteran teachers, causing her to question her own abilities and whether she had jeopardized her student's future. For this reason, she had approached Jiang Yubai's mother on more than one occasion, suggesting he be transferred to another class or assigned a different mathematics teacher. Yet, both Jiang Yubai and his mother had steadfastly refused, citing their trust in teacher Chin. After all, the issue lay not with the teacher, but with Su Wanyin. Unless they could somehow alter Su Wanyin's intellect to achieve high scores, the problem would remain unresolved. Reflecting on this, Jiang Yubai felt increasingly foolish for his past self. He had harmed someone who genuinely cared for him for the sake of someone who would ultimately abandon him without a second thought. Now, given the chance to start anew, this regret must be rectified. Jiang Yubai silently approached, drew a chair, and quietly placed it beside Chin Yu. He then removed his school uniform and gently draped it over her. In her slumber, Chin Yu had shed the stern demeanor of the classroom. Her long hair fell smoothly over her shoulders, her cheeks flushed with the healthy glow of deep sleep, yet her brow remained slightly creased. Jiang Yubai did not rouse her. Instead, he retrieved the mathematics book from his backpack that he had used earlier that day. The perks of rebirth were undeniably apparent at this moment. His comprehension, memory, and logical reasoning abilities far surpassed those of his previous self. Formulas could be memorized with a single glance, while problem-solving techniques, long dormant in the depths of his mind, were reactivated as symbols flashed before his eyes. Flip, flip. His page-turning was deft and quiet. Time slipped by, and eventually, Jiang Yu's long eyelashes fluttered, and she groggily opened her eyes. In her field of vision was Jiang Yubai, quietly seated beside her, engrossed in his mathematics book. This dream seemed too beautiful, too surreal. She even felt an impulse to reach out and pinch the serene Jiang Yubai, who was so adorably focused on his studies. The next moment, she indeed pinched him. Jiang Yubai set his book down, looking at her in bewilderment. "Why did you pinch me?" Jiang Yu replied. The sensation in my fingertips felt strikingly real. This isn't a dream? Her somewhat dazed gaze fell upon the book in his hands, and instinctively, she reached out, pulling it a little closer. The words mathematics were emblazoned on the cover, strikingly clear. With her mind still not fully awake, Jiang Yu blurted out a rather foolish question. "Are you reading math?" How could I not notice Jiang Yubai turning the book cover towards her, indicating that the letters were not exactly small? Jiang Yu's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly brushed her hair behind her ear to mask her embarrassment. Her delicate hand brushed against her forehead, and her beautiful large eyes blinked before she suddenly asked, "What was it that I wanted to discuss with you? How about you take a moment to gather your thoughts while I head to the cafeteria for a bite to eat, and we can chat afterward?" Jiang Yubai found her drowsy demeanor rather endearing. Without needing Jiang Yu to rub her eyes, she finally remembered the matter at hand. With merely 2 months left until the college entrance examination, she wanted to inquire whether he would like her to arrange for a different math teacher to help him prepare. "Is that all?" "Yes, that's all." Jiang Yubai paused for a moment, then rose, casually picking up the backpack from the table. He left behind just 2 words: "No need." Change teachers? What a joke. He was counting on himself to achieve a high score in math, and to witness Jiang Yu's astonished declaration of him being her savior. That scene would undoubtedly be quite amusing. Without looking back, he exited the office. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Class 3, Year 3, Su Wanyin was quietly awaiting Jiang Yubai's return. Timing her expectations, she figured he would have calmed down after being called to the office, making it the perfect opportunity for them to have lunch together. Clad in a white school jacket with the zipper undone, revealing a lovely dress underneath, her slender legs swayed playfully beneath the desk, embodying the unique charm of youthful femininity. Just then, a hurried footstep echoed at the doorway. A short-haired girl wearing thick black-framed glasses timidly stood at the entrance, having searched for a long time. Following the lead from Jiang Yubai's encouraging card for the second mock exam to finally find Class 3, Jiang Yubai appeared to be absent. The girl's gaze swept across the empty classroom, ultimately landing on the strikingly beautiful girl. Gathering her courage, she jogged over, her head bowed, unwilling to meet the other's eyes. Lifting a plastic bag in her hand and speaking in a voice so soft it was barely audible, "Could you please return this to Jiang Yubai? I cannot accept someone else's belongings." Su Wanyin's legs stopped their gentle swaying. The bag looked so familiar. She extended her hand to accept the bag, within which lay the card she had personally crafted, nestled beside a bottle of milk and a small loaf of bread. Struggling to form a smile, she nodded at the short-haired girl. "All right." Once the girl fled the scene like a startled rabbit, the classroom fell into a heavy silence. Su Wanyin bit her lip, staring at the bag on the desk as if it were the punchline of a cruel joke. Why did the gift I intended for you end up in someone else's hands?" Jiang Yubai. Chapter 7. Resolution. In the stillness of the teaching building during the lunch break, the creaking of the old ceiling fan could be heard. The classroom of Class 3 was engulfed in an eerie silence. Jiang Yubai and Su Wanyin, childhood friends and classmates, had even been neighbors at one point. Yet, such deep bonds ultimately succumbed to the whims of time and human nature. After their breakup in the previous life, Jiang Yubai had frantically searched for her, questioning all their classmates, friends, and teachers, only to receive responses like, "Dude, how would we know where Sue, the campus belle, has gone? I thought you two were about to get married." Married? Indeed, he had even prepared a wedding ring. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of polished shoes echoed closer. Jiang Yubai's figure appeared at the front door, his gaze sweeping calmly across the classroom as though he were observing a scene unrelated to himself. He did not glance at Su Wanyin, made no effort to greet her. That indifference suggested they were merely ordinary classmates. Jiang Yubai. Su Wanyin did not react with the expected hysteria, only tightening her fists. Jiang Yubai finally turned his head, raising an eyebrow slightly as an acknowledgement. Su Wanyin pushed the plastic bag containing the milk and bread towards him. This was given to me by someone to return to you. She bit her lip, her beautiful eyes fixated on Jiang Yubai, desperately seeking a hint of remorse or an explanation on his face. But she was mistaken. Jiang Yubai's expression remained devoid of any emotion. Oh, just one word, cold and harsh, devoid of any sentiment. Jiang Yubai did not spare her another glance. Instead, picking up the bag from the desk and turning away towards his seat. The mind of the young girl was as delicate as a spider's web. In Jiang Yubai's eyes, there was no longer the familiar jealousy, nor the anticipated thrill of her earlier delight. There was nothing. In the silent classroom, only the two of them remained, and Su Waning's face was left with a sense of bewilderment. When they were younger, Su Waning discovered how adorably clumsy Jiang Yubai could be when he was jealous. She would lean closer, and he would puff up in annoyance, urging her to back off. She would chase after him, asking if he was angry, and he would huff and turn away, stubbornly denying it. She had adored that side of Jiang Yubai. How he cared for her. You throw a tantrum, and I will comfort you. This unspoken understanding had existed between them. But this time, do you truly have nothing to say to me? As Jiang Yubai was about to pass her by once more, Su Waning's heart raced, and she suddenly reached out. Grasping his wrist, Jiang Yubai merely gently extricated himself from her hold. He remained silent, walking back to his seat. Was that so-called understanding merely a figment of my imagination? Has he grown weary of me? Unable to contain herself any longer, Su Waning sprang to her feet, her eyes instantly brimming with tears. Jiang Yubai, I am truly angry. This was her ultimate weapon, one that had always worked in the past. But this time, the figure who would normally turn back, clumsily attempting to comfort her, did not pause for even a moment. He left behind a calm, yet chilling response. I know. As the words fell, he exited through the back door of the classroom. Hesitation and uncertainty were left behind in the previous life. In this lifetime, Jiang Yubai had chosen resolve. The sound of his footsteps faded away. In an empty classroom, it felt as if something profoundly significant had been irrevocably cast aside. Su Waning's vision blurred as all her attempts to maintain composure crumbled in that instant. Crystal tears broke free, cascading down her cheeks. She wanted to wipe them away. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not cleanse the pain. Just then, her friend Zheng Xiaowei returned from the restroom, brushing past Jiang Yubai as he left. She hurried into the classroom, only to be met with this heart-wrenching scene. Waning, what happened? Zheng Xiaowei exclaimed in alarm, catching the teetering Su Waning. At 18, she was still just a child. Looking at her friend, Su Waning could no longer hold back, bursting into tears as she embraced Zheng Xiaowei. Xiaowei, it seems like Yubai really doesn't want me anymore. Nonsense. How could that be? Zheng Xiaowei comforted her, patting her back, but her heart sank with an unsettling thud. Amidst Su Waning's intermittent sobs, Zheng Xiaowei pieced together the events that had transpired. How utterly outrageous. You rose so early to procure something for him, only for him to turn around and gift it to another? What a scoundrel. Yet, Su Waning continued to weep and defend him, with the comfort of her best friend. Su Waning's tears gradually subsided. Observing that her friend had cried enough, Zheng Xiaowei sighed, unable to restrain herself any longer. Waning, I've warned you repeatedly. Stop using trivial matters to test him. Which man can endure being made jealous so frequently? When Zhou Chen confessed to you, you could have simply rejected him. Why did you feel the need to inform Jiang Yubai? You know his mathematical prowess all too well. The pressure of exams is already immense. Why add to his burdens? You're merely seeking trouble. One day, if you truly lose him, who will you have to weep to? Zheng Xiaowei gazed at her friend, who appeared utterly lost, feeling a mixture of anger and compassion. Waning, I speak plainly. Please do not take offense. Here, she said, handing a tissue to Su Waning, lowering her voice. You like Jiang Yubai, and he likes you. Even a fool can see that. So why not confess directly to him? If you exhibited even half the courage you usually display in soothing him, would we be facing these trivialities? Surely, he wouldn't reject you. He might even leap with joy. As Zheng Xiaowei continued her analysis, she began to sense the gravity of the situation. Previously, I thought you two were merely indulging in youthful courtship, but it seems you've genuinely crossed a line this time. Jiang Yubai's reaction indicates a long-standing grievance. The ice does not form in a day. Do you grasp my meaning? Su Waning lifted her head, her tear-streaked face marred by confusion, her delicate teeth biting down on her lip. Zheng Xiaowei sighed, clarifying her point further. You always presume you share an unspoken understanding, but have you ever considered his true feelings? He is in fact quite insecure. Waning, the disparity between you two is stark. Before high school, it was manageable, but now, you've become the goddess of all the boys. The contrast has become increasingly pronounced. While you were oblivious before, now that you're in high school, you are the object of affection for countless eligible suitors. Each of these admirers is a blow to Jiang Yubai's self-esteem. Naturally, he feels anxious, inferior, and fearful of losing you. That is entirely reasonable. Though I am your closest friend, in this matter, I truly believe you are at fault. You take far too much for granted, never genuinely inquiring what Jiang Yubai desires. Despite Zheng Xiaohui's analysis diverging from the actual reasons behind Jiang Yubai's cold demeanor, her final statement rang true. You cannot rely solely on your assumptions to make judgments, for such conclusions will ultimately harm both of you. Su Wanyin was thoroughly swayed by her friend's detailed analysis. Wiping away her tears, she timidly inquired, "Will it truly hurt him?" "Of course," Zheng Xiaohui affirmed, seeing her words resonate, especially with someone like Zhou Chen, who excels academically, comes from a privileged background, and is quite handsome. How can any boy not feel intimidated facing such a rival? "But I still think Yubai is the most handsome," Su Wanyi murmured softly. Zheng Xiaohui was both exasperated and amused by her friend's demeanor. All right, your Jiang Yubai is undoubtedly the most handsome in the world. Does that suffice?" "Of course. Now, are you feeling any better?" Zheng Xiaohui smiled as she linked her arm with Su Wanyin's. Su Wanyin picked up the card on the table, her delicate fingers gently tracing the 3 characters of Jiang Yubai's name. Suddenly, she smiled. In their youth, it had always been her chasing after him, no matter the danger. The little boy would always shield her, saying, "Wanyin, don't be afraid. I am here." Perhaps she had indeed misjudged this time. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanyin's gaze regained its determination. It should not be I who is angry, but rather Yubai. Clutching the card tightly, she sprang up, dashing out like a gust of wind. At the school gate, Jiang Yubai had just finished lunch and was preparing to return to class when a figure obstructed his path. Su Wanyin ran, somewhat breathless, beads of sweat glistening on her nose, her cheeks flushed. "Yubai, you're back," she called, her voice tinged with a subtle mix of grievance and anticipation. Once upon a time, Jiang Yubai had envisioned this moment countless times. He halted momentarily. "Yubai, I understand everything now." Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, bewilderment evident in his eyes. "Su Wanjin poteth," her gaze imbued with a newfound confidence, as if she had unraveled all secrets. "You deliberately gave away the gift I brought you to make me experience jealousy. Didn't you? Am I wrong?" Jiang Yubai replied. "You really didn't need to go to such lengths." Su Wanyin's tone was earnest and sincere. "Yubai, I wasn't wrong. I promise I will never act this way again." Jiang Yubai responded with a cold laugh. "Step aside. You're in my way." Su Wanyin's confidence evaporated in an instant. "Oh, okay." She instinctively moved aside. Jiang Yubai brushed past her without pausing, leaving behind a chilling remark. "And don't bother me again." "Oh." Su Wanyin stood frozen, watching his retreating figure grow more distant. Had she truly wounded him so deeply? With tears unshed, Su Wanyin could only console herself internally. It's all right. In the past, when she had angered him, it took days to reconcile. This time, it should only require a bit more time, right? Chapter 8. I have someone I like. I fear he may be upset. Upon returning to the classroom, a pungent aroma of hot pot filled the air. Xiatao had just come back from outside, his lips flushed and holding a bottle of red-capped Wangzai milk. He placed the milk on Jiang Yubai's desk, grinning broadly. "I ran into Su Wanyin. She asked me to bring this to you." Xiatao's face radiated envy and jealousy. "I'm serious. Since kindergarten, we've known each other. Why does she single you out for special treatment? I'm clearly more handsome than you. Why isn't there a childhood sweetheart orbiting around me?" Jiang Yubai's gaze fell upon the Wangzai milk, his expression tranquil as he pushed it towards Xiatao. Xiatao's smile faltered. "No way. Are you still not reconciled?" He incredulously pushed the milk back. "Yubai, this is where you're in the wrong. Su Wanyin is so popular. It's not the first time someone has confessed to her. You shouldn't be quarreling over something so trivial. I've told you to take the initiative. You insist on maintaining the status quo. Don't I understand you? You simply enjoy seeing her try to coax you. Enough already. The college entrance examination is approaching. Don't scare her off, otherwise you'll have nowhere to cry." As Jiang Yubai listened to Xie Tao's incessant chatter, he suddenly inquired, "What do you think of Teacher Qin?" "Huh?" Xie Tao's thoughts were abruptly derailed. "Teacher Qin? Beautiful and kind, incredibly responsible. She drives an Audi, which is unfortunate since she is our teacher." A mysterious smile curled on Jiang Yubai's lips. "We want to be her students for much longer." "Huh?" Xie Tao's face was a canvas of confusion, momentarily at a loss, only to hear Jiang Yubai ask, "How old is Teacher Qin this year?" 24, I believe. Last time, didn't the class celebrate her birthday? Why are you asking this?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just contemplating how much betrothal gift my mother should prepare if I were to marry her." "Get lost. You're just full of hot air." Daring to joke about Teacher Qin, Xiatao dismissed his words as nonsense. The bell for the exam rang again. This afternoon's test was English. For Jiang Yubai, who possessed memories from 2 lifetimes, it posed no challenge whatsoever. The invigilating teacher happened to be the homeroom teacher, Jiang Yu. Today, she donned a long, strapless dress, her legs adorned with black stockings, complemented by a pair of high heels, exuding the allure of a mature woman with every graceful movement. As the student she cared for most among her first cohort, Jiang Yu's gaze instinctively wandered to the corner at the back of the classroom. Top, top, top. The sound of her heels approached, and she feigned a patrol of the exam room, leisurely strolling to the rear section of the classroom. Taking a seat next to the empty desk beside Jiang Yubai, she observed as he effortlessly penned eloquent letters, and particularly when he began to write his essay. His calm confidence compelled her to rise quietly and lean in to watch from behind. His choice of words and sentence construction was nothing short of perfection. The structure remarkably elegant. A complex emotion surged within Jiang Yu. How could this boy possess such a talent for English while being utterly bewildered by mathematics? Thus, when the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, she unhesitatingly wielded her authority as the homeroom teacher. Jiang Yubai was tasked with cleaning up, while the other students were dismissed, advised to return home safely. Jiang Yubai had long grown accustomed to such self-serving behavior. Xie Tao gallantly picked up a broom, ready to stay behind and accompany his good friend. In the classroom, as classmates lamented the difficulty of the English exam while packing their belongings, Su Wanin, seated in the front row, found her thoughts entirely elsewhere. Her head occasionally turned toward the back row, each movement causing the boy behind her, who harbored a secret crush on her, to feel his heart race and his cheeks flush. Is she looking at me? This boy clearly misinterpreted her actions. The moment Jiang Yu's figure vanished from the classroom doorway, Su Wanin sprang to her feet and hurried to the back row. Yubai, let me help you erase the blackboard. The boy's gaze followed her silhouette intently, and upon witnessing this scene, the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. Not him again. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of Class 3. It was Zhou Yichen from the neighboring class, another host for the upcoming graduation ceremony. He approached, holding a script under the pretense of discussing it, but his intentions were all too transparent. Wanin, a new restaurant is opened at the school gate. Let us have dinner together tonight. It'll be a good opportunity to go over the hosting script. I'm not free. Su Wanin's usually gentle expression now bore a frosty layer, her tone significantly chillier. She cast a glance at Jiang Yubai, who was preoccupied with sweeping and showed no signs of emotion, took a deep breath, and turned to Zhou Yichen with a serious demeanor. I apologize, Zhou Yichen, but perhaps my previous refusal wasn't clear enough. When I said I was interested in a relationship at the moment, that was merely an excuse. The true reason is that I do not like you. Wanin Zhou Yichen's complexion turned ashen, caught in an excruciatingly awkward position. Jiang Yubai, however, remained unfazed, continuing to sweep without a hint of distraction. Noticing Jiang Yubai's indifference, Su Wanin steeled herself, her small hands unconsciously clenching, a blush blooming on her fair cheeks. Her bright eyes fixed directly on Jiang Yubai, her voice soft yet clear enough for the remaining classmates to hear. Moreover, I already have someone I like. There's no need for dinner. I fear he might be displeased. The moment those words escaped her lips, an electric tension filled the classroom. Zhou Yichen's face cycled through shades of green and white, caught in an excruciating dilemma at the entrance. Xie Tao, observing this unfolding drama, was left speechless, internally commending Jiang Yubai with a thumbs up. Incredible. This maneuver was nothing short of textbook excellence. Yet the indirectly proclaimed male lead, Jiang Yubai, simply continued to sweep up the last remnants of paper scraps with a tranquil demeanor. He didn't even spare a glance at Su Wanin, as if the person who might feel displeased bore no relation to him whatsoever. Watching Jiang Yubai's nonchalance, Xie Tao couldn't help but mentally scoff. Pretend all you want. You're probably over the moon inside, soaring into the heavens. Chapter 9. Teacher Qin, fear not. I am here. Upon leaving the teaching building, Xie Tao slurped from his Wangzai milk and suddenly asked, Yubai, did you hear anything just now? If you could refrain from sucking on the straw so loudly while drinking, I might not hear a thing, Jiang Yubai replied without looking back. Moments ago, after Su Wanin uttered that shocking declaration about fearing to upset him, she had likely been overcome by shyness, vanishing in an instant. This rendered Jiang Yubai's journey home unexpectedly tranquil. This is a gift from our school's flower. You should cherish it yourself. Xie Tao happily took another sip, his joy evident, before elbowing Jiang Yubai. Hey, come clean. Weren't you over the moon just now? What does it feel like to be publicly confessed to by our school goddess? Just as he finished speaking, Xie Tao felt a sourness in his milk. The goddess was on the verge of becoming his brother's girlfriend. He felt a pang of discomfort. No way. You owe me a good meal for this. Dinner is fine. Jiang Yubai replied with a nonchalant glance. But how did you deduce she was confessing to me? Xietao stood there, momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. He stared incredulously at Jiang Yubai's serious face, his frustration boiling over. No way. Are you playing me like this? I can't believe it. Jiang Yubai. I warn you, don't take advantage and then play dumb. Anyone with functioning eyes and ears can tell. When she rejected Zhou Chen, her gaze was practically glued to you. You're really pretending to be confused? Jiang Yubai couldn't be bothered to engage, continuing on his path. Xia Tao hurriedly caught up, his words spilling forth like a rapid-fire barrage. Yubai, let me tell you, a celestial being like Wanin won't be around forever. You must seize this opportunity. If she is gone, there will be no second chances. Jiang Yubai replied, you're still young. Matters of the heart are far more complex than you imagine. Xia Tao was momentarily stumped by his elder-than-thou attitude, growing increasingly anxious. How could I possibly not understand? Jiang Yubai, weary of his incessant chatter, finally halted and turned his head. Could you not be quiet for a moment? I would like to, but I fear you might make a foolish mistake and miss your chance. Don't come crying to me later. Once on the bus home, Jiang Yubai found a window seat and closed his eyes to rest. Xia Tao took the seat beside him, but after just 2 minutes of silence, he began poking him with his elbow. Yubai, look outside quickly. It's Teacher Qin. Jiang Yubai opened his eyes and followed Xia Tao's pointing finger. Not far away at an intersection, a white Audi was parked by the roadside. Clad in a dress and black stockings, Qin Yu stood beside the car, embroiled in a dispute with an elderly man on the ground. The elderly man's emotions appeared exceedingly agitated. Was it a case of scamming? Jiang Yubai furrowed his brow. Xia Tao nodded. The situation seemed likely. This old gentleman truly possessed an audacious spirit, daring to confront such an extravagant vehicle. The bus gradually departed from the station. In the sunset's afterglow elongated Qin Yu's shadow, as she stood alone, her figure appearing particularly frail and helpless. A stirring sensation arose within Jiang Yubai. Could it be that the dashcam had malfunctioned? He abruptly seized Xia Tao, shouting at him in a low voice, cover your stomach. Huh? Xia Tao, still trying to process the situation, was hastily dragged by Jiang Yubai to the side of the bus driver. Sir, my classmate is in severe pain. He can hardly hold it in. Please, could you let us off at the roadside? The driver, a warm-hearted individual, immediately understood the urgency and, without a moment's hesitation, slammed on the brakes. Accompanied by the screech of tires against the pavement, the bus door swung open. Thank you, sir. No problem. The driver handed over a packet of tissues, saying, here, take this. Standing by the roadside, Xia Tao clutched the tissues, his expression one of deep frustration. You're the one with a stomachache. Jiang Yubai ignored him and took out the bread that Su Wanin had given him that morning, offering it forward. Here for you. You were trying to fob me off with something from Su Wanin. Xia Tao protested loudly. Jiang Yubai maintained a calm demeanor, tearing open a packet for himself, replying placidly. This is my own. Xia Tao, begrudgingly taking a bite of the bread, muttered, she gave this to you, which makes it yours, right? Wanin is so considerate. And yet you. Noticing that Xia Tao was about to continue his tirade, Jiang Yubai interjected lightly. I slipped some money into her desk. Xia Tao's chewing came to a sudden halt. His mouth agape. He struggled to articulate a response. She gives you gifts, and you just hand her money in return? Watching Jiang Yubai's retreating figure as he crossed the crosswalk, Xia Tao felt utterly bewildered and followed closely behind. Yubai, are you serious? Jiang Yubai offered no reply. The scene of the accident lay not far ahead. The elderly man on the ground was vociferously causing a scene, and the murmurs of onlookers began to circulate. That white car had been stationary for several minutes. It had not moved at all. The old man had collided with it himself. These young folks are truly unfortunate. Encountering such incidents is hard to articulate. Qin Yu had evidently contacted the traffic police, now standing with one hand pressed to her forehead, her expression etched with fatigue and helplessness. Jiang Yubai pushed through the crowd of onlookers and approached her directly. Teacher Qin. At the sound of that familiar voice, Qin Yu turned around abruptly. Yubai? It was as if she had found a pillar of support. The young teacher's eyes immediately sparkled with renewed hope. Striding towards Jiang Yubai in her high heels, a refreshing fragrance enveloped the air. Instinctively, Qin Yu extended her cool fingers to gently grasp Jiang Yubai's sleeve. Her beautiful eyes bore a hint of distress and a plea for assistance, her full lips parting slightly. Jiang Yubai, he is utterly unreasonable. Chapter 10. I possess nothing, old man. Shall we walk together along the road to the underworld? The journey through life is fraught with obstacles. One must install a dashcam. Otherwise, when confronted with scams, one truly panics. Alas, Qin Yu's dashcam was precisely malfunctioning. At the bustling intersection, A crowd quickly formed a circle to witness the commotion. Money was trivial. However, as a teacher, she needed to uphold reason. Indeed, she had not hit anyone. Why should she bear the cost? Yet, she soon discovered that those who disregard reason often possess louder voices and more intimidating presences. The sunset's glow painted the sky crimson, and finally, Xietao arrived, breathless. Teacher Qin. He stood nearby, observing the unfolding scene, utterly at a loss. Two students in school uniforms, and despite Jiang Yubai's towering stature, he could not intimidate the old man throwing a fit on the ground. Seeing another person arrive, the old man shut his eyes tightly, his brow contorted in agony. Oh, my heavens! Qin Yu continued to futilely explain, Sir, my car has been parked here the entire time. It hasn't moved at all. How could I have hit you? The old man suddenly sat up, clutching his waist, and howled at the gathering crowd, my back. My poor back. I truly did not hit you. Qin Yu insisted, biting her lip, stubbornly repeating her claim. Jiang Yubai mentally chastised her for her naivety. In such situations, one ought not to exit the vehicle. Simply lock the doors, call the police, and dial 120. An insurance company's formidable legal team would ensure that the other party could not extort a single penny, and medical expenses would be covered. Engaging in debate outside the car only made it seem as if you were easy prey to the other party. As expected, the old man grew emboldened. Let us all weigh in on this. This teacher hit someone and still refuses to admit it. Look at my knee, my elbow, and my back. I did not hit you. You didn't hit me? Is this injury due to my own fall? Do you have any evidence to back that up? Do you? Qin Yu found herself rendered speechless by his accusations. The world has lost its morals. I truly cannot fathom how someone like you could be a role model. This remark pierced through the last vestiges of Qin Yu's dignity. She tightened her grip on Jiang Yubai's sleeve, then released it weakly, her head drooping in resignation. A nearby, meddlesome woman began to intervene. Young lady, your car isn't cheap either. Consider it a small loss and move on. It's just a few thousand yuan. Don't obstruct traffic. The daylight gradually dimmed. The flicker of hope within Qin Yu's heart also began to fade. Why had she pulled over in the first place? It was to answer the principal's call. The principal had spoken politely, with carefully chosen words, but the core message was unmistakable, regarding Jiang Yubai's math grades. It would be best not to jeopardize the child's future any further. Indeed, she had delayed everyone. She had delayed Jiang Yubai. She had invested so much effort into guiding this class, striving to improve Jiang Yubai's math skills, only to be met with criticism and blame from all directions. A wave of immense grievance and frustration surged within her, suffocating her spirit. She longed to weep, to escape this place immediately and find a secluded corner to cry out loud. Ultimately, a smile emerged on her face, one that was even more unsightly than tears. It's all right now, Yubai, you all should head back. The teacher can handle this alone. Yielding seemed to be the only path forward. 8,000. The old man, sensing her capitulation, immediately made an outrageous demand. You're still a teacher? It's only natural to pay for hitting someone. If you refuse to compensate, I will go to your school tomorrow and accuse you of a hit and run. Let us see how you can continue being a teacher. 8,000, is it? Here, take it all. You scoundrel. This deeply cutting remark nearly brought tears to Qin Yu's eyes. She had never been a person of strong inner resolve. Just then, Jiang Yubai suddenly removed his school uniform jacket and tossed it to the ground. The evening breeze swept through, leaving him clad only in a thin t-shirt. Qin Yu, standing nearby, stiffened, her beautiful eyes widening in shock, the words on her lips swallowed back. Jiang Yubai's expression was eerily calm as he approached a middle-aged man who was smoking, forcing a bright smile onto his face. Uncle, may I borrow a cigarette? The man, taken aback by his request, instinctively handed one over. Thank you. Jiang Yubai politely expressed his gratitude, fingers delicately pinching a cigarette as he turned and strode directly to the elderly man lying on the ground. He then seated himself beside the elder, maintaining eye contact. Sir, would you care for a cigarette? The old man seemed taken aback. Jiang Yubai did not pursue further inquiries, lighting his own cigarette and inhaling deeply, allowing the smoke to escape from his lips in wisps. He spoke as if recounting someone else's tale, his tone eerily calm. Today, my girlfriend broke up with me. Her name is Su Wanin, and I loved her to the point of despair. The surrounding cacophony abruptly faded into an uncanny silence. Every gaze fixated upon the youth seated on the ground. I once believed we would be together forever, from school uniforms to wedding gowns, dining together, sharing classes, dreaming of the future. Yet in an instant, she declared that she no longer wanted me. It's all right, truly it's nothing, despite his words of reassurance. The underlying despair was palpable beneath his placid tone. What's worse is that my parents are divorced. Can you believe it? Jiang Yubai lifted his head, his eyes reddening visibly as tears swirled within them. They concealed it from me for half a year. Half a year. I always thought I had a happy family and a fulfilling love, but in the end, it was all a facade, and I am left with nothing. I have become a homeless wild child. Suddenly, he smiled at the old man. That smile as pure as a child's innocence. Why is it that I am the only one left in this world? Yet, I do not wish to travel this road alone. Thus, Jiang Yubai's smile grew increasingly radiant, though his gaze remained hauntingly vacant. Could you please just lie here peacefully and not go anywhere, all right? The wind howled through the intersection, chilling to the bone. A boy smiled at him, yet there was not a trace of warmth in that smile. After speaking, Jiang Yubai slowly rose and dashed toward Xinyu's Audi. His hand grasped the door handle of the driver's seat. In that moment, it seemed the old man could hear the roar of the car's engine being ignited. Who knows what a child driven to desperation might do? The old man's hair stood on end. Madman. He's a lunatic. He had come seeking money, not courting death. In one swift motion, he sprang up from the ground, more agile than any youth, and vanished into the crowd like a wisp of smoke. Xinyu watched Jiang Yubai's retreating figure, her mind echoing a single word. Solitude? Xietao gaped in shock, his jaw nearly dropping. Divorce? What divorce? Not far off. Amidst the temporarily halted traffic caused by this upheaval, the rear window of a Bentley quietly lowered. Su Wanyin, also headed to the same residential complex, happened to be caught in the snarl. She leaned out with her delicate features and wide, blinking eyes, her face a canvas of confusion. Breakup? What breakup? Chapter 11. Teacher. Your black stockings are torn. The sky had completely darkened. The dim yellow streetlights replaced the last vestiges of twilight, casting a warm, blurred hue over the intersection. Jiang Yubai certainly noticed Su Wanyin peeking out from the Bentley, yet he feigned ignorance. He took his school uniform from Xinyu, who seemed still dazed from the recent commotion. Jiang Yubai directly opened the back door of the Audi and offered her a perfectly timed smile. Thank you, Teacher Qin. His intentions were unmistakable. One should not refuse a free ride. Xinyu numbly nodded and settled into the driver's seat, her beautiful eyes frequently glancing at Jiang Yubai through the rearview mirror. The door had not fully closed when a crisp, urgent voice called out from behind. Jiang Yubai. The moment he was about to enter the car, he hesitated. To his astonishment, Su Wanyin dashed out of the Bentley, having evidently removed her shoes in the car for comfort. Now, in her desperation, she stood barefoot on the coarse asphalt. Wanyin? Xinyu was startled. She was not only Jiang Yubai's homeroom teacher, but also taught Su Wanyin, and due to their similar ages, she had always maintained a good rapport with the female students. Child, why aren't you wearing shoes? The ground is quite cold. Teacher Qin. Su Wanyin's cheeks flushed crimson, her delicate feet instinctively curling against the ground, a sight that evoked a sense of tenderness. She ignored Xinyu's concern, her tear-filled eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yubai, who had turned his back. The unique fragrance of youth wafted toward him. Her long eyelashes quivered nervously, her gaze brimming with grievance and confusion. Why did you say we broke up? The tips of her ears flushed red, her cheeks burning, desperately seeking an explanation. They had not officially been together, yet today, in front of Zoe Cheng, she had made her feelings abundantly clear. Could that be considered confession? Perhaps not entirely, but the sentiment had been conveyed. Su Wanyin felt completely ensnared by Jiang Yubai's abrupt theatrics. Jiang Yubai regarded her, his expression tranquil as he spoke. My parents have a good relationship. They're not divorced. I'm not alone. What I said earlier was merely an offhand fabrication to deal with that old man. Before he could finish, Su Wanyin eagerly interjected. So we haven't broken up? She blurted out, her mind swirling in chaos. Since their first encounter many years ago at her grandfather's birthday banquet, time had elapsed significantly. Back then, she was a golden canary, carefully sheltered within her family's lavish confines, possessing everything a princess could desire, yet devoid of the joys of childhood. It was he who had led her out of that splendid cage. Unlike the wealthy youths surrounding her, he lacked their feigned, gentlemanly demeanor and innate arrogance. He was remarkably ordinary. Yet Su Wanyin had never concealed her fascination with this ordinariness. She had never known that a 1 yuan ice cream cone from a street vendor could be so sweet. Nor had she realized the allure of the cold noodles from a cart by the school gate. From the day she met him, her world had expanded beyond pianos, ballet, and endless monotony. He had opened the door to a wider life. She still vividly recalled that afternoon, the sun just right, the breeze gentle. That slender boy had shone like a beacon, illuminating her otherwise dreary childhood. Thus, the absence of a breakup could only signify that they were together, right? Su Wanyin's heart raced violently, a surge of warmth flooding her cheeks. She longed to dash home and bury her head deep in her pillow to hide. Today, she had declared in Jiang Yubai's presence that she had someone she liked. and he had just verbally confirmed that they had not broken up. The connection between these two revelations sent her thoughts spiraling. Didn't this mean he accepted her? Yet she hadn't formally confessed today. Did this even count as being together? Ugh, you are truly insufferable. Su Wanyin, utterly flustered, hurled that exclamation and turned to flee, almost tripping in her haste, before darting back into her car. Jiang Yubai gazed at her hasty, retreating figure, finding a certain amusement in the spectacle. It appeared he had said nothing, yet her reaction suggested otherwise. "Ah, let be." He was too indifferent to delve deeper. "Drive," he commanded. Inside the Bentley, a voice as delicate as a whisper, laced with a hint of playful reproach, emerged from Su Wanyin. "Who would cherish being with you?" The Bentley roared to life, swiftly vanishing into the cloak of night. Jiang Yubai, having relinquished his inner turmoil, settled into the rear seat of an Audi. He and Xietao occupied either side, while Qinyu adjusted her posture, fastening her seatbelt, and flipping down the sun visor to touch up her makeup. Through the rearview mirror, she cast a scrutinizing glance at Jiang Yubai, then turned slightly, narrowing her eyes as she assessed him. "You, are lying a common practice for you?" "Nonsense." Jiang Yubai draped his school uniform jacket casually over the passenger seat, his demeanor unruffled. "I never lie." Qinyu, tilting her body, found that the seatbelt accentuated her already alluring curves. Uncomfortable with the position, she shifted back, snapping the sun visor shut with a resounding clap. She huffed softly. "Someone who spouts nonsense doesn't seem to remember promising me that you'd definitely pass the next math exam." The moment Jiang Yubai's math grades were mentioned, the light-hearted mood that had just settled over Qinyu instantly darkened. "Next time for sure." "Huh." She rolled her eyes, responding with feigned indifference, her delicate hand resting on the steering wheel. "Now guide me." Xietao, sitting beside her, dared not breathe a word. He lacked Jiang Yubai's composure. He had witnessed the wrath of Teacher Qin firsthand when he was caught using his phone in class and was truly summoned to meet his parents. Thus, he clutched the overhead handle tightly, bracing for the teacher's chauffeured ride. Just as Qinyu was about to start the car, a thought seemed to strike her. "Jiang Yubai, do you see a paper bag at your feet? This one?" Jiang Yubai bent down to retrieve a brown craft paper bag. "Yes, that's it." Qinyu released her seatbelt, took the bag, and then, before the two students in the back seat, gracefully leaned forward. She elegantly removed her high heels, encased in black stockings, from her delicate ankles. Subsequently, she extracted a pair of white sneakers from the bag. She bent down once more, her lustrous toes slipping into the shoes, the graceful lines of her ankles subtly illuminated in the dim car light. This motion accentuated the exquisite curve of her legs beneath her short skirt. The unique sheen of her black stockings showcased to perfection. "Teacher," Jiang Yubai's calm voice broke the silence. Qinyu, who was just tying her shoelaces, lifted her head, blinking in confusion as she looked at him. "What is the matter?" Jiang Yubai, embodying the essence of an earnest student, his eyes clear and his tone filled with genuine concern, remarked, "Your sock has a hole." He pointed to her ankle, where a distinct black thread had unraveled from the fabric. "It's fraying." Chapter 12. Mischievous old man, tomorrow morning, come to my office. Jiang Yubai paid the price for his indiscretion, albeit a small one. The car was fragrant, imbued with Qinyu's subtle yet lingering scent. Soothing music flowed from the expensive car stereo. Xietao sat rigidly, exuding an air of discomfort, his gaze occasionally darting toward Jiang Yubai, his lips moving. Yet the words remained unspoken. With Teacher Qin present, he found himself at a loss for words. One thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. How did my brother maintain his composure while telling Teacher Qin that her sock was torn? Perhaps he was still too naive. Jiang Yubai chuckled inwardly. If you forever present yourself as the meek student before Qinyu, she will forever remain the exalted Teacher Qin. He feigned ignorance to Xietao's pleading look and dutifully directed Qinyu. Eventually, the vehicle halted at the entrance of a familiar neighborhood. As Jiang Yubai and Xietao prepared to exit, Qinyu unfastened her seatbelt and followed suit. Leaning against a car door, she called out, "Jiang Yubai." He turned back. "Thank you for today." Even the night could not diminish Qinyu's beauty. Her voice was soft, imbued with a touch of warmth. Jiang Yubai waved dismissively, replying, "It's nothing. Just remember to treat me to a meal next time." Who does that to solicit favors? The April night breeze was still somewhat crisp, and Qinyu, wearing only a thin shirt, instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, a smile breaking upon her lips at his jest. "All right, get home safely and don't be late tomorrow. Drive slowly on the way." Jiang Yubai offered in a tone that felt far more casual than a student addressing a teacher. Xietao, watching in astonishment, was bewildered. His vocabulary consisted solely of hello, teacher, and goodbye. Teacher, and this informal farewell exceeded his comprehension, prompting him to nod vacantly, "Goodbye, Teacher Qin." The roar of the engine faded, ultimately disappearing into the night. The day, which felt as long as a lifetime, was finally drawing to a close. It was only after the taillights vanished from sight that Xie Tao, having borne the weight of Teacher Qin's aura throughout the ride, came back to life, delivering a playful slap to Jiang Yubai's back, grinning broadly. "Dude, I honestly thought your parents were getting a divorce just now." Jiang Yubai hummed a tune, his mood visibly buoyant. "My parents are perfectly fine. You're worrying for nothing." "No, it's just that the way you spoke to that old man was too terrifying. I thought you were genuinely going to dig your heels in." Having experienced despair firsthand, Jiang Yubai understood how to replicate it perfectly. After 20 years of being childhood friends, the taste of an unannounced departure was something he knew all too well. Not all. Jiang Yubai stepped through the entrance of a neighborhood, gazing at the familiar flower beds and outlines of buildings, a smile gracing his lips. My good days have only just begun. Jiang Yubai lived in Building 1. Upon entering, he turned left, while Xie Tao resided in Building 2 on the right. As they were about to part ways, Xie Tao couldn't help but grab his arm, whispering, "But, Yubai, I feel like you've changed towards Suwani." Jiang Yubai's thoughts drifted to his long-absent parents, his mind somewhat elsewhere. People must grow up. "So, you no longer like her?" How to put it? Jiang Yubai halted, refraining from providing a direct answer of like or dislike. He glanced up at the night sky, painted a dusky yellow by the city lights, a few stubborn stars twinkling defiantly. Some people are like the stars above, destined to be gazed upon. You cannot, nor should you, think of plucking them. He paused, his tone tranquil as if recounting another tale. To forcibly pluck them, the outcome is invariably twofold. Either you shatter into pieces, or she falls, her brilliance extinguished. It's better to let her remain aloft. It's just fine. Xie Tao, scratching his head in confusion, looked utterly baffled. Not understanding is for the best. Jiang Yubai smiled, patting his shoulder. Time to head home. One stood still, while the other drifted away. Jiang Yubai watched as Xie Tao's figure faded into the glow of another building's lights, then turned to make his way towards his own familiar corridor. The newspaper box on the first floor, still nestled in the wall, a few evening papers inserted within. In a few years, this place will be supplanted by cold, impersonal delivery lockers. The elevator remains in its dilapidated state, creaking as it ascends, as if it has never known youth. Third floor. Jiang Yubai pulled open the fire door that separated the elevator, just as he was about to retrieve his key. Creak. The door swung open. A middle-aged woman, adorned with glasses and an apron, emerged, clutching a bag of rubbish. With gentle motions, she tossed the trash into the green bin at the entrance, only then noticing the ajar wooden door. "Yubai?" Her voice was soft, tinged with surprise. In the next moment, she hurried over in her slippers. "Why haven't you answered your phone? Do you see what time it is?" Though her words carried a hint of reproach, there was no trace of admonition. Her hand instinctively reached for Jiang Yubai's backpack. "Mom." Before him stood a mother so youthful, devoid of the graying hair and stooped shoulders that time would later impose. "Oh dear, what's the matter?" His mother's nagging abruptly ceased as she keenly sensed her son's unease, her free hand gently patting his back. The warmth from her palm and the familiarity of her voice struck him with such intensity that he trembled. The heart that had wandered for half a lifetime found its grounding at this moment. Home at last. Everything from his memories returned. Once the overwhelming emotions subsided, Jiang Yubai awkwardly released his mother. After all, at his age, lingering too long would seem overly sentimental. "Is everything all right?" "Where's Dad?" "In the study. Where else?" Upon mentioning her husband, Jiang Yubai's mother spoke with a hint of resignation. That man, at his core, is just a child who never grew up. Even at over 50 in his previous life, he sneaked off to internet cafes to join young gamers in League of Legends competitions. The family's greatest concern was not his drinking and socializing, but rather his online disputes. That old fellow, both inept and playful, resorts to insults when he can't win. If others retaliate, he can't manage a single comeback, ending up sulking in silence. There were even times when the cafe owner had to call an ambulance to take him from the computer to the hospital. Chapter 13. Shearing away 3,000 worries. So handsome that friends dare not recognize him. Jiang Yubai pushed open the door to his home and immediately spotted his father, Jiang Jiqiang, huddled in a corner of the living room on a single sofa, emanating an aura of "leave me alone, I'm bothered." His mother, Jiang Lan, peeked out from the kitchen, exchanging a knowing glance with him. Understood. His internet-addicted father was too engrossed in gaming to heed his mother's call for dinner, having been physically disconnected from the network. "Dinner's ready," Jiang Lan announced, placing the dishes on the table and setting chopsticks before Jiang Jiqiang. Only then did he shift slightly, reluctantly picking up the chopsticks while muttering under his breath, "Just one last team fight. We VE pushed to the Nexus, and now you've unplugged the internet." I'm going to be reported for idling and lose my credibility points. Eat first. You can defend your nexus after dinner. I need to pick up General Chen tonight. Jiang Jiqiang protested vehemently. This father of his, having transitioned from the military to become a driver for a boss, was steady as a rock behind the wheel and utterly dependable, yet deep down, he harbored the spirit of a perpetual child. When it came to providing for the family, he was serious. However, in his hierarchy of priorities, gaming evidently took precedence over timely meals. All right. Jiang Lan placed a serving of vegetables into his bowl. Eat some carrots. They're good for your eyesight. Don't be upset. I'll buy you that skin you wanted last time. How about that? Jiang Jiqiang's eyes instantly lit up, the previous dissatisfaction evaporating, replaced by surprise. Really? Indeed. Now hurry up and eat. Afterward, take a break. Drive safely tonight. Jiang Lan adeptly soothed her eldest son. Often, Jiang Yubai felt that this household comprised two sons and one mother. Watching his father, so vibrantly alive and pouting over a gaming skin, brought to mind a memory from his past life, when he had rushed to the hospital late at night. Witnessing his father's blood pressure spike from an online dispute, it was a mix of anger, amusement, and heartache. Dad, Jiang Yubai spoke softly, drive slowly tonight. Jiang Jiqiang instantly became alert, placing his bowl on the table, leaning back defensively. I have no money. It's all with your mother. The old man's secret stash was a sum he painstakingly saved from occasional bonuses given by his boss, under the pretense of supporting his gaming endeavors. Yet most had been funneled into League of Legends skins. And Jiang Yubai was the chief thief, frequently pilfering from his gaming fund. If you don't give it to me, I'll unplug the internet. You'll tell on me? Mom will side with me. Thus, Jiang Yubai's sudden concern sounded to Jiang Jiqiang like a clarion call to arms. Jiang Yubai chuckled, having long been away from such childish yet genuine banter. It felt good. He said nothing more, swiftly finishing his meal and retreating to his bedroom. Moments later, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Jiang Yubai. Jiang Lan rushed from the kitchen, her gentle voice laced with the fiery temperament of a middle-aged woman from the mountains. You just finished eating. No showering allowed. The water noise grew louder. Jiang Yubai pretended not to hear. I'm all sweaty. How can I sleep without a shower? Jiang Lan glanced back to see Jiang Jiqiang slipping back into the study, the unplugged internet cable mysteriously reinserted. Jiang Jiqiang, no more playing. Just a little longer. I'm claiming my daily reward and will log off. Jiang Lan sighed, shaking the water off her hands as she returned to the kitchen, muttering, neither of you brings me any peace. Amidst the rising steam, Jiang Yubai stood before the mirror, his damp black hair clinging to his forehead, droplets gliding down his cheeks. The mirror reflected a youthful face, marked with a hint of unrefined innocence, sporting a few soft hairs on his chin. His overly long bangs obscured the sharpness of his features. He cupped water in his hands, sweeping his tousled hair back with a sudden motion. The wet bangs clung to his scalp. A face, defined and complete, was laid bare before the mirror. 18-year-old Jiang Yubai, unmasked. The mist could not conceal the brilliance in his eyes. Devoid of the weariness from his previous life, only the clarity of youth and the depth of adulthood remained. Jiang Yubai gazed at his reflection with dissatisfaction. He dried his hair, donned a loose outfit, and headed to the door to change his shoes. I'm off to get a haircut. At the entrance of the community stood an old, reputable barber shop, and the owner was the same familiar middle-aged man. Jiang Yubai settled into the chair, unable to endure the sight of his unkempt hair in the mirror. In his past life, Su Wanyin had personally transformed him from scruffy boy into the most sought-after heartthrob at school. She would often kiss his eyes and say, I'd love to conceal those beautiful eyes. In this new life, this awakening must begin with himself. Boss, trim the sides short, thin out the top, and cut the bangs to above my eyebrows. The barber paused momentarily before smiling. All right, as you wish. Snip, snip. The stray hairs fell away, revealing the features that had been shrouded. As the proprietor set down his clippers and scissors, a few eager young apprentices gathered around, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Master, your skills are truly exceptional, and the young man is simply too handsome. Jiang Yubai gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a smile blooming on his face, revealing a delicate dimple. He appeared refreshing and immaculate, his sharp brows and eyes accentuating his charm. Boss, please hand me another bottle of mousse. And could you also tidy up my beard? How much do I owe you? As Jiang Yubai stepped out of the barber shop, clutching a bottle of mousse, he felt as though he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, he could finally rest easy. The following morning, as was his routine, Xie Tao waited at the entrance of the community for Jiang Yubai, the sunlight stretching his shadow long. A figure emerged leisurely from the complex, the morning light casting a golden halo around him, and the simple school uniform he wore made him appear as if he had just stepped out of a television drama. Here, My mother made you one too, Jiang Yubai cheerfully offered, extending a boiled egg. Xietao was momentarily struck dumb, accepting the egg as his gaze roved over Jiang Yubai, his mouth opening and closing in disbelief. Finally, with a strangely incredulous tone, he exclaimed, "Whoa, Yubai, you seem to be getting even more handsome than me." Chapter 14. Life's two great tragedies. There are two great tragedies in life. Your friend finds love behind your back, and your friend becomes handsome while you remain the same. Xietao was currently experiencing the latter. He circled Jiang Yubai 3 times, muttering as if possessed. "Something's off. This is just not right. How come we looked so similar yesterday? How did you secretly evolve overnight?" He insisted, "No way. You have to take me to see your Tony teacher after school. I want my hair styled like an adult's too." Witnessing his best friend's sudden elevation in looks and demeanor due to a mere hairstyle, Xietao felt a severe lack of confidence. He firmly believed that a simple change in hairstyle could make him stunning as well. Unfortunately, some things are predetermined from birth. Xietao's features were not unpleasing. However, his cheeks were too gaunt, failing to support his bone structure. This lad had a peculiar physique. No matter how much he ate, he could not gain a single ounce, let alone possess the deep, captivating eyes that could exude charm. Jiang Yubai chose to ignore him. Engaging with Xietao was like conversing with a relentless barrage of words. He was a veritable human comment section. Instead, Jiang Yubai walked quietly down the morning streets. As a senior high school student, he needed to leave by 6:30 to attend early study sessions. The morning mist in the mountainous city had yet to disperse, enveloping the world in a unique dampness and coolness, akin to a delicate veil. In his previous life, he had plunged into the steel jungle of Shanghai for Su Wanin. It had been far too long since he had felt the refreshing humidity of his hometown. The streets were sparsely populated, with only a few breakfast stalls emitting steam. The thin mist seeped into his nostrils with each breath, clinging to his skin and bringing a sense of refreshment. This was the essence of home, comfortable and liberating. As Jiang Yubai walked, Xietao finally quieted down a bit, trailing beside him. He observed his friend's thick, dark hair and found it amusing. Who would have thought that the once vibrant and talkative Xietao would become reticent in the future due to premature baldness? Only when intoxicated would he lament, clutching his collar, "My hair." And in those moments, Jiang Yubai would join him, holding a bottle and wailing, "Damn Su Wanin. 2 brothers, 2 kinds of suffering." Jiang Yubai vowed never to cry out for that name again in this lifetime. Yet, his friend's hair was a fate etched in his genes, and there was nothing he could do. He could only wait until Xietao went bald and accompany him for a few more drinks. Jiang Yubai looked at his friend's current hair volume with a twinge of sympathy. Suddenly, Xietao perked up. "See, you also think I do look handsome with a haircut, right? Cherish it." Jiang Yubai couldn't bear to reveal the harsh reality of the future and merely patted his shoulder gently. Today, he did not wish to take the bus. He wanted to reacquaint himself with the mountain city he had been away from for over a decade. Cherish? Cherish what? Xietao paused for a moment. Then comprehension dawned on him. True, we should treasure these final moments of our senior year. His tone grew somber. After all, once we enter university, we might no longer be in the same city. Jiang Yubai could reliably score over 600, while Xietao struggled at the 500 mark. The 100-point chasm represented the distance between their future universities. Jiang Yubai smiled knowingly. He was aware that Xietao would later move to Shanghai, and they would indeed be separated for quite some time. It was not until after university that their paths would cross again in society. Observing the youthful confusion and anxiety on Xietao's face, he arrived at the bus stop. "You should take the bus to school." Jiang Yubai recognized that Xietao was reluctant to walk. He feared being left behind. This boy, who had lost his mother at a young age, was most terrified of abandonment. Thus, he clung to every moment to study and catch up. In his past life, Xietao's efforts bore fruit, as he unexpectedly scored 603 on the college entrance exam. He could have entered Qing University with them, but ultimately went to Shanghai under his own persuasion due to family circumstances. "I worry about you being alone. Go on. Study well." Jiang Yubai's voice was gentle, and with only 2 months left until the exam, no one could guarantee that a diligent and earnest friend wouldn't create a miracle. "All right, I'm off. See you tonight." Xietao nodded vigorously and took a few steps onto the bus. "See you tonight." Starting tonight, they would have evening study sessions. Jiang Yubai strolled slowly along familiar streets. The terrain of the mountain city was winding and intricate, occasionally revealing stone steps leading to unknown destinations. Had this route not been etched in his youth for 6 years, he would have no doubt become lost. The fantastical 3D city lived up to its name. Approaching the school, the flow of traffic began to thicken. Jiang Yubai contemplated visiting the noodle shop by the roadside to savor the authentic mountain city noodles. A familiar Bentley cruised past him. Behind the window, an absent-minded silhouette stared vacantly outside. When Jiang Yubai's figure caught her eye, her expression lit up instantly. "Ah, Yubai, you got a haircut." Su Wanyin came alive with excitement. "Uncle Lu, stop. Pull over quickly. My classmate is over there. I need to go find him." "Of course, Mississippi." The car came to a steady halt by the roadside. A pair of white casual shoes touched the ground. Fitted jeans accentuated the length and straightness of her legs, while a simple white shirt further highlighted her graceful figure. She hurriedly grabbed the white backpack Jiang Yubai had gifted her, matching his own. "Jiang Yubai." Jiang Yubai halted, losing any intention of eating noodles. He turned around, neither dodging nor quickening his pace. "Jiang Yubai." A waft of unique, youthful fragrance enveloped him as Su Wanyin reached him. Her white backpack perched on her back, accentuating her slender form. She was slightly breathless, her flawless fair complexion radiating the freshness of youth. Those beautiful eyes remained fixed on Jiang Yubai's newly styled hair, particularly those clear and profound orbs now free from the veil of bangs. A sudden flutter of anxiety gripped her heart, compelling her to instinctively tuck away a stray lock of hair and cautiously steal another glance at him. Her voice carried an almost imperceptible hint of grievance and playful reproach. "Can you not hear me calling you?" Though initially she felt a twinge of irritation, the sight of his face instantly dissipated her annoyance. Last night, upon returning home, she had dashed barefoot into her bedroom, throwing herself into the embrace of her pink duvet. Her delicate feet restlessly beat against the bed, while her head was buried deep in the pillow, feeling as if her cheeks were hot enough to fry an egg. After some time of tossing and turning, she finally sat up, her hair a chaotic mess, fixated on the screen of her phone. The minutes ticked by agonizingly. Why hasn't he messaged me yet? Chapter 15. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" The entire night passed without a single flicker from her phone screen. Frustrated, Su Wanyin tossed her phone aside and forced herself to study. Yet, all those formulas and words transformed into Jiang Yubai's indifferent face in her mind. "This won't do. I can't concentrate." She resolutely closed her book, took a shower, and flopped onto her soft bed. Seizing the large pillow Jiang Yubai had once won for her and giving a couple of good thumps. The pillow remained silent, yet her sense of grievance only deepened. It was unclear how long she tossed and turned before finally drifting off to sleep, filled with frustration. Upon awakening the next day, the first thing she did was reach for her phone. The chat window remained utterly devoid of messages. "You big bad guy. Suvanjin Khaf Gwayitli. I'm not going. I absolutely refuse to go pick him up this morning. Does he think I'm without temper?" Thus, she sat absent-mindedly in her car, gazing out at the fleeting scenery beyond the window. It was then that a familiar figure unexpectedly entered her line of sight. It was him. Initially, Su Wanyin believed she could maintain her composure. After all, he had acted aloof all day yesterday, so today, she would be the unbothered Wanyin. Even if she saw him, she would pretend not to. But wait, had he cut his hair? In that instant, all her mental fortifications crumbled. What was this? Her defenses hadn't even been properly established, and here he was, advancing towards her like a handsome battleship. She had intended to confront him. Yet upon seeing his sharply defined profile, her irritation evaporated like mist. Yubai's eyes were truly captivating. Su Wanyin had discovered this secret at a young age. His eyes were the brightest stars she had ever encountered. This was also why she had never been able to genuinely stay angry with Jiang Yubai throughout her life. Every time they had a spat, the moment she gazed into those eyes, all her grievances and fury would self-dissolve. She recalled a childhood incident when Jiang Yubai insisted on carrying her up a dirt slope, only to lose his footing, resulting in them both tumbling down. He was tough and unscathed, but she had bumped her nose on the ground, tears welling in her eyes as she felt her face was about to be ruined. Pouting, she was about to burst into tears when she saw Jiang Yubai rush over, his face filled with concern, his expressive eyes brimming with guilt and worry. Su Wanyin managed to stifle her tears. She didn't cry. Instead, she obediently took his hand and continued walking, only to later realize she was sobbing in her mother's embrace, exclaiming, "Mom, Wanyin is going to be disfigured." Even as her family panicked, she foolishly lied, claiming she had tripped, bearing the brunt of the blame for Jiang Yubai. From a young age, she had been Jiang Yubai's devoted admirer. Whenever any elder teased her, "Wanyin, which little friend is the most handsome?" she would unhesitatingly reply, "Jiang Yubai is the best looking." Because of this, the bond between their families, originally just a matter of the older generation, grew as close as that of relatives due to her fondness. On the street, the city awakened in the morning light. Suvanyin kuitli valkit beside vank Yubai, her ear subli frushit. Just like when they were children, she always trailed behind him. Yet, she was unsure when it had shifted, with her rising in prominence while he began to follow in her wake. However, She didn't particularly like that version of him. She held no aversion to following him. Not at all. Yet, seeing him continuously ignore her greetings made Su Wanyin slow her pace. She stopped in her tracks, her fingers nervously entwined, gazing at the rising sun as her grievances ballooned. She sniffled and pouted, feeling a surge of emotion. Jiang Yubai, why are you ignoring me again? Walking ahead, Jiang Yubai may indeed be a villain. His heart bore no thoughts of repaying kindness for grievances. Only the harshness of reality remained. In a past life, you left without warning, plunging my life into despair. In this lifetime, I wish only to live for myself, not to burden myself further. As for your thoughts and feelings, they concern me not. In a past life, who cared for my feelings? Jiang Yubai continued his stride, silently moving towards the school gate 300 meters away, treating the girl behind him as though she were mere air. That indifference was colder than yesterday in the classroom, like an invisible ice blade, piercing Su Wanyin's heart and bringing her to the brink of tears. How could he be so difficult to appease? She finally realized that everything from last night had been her one-sided wishful thinking. Her veiled confession had left him unmoved. The sweetness of morning memories stood in stark contrast to the cruelty of the present. Was the amiable, open-hearted version of him truly the same as the cold, terrifying figure before her? Su Wanyin bit her lip hard, all words lodged in her throat. How infuriating! She glared at Jiang Yubai's retreating figure, finally grasping the seriousness of the situation. This was not mere discord, it was a rupture. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more wronged she felt, and her eyes instantly reddened. She fought back her tears, but her temper erupted at that moment. Su Wanyin pouted and hurriedly stepped in front of Jiang Yubai, a waft of fragrant indignation trailing behind her. She abruptly turned, glaring at him with reddened eyes, and pronounced each word with fervor. Your new haircut is horrid. Having said that, she whirled around and dashed into the school gate, like a startled fawn, desperate to hide the tears threatening to spill over. Jiang Yubai paused momentarily, the corners of his mouth curving into a smirk. Horrid? Unfazed, he walked into the school, following Qin Yu's instructions from the previous night. Jiang Yubai did not enter the classroom upon arrival, but headed directly to her office. He found an empty seat, pulled out his math workbook, and quietly began to tackle the problems. In the office, the clock on the wall ticked steadily. The crisp sound of high heels approached, and Qin Yu arrived, somewhat delayed. Today, she wore brand new black stockings that perfectly outlined her long, graceful legs, paired with a sharp black blazer and a white shirt that hugged her curves just right. Holding her teaching materials, she pushed open the office door and immediately spotted a boy quietly seated next to her desk, his head bowed. Dressed in a casual printed long-sleeve shirt, though his face was obscured, his effortless charm was undeniably captivating. A hint of confusion flickered across Qin Yu's attractive features. She instinctively tapped the doorframe lightly at the entrance of her office. Talp. Clutching a book, she blinked her beautiful eyes and tentatively inquired, Hello. May I ask who you are? Chapter 16. An invitation from a youth after school tutoring. A hairstyle can indeed reshape a person's demeanor. If the earlier bowl-cut bangs still carried a hint of high school innocence for Jiang Yubai now, dressed in a casual long-sleeve shirt free from the constraints of a school uniform, he exuded a compelling calmness that entirely shed his student aura. He sat quietly in the office, focused and serene, giving Qin Yu, who entered, the impression that she had walked into the wrong scene. This was no student. He resembled a newly arrived young colleague. Talp. The sound of high heels paused at the doorway. Qin Yu, holding her lesson plan, instinctively tapped twice on the doorframe with her fair fingers. She blinked her misty, beautiful eyes, her tone tinged with polite inquiry. Hello, may I ask who you are? Upon hearing this question, Jiang Yubai set down his pen. He lifted his gaze, an eyebrow arched, and a smile blossomed in his deep-set eyes, instantly dispelling the earlier aloofness. Old Qin, where's my school uniform? He had left his uniform jacket in her passenger seat the previous day in his haste. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Then realization dawned upon her. You cut your hair? Jiang Yubai gestured toward his attire, succinctly stating, school uniform. Oh, right. Qin Yu glanced at her bag, and then at the breakfast she held, the connection finally clicking into place. Oh dear. She remembered his uniform was in the back seat of her car that morning, yet she completely forgot after parking. Their eyes met, and the air fell silent for 2 seconds. All right, you can't blame me for this today. Jiang Yubai calmly stood up, gentlemanly granting her passage to her desk. The school enforced strict regulations regarding appearance. Being caught without a uniform by the disciplinary committee would result in points being deducted from the class. Deductions meant the homeroom teacher would face a fine. Of course, this minor financial concern was likely insignificant to Qin Yu. Talp. A waft of elegant fragrance swept by as her flawless legs, encased in sheer black stockings, moved gracefully. Chinyu, stepping back in her position in high heels, had barely warmed her chair before her thoughts drifted away from the uniform. She gestured for Jiang Yubai to take a seat, her discerning gaze honing in on the topic that had troubled her throughout the night. Yubai, how do you feel about this math test? This question had been posed countless times by Chinyu. Each time, Jiang Yubai confidently patted his chest, assuring her he would do well. Yet every time she received the report card, she wanted to point at the abysmal scores and ask him, "Is this your idea of testing the teacher? Which teacher could withstand such scrutiny?" Thus, after each test, Jiang Yubai would find himself standing in the office for a week, listening to her indignantly pound the table. "I don't know, it didn't go well." Jiang Yubai reflected on the hour-long frenzy of writing and offered a sincere reply. It should float around the passing mark. Hearing the first half of his response, Qin Yu's heart sank, as expected. But upon hearing the latter half, she was momentarily stunned. "Passing? You mean you managed to score 90? Are you saying you underperformed and barely passed in math? You little rascal, did you even pass?" The bravado he displayed was hard to believe. "If you manage to pass, I'll immediately head to Jintai Temple to express my gratitude, kneeling thrice before the Bodhisattva for finally enlightening you." Qin Yu's lips moved with a hint of resentment. Jiang Yubai's brow arched slightly, and the smile at the corner of his mouth faded a touch. Furthermore, Qin Yu pressed her lips together, her expression turning serious. "The principal called me yesterday. He asked whether you would consider repeating the year. With your current stable score of 600, if you could elevate your math score from the 40s or 50s to at least 80, there would still be a chance for Tsinghua or Peking University." She paused to add, "I'm merely relaying this, not offering any opinions. The path is yours. The teacher only hopes you won't regret it in the future." Jiang Yubai remained silent. He leisurely opened the plastic bag on Qin Yu's desk, retrieving a still-warm meat bun, and took a big bite, his deep eyes fixed on her. "Old Qin, what if I actually pass math?" Qin Yu, observing his casual demeanor as if he were in his own dining room, felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. This boy's eyes, now styled differently, seemed even more captivating. She awkwardly averted her gaze, pulled out a tissue, and gently dabbed at her lips, which had not touched anything. Jiang Yubai admired her full, luscious red lips and the hint of awkwardness on her fair face, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he proposed his condition. "If I pass in math, you will personally escort me to university, regardless of where I end up." Qin Yu crumpled the tissue into a ball and tossed it into the wastebasket beside her leg. Turning back, she met Jiang Yubai's clear and confident gaze, momentarily taken aback, before smiling in return. There was a glimmer of elegance in her long, beautiful eyes, mingled with a hint of rising ambition. "All right, if you truly manage to pass in math during the college entrance examination, not only will I escort you, but I shall carry you there on a grand palanquin. Deal?" Jiang Yubai suddenly extended his pinky, winking at her, his mature demeanor revealing a trace of youthful mischief. "You little rascal. How old are you to still be playing this childish game?" Qin Yu chided, yet after a moment's hesitation, she raised her own pinky, adorned with exquisite red nail polish. The moment their fingertips touched, a delicate, cool sensation made her heart skip a beat. "Deal, you little rascal." Their pinkies gently pressed together, and Jiang Yubai promptly released his grip. "Is it settled then?" All right, settled." Qin Yu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, watching as Jiang Yubai picked up the books and pens from the desk and prepared to leave. She called out Jiang Yubai about the repeating year. "I don't need to repeat." Jiang Yubai slung his backpack over one shoulder, his figure exuding a carefree air. "Oh, understood." Qin Yu nodded, never imposing her will on her students. As Jiang Yubai reached the door, his hand resting on the doorknob, he paused. Turning back, his gaze held a deeper significance. "I have confidence in us, Teacher Qin. You should too." He recalled how she had always vowed to teach him math well. Qin Yu felt a pang of uncertainty at his gaze. These days, his math scores had nearly driven her to self-doubt. She nodded, somewhat dazed. "All right, then. After school this afternoon, wait for me in the office. Will you help me with math tutoring?" Chapter 17. "Teacher, I entrust myself to you." In the office, at the entrance, Jiang Yubai stood tall, his clear eyes reflecting a purity typical of a student, as if his earlier words had genuinely come from a diligent learner. Qin Yu nodded, her tone tinged with satisfaction. "Your initiative to learn math truly delights me as a teacher. In the future, should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me at the office, even during the weekend. This is indeed a delightful surprise." "So it is settled then." Jiang Yubai nodded with alacrity, even ambitiously sketching out a timetable. "School ends at 5:40 on Saturday afternoon, and we can study together until 10 that evening. After a leisurely sleep in the next day, we shall reconvene in the office at 2 in the afternoon." His mathematics skills are in dire need of a proficient mentor to rescue him. Have we made an agreement? Excitement sparkled in Jiang Yubai's eyes. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback by his sudden fervor for learning. Has this boy undergone a transformation? She blinked in confusion, attributing it to her own teaching finally making a profound impact, and nodded appreciatively. Very well, Teacher Qin, I shall entrust myself to you. Jiang Yubai left this poignant statement behind, turning the doorknob with flair and exiting. In the office, Qin Yu stood frozen for a moment, and, after a few seconds, a long-lost sense of determination ignited within her. She clenched her fair hand into a fist, cheering herself on. Yes, I shall take on this challenge. Qin Yu's office is situated at the west end of the 5th floor of the teaching building, while Class 3 of the senior year is located at the east end. Just a corridor apart, Jiang Yubai quickly devoured the bun in his hand and ambled toward the classroom at a leisurely pace. In those short few meters, he felt akin to a newly arrived panda at a zoo, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, examined and marveled at. Several passing girls even turned their heads in unison after brushing past him, their eyes fixated on his retreating figure. Who is that handsome guy? Is he from our school? He seems to be from Class 3. I had never noticed it before. His tidy short hair and his sharply defined sideburns accentuated his facial features, rendering them strikingly distinct, shedding all traces of youthful innocence typical of high schoolers. The effortless composure he exuded, combined with his upright stature and the slight curve of his lips while walking, coalesced into a unique charm straddling the line between boyhood and manhood. As Jiang Yubai's figure appeared at the classroom entrance, the din of the class seemed to be abruptly paused. Zheng Xiaoyi felt her heart skip a beat. Almost immediately, she heard a suppressed, furious scoff beside her. Turning her head in bewilderment, she saw her best friend, Su Wanyin, biting her lip tightly, her pen almost piercing through the draft paper in her grasp. Zheng Xiaoyi's gaze instinctively followed the figure. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a golden halo around him as he steadily descended from the podium. Making his way to the back of the classroom, Zheng Xiaoyi struggled to swallow, feeling her throat dry. Jiang Yubai, she whispered in disbelief. How has he become so handsome? Handsome? He looks utterly hideous. Su Wanin's tone bore a hint of petulance. Zheng Xiaoyi couldn't resist sneaking another glance at the already seated Jiang Yubai, then at her friend, who was fuming yet still strikingly beautiful. Suddenly, she felt as though the scene was straight out of an idol drama. She couldn't help but gently nudge Su Wanin with her elbow. Hey, you haven't won him over yet? Win him over? I'll win him over, not a chance. Su Wanin retorted defiantly, though her peripheral vision couldn't help but dart towards the back row. Jiang Yubai was laughing and chatting with Xie Tao, completely oblivious to her presence. And that carefree demeanor only fueled her frustration further. I no longer wished to acknowledge him. Really? Zhang Xiaoyi teased her purposefully, that I might just pursue him, you know? He is so handsome, it would be a shame to miss out. You dare. Su Wanin reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly flaring up. Her beautiful eyes wide with fury, her breathing quickening. Xiaoyi, you're provoking me. Such a strong reaction. Zheng Xiaoyi's heart sank, and she quickly wrapped her arm around Su Wanin's, pleading for mercy. All right, I was just joking, don't be angry. Yet, Su Wanin's grievances were not so easily quelled. Her nose tinged with a sense of bitterness. Her eyes brimmed with tears that fell uncontrollably, only to be swiftly wiped away. She abruptly turned her head towards the window, wishing to ignore everyone. Just then, the language teacher entered, clutching teaching materials. Who is on duty today? Why hasn't the blackboard been wiped? The teacher's gaze swept across the classroom, landing on Su Wanin. Wanin, come up and wipe the blackboard. Ah, yes, of course. Su Wanin could only sniffle, suppressing all her emotions, and under the scrutiny of the entire class, walked towards the podium with a heart heavy with unexpressed tears. The morning passed swiftly amidst the flipping of pages. Jiang Yubai absorbed the familiar, yet unfamiliar knowledge like a sponge, as the memories of his past life intertwined with his present focus, enveloping him in an extraordinary state of efficiency. After lunch, the head of the grade posted the freshly minted second mock exam results on the wall at the front of the classroom. Instantly, a throng surged forward like a tide. What the? Xie Tao at the front let out a thunderous exclamation, abruptly turning his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd, landing squarely on the calm figure absorbed in reading at the back. Yubai, you sly dog. 90 points. You barely passed in math. Those words detonated like thunder, causing an uproar in Class 3. Jiang Yubai, who had consistently dominated the top of the language rankings, had somehow managed to pass in mathematics, a subject where he typically hovered around 50 or 60 points. The entire classroom erupted, while at the eye of the storm, Jiang Yubai merely closed his book calmly and stood to fetch water. He navigated through the noisy throng, his gaze unwavering, passing by Su Wanin's seat. The girl instinctively looked up, her eyes, which had just settled, now filled with shock, anticipation, and a hint of barely perceptible hope. She expected him to pause, to share this unprecedented joy with her, as he once did. However, he did not. Jiang Yubai's figure did not waver, moving past her as if she were an insignificant stranger. That indifference was more painful than any outright rejection. Su Wanin felt her heart ache. He wasn't like this before. Watching that resolute back, her eyes reddened once more, her lips pressed tightly together. She wanted to cry. Su Wanin bit her lip hard, finally having to lower her head, forcing herself not to look any longer. Zheng Xiaowei, observing this scene, felt a pang of sympathy mixed with helplessness. Wanin, you're holding your paper upside down. Chinese 141, English 142, Math 90, Comprehensive Science 284. Total score 657. Jiang Yubai glanced at the numbers on the score sheet, his expression placid and undisturbed, then turned and returned to his seat, not lingering on anyone for even a moment. Su Wanin finally couldn't hold back any longer. Raising her head the instant he turned away, in her line of sight, the figure made his way back to the back row of the classroom. Without a hint of hesitation, he sat down. Jiang Yubai settled back into his own world. The entanglements of love had drained all his passion in his past life. In this life, only the sound of the pen gliding across paper could make him feel truly alive. He eagerly absorbed the knowledge from his textbooks, where the hazy remnants of past memories fused with his heightened concentration, making him feel like a child newly endowed with divine powers, impatient to explore the limits of his newfound strength. 59 days remained before the final examination. For many, this represents the last chance in life, and perhaps the most equitable opportunity for a leap forward. He vividly recalls his first interview in his previous life at a prestigious Fortune 500 company, where 79 graduates from elite universities vied for merely 3 positions. Ultimately, they selected one candidate with the highest score and 2 others with formidable backgrounds. In the realm of adulthood, decisions are dictated solely by the weighing of advantages and disadvantages, with fairness cast aside. You may possess excellence, but never to the extent of being irreplaceable. This was the final remark delivered by the HR representative when he was rejected. Thus, in this lifetime, he was determined to become that irreplaceable individual. The crisp sound of high heels clicking against the floor grew closer, yet it failed to rouse Jiang Yubai from the depths of his physics problems. Only when enveloped by a familiar fragrance did he awaken. Qin Yu stood beside his desk, bending slightly with a semblance of a smile, her voice lowered. Jiang, I was just contemplating how to commend you, yet upon entering the classroom, I find you engrossed in physics during my math class. Have you forgotten what I mentioned yesterday? At the moment she laid eyes upon the score of 90 on the report card, Qin Yu was indeed momentarily stunned. She scrutinized the paper, confirming the score 3 times before managing to contain her excitement, the corners of her eyes and brows lifting with joy, a glimmer of hope. She even considered whisking Jiang Yubai to her office to have him tackle another exam, curious whether this was a stroke of genius or a mere fluke. However, that fervent anticipation was abruptly doused with cold water. This fellow, having just shown improvement in math, had already shifted his affections elsewhere. Qin Yu's sudden proximity rendered the highly focused Jiang Yubai rigid. Was this an ambush? Confused, he looked up, locking eyes with Qin Yu's penetrating gaze, and immediately realized his predicament. Flustered, he hastily shoved the physics book into his desk and swiftly retrieved a math practice book, executing the motions seamlessly as if nothing had transpired. Qin Yu was amused by his guilty demeanor, yet surprisingly, she refrained from reprimanding him. Instead, she extended her fair hand, the tips adorned with meticulously applied red nail polish, and lightly tapped his math book. Don't forget about the weekend tutoring. If you're late or skip, I shall call your parents. With that, she straightened up and returned to the podium. Once the flame of hope is ignited, it is not easily extinguished. Scoring 90 this time means striving for 100 next, and aiming for 120 in the college entrance examination is not a mere dream. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu suppressed her unrealistic fantasies, refocusing her gaze on Jiang Yubai's paper. With a score of 71 in multiple choice and merely 19 in the long answer section, luck played too significant a role. The college entrance examination cannot be a gamble on fortune. Nevertheless, it was undeniably a splendid beginning. Qin Yu clenched her fist, mentally encouraging herself. Qin Yu, you can do this. You will elevate his math skills. Jiang Yubai, you better pull your weight too. In the front row, Zheng Xiaowei and Su Wanin observed the commotion in the back. Su Wanin, noticing her best friend's gaze, felt her cheeks flush and quickly turned her head away. Chin raised defiantly, muttering under her breath, If he doesn't apologize first, I want to acknowledge him. Chapter 18, Apologies, we're just classmates. The threat of a phone call to his parents did not concern Jiang Yubai in the slightest. Not only would he not be bothered by a phone call, but even if his parents stormed the school, he would remain unfazed. After all, he was the one who had proactively suggested the tutoring. His enthusiasm surpassed that of anyone else. As Qin Yu returned to the podium, Jiang Yubai resignedly lifted his head, his gaze fixed on her, deciding to dutifully endure the rest of the lesson. Yet, he soon succumbed to slumber. The biological clock of his body was indeed intriguing. While he felt invigorated during self-study, the repercussions of his late-night studying rushed in as soon as the teacher began to lecture. Qin Yu's melodious voice, at that moment, became the ultimate lullaby. Qin Yu nearly crushed the piece of chalk in her hand. You, Jiang Yubai, instead of tackling physics problems, you choose to sleep? Just how much do you detest mathematics? A disdain for math equates to a disdain for the math teacher. In essence, you detest me. She silently berated him, but ultimately refrained from waking him with chalk. Merely noting it mentally. Just wait. During weekend tutoring, you'll see how I handle you. If you score in the 50s or 60s, I shall have quite the conversation with your parents. 30 minutes later, as the course review neared its conclusion, Qin Yu intentionally reserved a few minutes to announce an extracurricular matter. She descended the podium step by step, her figure coming to a halt beside Jiang Yubai's desk. You're sleeping so soundly. Xie Tao reacted swiftly, elbowing Jiang Yubai under the desk. Jiang Yubai jolted awake instantly. A cool, unfeeling voice echoed in his ear. Everyone, please settle down. Jiang Yubai's vision shifted from drowsy to alert. Upon turning his head, he was met with a stunningly beautiful face mere inches away. Instinctively, he offered an innocent smile. Qin Yu, however, did not acknowledge him. She crossed her arms, her index finger rhythmically tapping on her smooth arm. With less than 2 months until the college entrance examination, tomorrow is the unified health checkup. Blood tests and ultrasounds will be conducted, so no evening self-study today. Everyone should return home early to rest. Remember, no late-night studying tonight and no breakfast tomorrow morning. We'll assemble at the school gate at 7:30 a.m. A bus will be provided. She paused, her gaze finally descending to rest on his just-awakened face. Jiang Yubai, you will stay behind to clean. The rest of you may leave if there are no questions. Jiang Yubai pointed to himself. Me again? Qin Yu retorted. Did you not sleep through class again today? Jiang Yubai had no retort. Once Qin Yu concluded and returned to the podium, the classroom erupted into the cacophony of dismissal. Xie Tao discreetly nudged Jiang Yubai, whispering, Hey, old Qin is quite the catch. Too bad we're graduating soon. Where will we find such an enchanting teacher in college? Jiang Yubai merely smiled. He tidied up the classroom once more. Today, Su Wanyin did not enact any petty dramas. As soon as the dismissal bell rang, she stood up, tossing her empty yogurt container into the back of the classroom. As she passed Jiang Yubai, she shot him a fierce glare, emitting a cold huff from her nose, and walked away without looking back. She naively believed that as long as Jiang Yubai recognized his mistake and apologized, they could return to their former friendship. Unfortunately, Jiang Yubai's thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere. The following morning, at 7:30 a.m., the school gate was already bustling with students clad in their uniforms. Classes gathered in succession, preparing to board buses heading to the hospital. After counting heads, Qin Yu led the students from class 3 toward one of the buses. She clapped her hands to draw everyone's attention. Today, she had exchanged her usual sharp suit for an elegant red dress, complemented by sheer nude stockings and a simple black headband, radiating poise and grace. Once on the bus, feel free to sit anywhere, but do not make noise. Upon arrival at the hospital, follow instructions and maintain silence and order. After the examination, hand the health check form to the class monitor, remember our license plate number, and gather back on this vehicle. We will return to school together once everyone is finished, understood? She clutched a thick stack of blank health check forms and began to call out names for distribution. Jiang Yubai, Su Wanyin, and Xie Tao, due to their closely matched scores in the high school entrance examination, naturally received their forms in sequential order. Xie Tao boarded the bus first, followed by Su Wanyin, and finally Jiang Yubai. When it was his turn, Qin Yu didn't forget to inquire about his studies. Did you understand yesterday's math paper? If there are any unclear parts, remember to ask me. All right, I will. Jiang Yubai nodded with a smile. As he stepped onto the bus, Yubai, over here. Xie Tao had already claimed a spot in the back row, standing up and waving enthusiastically at him. In the row ahead of Xie Tao sat Su Wanyin, her gaze fixed on the window, the empty seat beside her conveying a demeanor of aloofness, yet inviting him to sit. If Jiang Yubai obediently took a seat next to her, she would graciously forgive him. Unfortunately, Jiang Yubai did not cast even a glance in her direction. He walked straight to the back row and settled next to Xie Tao with swift and decisive movements. Su Wannin's profile, gazing out at the scenery, instantly stiffened. Once all the classmates had boarded, the bus slowly started. Soon, Jiang Yubai was joined by several girls from the science class. Yubai, are we going to have blood drawn today? Xietao asked. It says on the health check form that blood will be drawn. And we also need to have a CT scan. A girl leaned over to reply. The topic was easily opened. The eyes of several girls were almost glued to Jiang Yubai. Yubai, you cut your hair. It looks really good. Jiang Yubai joked, so, does that mean I looked truly ugly before? Not at all. You always look good. He was no longer the taciturn youth, but was delighted to banter with these old classmates from his memories. Su Wannin sat in the front row, listening to the waves of laughter and joy from behind, her heart tightening with a sense of suffocation. In the past, his warmth was reserved solely for her. He was indifferent towards everyone else. Now, he was warm towards all, while she was treated with the coldness of a stranger. Just then, a bright-eyed girl, full of curiosity, looked between the front and back rows and suddenly asked, Jiang Yubai, there's been talk at school for a long time about you and Wannin. Are you two really a couple? Su Wannin's body jolted, and she was about to indignantly turn around to retort that she was not with him. However, Jiang Yubai's voice was quicker and more resolute. No, she's just my classmate from elementary, middle, and high school. He paused before adding, that's all. Su Wannin felt as if the entire world had dimmed in that instant. Her eyes quickly reddened, and unable to contain herself, she buried her head in her best friend Jiang Yui's shoulder, biting her lip fiercely to stifle her sobs, only managing to suppress a muffled whimper in her throat. When the bus arrived at the hospital, she bolted off the bus like a frightened rabbit, hiding in a secluded corner. The happiness on the bus belonged to them, while she was confined to this shadowy nook. After a lengthy period of comforting from Jiang Yubai, Su Wannin finally lifted her tear-swollen eyes, her expression filled with unprecedented despondency and confusion. Xiaowei, does Yubai really not like me anymore? Chapter 19. The one who loves you most often understands you best. In the shadows cast by the trees, the spring breeze carried a hint of chill. Su Wannin hid in this dim corner, resembling a forsaken little creature. She was not a fool. The one who loves you most often understands you best. She could distinctly feel that Jiang Yubai had changed. This transformation was not merely a result of childish anger. In the past, when he was upset, he would sulk, deliberately avoiding her gaze. Yet his eyes were still filled with her. Now, however, there was truly nothing of her in his eyes. Jiang Yubai's sheer indifference sent waves of panic coursing through her heart. His attitude felt like a silent inquiry. What did you go wrong? And she, perplexed, clenched her small fists, wondering, where did I go wrong? Now you finally understand how he felt before, don't you? Jiang Xiaowei observed her best friend with a mixture of frustration and concern. Wannin, weren't you like that before? Always acting as if Jiang Yubai was just a classmate, pushing him away. Jiang Xiaowei sometimes felt anxiety watching Su Wannin recklessly test the limits of her own heart. Which young boy could endure such repeated trials? But I just wanted, Su Wannin silently chanted in her heart, I just wanted him to care more about me. He doesn't like this at all, does he? Jiang Xiaowei sighed. I remember that time in freshman year when you introduced Jiang Yubai as just your classmate in front of so many people, not even mentioning that you were childhood friends. The floodgates of memory swung open. Su Wannin recalled that moment. Yes, she had said it. At that time, she had secretly glanced at Jiang Yubai from the corner of her eye, smugly thinking, silly boy, hurry up and confess. I'll agree if you do. But that silly boy was too timid to even lift his head. It was from that moment that she became enamored with watching him grow jealous and nervous for her. And from then on, she was hopelessly captivated. Wannin, I know you didn't mean it, but sometimes your actions can be really hurtful. Jiang Xiaowei's words shattered all of Su Wannin's pride and justification. She stopped crying. Indeed, what right did she have to be angry? The mistakes she made were hers alone. Why should Jiang Yubai apologize? Surely, him chatting so happily with other girls right in front of her was also an expression of long-suppressed grievances. His indifference toward her must have stemmed from a deeply wounded heart. Su Wannin was thoroughly persuaded by her best friend. She finally realized just how absurd her mistakes had been. In truth, Jiang Yubai was also at a loss at that moment. But it was not because of Su Wannin. Rather, a middle-aged woman, elegantly dressed and exuding an air of refinement, stood blocking his way to Xietao. Her gaze was fixed intensely on Xietao, her expression a complex mixture of shock, pain, and a hint of trepidation that kept her from approaching. Andy, do you need help? Xietao, being a polite young man, felt somewhat uncomfortable under her stare and quietly inquired. This question seemed to awaken the woman. She abruptly turned, hastily wiping her eye, and when she faced him again, a forced smile was plastered on her face. And nothing, dear you. Her words once again caught in her throat, the sparkling diamond necklace around her neck failing to conceal the turmoil of her emotions. Ultimately, She clutched her exquisite handbag and turned to leave. How strange, Xietao remarked. Clicking his tongue, Jiang Yubai's expression shifted slightly, a flash of a past memory crossing his mind, and he casually stated, "That person is your mother." Xietao immediately exploded with shock, staring incredulously at Jiang Yubai. "You bastard, Jiang Yubai. You had a quarrel with Su Wanyin. Why take your anger out on me? Who are you cursing? That would be your mother." The term mother is a wound that remains unhealed for Xietao. His mother departed when he was very young, leaving no trace behind. Whenever he inquired with his father, he was met with an eternal silence. Now, Jiang Yubai uses this to jab at him, which is tantamount to courting disaster. Xietao, weary of engaging with this ill-tempered lunatic, quickened his pace, preoccupied with standing in line to measure his height. Jiang Yubai shrugged. He hadn't actually insulted anyone. That woman was, in fact, Xietao's biological mother. He recalled that shortly after the college entrance examination in his previous life, a Rolls-Royce had halted at the entrance of their community. A woman, weeping uncontrollably, rushed out of the car, clinging tightly to Xietao, repeatedly calling out to him as her son. It was due to this sudden reappearance of his mother that Xietao was able to attend university in Shanghai. Jiang Yubai, damn it, are you still glaring at me? After taking a few steps, Xietao noticed Jiang Yubai remained rooted in place, assuming the other was provoking him with a glare, which incited another outburst of anger. This minor altercation soon faded away. The two rejoined the throng of students undergoing physical examinations, measuring height, testing eyesight, and drawing blood. The unique scent of disinfectant wafted through the hospital, infiltrating their nostrils. Before long, they arrived at the internal medicine examination area on the 3rd floor. The doctor would lift their shirts, listen with a stethoscope, and apply pressure in various spots to check for abnormalities. 4 rooms awaited, with 2 for girls on the left and 2 for boys on the right, all forming long queues. Yubai, how could I possibly be only 179 centimeters? You're already 183 centimeters. I feel taller than you, Xietao protested. Because I don't have anything in my shoes. Oh no, I feel so dizzy after the blood draw. I hope nothing serious shows up. It's just low blood sugar. That's normal. How many more items do we have left? We'll head to the ultrasound next. It must be crowded there. Jiang Yubai felt as though countless flies buzzed around his ears. Even Tang Sung would yield in comparison. Xietao, could you please be quiet for a moment? I beg you. Jiang Yubai turned his head, determined to use the queue as a barrier against the noise. However, it was not long before Xietao poked him again. Yubai, look, isn't that the girl you helped with her things this morning? Jiang Yubai paused, following his gaze. Not far away, a figure in a blue school uniform was dashing into the girl's examination room. It was her. The examination proceeded swiftly, and soon the short-haired girl emerged. She seemed quite uncomfortable in the crowded environment, her ears flushed as if they might bleed, her head bowed as she hurried to the next item on her agenda. Jiang Yubai did not greet her, merely retracting his gaze. A middle-aged female doctor, just emerging from the restroom, happened to pass by him and, glancing at the girl's hurried retreat, mumbled softly, "These young girls are developing so well." Chapter 20. Academic Excellence and New Approaches to Flirting. The hospital corridor was suffused with the distinctive scent of disinfectant. Jiang Yubai and Xietao were in line, soon to enter the internal medicine examination room. Yubai, what are you daydreaming about? Xietao nudged him with his elbow. Jiang Yubai's gaze returned from the empty hallway's end. With a short-haired girl's figure and the doctor's murmured words flashed momentarily in his mind. He shook his head. Nothing at all. It was his turn for examination. The doctor's cold stethoscope glided over his chest and back, completing this part of the checkup. At this point, what seemed a tedious final physical examination for high school was reduced to just the last ultrasound. When Jiang Yubai and Xietao finally completed all the procedures, they realized they were nearly the last students to return to the assembly point. This was not surprising. Jiang Yubai felt no urgency. He utilized the waiting time to quietly read. For him, the hospital bore little difference from a study room at school. During this time, their homeroom teacher, Qin Yu, had appeared in the blood draw area. She immediately spotted Jiang Yubai, who was still diligently engrossed in his book while waiting in line, a wave of pride swelling within her. However, when she focused on the title emblazoned on the cover, her sense of pride dissipated instantly. Physics. Once again, physics. Qin Yu silently turned away, the sound of her red-high heels echoing as she walked off. Exiting the hospital, the midday sun proved somewhat blinding. Qin Yu stood beside the parking lot, one arm crossed over her chest, the other holding her phone to her ear, gracefully engaged in conversation. The number of buses around had dwindled significantly. Their class had never been competitive. At this moment, they had become the last group to depart. Jiang Yubai approached the bus with the license plate ending in 311. Yet his peripheral vision caught sight of a lone figure pacing anxiously back and forth, appearing flustered and helpless. It was a short-haired girl. She wore heavy black-framed glasses, and her oversized, slightly faded school uniform concealed her form entirely. A pair of canvas shoes shuffled on the scorching pavement, taking 2 steps left, then 2 steps right. Jiang Yubai halted, handing the physical examination form to Xie Tao. "You go ahead and give this to the class monitor." After speaking, he stepped forward, crossing the empty parking lot towards the girl, who seemed particularly fragile in the sunlight. The girl's face flushed slightly under the relentless sun, as if she had completely lost her bearings. Jiang Yubai approached and softened his tone. "Classmate." The girl flinched like a startled rabbit, her body tensing further. Only then did Jiang Yubai notice her height, nearly 1.7 meters. But her constant hunching and lack of confidence diminished her presence. The school uniform appeared to be a male version, slightly faded yet impeccably clean. A faint scent of soap mingled with that of cheap shampoo wafted through the air, not unpleasant. She exuded an air of purity that felt incongruous with her surroundings. Jiang Yubai opted for a gentler opening. "I'm Jiang Yubai. We've met before. Classmate, could I ask you for a favor?" He chose to request her assistance rather than offer to help her. For an introverted girl with a strong sense of pride and wariness, this might be the only way to lower her defenses. The girl froze, letting out a soft ah, quickly glancing up at him before immediately lowering her head again. "Is it not possible?" Jiang Yubai pressed. Only then did she realize her silence was rather impolite, her hands nervously twisting together. "But I can," she replied, her voice barely audible. "Then please come with me." Jiang Yubai pointed toward the nearby bus and took the lead. After a few steps, he noticed the girl remained rooted in place, head down, her shoes tracing patterns on the ground. Jiang Yubai turned back, his tone firmer. "Come on. Didn't you agree to help?" Oh. The girl finally took small steps to follow, her head drooping, her gaze glued to the ground as she carefully stepped in line with his elongated shadow cast by the sun. Arriving at the bus, Qinyu hung up the phone. Her brow furrowed as she observed him and his timid companion. Jiang Yubai pulled Qinyu aside, whispering, "Teacher, I think this classmate was left behind by our class's bus. I noticed we still have space on ours." Qinyu understood perfectly, offering the girl a gentle smile and motioning for her to board the bus first. In the vehicle, Su Wanyin, having resolutely decided to take the initiative to reconcile, mentally fortified herself countless times. Upon catching sight of Jiang Yubai's figure appearing at the car door, her heart raced with anticipation. The moment had arrived. She inhaled deeply, clenched her small fist at her side, and abruptly stood up from her seat. She intended to summon the utmost courage, akin to that of Xie Tao in the morning, to wave enthusiastically before the entire class and call out the phrase she had rehearsed innumerable times. "Yubai, over here." However, those 4 words felt as though they had been ensnared by a spell, lodged firmly in her throat, and not a single syllable could escape. Jiang Yubai had entered the vehicle, accompanied by a girl who seemed to be the same one who had returned something to him previously. In that moment, all the courage Su Wanyin had mustered was punctured, dissipating instantly. The body she had risen from her seat became rigid, and her hand, poised to wave, hung awkwardly in midair. The gaze of the entire class seemed to converge upon her. She sensed her cheeks flushing rapidly, blood rushing to her head only to cool in an instant. Her small hands curled and trembled, leaving her uncertain of where to place them. Chapter 21. He fell asleep, resting on another girl's shoulder. Inside the bus, the morning drowsiness had long since evaporated, replaced by a cacophony of voices that seemed almost capable of lifting the roof off. The girl behind Jiang Yubai appeared like a lamb lost among wolves, her every encounter with the curious eyes of her classmates making her tense up, wishing to shrink into nothingness and vanish from the world. Jiang Yubai led her past Su Wanyin's seat to the back of the bus. There were a few scattered empty seats, yet none adjacent to each other. Jiang Yubai pointed casually to an empty seat beside Xie Tao. "You can sit there." The girl lowered her head even further. For her to be placed among a group of entirely unfamiliar peers, with their scrutinizing gazes, felt akin to a form of torture. She clutched the hem of her school uniform tightly, her feet seemingly anchored to the ground. Her lips moved, but no sound of refusal escaped her. "Seat." Jiang Yubai's tone deepened, laced with an air of command. The girl flinched at his words, her shoulders instinctively shrinking, as if she were on the verge of fleeing. Jiang Yubai, perceiving her discomfort, sighed inwardly. This girl's self-protective instincts were ingrained in her very being. Any slight provocation would send her retreating into her shell. He turned to Xie Tao, who was occupying 2 seats, and spoke succinctly. "Get up, move to the front." He intended for the girl to take the window seat while he sat beside her, shielding her from the majority of inquisitive gazes with his presence. "Huh, I don't want to." Xie Tao initially resisted, feeling unacquainted with the other boys in the class. But the moment he met Jiang Yubai's gaze, he swallowed the latter part of his sentence and begrudgingly stood up. Scanning the bus, Xietao resignedly made his way to the empty seat beside Su Wanyin. As he sat down, he mentally berated Jiang Yubai. Seriously? Wanyin saved a spot for you all the way here, and even Zheng Xiaowei had the decency to move aside. Yet you not only refused to sit there, but also bring another girl to the back? He cast a furtive glance at Su Wanyin, who was staring out the window, her profile taut, and found himself at a loss for words. The bus slowly began to move. Jiang Yubai's companion shifted from the boisterous Xietao to a girl, so quiet her breathing was nearly imperceptible. The sound of high heels clacking grew nearer. Enqinyu approached, bringing with her a gust of wind and the scent of perfume. Classmate, I just spoke with your homeroom teacher. She has already inquired in the teachers group. I told her you took the bus with our class, and I've submitted your health check form, so don't worry. Qinyu's efficiency and gentle tone always managed to instill a sense of reassurance. The girl promptly stood, bowing deeply to Qinyu, her voice soft yet sincere. Thank you, teacher. Qinyu smiled, gesturing for her to sit down, her gaze then shifting to Jiang Yubai, carrying a hint of warning. You, don't forget about the weekend tutoring. If you stand me up, you'll face the consequences. I want tea. Thank you, Teacher Qin, Jiang Yubai replied with a smile. After Qinyu departed, a faint, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air, not the overtly chemical scent of laundry detergent, but rather reminiscent of sunlight permeating through aged cotton, leaving a trace of clean soap fragrance. It was quite comforting. He turned his head just in time to meet the girl's gaze. Beneath her thick black-rimmed glasses, her eyes, though distorted by the lenses, still radiated a remarkable clarity. Classmate. It seemed she had summoned all her courage to address him, only to feel deflated the moment after. Jiang Yubai acknowledged her. Since his rebirth, his spirit had remained in a state of subtle exhilaration, his sleep severely lacking. At that moment, the sunlight streaming through the bus window, the low rumble of the engine, and the calming scent of soap surrounding him all conspired to induce a profound sense of drowsiness. In nothing. The girl hastily turned her head away, her hands nervously entwined. Jiang Yubai surmised what she wished to inquire. Call me Yubai. He pulled out an unopened bottle of mineral water from his bag and extended it towards her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. My hand is a bit sore. Could you help me open this? The girl gasped, her small head evidently struggling to keep pace with his rhythm. You don't want to? You promised to help me. She finally seemed to awaken from her reverie, quickly accepting the water bottle. Her fingers were slender and delicate, and as she applied force, her knuckles turned pale. With a soft click, the cap twisted off. She held the water bottle, just about to cautiously return it to Jiang Yubai, when she heard a steady breath beside her. Turning her head, she found that the boy's head was gently swaying with the jolts of the vehicle, gradually resting on her shoulder. In an instant, the girl felt as though her entire body had turned to stone. Time seemed to freeze. After an indeterminate period, she dared to slightly tilt her head, stealing glances at the sleeping face so near to her. He had fallen asleep. The gentle boy, so distinct and tender, was now at rest. Clutching the bottle of water she had opened for him, her once rigid body miraculously relaxed, and she whispered in a voice only she could hear, Call me Sanjiro. This murmured response was a delayed reaction to his earlier request for her to call him Yubai. Meanwhile, in the front row, Su Wanyin, who had witnessed this entire exchange, felt as though her heart was gripped by an invisible hand, causing her pain to the point of breathlessness. She had seen him board the bus with another girl. She had watched him shoot away her friend for that girl. And now, he had fallen asleep, resting upon that girl's shoulder, the very shoulder that had once belonged exclusively to her, the one upon which she could freely lean and act spoiled. A wave of darkness washed over Su Wanyin's vision, and she bit down hard on her lower lip to suppress her sobs. It was over. Truly, it was all over. Chapter 22. So this is what jealousy feels like. Xietao fidgeted uncomfortably in his seat, glancing back furtively, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. This is insane. Jiang Yubai has truly lost his mind. P.S. Sleeping on another girl's shoulder right in front of Su Wanyin? Is he not afraid of the consequences? Xietao's mind was in turmoil. All he wanted was to rush over and shake Jiang Yubai awake, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Brother, if you keep this up, one day, Wanyin will really be driven away by you, and you won't even have a place to weep. Through the gap between the seats, Su Wanyin's gaze once again drifted to the back row. The April sunshine streamed through the bus window, casting a warm glow upon them. The bus swayed gently, and the girl named Sanjiro seemed unable to resist the drowsiness, her chin slowly drooping, her head tilting slightly as she gently leaned against Jiang Yubai. Their heads nestled together. To the oblivious, it was unintentional. To the observant, it was laden with significance. The ruckus in the front half of the bus gradually waned, and everyone's eyes, whether intentional or not, flickered toward the rear. Something significant was afoot. Jiang Yubai appeared to be developing feelings for someone else. This revelation rippled through the male students like a stone cast into a still pond, igniting waves of elation within their hearts. Was the heavy burden weighing on everyone finally lifting? It was time to celebrate. The boys felt as if they were ushering in the new year. Meanwhile, the thoughts of the female students were far more complex. The girl seemed so ordinary. Why would Jiang Yubai be interested in her? If she could I not as well? Subtle currents of emotion surged within the bus. The vehicle slowed to a stop at the school gate. Had she actually fallen asleep? Jiang Yubai opened his eyes, feeling a stiffness in his neck. Clearly, sleeping at 3 in the morning and waking at 6 was a recipe for disaster. Just as he was about to rise, he felt a weight on his head. A strand of hair was gently pressed down. It was Sun Jiruo. She had also succumbed to sleep, leaning against him. A sweet and distinct fragrance wafted around him, clean and comforting, a scent he had never encountered on any girl before. Jiang Yubai's gaze fell upon her face. Now that she was asleep, a healthy blush graced her cheeks, and her lips were full and glistening. This visage, if only she weren't obscured by those heavy glasses. Never mind. Classmate, we've arrived. You're resting on my hair. Jiang Yubai's voice, though soft, was sufficiently clear to rouse her. Sun Jiruo abruptly lifted her head, rubbing her eyes in confusion. She blinked dully, devoid of any morning grumpiness. But the moment she realized she had been asleep and leaning on him, her face flushed crimson, and she froze in place. Jiang Yubai felt a strong urge to remove the glasses that were firmly tethered to her ears. Aren't you getting off? He raised an eyebrow. Then I shall take my leave. With no lingering sentiment, Jiang Yubai gracefully leaped off the bus, all the while under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Turning back not once. Ah, your water. Sun Jiruo's mind was still in a fog, her hand tightly clutching the unopened bottle of mineral water. By the time she registered what had happened, Jiang Yubai had already vanished through the bus door. Her voice, as faint as a whisper, was lost in the throng of departing students. At the flower bed by the school gate, Xie Tao approached Jiang Yubai, his face a mask of distress. Brother, you're in big trouble. Jiang Yubai, uninterested, made his way towards the classroom. You don't understand. I was just sitting next to Wan Yin. The air conditioning was so cold it nearly froze me to death. Jiang Yubai remained silent. Ignoring Xie Tao, who had a tendency to play the role of a nagging monk, was his best strategy. Hey, Jiang Yubai, wait for me. Are we at odds now? You're keeping secrets from your brother. Xie Tao huffed indignantly behind him. Jiang Yubai did not look back. A new KFC just opened at the school gate. Want to go? My treat. Then I want a beef burger. 2 of them. On Friday, during the break, the aftermath of the bus incident had spread, and the rumor that Jiang Yubai and Su Wanyin were not a couple circulated swiftly. Without the natural barrier of Su Wanyin, Jiang Yubai's handsome visage and his approachable demeanor became an irresistible allure for all the girls in school. He was no longer the satellite orbiting Su Wanyin. He had transformed into the sun. That day during the break, having just finished erasing the blackboard, a girl with waist-length hair and glasses rushed into class 3. Her cheeks flushed. She hurried to the front of the classroom, presenting a pink envelope adorned with heart patterns to Jiang Yubai. Classmate, this is for you. Instantly, all eyes in the classroom focused on them. In the corner, Su Wanyin, who had been in a cold war with Jiang Yubai for a week, felt as if her heart had been stabbed. So this was what jealousy felt like. It was sour, painful, and not enjoyable at all. She watched the pink envelope, observed the shy yet hopeful expression on the girl's face, and saw Jiang Yubai calmly accept it. The grievances, reluctance, and panic she had bottled up over the past week erupted in that moment. She could no longer contain herself. Su Wanyin sprang to her feet, her eyes red, biting her lip fiercely. Jiang Yubai, Chapter 23. He agreed to attend the same university as another girl. The sudden movement drew the attention of the entire class. Below the podium, the girl who had delivered the love letter turned her head in curiosity. She had a round face with a hint of baby fat, and beneath her black-rimmed glasses, her eyes sparkled with intelligence. Standing at around 160 centimeters, she was the complete opposite of Su Wanyin. Jiang Yubai had anticipated this scene. Ever since the pink envelopes had begun appearing in his desk, he knew trouble was brewing. Rejecting a high school girl, especially when she was red-eyed, biting her lip, and looking at you with the expression of someone abandoned by the world, was excruciating. He had no desire to be the villain in anyone's story. Thus, he completely ignored Su Wanyin's stunned and trembling call. Jiang Yubai accepted the pink envelope, which also included a small box carefully wrapped with a ribbon. Under the expectant gaze of the girl who delivered the letter, he politely opened the box. Inside were chocolates and a few handmade cookies. Thank you. How did you know I was a bit hungry? He accepted the letter gratefully. However, our most important task now is to focus on our studies, right? Let us strive for a good university. Who knows, we might be classmates in the future. The words classmates floated lightly, yet detonated like a bomb. The round-faced girl's heart raced wildly. He had ignored Su Wanyin. He wanted to be my classmate. By rounding it off, didn't that mean my charm had triumphed over Su Wanyin's? A surge of vanity and youthful excitement filled her chest, and she felt as if she might faint from happiness. I will work hard. The girl nodded earnestly, her cheeks flushed, and she turned to exit the classroom like a joyful little bird. Jiang Yubai watched her retreating figure, feeling utterly unmoved. The girls in their senior year were far too naive. He held no interest in such youthful romances. However, his kindness towards others became the final straw that broke Su Wanyin's resolve. The last vestige of dignity she had been clinging to shattered completely. University. He didn't even want to attend university with me? Hadn't we agreed to be together through elementary school, middle school, high school, and university? Once upon a time, beneath the setting sun, two diminutive figures made a promise with their pinky fingers entwined. She, Su Wanyin, had never forgotten. Yet he had. Su Wanyin bit her lip fiercely, her nails digging deep in her palm, her mind a blank void. She had forgotten that they were in a classroom, oblivious to the presence of her classmates. The young girl had been tormented nearly to madness by Jiang Yubai's recent indifference, and that last sentence had been the final verdict on all her hopes. The classroom bell rang sharply, yet Su Wanyin seemed not to hear it. With tears welling in her eyes, she rushed forward, grasping Jiang Yubai's wrist, dragging him out of the classroom. Behind them, the collective gasp of their classmates echoed in the air. The wind on the rooftop stung her cheeks, and the sunlight was blindingly harsh. Su Wanyin pulled him to this place, their once shared secret haven, still clinging to a sliver of hope that he might sigh helplessly like before and awkwardly comfort her. But Jiang Yubai merely freed himself from her grip, turning away, shielding his eyes from the sun with his palm, his profile as cold and hard as ice. Su Wanyin could no longer contain herself. In a frenzy, she seized the items from Jiang Yubai's hands, the pink envelope, the glaring gift box, and with all her strength, smashed them to the ground. The sound echoed sharply. Jiang Yubai finally turned back, his gaze sweeping over her with a calmness that was devoid of anger or disappointment, only a chilling indifference. Su Wanyin's heart was pierced by that gaze, bleeding profusely. How desperately she wished he had returned to the classroom, furrowing his brow, giving the items back to that girl, and firmly stating, "I'm sorry, I have someone I like." Alas, it was not to be. His revenge was far more severe and resolute than she had anticipated. At that moment, Su Wanyin truly understood that when someone loves you, all your faults appear endearing in their eyes. When that love fades, everything about you becomes insignificant. Jiang Yubai bent down silently, methodically picking up the scattered chocolates from the ground, returning them to the box, and dusting off the envelope. Then he stood up, his voice cold and devoid of any warmth. "Step aside." Su Wanyin blocked the entrance to the rooftop stubbornly, refusing to let him pass. She could not comprehend how things had deteriorated to this point. The tension in the air frightened her, enraged her, leaving her words unfiltered. What am I lacking compared to her? Jiang Yubai, there should be limits to your jokes. I am truly furious. The moment the words left her lips, Su Wanyin regretted them. That was not what she intended to say. She wanted to ask him why, to plead with him not to behave this way, to utter the words "I was wrong." But what came out were the most hurtful accusations. Jiang Yubai laughed. "Angry? Su Wanyin, on what grounds do you feel anger? Who is joking with you?" Before he could finish, a sudden noise interrupted, the sound of a water bottle clattering to the ground from behind the corner of the rooftop. A flustered figure could no longer conceal herself, stumbling into view. It was Sun Jiruo. She had not performed well in her recent monthly exam and had planned to come to the rooftop to catch a breath of fresh air during class. However, upon hearing the class bell as she approached the door, she turned around only to find Jiang Yubai and Su Wanyin in a heated scene. Terrified, she immediately hid behind the wall. Yet now, listening to their nearly confrontational dialogue, Sun Jiruo felt her hands and feet turn cold, restless with anxiety. This was someone else's secret, one she should not have overheard. All she wanted was to escape. Thus, at the most inappropriate moment, she made a noise. Sun Jiruo froze in place, her mind racing with a single thought. "Please, let me leave, and you can argue afterward, all right?" From the corner, Sun Jiruo ventured out, her words stumbling as she struggled to form a coherent sentence. Her heart raced. Why were these two not in class? Had they not heard the bell? Sun Jiruo, unsure of how to break the stalemate, ultimately made a primal decision. She covered her ears with both hands tightly and looked at Jiang Yubai and Su Wanyin with her big, watery eyes, silently urging them to continue their argument so she could go to class afterward. This unexpected scene made Su Wanyin turn her head, quickly wiping away the moisture from her eyes. She could barely bring herself to glance at Jiang Yubai again, feeling like an irredeemable fool. Her heart screamed I was wrong, longing to apologize, but as she looked at Jiang Yubai's indifferent face, a surge of unwilling resentment choked her words. All pleas for reconciliation remained unspoken. Why are you silent again? Sun Zhuo asked, pressing her hands against her ears, blinking her big eyes, teetering on the edge of tears. You two should continue. With the stern face of their math teacher flashing in her mind, she could no longer endure. She quietly began to tiptoe toward the door, preparing to make her escape. Stop! Jiang Yubai's voice halted her. Sun Zhuo recoiled, startled. Huh? Come here. Sun Zhuo hesitated, taking half a step before freezing in place. Alarm bells rang in her mind. He surely wouldn't blame her for eavesdropping, would he? In dramas, those who overhear secrets often meet dire fates. I said come here. Jiang Yubai's tone grew firmer. Only then did Sun Zhuo inch forward, her body trembling slightly from guilt. At that moment, she felt Jiang Yubai was 100 times more terrifying than their math teacher. Su Wanyin turned back, observing the scene and fleetingly entertaining a ridiculous thought. It seemed he was not just harsh with her. However, Jiang Yubai merely cast a glance at Sun Zhuo and sighed, uttering words that completely bewildered her. Step aside, don't delay her from going to class. This statement was directed at Su Wanyin. He had sensed the girl's nervousness and fear. Jiang Yubai, who had once inspired Su Wanyin in a past life to confess, perhaps owed this to his inherent attentiveness. He was fundamentally unaccustomed to putting innocent people in difficult positions. Even with Su Wanyin, his attitude had always been one of avoidance, never intending to truly hurt her. Sun Zhuo gasped, her mind momentarily blank. She had expected Jiang Yubai to unleash a scathing reprimand. Su Wanyin glanced at Sun Zhuo's bewildered face and finally stepped aside, allowing her a path. Sun Zhuo felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly pushed the door open to leave. As she exited, she cast a furtive glance back, inadvertently locking eyes with Jiang Yubai. She immediately averted her gaze, as if shocked. Taking a few hurried steps down the stairs, she paused, her mind swirling with thoughts. Would these two fight because of her? They wouldn't come to blows, would they? In the past, when her mother quarreled with that man, it often escalated into violence. She did not wish for that outcome. Should she return to mediate? Yet, she felt so inept, unable to articulate anything, only capable of tears. In Sun Zhuo's mind, two tiny figures were engaged in a frenzied altercation. She fervently wished for no one to quarrel because of her. Absolutely not. This thought overshadowed all else. She cast aside the menacing mathematics teacher from her mind, inhaled deeply, summoned all the courage she could muster, and turned to sprint back towards the rooftop. Just as she rounded a corner of the staircase, she collided headlong into a warm chest. What are you doing? Came a voice tinged with a hint of exasperation from above her. Sun Zhuo dared not lift her gaze. She felt a piercing stare resting upon her crown. Unsure of how to respond, she instinctively took a step back, her mind racing to escape down the stairs. It was as if the farther she distanced herself from Jiang Yubai, the safer she felt. Sun Zhuo's personality evoked a potent desire to protect her, yet also incited a mischievous urge to tease her. Is this what you're looking for? Jiang Yubai extended his hand towards her, revealing a water bottle with its label torn off, the very bottle Sun Zhuo had dropped in her fluster. Sun Zhuo raised her small head in anticipation. Suddenly, Jiang Yubai broke into a smile. Before her astonished eyes, he twisted off the cap and tilted the bottle back. The water within was still half full. In an astonishing display, he downed the remaining contents in one swift motion. After quenching his thirst, he absent-mindedly wiped the corner of his mouth, and the playful smile vanished, replaced by a more businesslike demeanor. Last time, you owed me a bottle of water. Today, you've returned half. Remember, you still owe me the other half. Sun Zhuo's mind went blank. She was so flustered that she disregarded any notion of stealth, lifting her gaze only to find her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Her rosy lips parted in disbelief. After a prolonged moment, a surge of indescribable embarrassment flushed to her cheeks, and in a fit of frustration, she lightly stomped her foot, her ears burning with humiliation. Seizing the empty bottle from Jiang Yubai's grasp, she spun around and dashed away. In the corridor, only Jiang Yubai remained alongside Su Wanyin, who had just descended from the rooftop. This is where it ends, Su Wanyin. We are finished had shattered all of Su Wanyin's illusions. She descended in a daze, forgetting even to weep, until she caught sight of the scene at the staircase corner, Jiang Yubai and Sun Zhuo's earlier encounter. She halted, staring blankly. Once, all of Jiang Yubai's attentiveness and tenderness had been hers alone. Now, the sunlight felt deceptively warm, and the sounds of study echoed from below, filling the world with life. Yet the stretch of corridor she occupied felt as frigid as an ice cellar. Su Wanyin found her legs refusing to move any further. Everything before her began to blur. This is where it ends. Jiang Yubai's icy gaze, his tone resolute and devoid of any leeway, echoed in her ears. Su Wanyin, we are finished. That phrase reverberated relentlessly. A wave of dizziness overtook her, and she staggered backward, her back colliding with the cold wall. She could no longer maintain her composure, sliding down the wall until she sat on the staircase steps. She watched Jiang Yubai's retreating figure. It was not an idle threat, nor was it a jest. His warmth, his thoughtfulness, everything he had been, no longer belonged to a girl named Su Wanyin. For all these years, she had never considered that Jiang Yubai would part ways with her. She had grown accustomed to his pursuit, his care, taking his affections for granted without truly contemplating his feelings. She believed her occasional caprices were merely whimsical indulgences. Yet now, she realized that a heart, once wounded, would not return. In this moment, Su Wanyin truly tasted the bitterness of having a piece of her heart forcibly excised. Perhaps this was the sentiment Jiang Yubai had once experienced. It dawned upon her that it was she who had gradually pushed him away, distancing him from her life. The once incandescent love, exclusively hers, seemed to have slipped through her fingers. Such is the human condition. It is only after we have pushed someone away that we come to understand the meaning of regret. Of course, we will attend the same university. Wherever Wanyin goes, I will follow. The fervent promises of youth now pierced her memories like a needle, painful, excruciating pain. She could no longer deceive herself. The Jiang Yubai she had taken for granted, the one she had considered a given in her life, had been erased from her world by her own hand. In the corridor, Su Wanyin's breath became labored. She bit down hard on her lip, swallowing her sobs to stifle any sound. Jiang Yubai had been so resolute, leaving no room for retreat. Like a shell of her former self, she returned to the classroom, taking her seat. Outside, the sounds of recitation continued. The world remained raucous. Yet for her heart felt as if it had turned to ashes. The bell rang repeatedly until the classroom emptied. And only then did Jiang Yubai grasp her icy hand. Su Wanyin's lips moved, her voice devoid of life. Yubai, I think I've truly lost him. The Jiang Yubai who once gazed at me with such intensity will never return. Jiang Yui's heart tightened. She had never seen Su Wanyin like this. The girl who was perpetually confident and radiant now seemed devoid of light. Jiang Yubai longed to console her, to assure her that he was still there. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, witnessing Su Wanyin's despair, she found herself speechless. After a long silence, she finally mustered the courage to ask, "Do you now understand what he truly desired?" What he yearned for was never the vague identity of childhood sweethearts, nor was he merely another among your many male classmates. What he sought was the exclusive title that bore your seal, the acknowledgement of my Jiang Yubai. Wanyin, no one's enthusiasm is boundless, nor can it withstand endless ambiguity. So now, you can only watch as he accepts the affections of others, while you lack even the right to question him. Have you not considered that if you were a legitimate couple, everything would be so vastly different? Indeed, she could confront him with righteous indignation, seize his collar to demand answers, and vent her grievances in the most unreasonable manner. Instead, she found herself unable to utter even a single why, feeling utterly powerless. Reversing her perspective, could Jiang Yubai not have pondered the same question during their long time together? With a soft sound, tears once again burst forth. Regret and guilt overwhelmed Su Wanyin. Jiang Yubai sighed, softening her tone. Wanyin, you truly need to take action. Su Wanyin dried her tears, unlocked her phone, and lingered over the sole photograph of them together, her fingertips tracing the screen for what felt like an eternity. On the bus home after school, Xie Tao, having restrained himself the entire journey, could no longer contain his excitement. Secretively, he retrieved a light blue envelope from his bag and handed it over. On the envelope, a delicate fragrance of lily petals wafted through the air. A line of elegant handwriting stood out vividly under the glow of the light. Jiang Yubai took the envelope and read the poem inscribed upon it. Last night's stars. Last night's wind. In the evening, my thoughts of you surpass the daylight. He looked at Xie Tao with a peculiar expression. Su Wanyin had you deliver this to me? Xie Tao's face was brimming with an envious admiration. Yubai, you sly dog. This tactic of feigned indifference has truly ensnared the campus beauty. She wrote you a love letter. Can you believe it? Jiang Yubai stared at the envelope impassively, his eyes betraying no emotion. His fingertips grazed the edge of the envelope, which still seemed to retain the warmth of the girl's touch. The neon lights outside the car window flickered across his face. Just when Xie Tao thought he would open it, Jiang Yubai pushed the envelope back, returning it to Xietao's hands. Xietao was taken aback. Jiang Yubai cast him a sidelong glance and said coolly, boring. Feigned indifference? What nonsense. Chapter 25. Stand her up? The dim yellow light of the night bus resembled an antiquated filter, casting a warm, blurred hue over everything inside the carriage. A little girl nestled in her mother's embrace. Her curious, sparkling eyes fixated on Jiang Yubai. Xietao clutched the envelope he had just received back, his palms slightly sweaty. The dim lighting obscured Jiang Yubai's profile, yet he could sense an icy aura that kept others at bay. Are you serious? Xietao whispered, a mix of anger and urgency in his tone. Yubai, after all these years as brothers, are you putting on an act? Is this whole feigned indifferent charade really amusing? Jiang Yubai remained silent, gazing out at the swiftly retreating streets. Yet, his mind wandered back to his senior year, when he and Su Wanyin had little time to meet, consumed by their exam preparations. There was no space for such trivial matters. Seeing Jiang Yubai's indifference, Xietao rolled his eyes, wearing an expression of someone who had seen through it all. Enough with the act. You're doing all this just to make Su Wanyin jealous. To make her realize your importance, right? That stunt you pulled this afternoon. Receiving love letters from other girls in front of her. She must have dragged you out for a serious talk afterward. Xietao's excitement grew, nudging Jiang Yubai's shoulder. Honesty will set you free. Resistance will only complicate things. Are you back together? How does it feel? Jiang Yubai finally shifted his gaze, casting a fleeting look at him. Sherlock Holmes would mourn the loss of not having you as his assistant. Xietao, upon hearing this, proudly cleared his throat. It's just average. I have an eye for uncovering the truth. Indeed, Jiang Yubai nodded solemnly. He would pat your shoulder and earnestly tell you, Xie Sheng, you are blind. You have discovered nothing. Before Xietao could react, Jiang Yubai swiftly snatched the light blue envelope from his grasp. With a swift motion, he tore it open without glancing at its contents, pulling out a beautifully printed amusement park ticket. Leaning forward, he handed the ticket to the little girl in the front row who had been secretly watching him. This is for you, little sister. The girl's mother profusely thanked him. As the girl chimed in sweetly, thank you, big brother. A faint smile graced Jiang Yubai's lips as he returned to his seat, the entire exchange flowing seamlessly without hesitation. Xietao's mouth fell open in disbelief. What? Jiang Yubai, are you serious? Jiang Yubai retrieved his phone from his pocket, typing a message without lifting his gaze. Only then did he look at Xietao, his tone calm. Tell Su Wanyin that I received the item. Xietao was dumbfounded, pointing at the mother-daughter duo who had just exited the bus. Wait, you gave away the ticket. You're not actually going to stand her up, are you? Congratulations. Xie Sheng, this time you guessed correctly. Xietao felt his mind faltering. He opened his mouth, but could utter not a single word. In a youthful realm, affection is straightforward, love is love, and dislike is dislike, devoid of convoluted entanglements. Jiang Yubai turned his gaze back to the window. The night view of the mountain city, sparkling like his name. Better to experience a short-lived pain than to endure a prolonged one. Since he could not return, he ought not to foster any unrealistic hopes for the other. Indecision, after all, is the cruelest of all. With a gentle sigh, he patted the silent Xietao beside him. There are certain things I hope you never understand. Xietao looked at him, ultimately refraining from further inquiries, silently choosing to accompany him. He understood that Jiang Yubai had always been resolute. His decisions were undoubtedly grounded in reason. Upon returning home, as Jiang Yubai opened his computer, his QQ icon flashed incessantly. It was Su Wanyin. Yubai, tomorrow is Saturday. I'll come pick you up in the morning. Beneath the message was a screenshot forwarded by Xietao moments earlier. Yubai said he knows and will be there. When Su Wanyin saw the reply, she nearly rolled on her bed with joy. Clad in a white silk nightgown, her smooth legs danced gleefully on the pink sheets, reminiscent of a cat that had just captured the world. This was the first time in a long time that Jiang Yubai had not rejected her. What was once taken for granted now felt like a monumental surprise. She picked up her phone, rehearsing in a barely audible voice. Shall I call you tomorrow morning? I promise I won't wake you. Before she could send a message, Jiang Yubai's reply popped up. No need to pick me up. You can go directly. See you at the amusement park entrance at 8. The light in Su Wanyin's eyes dimmed momentarily. Oh, then see you tomorrow. Yet, she quickly reignited her determination. Her cheeks flushed. She rummaged through a box beneath her bed, unearthing many cherished items. She had kept Jiang Yubai's first birthday gift for her, the card he had painstakingly drawn. But what about her? It seemed she hadn't put in heartfelt effort for him in a long time. All this time, she had taken his kindness for granted. Su Wanyin, this is not right. She slapped her cheeks, rallying herself. Be brave, don't be foolish again. Tell him what's in your heart. If all else fails, pin him against the wall. Ugh ugh ugh. Su Wanyin covered her flushed face. feeling her heart pounding like a drum. That night, she scarcely slept. At 6 the following morning, she rose early, unusually applying light makeup and donning a brand new canary yellow dress paired with white sandals. She stood at the entrance of the amusement park like a sunflower yearning for sunlight, her toes nervously tracing circles on the ground as she repeatedly glanced toward the end of the road. Once Yubai arrived, she'd rush over and give him a big hug, resting her head against his chest for a nuzzle. Online, it said boys had no resistance to such kittenish antics. The mere thought of the term boyfriend made Su Wanin's cheeks burn with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jiang Yubai was already seated in the tutoring classroom, sprawled over a set of brand new math practice papers. Chapter 26, cornered by the beautiful teacher in the office. Mathematics, with its formulas etched in one's mind, often turns into the most familiar stranger when applied to specific problems. Jiang Yubai had scarcely slept a wink throughout the night. His mind was a tumultuous sea of intricate mathematical symbols dancing before him. He would no longer engage in any tug-of-war games with Su Wanin. Having made the resolute decision to sever ties, he would not utter the words of parting while intermittently appearing to offer her false hope. His intent was to ensure she would be utterly disillusioned. Why? He could envision her biting her lip, her eyes tinged with red, inquiring about his motives. The answer he had long prepared was etched deeply within his heart. I no longer love you. Perhaps in their past life. It was the absence of this unequivocal declaration that allowed their relationship to silently dissolve amidst endless turmoil. Thus, in this lifetime, Jiang Yubai chose the path of swift resolution over prolonged suffering. He would deliver his message decisively, paving the way for both to pursue their own happiness apart from one another. In the sunlit corridor of the morning, beams of warm light sliced through the air. Xietao trailed behind Jiang Yubai, his mouth opening and closing in an incessant cycle. Let out if you need to, don't keep it all bottled up, Jiang Yubai remarked. Upon reaching their seats, he shoved his backpack into the desk and raised an eyebrow at Xietao. Throughout their journey, this fellow had been unnaturally quiet, evidently wrestling with thoughts he dared not articulate. Eventually, Xietao could no longer contain himself, his face etched with a mournful expression. Jiang Yubai, your heart is cruel now. You wouldn't understand. Jiang Yubai's gaze drifted to the window. Being gentle now would only lead to deeper entanglements later. Let me ask you a question. If you once loved a girl, but no longer do, would you choose to continue deceiving her until you grew weary? Or would you cut ties cleanly from the outset? Without hesitation, Xietao responded, well, of course, I would end it cleanly. All right, let me ask you this. If she loves you to the point of obsession and, despite your clear explanation, refuses to accept it, clinging to you still, would you opt for a half-hearted approach that ultimately causes her deeper hurt? Or would you take the most direct route to shatter her illusions completely? Then why can't you two just get back together? Xietao, undeterred, shot Jiang Yubai a sly glance, determined to salvage the situation. He rambled on, recalling tales from primary school about who had wet their pants, to high school assignments that went unsubmitted, all in an effort to prove that their childhood bond was unbreakable. If Su Wanin knew of his diligence, she would surely commend him for his efforts. Yubai, think this over. You and Wanin have shared so many years together. Enough. Jiang Yubai felt a throbbing in his temples. He turned to face Xietao, on the verge of an outburst from the incessant torment of his friend's voice. You really want to know why? Fine, I'll tell you. Because I have found someone else. Isn't it better to pursue a captivating teacher than to cling to childhood bonds? He nearly shouted, desperate to silence Xietao with this outrageous justification. Just then, while taking a sip of water to soothe his throat, Xietao sputtered, spraying water everywhere. Jiang Yubai instinctively dodged. Teacher Qin? Xietao's voice suddenly stuttered, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed past Jiang Yubai. A pang of unease gripped Jiang Yubai. Who was he trying to intimidate? Yet the sudden, palpable silence in the classroom suggested something was amiss. A familiar, faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. He turned rigidly. Qin Yu stood there, her expression utterly peculiar. Teacher Qin? What a coincidence. You're wearing flats today as well. Jiang Yubai managed to utter, his lips twitching as he spoke. How could she walk so silently? Today, Qin Yu donned a translucent blouse atop fitted jeans, accentuating her breathtaking curves to perfection. Disaster. She must have heard him dismissing Xietao's nonsense. Qin Yu's gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds before a knowing smile crept onto her lips. Jiang Yubai, please come to my office. A chill ran down Jiang Yubai's spine. Following her into the office around the corner, the elusive fragrance intensified. In an unprecedented gesture, Qin Yu pulled out a chair and gestured for him to sit, while she leaned against the edge of the desk, arms crossed, her eyes fixed on him with an unsettling smile. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Jiang Yubai felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. This was a mortifying spectacle. Clearing his throat, he averted his gaze, opting for a strategy of stillness. Finally, Qin Yu spoke, her voice airy. "Tomorrow, I need your mother to come to school." Jiang Yubai immediately capitulated. "No, please, Teacher Qin. I was only joking with my classmate. You are a mature teacher. I trust you can handle this minor issue without involving my parents." If his mother and father discovered the audacious thoughts swirling in his mind, his father's treasured 7 wolves belt would surely find its mark upon him. "Huh, I can't handle you," Qin Yu replied, her smile devoid of warmth. "No wonder you misbehave in class. It seems you harbor such thoughts about me, Jiang Yubai. You have quite the audacity." "I was wrong, Teacher Qin, truly. I misspoke in jest. Please, show mercy and don't hold it against me." "Making jokes about a teacher like that? You call it a slip of the tongue?" Qin Yu's expression hardened, her palm striking the table with force. "That is a lack of respect. Respect is something held within. You still think of me at all?" Qin Yu laughed in disbelief. "I must have a serious discussion with your mother. Rest assured, it will remain confidential." "Teacher, please. You still acknowledge me as your teacher?" "Teacher Qin, enough. Return to your classroom. I will call your mother immediately." Qin Yu rose, returning to her seat with an unyielding demeanor. "Qin Yu." Jiang Yubai suddenly called her by her full name. The atmosphere in the office froze. The pen Qin Yu just grasped slipped from her fingers, rolling across the table. She stood there, stunned, her eyes wide, lips parted in disbelief as she looked at him. "Do you realize the repercussions of summoning a parent over a mere joke?" "I was just idly chatting, no different from those who fantasize about being a celebrity spouse. Have I committed any grave offense? Must everything be blown out of proportion?" Qin Yu blinked, momentarily at a loss. Shouldn't students typically bow their heads and tremble in remorse at such times? How had he turned the tables and confronted her with such intensity? In that instant, her authoritative presence as a teacher seemed to wane. As if he might have a point, she stared at Jiang Yubai, and after a long pause, finally managed to utter a single word. "You, chapter 27, Forwell, Suvanjin." "Teacher Qin, surely you don't wish for your students to lose their composure before the college entrance examinations, do you?" Jiang Yubai raised his head, meeting Qin Yu's gaze, which was tinged with annoyance. "Furthermore, as an 18-year-old male, is it not natural to feel a sense of admiration for a teacher, such as yourself, who is both beautiful and kind-hearted, as well as responsible? That is not love, it is merely an aspiration for beauty." He stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them. The unmistakable essence typical of youth compelled Qin Yu to instinctively retreat. "The charisma with which you deliver your lectures surpasses even that of the most glamorous female celebrities on television. Why, then, is it forbidden to offer a few private compliments? What logic is at play here?" As these words left her lips, the stern reprimand Qin Yu had meticulously prepared was swiftly quelled. Her lips tightened, the once palpable aura of accusation visibly dissipating. In fact, she found herself unconsciously raising a hand to smooth the stray locks by her ear. Which young woman could withstand such direct and sophisticated praise? Seeing this, Jiang Yubai understood the moment had arrived. "Teacher, I am now an adult. If there are matters to address, please direct them towards me. Should you find me at fault, punish me as you see fit. But involving my parents should not be the solution." "Qin Yu, you surely do not wish for your students to emerge into society, only to run home to their mothers at the first sign of trouble, do you?" This statement struck Qin Yu like a thunderbolt. What sort of twisted reasoning is that? "You should be sitting in my chair, for you teach better than I do." Internally, Qin Yu was in turmoil. Yet she begrudgingly acknowledged that every word he uttered bore an irrefutable truth. After all, this was her first experience guiding a graduating class. Lacking in experience, her immediate instinct when faced with such a defiant student was to resort to the ultimate weapon of parental involvement. Yet now, this weapon had not even been drawn before it was rendered ineffective by his mere words. The balance of power had shifted dramatically. "Teacher, I still have a few problems I cannot comprehend. I shall return to the classroom." Jiang Yubai rose, leaving behind a poised silhouette. Qin Yu, momentarily stunned, instinctively nodded. "Oh, then do go ahead. Should you have further questions, feel free to ask me." Indeed, as Jiang Yubai reached the door, resting his hand on the doorknob, he turned back, his demeanor and tone resembling a project manager. "Teacher, I have finished reviewing the section on trigonometric functions. This afternoon, during our supplementary class, let us focus on problem solving to thoroughly grasp this concept. Does that sound agreeable?" "Yes, yes," Qin Yu responded in quick succession. And only once the office door had closed did she belatedly grasp the situation. One hand supported her smooth chin while the other absently twirled a pen, her full, ruby lips gently biting down on the pen's tip. "Wait a minute." With a sharp clap, she slammed the pen down onto the desk. Why does it feel as though he is the one who has erred, yet I am the one receiving the lesson? Upon returning to the classroom, Jiang Yubai made his way directly to his seat. Xietao raised an eyebrow at him, silently mouthing the words. Did you sort it out? Jiang Yubai ignored him. Zhang Xiaoyi's glare was sharp as a dagger, seemingly wishing to pierce through him. He similarly disregarded her. He was aware that Su Wanyin had taken a leave of absence today, all for a date that would never materialize. He rested his head on his arms, burying his face, and fell soundly asleep throughout the class. His slumber was particularly tranquil. At noon, after classes, Jiang Yubai finished his meal and returned to the office with his backpack. Qin had been waiting there, a new set of mathematics papers spread out on the desk. For the entire afternoon, Jiang Yubai behaved like a model student, quietly engaging in math tutoring with Qin. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that he began to pack his belongings in preparation to return home. As he stepped out of the school gate, he was intercepted by a figure, Zhang Xiaoyi. Her eyes were red-rimmed, the pent-up fury of the day finally erupting. Jiang Yubai, are you out of your mind? Wanyin waited for you at the amusement park all day. Why didn't you go? There must be limits to your temper. Jiang Yubai merely cast a fleeting glance her way, remaining silent as he walked past her. Jiang Yubai, you are inhuman. How did I not realize before that you are such a scoundrel? Wanyin must have been blind to fall for you. The echoes of Zhang Xiaoyi's furious tirade followed him. Jiang Yubai did not pause for a moment, pressing his lips into a tighter line, his hands in his pockets clenched into fists. He had to endure. He could not look back, could not explain. At this moment, any hint of softness or reluctance would make the thorn lodge between them impossible to extract. The damage inflicted upon Su Wanyin would only deepen. For this one instance, let him embrace the role of a complete scoundrel. Fortwell, Suvanjin. The night was as dark as ink. The amusement park had long since closed, the vibrant neon lights extinguished, leaving only the cold moonlight to drape the earth in a silvery veil. Beneath a great tree, a solitary figure curled up, hugging her knees, her vacant gaze fixed upon the end of the road. Zhang Xiaoyi remained by her side, her voice hoarse as she urged, Wanyin, let us go home, shall we? It is too late, you might catch a cold. Su Wanyin, clad in a brand-new canary-yellow dress, now appeared soiled and disheveled. She had waited all day, from the morning sun to the scorching midday heat, and now into the depths of night. He said he would come. Her voice was faint, reminiscent of sleep talk, as if she were speaking to herself. We would ride the Ferris wheel, gaze at the stars, and do so many things together. Tears silently cascaded down her cheeks once more. Yet this time, the corners of Su Wanyin's lips curled into a faint, bittersweet smile. The tears gliding down her upturned mouth tasted more bitter than even the most acrid herbs. She raised her hand, using the cool back of her hand to cover her swollen, tear-stained eyes, as if this simple act could shield her from the world's sorrow. Ultimately, she had to confront a painful truth. Shall we? Her voice trembled, rasping painfully. Are we finished? The image of Jiang Yubai, once brimming with affection for her, seemed to fade away. She choked on her words, barely able to continue. Is he truly gone forever? Chapter 28. When one ceases to love. After that night, Su Wanyin came to fully understand that a certain kind of indifference can wound deeper than any blade. The tides of humiliation and grievance submerged her. Tears swirled in her eyes, yet she bit down hard on her lip to prevent them from spilling in front of Zhang Xiaoyi. The moon in the sky was veiled by a shroud of clouds. The lights of the amusement park had long been extinguished, the clamor dissipated, leaving only an oppressive silence. Wanyin, it is past midnight. Zhang Xiaoyi observed Su Wanyin crouched on the ground, her heart aching for a friend, unable to utter a word, merely joining her in tears. This night imparted to Su Wanyin an understanding of what it truly meant to feel one as heart shatter. She slowly rose to her feet, her movements stiff and puppet-like. Under the moonlight, the once vibrant countenance now appeared dull and lifeless. Shall we? Please allow me to be alone for a while. She took a step forward, her body swaying dangerously, nearly toppling over. Zhang Xiaoyi, quick to react, steadied her. Wanyin, I'm fine. Su Wanyin forced a smile that was more tragic than tears. Let us go back, shall we? Thank you for today. Do not mention it. Zhang Xiaoyi watched her lonely silhouette fade into the night, her emotions a tumultuous mix. The heart may ache, yet life must continue. In the days that followed, Jiang Yubai did not cast a single glance in her direction. Su Wanyin, too, finally learned to avert her gaze from him. The two had become as strangers separated by an invisible wall. The entire class sensed this unusual atmosphere. Once inseparable, the two had now drifted apart. The campus forum erupted with activity. Breaking news. Jiang Yubai and Su Wanyin from Class 3 appear to have completely severed ties. It's not just a rumor. It's true. I saw Su Wanyin eating alone today, her eyes swollen. Damn, that is quite the breakup. Damn that Jiang Yubai. We finally have our chance. What gives that upstairs wake-up call the right to claim that Jiang Yubai was the one who was dumped? Our Yubai is so exceptional. Surely it was he who cast aside Su Wanyin, right? Impossible. Who could ever reject Su Wanyin? Beautiful, melodious, and possessing an admirable demeanor. I've heard her family is extraordinarily wealthy. So what if she's wealthy? Our Yubai, the academic prodigy, is the true embodiment of allure, dominating the top ranks in Chinese, English, and comprehensive sciences with a temperament as refreshing as a spring breeze. Who could possibly withstand that? And what about mathematics? Shut up. You're just envious of Yubai's brilliance. Get lost. You're merely jealous of Wanin's beauty. Countless boys and girls who typically remain in the shadows are stirred by this news. The fleeting romances of senior year, if not seized now, will truly be lost. Zhou Yichen is one such individual. Upon seeing this news, he abruptly stood up, a spark of determination gleaming in his eyes. A young man's first crush, before being utterly crushed by reality, is always reluctant to give up hope. The following day, Zhou Yichen arose early, washed his hair, donned his most dashing attire, and with a meticulously prepared breakfast and milk in hand, appeared at the entrance of Class 3. However, what he faced was an ice-cold Su Wanyin. She calmly rejected every advance, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. The face that once smiled at him was now as frigid as ice, casting a sidelong glance at no one. Even when Jiang Yubai passed by her, her expression remained unchanged. Zhou Yichen felt a shiver run down his spine. Why did Su Wanyin seem even more unapproachable after the breakup? Standing before her, he spoke almost pleadingly. Wanyin. Su Wanyin merely sipped her yogurt, not even lifting her eyelids. She resembled a solitary, exquisite flower on a high peak, devoid of interest in her surroundings. What was so remarkable about Jiang Yubai? I, Su Wanyin, shall no longer remain so humble, she vowed to herself. Then, she heard the sound of the back door of the classroom being pulled open. Jiang Yubai entered. Her voice, though soft, rose clearly, as if addressing the entire classroom. Thank you, but please take it back. I want to consider any romantic entanglements before university, no matter who it is. After speaking, she cast a glance towards the back. Yet, Jiang Yubai seemed to have heard nothing, striding straight to his seat and retrieving a mathematics exercise book from his backpack. The facade of strength that Su Wanyin had so deliberately constructed was instantly pierced. Silently, she placed the yogurt bottle on the desk, lowered her head, and picked up her pen. You should leave. I need to study. Please don't disturb me again. I left it on your desk, Zhou Yichen said, turning away, believing he had acted with nonchalance. Strangely, seeing the once high and mighty, now aloof and resolute Su Wanyin, he found her even more alluring than before. What is unattainable is forever tantalizing. Su Wanyin didn't spare a glance at the breakfast, yet images of Jiang Yubai slipping money into her drawer flashed through her mind. What a jerk. She fixated on a single word in her book for a full 10 minutes, her fingers gripping the pen, turning pale from excessive pressure. After class, Zhang Xiaowei approached Class 7 with a 100 yuan bill. What is this? Zhou Yichen stared at the money, bewildered. It's for breakfast. Don't, Zhou Yichen lamented, covering his face in despair. Zhang Xiaowei ignored him and continued. Wanyin said it's better to settle accounts clearly. She didn't touch the breakfast. So the money must go to you. No, Zhou Yichen howled. This was even more painful than a direct rejection. In that moment, he finally understood the impact of Su Wanyin receiving money. Zhang Xiaowei pressed the money into his hand with a sigh. Zhou Yichen, you're a good person. It's just a pity you've chosen the wrong target. Zhang Xiaowei saw clearly that while Su Wanyin appeared indifferent, the feelings accumulated over the years could not simply be cast aside. This scar could only heal with time, the pressures of the college entrance exam, and the gradual distancing after graduation. During lunch, Zhang Xiaowei finally couldn't contain herself and quietly shared the results of her prior confrontation with Jiang Yubai. I asked him what he really wanted, and he said. Zhang Xiaowei hesitated, gauging her friend's reaction. He said quite simply, when a person no longer loves, they become heartless. He also said I've moved on to someone else. Is that answer satisfactory? Su Wanyin's chopsticks halted midair. She didn't erupt in hysteria. Instead, she lowered her head, letting her bangs obscure her eyes. 1 drop, 2 drops. Scalding tears silently plummeted into her bowl. In a muffled, nearly inaudible voice, she interrupted Zhang Xiaowei. From now on, please don't mention him to me. Chapter 29. He said he has moved on, and the new target is actually me. The Cold War had persisted for a full week. In the air of senior year, amidst the smell of ink from exam papers, another, more tantalizing essence began to circulate: gossip. Young boys and girls whispered conspiratorially, and the eye of every storm centered around 2 individuals, Jiang Yubai and Su Wanin. This wind even found its way into the teacher's lounge. Among the staff of the third middle school, who and T discussed this golden couple during idle chatter. Have you heard? That pair of childhood sweethearts in Xiao Qin's class is truly a sight for sore eyes. It's like a scene from an idle drama. A young female teacher, Yin Shu, the homeroom teacher for Class 7 and also the English teacher for Class 3, spoke. She had once been a most devoted supporter of Jiang Yubai and Su Wanin, especially after Jiang Yubai had changed his hairstyle, transforming his entire demeanor. To her, this was a pure love story unfolding in real time. Previously, in the office, Yin Shu had often been caught watching dramas while chatting with Qin Yu. Yeah. Do you think they LL get engaged after graduation? You mustn't break them apart. This is a match made in heaven. Yin Shu was Qin Yu's university best friend and the mastermind behind luring Qin Yu from the capital to teach in the mountain city. Now, on a Saturday afternoon, having had lunch, Yin Shu did not return home, but strode into Qin Yu's office, her heels clicking assertively against the floor. Qin Yu said a disk, her black and white chiffon dress enhancing her elegant aura. She lifted her gaze to see her fiery friend, then leisurely extended a package of snacks. Little Bear cookies. Want some? Yin Shu snatched the cookies, as if seeking to crush someone, and exclaimed angrily, no more shipping. My CP has been shattered. Men are indeed all swine. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh at her friend's dramatic demeanor. She scooted her chair closer, propping her chin on her hand, and curiously asked, what is going on? Who has provoked our grand lady Yin? Yin Shu thrust the cookies back into Qin Yu's hands, clapping her hands together with an exasperated pout. Who else could it be? That Jiang Yubai from your class. Qin Yu blinked, her long legs slightly crossing beneath her. What about him? What has he done? He is a heartless scoundrel. Yin Shu slammed her hand on the desk, suddenly remembering they were in the office, and quickly lowered her voice. Though her excite, what a splendid young lady Wan Yin is, possessing beauty, kindness, and remarkable academic achievements, not to mention the shared childhood memories as childhood sweethearts. If I were a man, I would cherish her in the palm of my hand. A fervent young female teacher, caught up in the whirlwind of a shipper's obsession, inevitably immerses herself in the perspective of the heroine after the house collapses, vehemently condemning the hero. Qin Yu picked up the milk on the table, inserted a straw, and leisurely took a sip. And then, I heard from the girls in our class that Jiang Yubai has developed feelings for another. The situation is utterly deplorable. Yin Shu spoke with righteous indignation, suggesting that such a student should have their parent called in. Qin Yu, somewhat perplexed, wondered, when did they even start dating? I had asked them, and they said there was no early romance. Yin Shu scoffed. When I was in high school, would I dare to tell the truth to the homeroom teacher? You didn't see it, but the last time I covered for you in self-study. Wan Yin was sitting next to Jiang Yubai, feeding him cream puffs one by one. If they're not a couple, then I might as well write my name backward. She spoke with utmost conviction. Early romance certainly warrants a parental meeting. Just as she finished speaking, the office door swung open. Jiang Yubai entered with his backpack. He had come for extra lessons, but happened to overhear the mention of calling in parents. And the atmosphere shifted awkwardly. Jiang Yubai was no stranger to this English teacher. Ms. Yin had previously enjoyed subtly inquiring about his relationship with Su Wanin. He greeted her politely with a smile. Ms. Yin, which lucky student is it today? Upon seeing the notorious young man himself, Yin Shu's expression crumbled instantly. He stood before her like the most detestable male lead from a drama. Leaving her too disenchanted to speak, she merely snorted in disdain and turned to exit the office. Jiang Yubai looked at Qin Yu, bewildered. What is up with Ms. Yin? Meanwhile, Qin Yu was gazing at him with an unprecedented intensity. Memories from the previous week thundered in her mind, connecting one clue after another. The school buzzed with whispers of a Cold War. Yin Shu's furious comments about unrequited love. And last week, his jest about turning against the teacher. At that moment, Qin Yu's mind came to a standstill. Her expression morphed into one of sheer bewilderment as she stared at the tall, handsome youth before her. The air seemed to still, leaving only the sound of her uncontrollable heartbeat resonating within her chest. The feelings he spoke of, could it possibly be for me? Chapter 30. I seem to have been captured by my student. Teachers, once liberated from their professional garb, are not so different from ordinary girls. They too indulge in sneaky sips of milk tea, stay up late binge-watching dramas, and roll around in bed with glee at sweet plot lines. The so-called identity is merely a facade adopted in specific contexts. Thus, Jiang Yubai pondered, how could he possibly be considered a rebellious student? He halted the spinning of his pencil, gazing at the distant Qin Yu, and sighed. Ms. Qin, your actions make me quite sad. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Just as Yin Shu had exited, she had placed Jiang Yubai at the farthest desk from her. A chasm wide enough to accommodate two more individuals lay between them. Yesterday, during their study session, They had sat closely enough for her to catch a whiff of his subtle fragrance. Today, however, she guarded against him as if he were a thief. No, even more tense than that. After all, it is not the thief's theft one fears, but the thief's intentions. Be quiet and focus on your problems. But I can't, Jiang Yubai retorted with unapologetic bravado. Qin Yu's exquisitely shod feet tapped anxiously beneath the table. She lowered her head, her gaze fixed on her phone screen. Yet her peripheral vision remained glued to Jiang Yubai. I just assigned those problems last night. Didn't I explain the solving methods to you yesterday? Jiang Yubai's purpose for this visit had little to do with studying. You want to give me the chance? Then I shall lay it all out. Forget it. Qin took a deep breath, rising helplessly. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor echoed as she approached Jiang Yubai, slightly leaning down. A fragrance reminiscent of orchids wafted into Jiang Yubai's nostrils. Which problem? Jiang Yubai inhaled the delightful aroma, casually scrawling across the test paper. A whole bunch. You can't do any of them? Qin Yu's elegant brows knitted together. Jiang Yubai nodded with unabashed honesty. Then I wasted my efforts yesterday. Qin Yu could no longer contain herself and lightly tapped his head. You know very well how poor I am, math. Jiang Yubai blinked innocently, his expression sincere, as if truly distressed by his grades. But I swear I will study hard. This declaration instantly extinguished the flicker of anger rising in Qin Yu. All right, look here. The auxiliary line for this problem should be drawn like this. Ms. Qin, don't just stand there. It must be exhausting. Before she could finish, Jiang Yubai hurried over to the other side, pulling a chair for her and placing it behind her. Come, let us sit down and discuss this slowly. The scene unfolded with a peculiar blend of teacherly kindness and student devotion. Oh, fine. Qin Yu, somewhat bewildered, sat down right next to Jiang Yubai. After explaining a problem, she lifted her head, suddenly realizing, wait a minute, how'd I end up sitting beside him again? Moreover, this rascal had somehow taken her original seat. Have you zoned out again? Jiang Yubai gently prodded Qin Yu's fair arm with his pen, a hint of reproach lacing his tone. Ms. Qin, in this state, how can I ever aim for Tsinghua or Peking University? Oh. Like a robot activated by a switch, Qin Yu immediately nodded, redirecting her focus to the test paper. Yes, right, look at this formula. Yet when she finished explaining a problem and hoped Jiang Yubai would process it on his own, she lifted her gaze once more to find herself staring blankly at the youth beside her. Qin Yu blinked, suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. Who exactly is the teacher, and who is the student? Ms. Qin, don't lose focus. On to the next problem. Oh, in the office. Only the sound of pencil tips scratching against paper remained, along with Jiang Yubai's intermittent questions and Qin Yu's answers. The atmosphere was astonishingly harmonious. Time slipped by quietly until the sky outside turned a shade of orange-red, at which point Jiang Yubai contentedly set down his pen. He rummaged through his backpack and produced a package of Wangzai steamed buns, offering them to the visibly fatigued Qin Yu. She was stretching her limbs, her black and white satin dress accentuating her stunning silhouette. Jiang Yubai gazed at her slightly parted red lips and her languid expression, speaking in a voice of pure sincerity. Teacher, you did wonderfully today. Huh? Qin Yu, caught off guard, froze mid-stretch, staring at Jiang Yubai in confusion, unable to process his words. Oh, you must also review well at home. Jiang Yubai, you've been working really hard lately, and I'm truly proud of you. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me anytime. Sure, thank you, Ms. Qin. You're so kind. I feel myself growing increasingly fond of you. The phrase growing fond struck Qin Yu like an electric shock. She abruptly straightened her posture, even reaching out to stop Jiang Yubai from shouldering his bag. Wait a moment, let us have a chat. Jiang Yubai obediently took a seat. Indeed, you are about to face the Gaokao and have reached adulthood. It is entirely natural for students to develop certain feelings during their adolescence, as teachers often perceive. As Qin Yu spoke, she nervously tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yubai had already risen, effortlessly retrieving a glass of water and presenting it to her. Here, let me wet my throat first, and we can discuss this matter at leisure. What you mentioned about feelings is quite true. Although you're my teacher, there are some truths I must confess. Recently, I have developed some unusual sentiments. However, rest assured, I will adjust my mindset before the Gaokao and ensure that nothing interferes with my studies. Jiang Yubai's words left Qin Yu momentarily speechless, effectively silencing the myriad thoughts she had prepared. Her mind went blank. Wait, what was I about to say? She found herself completely thrown off balance, nodding vacantly, oh. With a sigh, Jiang Yubai spoke in a tone that belied his youth. Ah, Teacher Qin, in fact, we are quite similar in age. You are merely a few years my senior, correct? At our age, it is only natural to yearn for beautiful affections. But this is a special time. You are guiding the graduating class while I am in my final year, and we must exercise restraint. Once we graduate, it will be different. You can pursue your boyfriend while I seek my girlfriend. It's a win-win. I say this because I genuinely consider you a friend, and I hope you regard me as one too. He gazed at Chinyu with an expression full of earnest anticipation, his eyes sparkling with clarity. Of course, Chinyu replied, feeling utterly ensnared in his words. Instinctively, she crossed her legs, the sheer black stockings taut against her skin, accentuating the graceful contours of her legs. Yet her thoughts were a tangled mess. In that case, Jiang Yubai rummaged through his bag, producing a packet of QQ candies. He pinched out a translucent candy and offered it to her slightly parted lips. From now on, in school, you are my teacher, and I am your student. Outside of school, you are my sister, and I am your brother. We can each pursue our own matters. How does that sound? Chapter 31. Teacher, you look truly beautiful today. The grape-flavored soft candy lingered sweetly on her tongue, overwhelming in its sweetness, stirring a flutter in her heart. Chinyu gripped the steering wheel of her Audi, her knuckles turning pale as Jiang Yubai's words, "You are my sister, I am your brother," echoed incessantly in her mind. What brother-sister dynamic? He was clearly attempting to muddle the lines of their relationship. She had intended to inquire about his breakup with Su Wanin, but what happened? Ultimately, she had asked nothing and found herself utterly disoriented, fleeing the office in a fluster. With a click, the passenger door swung open, and Yun Shu slid into the car, fastening her seatbelt while casting a curious glance at her. Yeah, have you lost your spirit? She inquired. Listen, don't stress too much about Jiang Yubai's math scores. That boy is as dense as a block of wood, utterly unrefined. You've already cried over him once. It's not worth it. Yin Shu attributed Qin Yu's distraction to work pressures, unaware that it was Jiang Yubai himself who had thrown her into turmoil. Qin Yu replied absent-mindedly, pressing the gas pedal as they merged into the evening rush-hour traffic. The following day, Sunday, the sun shone warmly, casting its golden rays across the empty campus. Dispelling the usual clamor, Jiang Yubai effortlessly used the spare key given by Qin Yu to unlock the office door. Without a hint of hesitation, he strode directly to her desk and took a seat. The chair that belonged to her still carried the faint trace of her fragrance. He pulled out a test paper from his bag and began to work through the problems, only to be interrupted by the sharp sound of high heels clicking against the floor. Without lifting his gaze, Jiang Yubai casually remarked, "Sister, you've arrived." The word sister caused Qin Yu, who had just entered, to momentarily freeze. "You little rascal, occupy my seat again, and stop calling me that. Don't sit in my chair." Qin Yu attempted to adopt a stern demeanor, assuming her authority as the homeroom teacher. "Oh." Jiang Yubai stood up and vacated her seat, instead pulling a chair beside her and sitting closely. His bright eyes regarded Qin Yu, as if to convey, "The seat may be returned to you, but I wish to remain by your side." As Qin Yu reclaimed her position, a mix of irritation and amusement bubbled within her. Just like yesterday, he occupied the main seat while she sat beside him. If a student were to enter, they would likely greet Jiang Yubai as teacher. She suppressed her unease and reached into her drawer for a hair tie, preparing to gather her hair. "Have you had breakfast?" Qin Yu asked casually. "I have," Jiang Yubai replied, yet his hand delved into his bag, retrieving a still-warm coconut bread. "Teacher Qin, do try this. It's just out of the oven." "No need, I've already eaten," Qin Yu fibbed. Jiang Yubai saw through her lie with clarity. At this hour, it was impressive that she had managed to arrive at school. Breakfast was likely sacrificed for sleep. He chose not to call her out, instead tearing open the packaging. With meticulous care, he broke the soft bread into small pieces and placed them back in the bag. He gently pushed the open bag toward her, his face adorned with an innocent smile characteristic of youth. "Have a bite." As Qin Yu gathered her hair, revealing her smooth, full forehead and elegantly swan-like neck. She wore a light touch of makeup, merely a layer of lip balm, which accentuated the fullness of her lips, rendering her even more enchanting. Observing the carefully torn pieces of bread before her, a crack appeared in Qin Yu's defenses. "I already said, I'm not eating?" Jiang Yubai interrupted, his tone shifting to one of feigned disappointment. "Then I may not be able to focus on math today." His blatant threat was delivered with the most innocent expression. "Humph." Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh at his audacity, retorting, "If you don't study, it's not my exam." "Ah, I misspoke. I apologize, teacher," Jiang Yubai quickly amended, then nudged the bag of bread closer to her. Simultaneously, he took the folder beside her. "These are today's problems, right? I'll start on them while you enjoy your breakfast. Teacher, let us work together for efficiency, shall we?" As Qin Yu observed his stubborn demeanor, the irritation dissipated entirely. She chose not to respond, but her hand instinctively reached for the plastic bag. A triumphant smile tugged at Jiang Yubai's lips. and he lowered his head to focus on the test. Yet, his gaze would inevitably drift toward the person beside him. She took small bites of the bread, her rosy lips parting and closing, dusted with flecks of yellow coconut. Her teeth gleamed white, and her manner of eating was dainty, reminiscent of a little hamster. Jiang Yubai felt the weight of his intense gaze upon her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and do your work," she snapped. Feeling flustered, these past few days, she felt as though she were being led around by this student. "All right," Jiang Yubai complied, deliberately controlling his accuracy on this test, likely missing about 30% of the answers. Wow. When Jiang Yubai concluded her grading with a red pen, she looked up in astonishment, her bright eyes sparkling. "Jiang Yubai, you scored 105 on this test. Sister, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching." Just moments ago, Jiang Yubai had admonished him not to call out indiscriminately. Yet now she found herself reveling in his progress, completely oblivious to the shift in the way he addressed her. "Look at you. We just discussed the auxiliary lines for this problem yesterday, and you've forgotten already." Before Jiang Yubai could respond, she leaned in, eagerly ready to explain the mistake. They were seated very close to one another. A fragrance reminiscent of orchids, mingled with her uniquely soft aura, wafted into Jiang Yubai's nostrils, enchanting him. He turned his head, his gaze growing bolder. The temperature in Shansheng was uncharacteristically high today, and she wore a vintage red dress with a square neckline, which exposed her exquisitely delicate collarbone and a hint of fair skin. As she sat, slightly leaning forward, the straight neckline acquired a breathtaking curve. Jiang Yubai's eyes seemed to be glued to that captivating sight. Ahem. Finally, Jiang Yubai noticed that his attention had strayed from the exam paper. She cleared her throat awkwardly, gesturing with her pen toward the question. "Focus on the question." "Oh." Jiang Yubai leisurely averted his gaze, displaying not a trace of embarrassment for being caught. Instead, he shamelessly added, "Teacher Qin, you look truly beautiful today. Be quiet. Focus on the question." Jiang Yubai, her fingers adorned with crimson nail polish, tapped the table irritably twice, while her other hand instinctively tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Her cheeks burned with heat. She thought to herself, how could this boy's words be so sweet, as if dipped in honey? Chapter 32, he is still just a child. ISNT. The familiar ringing of the bell echoed across the expansive campus. Jiang Yubai set his pen down, resting a hand on his abdomen, lifting his clear eyes to meet Jiang Yu's gaze as he obediently called out, "Sister." The way he said sister had grown increasingly natural. Jiang Yubai, having heard him mix the titles of teacher and sister throughout the morning, had surprisingly begun to acclimate to it. After sitting for a while, she stretched her long legs, elegantly clad in black stockings, and lightly pounded her fist on the table, finally diverting her gaze from the exam paper. "What's the matter?" Jiang Yubai's fingers lightly brushed against her fair arm, but he withdrew them the moment their skin made contact. "Sister, let me treat you to lunch today. You've worked so hard to help me catch up." In truth, he had left home without a single penny today. Jiang Yubai, true to form, did not overthink it. She lifted her hand to remove her hair tie, allowing her silky long hair to cascade down, filling the air with a faint fragrance. "No need. Your willingness to work hard is already enough to make your teacher happy. You helped me out the last time at the intersection, so this meal is on me." Jiang Yubai immediately nodded, seizing the opportunity to propose. "Then I won't be polite, sister. I heard that a new restaurant has opened in Shansheng where you can see sharks. The ambience is exceptional, and it will surely uplift our spirits while dining." That restaurant was renowned for its intimate and dimly lit atmosphere, famous as a romantic rendezvous spot. Jiang Yubai paused for a moment. The Shark Memorial Restaurant? That's quite a drive. She had assumed they would merely dine at the school cafeteria or a nearby eatery, not expecting Jiang Yubai to have already mapped out their destination. This boy was undoubtedly scheming. Yet, having reached this point in the conversation, it would be overly deliberate to refuse further. All right then. In the parking lot at the school entrance, Jiang Yu's white Audi sat quietly. Jiang Yubai hurried ahead, opening the driver's side door for her. He extended a hand, gallantly shielding her head to prevent her from bumping against the door frame as she entered. "Sister, watch your head," he said, his youthful voice laced with mirth. Jiang Yu's heart inexplicably raced for a moment. Jiang Yubai bore a delightful fragrance of men's cologne, crisp and clean, which wafted into her senses, leaving her unsettled. She dared not look at him for too long and awkwardly stepped into the car, her elegant leg clad in black stockings brushing against the bare-patterned floor mat. Just as she reached for the door to close it, a hand stopped her. Jiang Yubai leaned in, half of his body inside the car. Today, he was not in a school uniform, wearing a plain black t-shirt from which a silver necklace peeked, gently swaying against his chest. The sunlight highlighted the striking contours of his profile, and in his deep, dark eyes, her slightly flustered reflection was clearly visible. The atmosphere within the car, turned distinctly ambiguous. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly turned her head, gripping the steering wheel in a feigned calmness. "You should get in. Why are you blocking me?" Jiang Yubai chuckled softly, leaning in closer, his warm breath nearly grazing her ear. He reached out, gently holding her hand as she attempted to fasten her seatbelt. "Teacher, how can you drive in high heels?" Only then did Qin Yu realize, her cheeks flushing crimson, that she had completely overlooked this detail. She lightly pushed Jiang Yubai away, pretending to get out to change her shoes from the trunk. But Jiang Yubai blocked her path. "In the trunk, right?" Qin Yu blinked, nodding in agreement. "Sit tight, I'll get them." He straightened up and quickly walked to the rear of the car, tugging at the trunk lid, which did not budge. He poked his head back in, calling out to the still-dazed Qin Yu, "Sister, why are you in a daze? Unlock it." Oh. Qin Yu, as if waking from a dream, hastily pressed the trunk release button. Through the rearview mirror, she caught sight of her slightly flushed ears. Jiang Yubai soon found her pair of white sequin flat sandals amidst a pile of clutter. Rather than handing them directly from the back seat, he walked back to the driver's side. He bent down, placing the shoes on the ground beside the door. Qin Yu, regaining her composure, turned to reach for the shoes. However, the car's high chassis and her added cushion made the position awkward, causing her skirt to rise and reveal more of her thigh. Just as she found herself in a dilemma, Jiang Yubai suddenly knelt on one knee. To Qin Yu's astonishment, a warm, dry hand grasped her slender ankle, encased in black stockings. "Oh, teacher, if it's inconvenient for you, let me help." The sensation, even through the thin stockings, was remarkably smooth and delicate. The warmth of his fingertips felt electric, causing Qin Yu to stiffen all over. His fingers gently exerted pressure, effortlessly slipping the high heel off her foot. Following that, he nudged his knee forward, allowing her perfectly arched foot to rest on his thigh. Then, unhurriedly, he picked up the shoe from the ground. The entire process flowed seamlessly. Qin Yu's eyes widened in shock. Just as she contemplated kicking this audacious boy away, she met his utterly innocent gaze. "Teacher, the other one." He blinked innocently, with an air of filial piety, as if performing the most natural act. In that moment, all her struggles and anger evaporated. When the other delicate foot was gently placed into the shoe, she numbly retracted her legs into the car, her mind consumed by a single thought. He is still just a child, he knows nothing, right? Chapter 33, You really must not harbor any strange thoughts about me. Jiang Yubai settled into the passenger seat, his fingertips seemingly lingering with the delicate, smooth sensation of the black stockings from earlier. He couldn't help but ponder. What man in this world could resist a female teacher who adores wearing black stockings and drives an Audi? The car engine rumbled deeply as the white Audi merged into the traffic. Jiang Yubai did not conceal his gaze, openly admiring Qin Yu beside him. How peculiar it was. The disparity between individuals could be so vast. Qin Yu's face was stunningly beautiful, resembling a meticulously carved work of art. Her figure was equally striking, though she appeared slender. She was undeniably well endowed. The square neckline of her vintage red dress was transformed into a deep V curve by her presence. Jiang Yubai mused. Even a fully blossomed Su Wanyin could only match this moment's mature allure of Qin Yu. The more at ease he felt, the more flustered Qin Yu became. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, her gaze fixed ahead as she pretended to focus on driving. When a red light stopped the car, she exhaled in relief, only to hear the youthful voice beside her float casually, "Sister, your palms are sweaty." Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively curled her fingers, stubbornly retorting, "It's just hot in the car." "Is it?" Jiang Yubai turned his head, his dark eyes shining brilliantly under the city's neon glow. "I can't help but think it's my handsomeness that has you all flustered." Qin Yu was momentarily rendered speechless by his narcissistic remark, and chose to turn her head away, dismissing him. This boy was far too cunning. Even though their relationship was that of teacher and student, the power dynamic should have been in her hands. Yet, with his relentless teasing and playful banter, she found herself increasingly unsure of who was truly in control. The Audi wound through the serpentine roads of the mountain city before finally arriving at the underground garage of the city's premier commercial center, situated by the banks of the Jialing River. After turning off the engine, before she could unbuckle her seatbelt, Jiang Yubai had already exited the vehicle. In the dim light of the garage, he walked around to her side and gallantly opened the door. "Sister, shall we head inside?" He oscillated between closeness and distance, striking the perfect balance. Qin Yu slipped into a pair of white pointed Valentino heels, the lambskin perfectly accentuating her fair instep and the elegant curve concealed beneath the black stockings. However, as she hurriedly followed, she subconsciously lagged half a step behind. Jiang Yubai paused, turned back, and waved at her, his smile radiating innocence. "Sister, are you being shy again? We agreed yesterday that outside of school, we are siblings, Let's be natural and walk side by side, shall we? After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yubai finally moved forward, walking alongside him. As they entered the Shark restaurant, a middle-aged manager clad in a suit promptly approached them. "Miss Jiang, your presence here is indeed a rare delight." The manager beamed, clearly having awaited their arrival. Upon stepping out of the car, Jiang Yubai had indeed made a phone call. She reined in her earlier flustered demeanor, restoring her usual aloofness, and nodded coolly. The manager's gaze swept over Jiang Yubai, his enthusiasm noticeably heightened. "The private room is ready for you both. Would you like to head there now?" Jiang Yubai did not respond immediately, but instinctively glanced at Jiang Yubai, silently seeking his opinion. This subtle action instantly enlightened the manager. Jiang Yubai met the manager's gaze with composure, nodding affirmatively. "Let's go now." Then, turning to Jiang Yubai, his tone shifted back to one imbued with affectionate reliance. "Sister, I am hungry." "All right, let us head over now," Jiang Yubai instinctively responded. The manager, understanding the cue, personally made arrangements, exchanging pleasantries before summoning 2 waiters to lead the way. In the dimly lit private room, the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass revealed a deep blue aquarium, where several sharks glided gracefully. The waiter bowed and presented the menu. Adeptly placing it before Jiang Yubai, he casually flipped through it, declaring, "I'll pass on this, and this." Raising his head, he smiled at the bewildered waiter. "Just order everything else." The waiter's mouth fell open in disbelief. "Sir, are you sure?" Jiang Yubai was amused, yet exasperated, extending her long fingers to poke his forehead playfully. "You really don't hold back, do you? You are my sister." "After all," Jiang Yubai replied with a sense of justification, grasping her finger that remained poised above his forehead, gently shaking it. "Why should I be polite with my sister?" Jiang Yubai felt as though his words had bewitched her mind, hastily withdrawing her hand. Of course, Jiang Yubai was merely jesting. Ultimately, they ordered a selection of exquisite dishes along with a bottle of moderately alcoholic red wine. Although Jiang Yubai intended to refuse, arguing that he was still a student and shouldn't drink, Jiang Yubai gazed at her with pleading eyes, softly asking, "I've never tasted red wine. Can I just have a small sip, sister?" Jiang Yubai found herself utterly at a loss. When the beautifully presented dishes were served, Jiang Yubai expertly poured wine for both of them, raising his glass. "Here's to you, sister, for all the hard work you've put into tutoring me. This meal should be on me, but I promise I'll treat you next time." The mention of next time implied another invitation. A faint blush crept to Jiang Yu's ears as she raised her glass, replying, "No need to be formal. I'm your teacher. It's my duty." As the wine flowed, Jiang Yubai naturally assumed the role of a dutiful brother, effortlessly serving Jiang Yu. He even shared a humorous anecdote about a classmate who had dozed off in class, inadvertently drooling on a girl's hair, which made her laugh heartily and relax immensely. Jiang Yu had a low tolerance for alcohol. After a few glasses of red wine, her fair cheeks were tinted with a charming flush. She gazed dreamily at the youth across from her, who was serving her food and urging her to eat more, momentarily unable to discern whether this was reality or a dream. Suddenly, she set down her wine glass. "Jiang Yubai." He also paused, looking up. Her fingers unconsciously traced circles on the smooth tabletop as she spoke, emboldened by the alcohol. "You really mustn't harbor any peculiar thoughts about me." "Sister, what do you mean by peculiar thoughts? You think too much. I'm still just a child." Jiang Yubai replied with unwavering calmness, his eyes clear, as if her question had been nothing more than a figment of her imagination. His nonchalance left Jiang Yubai feeling strangely vulnerable, as though a mere high school student had managed to outmaneuver a woman in her 20s. She cleared her throat and tactfully shifted the topic. "Are you full?" "Yes. Thank you, sister." Jiang Yubai wiped his mouth with a napkin, then stood, feigning the intent to leave. "I'll head back by myself this afternoon. I should be able to call for a designated driver." He opened the door to the private room, pausing at the threshold to glance back. Jiang Yubai remained seated, instinctively raising her hand to tuck away her loose strands of hair, though the rubber band on her wrist remained still. The alcohol had lent her already beautiful face a delicate blush, and her watery eyes gazed at the young man by the door. "Aren't we continuing this afternoon? Next week is the last mock exam. Should we return to reinforce some material?" Jiang Yubai relinquished the choice to him. If he were to say stay, she would oblige. If he were to say leave, then today's supplementary lesson would conclude. Jiang Yubai understood this implicitly. He gently closed the door to the private room and returned, pulling out a chair not across from her, but directly beside Jiang Yubai, sitting down without uttering a word, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "What are you staring at?" Under the dim light, his gaze was strikingly aggressive, causing Jiang Yubai to feel flustered and to avert her eyes first. "Teacher Jiang," Jiang Yubai suddenly spoke, taking the initiative to grasp her bowl, rising to serve her a portion of chicken soup, which he presented before her. "Drink some soup to ease the effects of the alcohol." Jiang Yubai was slightly taken aback. She had just reapplied her lipstick and now he was doing this? The moment she reached out to accept it, Jiang Yubai, using the motion of handing over the bowl, let his warm palm unexpectedly cover the back of her hand, then slid down to firmly grasp her hand. In his eyes swirled a profound and earnest emotion that Jiang Yu had never encountered before. I'm truly grateful to you. His grip was devoid of any unruly intentions. It was merely a firm hold, as if he wished to convey the most genuine appreciation. Jiang Yu was bewildered, noticing that his eyes were subtly reddening. For these 3 years, you have never given up on me, even when I repeatedly disappointed you. Wasting your precious time by requiring supplementary lessons, I have never once met your expectations or honored your sacrifices. As a young teacher, Jiang Yu was suddenly overwhelmed by this heartfelt confession, a rush of bittersweet pride swelling within her, akin to watching her own pupil flourish. Don't say that. This is what a teacher should do. Jiang Yu, you are an exceptionally good teacher. Jiang Yubai held her hand, their gazes meeting. At that moment, emotions reached a pinnacle. He called her by her name, and she felt no offense. There was no greater acknowledgement for a teacher than the heartfelt gratitude from a student. In this instant, she felt that all her past hardships had borne fruit. You have worked so hard for a student like me, who is so lacking. A single tear slipped down his distinctly contoured cheek. Jiang Yu's eyes also grew warm. Why say such sentimental things? It makes me want to cry. She suddenly understood Jiang Yubai's recent odd behavior. He merely wished to express his gratitude in his own clumsy way. Jiang Yu hastily averted her gaze, biting her lip to prevent her emotions from spiraling out of control. Teacher, from now on, I will study mathematics diligently. I will get my all. You will always be there for me, won't you? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu hastily wiped her face and turned back. Her expression transformed into a gentle smile. She raised her hand, softly placing it atop Jiang Yubai's head, ruffling his short hair as one would to soothe a frightened creature. Yes, I will be with you. Jiang Yubai was momentarily stunned. After a moment, he lifted his other hand to wipe his face, yet his grip on Jiang Yu's hand remained unyielding. The smoothness of her skin made him reluctant to let go. Teacher, sometimes I truly feel as though you are like my elder sister. The youth's clear eyes brimmed with dependence. In that instant, it seemed they were left with nothing but the pure bond of siblings. Is it inappropriate for siblings to hold hands? Jiang Yu was oblivious to the fact that the boundary of teacher and student had quietly been transcended and deep within her. She felt no resistance to it. I know you may not have any fondness for me, but since I was young, I have longed for an elder sister. I have seen other children with their sisters, playing and being cared for, receiving new toys. He unconsciously tightened his grip on her hand, appearing somewhat anxious. Biting his lower lip, he asked in a tone that was both tentative and hopeful, Teacher Jiang, the monthly exam is approaching. Could you offer me some encouragement? Jiang Yu's heart softened immediately. With a resigned sigh, she freed her other hand to gently pat the back of his hand, speaking softly, all right. Tell me what kind of encouragement you want. Only then did Jiang Yubai release her hand, placing both hands neatly on the table, his head slightly bowed, his tone earnest. Teacher, please cheer me on. Previously, calling her sister had carried a playful facet, but this time he was serious. Teacher Jiang, if I can score above 120 in this monthly exam, will you accept me as your brother? From now on, at school, you will be my teacher, but privately, you will be my elder sister, and I will be your younger brother. Jiang Yu's hand, raised in the air, froze, her eyes blinking in confusion as she tried to digest his sudden words. Seeing her silent, Jiang Yubai leaned forward slightly, pressing on. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. Chapter 35. If I score above 120, I will consider you my brother for life. As expected, Jiang Yu, her sparkling eyes fixed on Jiang Yubai, ultimately nodded. I do not dislike you. By this liking, she referred to the pure admiration between teacher and student. Then this agreement is established. If you exceed 120 in the next monthly exam, I will agree to be your sister. Seemingly concerned that he might feel overwhelmed, she quickly added, even if you do not achieve this time, do not lose heart. So long as you can score above 120 before the college entrance examination through your own efforts, I will be your sister for life. Upon finishing, Jiang Yu herself smiled first, her eyes curving into lovely crescents. She shifted her crossed leg, the black stockings under the dim light outlining a perfect silhouette. Though this may sound like a transaction, I do not quite favor such an arrangement. Her voice softened, imbued with the warmth characteristic of someone who had indulged in drink. But as a teacher, I genuinely hope you strive for a satisfactory score in your college entrance examination. Yubai, do your best. After saying this, Jiang Yu seemed to be adapting to the sisterly role, once more reaching out to gently ruffle Jiang Yubai's hair. His hair was coarse and somewhat prickly to the touch. She was indeed a girl who was faultlessly admirable. Jiang Yubai inwardly lamented, thinking that in his past life, He must have had his wits consumed by a zombie to have overlooked such a gem and instead plunged into the mire of Su Wanyin. I will. Jiang Yubai lowered his eyes, his voice obedient to an almost absurd degree. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door of the private room. Entering was a refined, middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his face adorned with a warm smile. Jiang Yubai recognized him. He frequently appeared on financial channels in his previous life, a well-known local real estate mogul, Mr. Huang. As soon as Mr. Huang entered, his gaze precisely locked on Qin Yu, his demeanor filled with familiarity and cordiality, even hinting at a touch of flattery. Yet Qin Yu retracted her warmth, reverting to her characteristic cool detachment, handling the encounter with poise and grace, exuding elegance. Jiang Yubai quietly sat to the side, his mind racing with calculations. He only knew that Qin Yu came from a wealthy background, driving an Audi, but he had not anticipated such deep connections. Older women, 6 years my senior, are like gold bricks. He felt he had struck a veritable jackpot. Mr. Huang, clearly astute, since Qin Yu's mind was elsewhere. After exchanging a few pleasantries to establish his presence, he wisely took his leave. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In a bid to solidify his image of diligence and ambition, Jiang Yubai proactively proposed a return to school for revision. As they strolled together through the campus, he donned headphones listening to English, and their conversation was sparse. Yet, an unprecedented harmony enveloped them. That meal and the wager they had made seemed to have woven an invisible bond, subtly drawing them closer. The barriers and discomfort typically present between teacher and student had vanished entirely. Jiang Yubai could not help but reflect on how his identity as a struggling student had become a serendipitous advantage, allowing him to effortlessly transcend all thresholds and directly access the tender sanctum of Qin Yu's heart, infused with an overwhelming sense of responsibility. What those male classmates who harbored fanciful notions about Qin Yu, they likely would not have even the slightest chance to approach her. Her indifference towards unfamiliar individuals was etched into her very being, akin to an impenetrable ice wall. Yet, Jiang Yubai, armed with the passport of being a student, effortlessly traversed that divide. As for any ulterior motives he might harbor, a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. I'm merely a high school student. What intentions could I possibly possess? The afternoon passed in a flurry of problem-solving, until the setting sun painted the sky with molten gold. Upon returning home, Jiang Yubai indulged in a warm shower, reliving the events of the day in his mind. It was nothing short of perfect. He had mastered the theorems and formulas in his textbooks, and with a foundation from a past life, he navigated language arts and English with ease. At this moment, all he needed was to regain the feel for solving problems. He could almost envision the scene on the day the college entrance examination results were announced. He would rush forward without hesitation, enveloping Qin Yu's gentle form in his embrace, whispering fervently in her ear, no longer needing to disguise his voice. Qin Yu, I have graduated. From this moment on, I am no longer your student. I like you. Just the thought sent a thrill through him. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the eve of the monthly examination had arrived. During this period, Jiang Yubai and Su Wanyin had become like strangers in class, exchanging not even a glance. Su Wanyin no longer turned her head or bounced to the back of the classroom. They had transformed into the most familiar of strangers. During the class meeting, Qin Yu stood at the podium, directing the students to rearrange desks and chairs in preparation for the examination the following day. Classmates, this is our final monthly exam in senior year. I hope everyone can maintain their composure and perform to the best of their abilities. Her gaze swept across the classroom, ultimately landing on the tall figure in the back, a smile of pride involuntarily gracing her lips. I hope everyone can look up to Jiang Yubai. Never give up at any moment. His previous math scores had plummeted to the point of almost abandoning the subject, lingering around 50 or 60 for quite some time. Yet, look at him now. He had diligently improved his math scores in such a short span. His progress was visibly remarkable. I believe he can do it. And so can you. Let's go. After Qin Yu finished speaking, she clicked her heels and walked out of the classroom. Zheng Xiaowei, seated nearby, couldn't he help but roll her eyes, whispering to Su Wanyin, has teacher Qin taken leave of her senses? She is always going on about Jiang Yubai. Who would want to emulate him, that scoundrel? Mid-sentence, she was taken aback, realizing that Su Wanyin was not listening. Su Wanyin had turned her head, fixated on Jiang Yubai's back in the rear of the classroom. She bit her lip, her eyes swirling with indescribable emotions, murmuring to herself, study math? Or not study math? A sudden wave of anxiety washed over Su Wanyin. The final clamor in the classroom was the rustling of bags being packed. It was an unwritten rule at the school not to schedule evening study sessions before the monthly exam. Zheng Xiaowei glanced at the motionless Su Wanyin beside her and gently called her name. Wanyin. Su Wanyin seemed to be roused from a stupor, taking several seconds before her gaze slowly returned from Jiang Yubai's retreating figure. With her head bowed, she sluggishly gathered her belongings, exam papers, pencil case, book after book. Where her fingers brushed against the math textbook, her movements momentarily halted. Her fingers, gripping the corner of the book, turned white from the pressure. Zheng Xiaowei could no longer bear to watch and reached out to gently grasp her icy hand. Su Wanyin, as if awakened, forced a smile that was more tragic than tears. "Iem fine. Fine my foot," Zheng Xiaowei replied, feeling a pang of sympathy as she squeezed Su Wanyin's hand and lowered her voice. "There are plenty of men in the world, and we're about to enter college. There are countless men far more outstanding than Jiang Yubai, lined up from the school gate to the banks of the Jialing River. What is so special about that scoundrel? Don't be like this. It pains me to see you." Zheng Xiaowei sensed that Su Wanyin, though appearing indifferent and strong on the surface, was internally riddled with wounds. Indeed, there are many men in this world who surpass Jiang Yubai in excellence. However, there is only one Jiang Yubai. Su Wanyin had finished packing her things and sat in her family S-car, the window reflecting the contours of her gaunt cheeks. The neon lights and towering skyscrapers outside transformed into fleeting shadows, rushing past, yet her world remained shrouded in darkness, unable to absorb anything. Jiang Yubai, oblivious, remained unaware of the lingering gaze that had stayed on him for quite some time. As usual, he walked home alongside Xie Tao. On that late April evening, the early summer breeze caressed their faces, warm and dry. "Yubai, didn't teacher Qin give us that stationery today to write down what we want to do in the future? What are you planning to write?" Xie Tao's chatter was relentless, his words spilling forth as they exited the school gates. Today's class meeting had centered around Qin Yu's request for the students to jot down their aspirations and affix them to their desks as motivation for the final push. Jiang Yubai, basking in the golden afterglow of the sunset, lazily curled the corners of his lips and countered, "What about you?" "Me? I've already figured it out. I want to attend a top teacher college and come back to teach," Xie Tao declared proudly. "Didn't you say my gift of gab is wasted if I don't go into teaching?" Jiang Yubai internally scoffed at the thought. With that incessant chatter, he'd truly be better off as a monk. He distinctly remembered that in his past life, Xie Tao hadn't become a teacher at all, but had instead returned to take over the vast family business at a young age. "Well, good luck with that," Jiang Yubai replied dismissively. "But don't just talk about me. What about you? What are your lofty ambitions? Share them, so I can take notes." Xie Tao nudged him playfully, eager for gossip. Jiang Yubai deftly shifted the conversation, leaving the question unanswered. In this life, what did he aspire to do? He feared that if he spoke his true desires, he would leave Xie Tao utterly dumbfounded, for there was an even more crucial and urgent matter awaiting him before entering university: making money. Jiang Yubai yearned to live freely, to provide Qin Yu with a future she truly deserved, and all of that required substantial capital, capable of moving mountains. This world was strikingly harsh and unforgiving. By the time he returned home, night had already descended. Jiang Yubai reclined on his bed, hands clasped behind his head, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the ceiling to behold the profound depths of the night sky. How should he chart the course of his life? Should he merely retrace the steps of his past existence? After a decade of navigating the tumultuous waters of the financial realm, earning a six-figure salary in his early 30s, such a life would offer stability, yet would lack the thrill he yearned for. That sum of money would afford him a decent apartment in a mountainous city, a serviceable car, and a comfortable middle-class existence devoid of material worries. Yet, to provide for a woman like Qin Yu, to create a world worthy of her, he was still woefully far from that goal. If he had the chance to start anew, what significance would there be in merely reliving yesterday? Vividly, he recalled the immense opportunities lurking within this era. 2011, a golden age where myriad talents vied for supremacy, where fortunes could be made. The 3G network was burgeoning, while the ferocious beast of 4G was quietly gathering strength. Kuaishou had just emerged the previous year, and the future titan of ByteDance, Mr. Zhang, was still seeking direction, while Alibaba's Double 11 shopping extravaganza had yet to sweep the nation. If one could ride the crest of such a transformative wave, even a pig could be lifted to great heights. And Jiang Yubai, armed with the prophetic memories of the next decade, resolved not to passively await the winds of fortune. He aspired to be the one who would summon a great tidal wave. However grandiose his visions, a starting point remained essential: the first pot of gold. Had he not parted ways with Su Wanyin, he could have easily secured a stellar beginning, leveraging the connections and wealth of the Su family. The Su couple had long regarded him as a son. Yet now, that shortcut had been severed by his own hand. He must rely solely on himself. He needed to seize the dividends of trends like live commerce and short videos. He would bite into the vast pie of the mobile internet, establishing his own media company, creating content, amassing traffic, and then reinvesting to incubate internet products. Could he truly become the house that dealt the cards? It seemed utterly fantastical. The internet was an insatiable abyss, burning through capital at an astonishing rate, and he had no family fortune to draw upon. Yet, damn it, having been granted a second chance at life, he couldn't return empty-handed from the treasure trove. A surge of fervor coursed through him as Jiang Yubai sprang from his bed, his blood boiling with excitement. He rummaged through his backpack to find the letterhead adorned with the emblem of the third high school, sent by Qin Yu that very day. Aspirations and goals should be set high and audacious. He grasped his pen, feeling the tip glide across the paper, each stroke imbued with determination. No longer did he harbor any doubt. I shall become the wealthiest. Chapter 37. A million awaits me to claim. The night was deepening. Jiang Yubai's father was an avid gamer. Yet with the year-end company meetings looming, he had allowed his computer to gather dust in the name of providing for the family. His mother, nearing retirement at her state-owned enterprise in 3 years, led a leisurely life, managing household duties and occasionally gathering with friends for mahjong. The educational philosophy in the Jiang household was rather laid back. As long as one had good character, academic performance was deemed a matter for future generations to contend with. Therefore, Jiang Yubai was never concerned about being summoned for poor grades. What truly made him uneasy was a different scenario. Qin Yu, exasperated, dialing his mother's number. "Honey, your son says he wants to pursue me." The mere thought of that scene was enough to make his gentle mother reach for the spatula in the kitchen. Returning to his room, he retrieved a bottle of milk from the fridge, downing it in one go. The cool liquid slid down his throat, calming his tumultuous thoughts. Tomorrow, he would face Chinese in the morning and mathematics in the afternoon. He needed a good night's sleep for the math exam that was crucial to his sister's bet. Some might wonder, given his rebirth and his grand ambition of becoming the wealthiest, why he still immersed himself in the sea of books and exercises instead of hastening to build a career and earn his first pot of gold. The answer was simple. His first pot of gold would come to him effortlessly. It would present itself at his doorstep. In his previous life, Jiang Jiqiang had once mentioned an amusing anecdote during a casual conversation. His boss, a renowned businesswoman in the mountainous city, had lost a necklace of great significance to her. She offered a substantial reward for its return, initially setting the bounty at 200,000, which she anxiously escalated to 1 million after a month. The world of the wealthy is often so refreshingly straightforward. As the driver for his boss, Jiang Jiqiang naturally knew where that necklace eventually ended up and who had found it. Thus, Jiang Yubai possessed this precise memory. On one side lay the grueling battle for survival in the uncertain waters of business, while on the other lay the opportunity to simply wait for the inevitable appearance of a $1 million necklace. Jiang Yubai was no fool. He would certainly choose the latter. 1 million. In 2011, for a high school student, that amount represented a significant starting capital. With that sum, he could directly establish a video studio. Lying on his bed, Jiang Yubai envisioned a clear commercial landscape in his mind. As internet speeds surged, a complete monetization chain involving gaming videos, esports live streaming, and short video commerce was on the verge of taking shape. It was an era of wild growth. He vividly recalled how, during the days when League of Legends still relied on Duo-One box, seemingly crude videos like Mrs. Ranking Diary and Xiao Zhi's enthusiastic commentary were, in reality, a goldmine of traffic. Links to Taobao were embedded below the videos, selling meat floss pancakes and gaming peripherals. Later, Xiao Zhi would openly admit during a live stream that his annual tax payments during those years were in the billions. This was the path a reborn individual should tread, using foresight to precisely step onto the crest of the era's wave. As for the financial markets he had been familiar with in his past life, tossing $1 million into that pool would barely make a ripple. At his scale, he wouldn't even qualify to be devoured by a larger fish. He would merely be a shrimp. And now, this $1 million necklace was his only shortcut to evolve from that shrimp into a shark. All he needed to do was patiently wait. Sleep. As his thoughts settled, this ambitious senior high school student fell into a deep slumber. Tuesday dawned and the monthly exam approached. Jiang Yubai was full of energy, arriving at the classroom with Xie Tao as one of the first students. No sooner had he reached his seat than a tall figure cast a shadow over him. It was Zhou Chen. This persistent suitor had abandoned his vigil at Su Wannin's desk today and was now standing directly in front of Jiang Yubai, his gaze hostile. "You're Jiang Yubai?" His tone was laced with suppressed fury, the teenage boy unable to mask his emotions, which were all too evident on his face. Jiang Yubai looked up, somewhat perplexed. Zhou Chen was seething with rage. The day before, He had intended to present a DIY bracelet he had crafted himself to Su Wanin, only to inadvertently overhear Jiang Yubai lamenting that his goddess had indeed been rejected by Jiang Yubai. Why? How could he? The sensation was akin to witnessing a cherished treasure he had meticulously revered being carelessly discarded by another. Jiang Yubai nodded, his gaze calm as he replied, "Yes, that's me. Do you have something to discuss?" His demeanor, so nonchalant and carefree, only served to infuriate Zhou Chen, who felt as though he was striking a fist into a pile of cotton. Assert his claim? Su Wanin had unequivocally rejected him. Why did he have to stake a claim? In a fit of impulsiveness, words lodged in his throat. Ultimately, Zhou Chen could only indignantly gesture towards the vacant seat beside Su Wanin, lowering his voice. "You will regret this. A girl like Su Wanin, once you let her go now, you will never reach for her again." With that biting remark, he turned and walked away. Jiang Yubai observed his retreating figure, finding it somewhat amusing. Unable to aspire? "Oh, young man." He averted his gaze, dismissing the incident, his attention fully redirected to the impending examination. In the morning, it was Chinese. The lamentations, the mentions of Lu Sun and Zhou Shuren posed no challenge for him. The only surprise was the seating arrangement. Su Wanin was seated right beside him. In the afternoon, during the mathematics exam, the moment Jiang Yubai set his pen to paper, he sensed the almost imperceptible gaze beside him. Focused solely on his work, the tip of his pen danced across the draft paper, formulas and answers flowing seamlessly into existence. With a flurry of strokes, he meticulously controlled his score to hover around 125, checking for accuracy before submitting the paper ahead of time. The jarring sound of his chair, scraping back, echoed distinctly in the quiet examination hall. Su Wanin, seated adjacent, felt her hand tremble ever so slightly around her pen. Distracted, she paused, lifting her gaze to find her beautiful eyes swirling with emotion, complexly fixated on the figure that had so effortlessly exited the examination room. He had left, departed with such decisiveness, just as he had that day in the alley, turning away without a hint of lingering sentiment. A heavy feeling settled in Su Wanin's heart. "Jiang Yubai, I am so afraid," she murmured to herself, her voice barely audible. "What if I discover that you truly gave up your future for me? What should I do?" A wave of intense palpitations seized her, rendering her breathless. Chapter 38. Surely such a meager score wouldn't be merely to accompany Su Wanin in applying to the same university. Tuesday, Chinese in the morning, mathematics in the afternoon. Once completed, there would be evening self-study. The following day brought the science comprehensive and English. The schedule for the final monthly examination of the third year was tightly packed to the point of suffocation. As the bell signaling the end of the mathematics exam rang, students wailed as they submitted their papers and exited, as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle. The invigilators exchanged glances as they collected the papers, their eyes momentarily lingering on a seat that had been empty for quite some time. Jiang Yubai. He had turned in his paper just over an hour into the exam. The two invigilators shared a knowing look, each recognizing the same three words in the other's eyes: no hope. In the third-year teacher's office, the heat was overwhelming. The post-exam discussions were a celebration exclusive to the teachers, laced with exasperation towards their own students. "Old Lu, I heard you caught a cheater in your exam room. Which class's fool is still up to tricks at this time?" An older teacher asked leisurely while sipping strong tea. "Don't mention it. That kid from class 7 had his desk covered with notes. As soon as I approached, his paper fell to the floor, caught red-handed. He even argued with me, claiming the writing on the desk wasn't his," came the reply, followed by a hearty laugh. Jiang Yubai sat quietly in the corner, listening intently, her fingers unconsciously tracing over a blank mathematics paper. She was calculating. After that devilish weekend of tutoring, could Jiang Yubai achieve a score of 120? Her heart hung in a delicate balance, half filled with anticipation and half steeped in familiar pessimism. Just then, the two invigilators from Jiang Yubai's examination room entered, and one of them immediately spotted Jiang Yu. "Ms. Qin, your student Jiang Yubai is truly remarkable." Jiang Yu looked up, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with confusion. "What happened? While others take 2 hours, he only took half. Isn't that something?" The teacher's tone carried a teasing inflection. The office fell silent, soon broken by a wave of suppressed laughter. Everyone in the third-year teaching group knew how poor Jiang Yubai's mathematics was. Submitting papers early was practically his trademark. Another teacher chimed in, filled with amazement. "I've truly never seen a student like him. He breezes through physics with a score of over 130. Yet his mathematics hovers around 50 or 60. It's a marvel of specialization. Not to mention, I recall his highest total score once reached over 600, right? At that time, we even remarked that if only his mathematics could pass, he might have a place among the top scorers in a mountain city. What a pity, really a pity." Is mathematics that hard to grasp? I think he simply doesn't apply himself. He hands his paper early every time, and his attitude is problematic. The principal mentioned in the last meeting that if our school had just one more top scorer, we could easily outshine the fourth school, gaining significant prestige. Every word struck Jiang Yu's heart, though none directly mentioned her. Am I not trying to teach him well? Don't I want him to become a top scorer? That weekend, to provide him with tutoring, she had even sacrificed her sleep. What was it all for? An unnameable fury surged within her. This is infuriating. She abruptly stood. The sharp sound of her heels striking the floor echoed urgently as she left the office without a backward glance. The room fell silent. After a lengthy pause, a tentative voice broke the stillness. Do you think Jiang Yubai's persistent poor performance in mathematics might not actually be his fault? Are you suggesting he can't learn, but is choosing not to? An older physics teacher adjusted his glasses, his gaze contemplative. I can assure you, that boy's mind is undoubtedly exceptional. When I explain physics problems to him, his ability to extrapolate is faster than mine, and his problem-solving approach is remarkably clear. I've been teaching physics for 20 years and have never encountered a student as intelligent as him. To call him foolish? Absolutely impossible. The class teacher of Class 7, Yin Shu, who had been quietly observing, suddenly lit up. She set down the half-eaten chips, leaning forward with excitement, lowering her voice as if she had uncovered a monumental secret. Do you think there's a possibility? Her gaze swept across the faces in the room, brimming with enthusiasm. Jiang Yubai has consistently scored around 50 or 60 in mathematics, yet his total score stubbornly remains just above 600. Meanwhile, Su Wanyin from their class has also maintained her scores within this range. Childhood friends, innocent and unassuming. She articulated the thought that plunged the office into deep contemplation. Could it be that all these years of his carefree attitude, deliberately scoring just high enough, are to accompany Su Wanyin to the same university? As her words hung in the air, a soft sound echoed sharply at the office door. A pen slipped from slender fingers, clattering to the floor. Yin Shu turned towards the sound to find herself staring into a pair of eyes filled with shock and confusion. It was Su Wanyin, standing at the entrance, clad in white sneakers and light blue jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs. She clutched a physics paper, yet it seemed as if all strength had drained from her. The edges of the paper trembling slightly. Yin Shu's speculation struck her like thunder, reverberating violently in her mind. Wanyin, what's wrong? Yin Shu hurriedly rose. In Su Wanyin's world, all sounds had vanished, leaving only that one sentence echoing endlessly in her ears. Could it be that she intends to apply to the same university as Su Wanyin? In a flurry, she crouched down to retrieve the pen from the ground before turning and sprinting away. The corridor was abuzz with voices, yet Su Wanyin heard nothing. She dashed back to the classroom door, and just as she was about to enter, a voice, restrained yet infused with anger, rang out. It was Teacher Jiang Yubai, come with me to the office. Su Wanyin's feet were rooted to the spot. She watched helplessly as Jiang Yubai exited the classroom and passed right by her. His expression was as indifferent as water, his gaze unwavering, as if she were merely a wisp of air at the doorway. Hey, Wanyin, why are you dawdling at the door? Jiang Yu, trailing behind, noticed her. Su Wanyin's lips trembled slightly before she managed to utter a broken response. I'm Yufine. Chapter 39. Sister, do you believe it now? Recently, Wanyin, you must take care of your health. Your complexion seems rather poor. Jiang Yu's gaze lingered on Su Wanyin's pallid face, laced with concern. Should we request a leave tonight for you to rest at home? As she spoke, her peripheral vision coldly swept past the waiting Jiang Yubai, her eyes signaling. You little rascal, wait in the office, we'll settle the score later. Su Wanyin's body trembled almost imperceptibly. It was not her health that was failing. Her gaze uncontrollably drifted toward the figure disappearing through the office door. It was a bad influence. Su Wanyin felt a tightening in her throat, forcing out a dry utterance. I'm fine, Teacher Jiang, please go about your business. Just leave me be. I implore you, do not concern yourselves with me. She needed a moment of solitude to quiet her chaotic mind. The flood of memories swept away the dam of reason, cascading back to the distant years of elementary school. At that time, the girl was innocent and carefree, as was the boy. The girl often simmered with jealousy beneath the brilliance of the boy's report card. Jiang Yubai, why are you so clever? I can never surpass you. The little girl experienced despair for the first time. The teacher had said that those with good grades and those with poor grades would never attend the same school. Yet, they had made a pact, vowing to be together forever. But then, everything changed. The boy who once scored full marks in mathematics began to detest the subject, declaring he would never study it again. The perfect Jiang Yubai had vanished. No, he had not disappeared. He had concealed himself. Meanwhile, She had comfortably reveled in this sacrifice, feeling a twinge of relief in her heart when he was reprimanded by their teacher. Relieved that their grades had become equal. Relieved that she could attend the same university as him. Under the guise of love, she committed the most selfish act. Suddenly, Su Wanyin turned sharply and dashed into the empty restroom, locking herself in a stall. The cacophony of the outside world was abruptly silenced. The girl clamped her mouth shut, stifling any sounds of sobbing. She found herself utterly detestable. All these years, the grades she had prided herself on, keeping pace with him, were merely a result of him sacrificing his brilliance to crawl alongside her in the dirt. And she not long ago had been the one to push away this boy who had broken his wings for her. Click! The stall door swung open, and Su Wanyin approached the mirror. The girl reflected back at her was pale, her eyes rimmed with red, filled with an unprecedented confusion and self-loathing. She dared not contemplate the results of the recent examination. If Jiang Yubai's math score truly reflected her suspicions, then the last shred of pride she had clung to for these years would shatter into dust. Meanwhile, in the senior high teacher's office, as Qin Yu entered, she spotted Jiang Yubai languidly seated in her chair, leisurely observing her. The pent-up frustration she had been harboring flared up anew. Jiang Yubai. She slammed her lesson plan on the desk. Now, explain why you submitted your paper early again. Have you forgotten your promise to me over the weekend? Do you find it amusing to toy with me? Her voice was a mix of anger and disappointment. She had sacrificed her entire weekend for him, only to be met with the muted mockery of her colleagues and the phrase, he submitted early again. Jiang Yubai rose from his chair, his expression calm. Because I finished. That again. Qin Yu was thoroughly exasperated by his nonchalance, her chest heaving with agitation. Finished? Jiang Yubai. Couldn't you at least double-check? Couldn't you sit in the exam room a while longer, just to put on a show? Do you know that I... Teacher. Jiang Yubai interrupted, his gaze penetrating her reddened eyes. Go fetch my paper. Once you grade it, you'll understand. 10 minutes later. Qin Yu sat in her chair in a daze, clutching the freshly graded math test. The crimson pen hovered over the top of the paper for what felt like an eternity before it finally descended. Each neatly written solution, each precise answer was flawless. All the fill-in-the-blank questions were correct. The multiple-choice questions, all correct. The only exception was the last part of the final question, which he seemed to have intentionally left blank. Everything else was perfect, akin to a replica of the standard answer. She hastily estimated the score, 125, a score she had never dared to dream of. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yubai had approached her side, watching her intently. He leaned down, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance, softly whispering in her ear. Teacher, your distrust hurts me more than all the math problems I solved this weekend combined. Qin Yu's body stiffened abruptly. A rush of warmth flooded her cheeks, leaving her both embarrassed and ashamed, her ears burning. I was wrong. She instinctively apologized, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Yubai's lips curled into a wider smile. Rather than retreating, he audaciously placed his hand gently on her shoulder, and then, with an air of naturalness, rested his chin upon it. The boy's fresh scent, mingled with a faint hint of shampoo, enveloped her completely. Qin Yu was left stunned, her mind a blank canvas. Then, she heard a low, amused voice whispering close to her ear, sending her heart racing uncontrollably. I forgive you, sister. Chapter 40. Sister, you smell wonderful. Teacher Qin's scent was delightful, not from perfume, but a blend of fabric softener and a subtle hint she was only aware that, unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yubai had insidiously entwined himself in her life like a wildly flourishing vine, and astonishingly, she bore not a trace of aversion. Don't speak nonsense. Qin Yu hastily averted her gaze, raising her hand to brush a stray lock of hair behind her ear, attempting to conceal the heat radiating from her ears. Let's head back to the classroom for self-study. All right, Teacher Qin, Jiang Yubai replied succinctly, turning to exit the office. His movements were measured, every step deliberate. Who could possibly refuse a sweet-tongued and considerate younger brother? It was only when the office door was gently closed that Qin Yu regained her senses. Reaching for the high-scoring exam paper on her desk, she stared at the score of 125, contemplating, before extracting her phone from her Louis Vuitton handbag. Click! The flash illuminated the paper. As she gazed at the nearly flawless problem-solving steps captured in the photo, a proud smile crept onto her lips, accompanied by a triumphant hum. Let us see who dares to say, I, Qin Yu, cannot teach math well. After evening's self-study, Wednesday brought the subjects of comprehensive science and English. During the morning assembly before the exams, a hint of barely contained excitement laced Qin Yu's voice. She had procured Jiang Yubai's math exam paper the previous night from the grading team, the score to remain confidential for the time being. She aimed to deliver a tremendous surprise to the entire class, indeed, the whole grade. Treat every monthly exam as if it were the college entrance examination. This is your final opportunity to gauge your standings in high school. Cherish it. Her spirited presence at the podium contrasted sharply with the disinterest radiating from the students below. Have you memorized the physics formulas? Are you familiar with the chemical equations? Even the normally carefree students were now fervently reciting. Su Wanyin, however, appeared utterly exhausted. She seemed to exude a palpable weariness, her vacant gaze fixed on the physics book, her lips moving but comprehending not a single word. The previous night had been yet another sleepless one. The nagging suspicion loomed over her like a nightmare, rendering her restless. She felt she was doomed for this exam. And indeed, that fear proved accurate. As she sat in the examination hall, gazing at the familiar yet alien questions on the comprehensive science paper, her mind was a blank slate, particularly when her peripheral vision caught sight of Jiang Yubai's pen gliding effortlessly across the draft paper beside her. The sound of his swift strokes only intensified her anxiety. After a day filled with examinations, the teachers worked through the night to grade the papers with astonishing efficiency. Thursday morning brought mathematics class. Jiang Yu strode into the classroom with a stack of graded papers. Her expression far from the radiant demeanor she had exhibited during the morning assembly. She stepped to the center of the podium, slamming the papers down onto the desk with a thud. This question, her voice turned icy as her finger tapped the problem written on the board. How many times have I explained this? A mere 3 students managed to solve this straightforward question. The college entrance examination is fast approaching. Where are your minds? Jiang Yu was not the type to roar, but her stern demeanor cast a heavy air over the classroom. The students lowered their heads, unwilling to meet her gaze. Amidst the stifling silence, she suddenly called out a name, startling everyone. Jiang Yubai, come up and explain this problem to them. Oh, Jiang Yubai rose from his seat, strolling calmly to the podium. Xietao abruptly looked up, watching his brother's carefree silhouette, and pinched his thigh, muttering under his breath, "Damn it. Is this some kind of joke?" The classroom fell silent before erupting into suppressed laughter. Jiang Yubai, who had long been at the bottom of the math rankings, was being called to the front. Was teacher Qin jesting or attempting to humiliate him publicly? Everyone held a curious anticipation. Only Su Wanyin silently observed the figure approaching the podium, gripping her pen tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. Jiang Yubai paid no mind to the gazes below, seizing the chalk and turning to write the solution on the blackboard. His handwriting was neat, his logic sound, and his reasoning flawless. Jiang Yu stood beside him. Her initial irritation dissipated, replaced by an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. Her efforts had borne fruit. The more she watched Jiang Yubai, the more pleased she became. Excellent. The thought process is exceptionally clear, and the execution is flawless. Classmates, did you all take note? Therefore, never give up. Look at Jiang Yubai. What was his math like before? Did he give up? No. You will soon see how much he has progressed when the results come out. Until the very last moment of the college entrance examination, no one knows the outcome. Through Jiang Yubai, Jiang Yu poured a steaming bowl of encouragement for the entire class. The approach to this problem had been thoroughly elucidated by Jiang Yubai, so she would not repeat it. For those still uncertain, they should approach him after class. The students instantly began to murmur. All eyes converged on the boy in the white shirt, who seemed to radiate light. At that moment, the back door of the classroom was suddenly flung open with a bang. A girl rushed in, breathless, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She had momentarily forgotten it was class time and shouted toward the podium, "Yubai!" Jiang Yubai paused mid-stroke, looking up in bewilderment. The entire class, including the previously dazed Su Wanyin, turned their attention to the source of the exclamation. The girl disregarded Jiang Yu's gaze, her eyes solely on the boy in white, her voice trembling with enthusiasm. "Yubai, the results are out. You scored over 700 overall, 125 in math. You're amazing. Math, 125. Overall score, exceeding 700. These two numbers crashed like thunder in a tranquil room, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one of chaos. Su Wanyin's mind buzzed, the world around her fell silent. She forced a smile. Every doubt and insecurity she had harbored was validated in that moment. Previously, she had scored in the low 600s, and thus, he had always matched her score. It dawned on her that in this emotional entanglement, the one who had been drawn to the flames was never her. It had always been him, and she was merely the one carelessly basking in his selfishness. Chapter 41. The entire school's girls go wild for him. Childhood friend finally can't sit still. On Thursday afternoon, the results were posted on the bulletin board and the walls of each classroom. Jiang Yubai remained remarkably composed about it. Conversely, Xietao insisted on dragging him outside to the bulletin board to check the overall rankings instead of the class results. That rascal was likely basking in the glory of his brother's achievement of surpassing 700, eager to proclaim to the world, "Look, that Jiang Yubai who scored over 700 is my brother." In Xie Tao's heart, Jiang Yubai had long transcended the bounds of friendship, resembling more of a family member. Jiang Yubai's mother cooked eggs daily, ensuring there was always one for Xie Tao, and if they were stewing nourishing soup at home, they would certainly invite him over for a bowl. Xie Tao genuinely wished for Jiang Yubai's success. At that moment, he stood beside the bulletin board, chin held high, exuding an air that suggested one might think he himself had scored over 700. This place was less a venue for checking scores and more a social hub for the students in the grade. Endless discussions filled the air regarding how much the top student in this class scored, or how the star student in that class had performed. The moment Jiang Yubai himself appeared near the bulletin board, a ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. "Is that Jiang Yubai? My goodness. He is even more handsome in person than in the photographs. His aura is absolutely captivating. With a perfect score in English and 125 in mathematics. Is he truly the same prodigy notorious for his academic disparities?" Previously, Jiang Yubai's reputation in the school was largely defined by his identity as Su Wannin's boyfriend, coupled with his astonishingly severe academic imbalances. His past grades typically hovered around the 600 mark, hardly exemplary. For girls, good grades are merely an embellishment. It is the allure of physical appearance that reigns supreme. Conversely, for boys, he is the paramount adversary, the one who snatches away their goddess, inciting envy and curses behind his back. Thus, while Jiang Yubai enjoyed a modest fame, it paled in comparison to the current widespread recognition he now commands across the campus. This time, however, the situation has undergone a profound transformation. Being ranked among the top 5 in the school signifies a level of achievement that demands respect and admiration. After all, academic performance is the most tangible asset within the school environment. A boy who excels academically and possesses striking looks becomes the quintessential object of admiration for blossoming young girls. At this moment, Jiang Yubai embodies the very essence of a romantic novel's hero, his brilliance almost surreal. He has emerged like a supernova, dazzlingly bright, and has claimed 3rd place in the entire grade. Even more astonishing is the miraculous turnaround in his previously dismal mathematics performance, which transformed in a mere few weeks. This has prompted countless girls, tormented by the subject, to exclaim in awe, "He is nothing short of a deity," in a wave of excitement. A group of girls could no longer contain their eagerness and surrounded him. "Jiang, may I ask how you improve your mathematics so rapidly? Do you have any secrets to share?" Jiang Yubai caught a familiar scent in the air, reminiscent of teacher Qinyu. He was aware that her office was adjacent to the bulletin board. Clearing his throat, he spoke with sincerity and humility. "All credit goes to my teacher, who never gave up on me and continuously sought ways to assist me. My current proficiency in mathematics is entirely due to her efforts. She has treated me like a sister, providing warmth and encouragement, a kindness I shall cherish for a lifetime." Just behind the office door, Qinyu was about to step out when she paused, touched by his words. Leaning against the door, a wave of warmth surged within her, and she couldn't help but smile as she quietly retreated back in her office, her heels softly clicking against the floor. "And how did you achieve a perfect score in English?" The girls pressed, unwilling to let him off the hook. He emanated an enticing fragrance, was undeniably handsome, and displayed such respect for his teachers. He was bound to become a responsible man in the future. The recent English exam was not particularly challenging. I believe anyone willing to put in the effort can achieve commendable results. Jiang Yubai's humble and courteous reply, coupled with his gentle smile, felt like a breath of fresh spring air. The girls who were already dedicated to their studies found their admiration for him soaring to new heights. They perceived Jiang Yubai as increasingly handsome, his refined and extraordinary demeanor captivating them completely. Originally, his mere looks were enough to leave them spellbound. The prospect of potentially becoming his wife seemed like an enchanting dream. Consequently, throughout the day, the name Jiang Yubai echoed in conversations among both students and teachers. The girls from Class 3, upon overhearing classmates discussing Jiang Yubai, felt a surge of pride. "Impressive, right? Handsome, isn't he? He is from our class." Moreover, Teacher Qin had previously mentioned in mathematics class that students could consult Jiang Yubai regarding difficult problems. This provided an excellent excuse for any queries, regardless of whether they genuinely needed help. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Jiang Yubai found himself instantly surrounded by a throng of eager girls. "Yubai." A line of girls clutching mathematics workbooks formed, their voices sweet and melodic. "I still can't figure out this problem. Could you help me?" "Oh, you need to draw an auxiliary line here." Jiang Yubai effortlessly took the pen from their hands, asking, "Do you have a ruler?" His changed hairstyle and attire already drew attention, but now, with his outstanding academic achievements shining brightly. His allure was magnified through the adoring gaze of the girls. Xie Tao, squeezed to the side, found himself deprived of the chance to boast to his friends. He observed the gaggle of girls with a mix of indignation and disbelief, muttering, "Don't they have mouths? Why not just ask the teacher?" However, it was evident to anyone with discerning eyes that their intentions were not purely academic. They were clearly enamored with his charm. This scene ignited a fire within Jiang Yubai, seated at the front of the classroom. Are they really there to ask questions? I can't even. She fumed. And those who bring snacks and milk, where are their heads? What is so great about being friends with such people? Lowering her voice, she turned to her companion, Su Wanyin, venting, that stingy jerk, that scoundrel. We wouldn't accept anything from him, even if it were free, right, Wanyin? Wanyin? Su Wanyin appeared to be lost in thought. Jiang Yubai gently nudged her, and she snapped back to reality with a confused ah. Today, she wore an open school uniform jacket over a pure white t-shirt, and her long, perfectly proportioned legs and denim shorts drew significant attention. Wanyin, are you feeling unwell? Jiang Yubai asked, concerned by her friend's distracted demeanor. You've been off lately, just staring blankly at your pen and struggling to turn a single page of your book. The college entrance exam is just around the corner. Please don't let that jerk affect you. Right now, he's just being surrounded at our school. Once he's in college, he'll regret it. Where'll he find another girlfriend as beautiful and accomplished as you, Wanyin? She added disdainfully. He isn't worth even a moment of our thoughts, right? Jiang Yubai earnestly tried to comfort Su Wanyin. Wanyin's recent exam results had not been particularly stellar. She had lost 20 points in the comprehensive science section. However, with the right mindset, she would surely recover. Leaning in closer, she remarked, the girls surrounding Jiang Yubai are nothing more than superficial, frivolous admirers, many of whom won't even make it to university. Don't let his current popularity fool you. Wanyin, think of all those boys who pursued you in the past. Were any of them not better than him? Just consider Zhou Chen. Wanyin, you're spacing out again. Jiang Yubai noticed her friend drifting off once more and gently nudged her again. This time, Su Wanyin bit her lip tightly, grasping the mathematics test paper that had been sitting on the desk for far too long. With newfound determination, she stood up resolutely. Jiang Yubai watched as her friend confidently navigated through the desks, heading toward the center of the throng surrounding Jiang Yubai. Chapter 42. The school bell wants me back. Those girls, meticulously dressed, had their school jackets tied around their waists, revealing the slender curves of their fitted t-shirts, their faces adorned with inexperienced makeup, radiating youthful exuberance. Most hailed from affluent families, their focus not entirely on academics. Yet, they mustered the courage to bring snacks and milk, encircling Jiang Yubai. Once Jiang Yubai finished explaining the problem, a blushing girl placed a bag of snacks on the corner of his desk. Jiang Yubai, may I add you as a friend? Jiang Yubai did not refuse. He accepted her offering and approved her friend request. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted. He merely found it bothersome. Refusing one would necessitate rejecting many, and explaining himself would be more arduous than solving a complex mathematical problem. Accepting it is the swiftest way to resolve the matter. Everyone should concentrate on the upcoming college entrance examination. Jiang Yubai's voice was gentle, yet imbued with a polite but palpable sense of distance. The journey of life is still long. There is no need to rush. This courteous remark sent the hearts of the group of girls fluttering. Oh my, how tender he is. He is even considering our futures. I could just cry. After finally dispersing the flock of twittering girls, Jiang Yubai casually pushed a heap of snacks on the table toward Xie Tao. Deep in his studies, Xie Tao was interrupted by this unexpected offering. He lifted his head, a serious expression on his face, and pushed it back. Take it away. Don't disturb my studies. I can't eat this much. You just collected what? If I only take one from the 5 girls, the others will think I have an interest in her. If I take none, they will feel embarrassed. Jiang Yubai leaned back in his chair, a faint smirk tugging at his lips, his eyes reflecting a detached understanding of it all. It's unnecessary to bruise their self-esteem over such trivial matters, is it? Xie Tao paused, fixing his gaze intently on him, and after a moment, he managed to utter, Yubai, you really have a hint of a scoundrel about you now. Doi, Jiang Yubai chuckled dismissively. Do you truly believe that anyone would fancy the cold, expressionless male lead from dramas, who acts as if the world owes him millions? Even if someone does, it would merely be an infatuation with that face. When age diminishes beauty, that fleeting affection will vanish as well. I refuse to be a mere vase with a beautiful facade. Xie Tao was momentarily taken aback by this twisted reasoning, blinking in confusion. When did you become so narcissistic, Yubai? Cut the nonsense. Jiang Yubai impatiently tossed a bag of cream puffs into his arms. Want them? If not, I'm taking them home. Yes. The snacks gifted by the female classmates to Jiang Yubai were now, in essence, gifts from them to Xietao. He swiftly reconciled this logic, eagerly tearing open the packaging and stuffing one into his mouth. Delicious. Just as the two were lost in their thoughts, a searing gaze fell upon them. With a mouth still full of cream puff, Xietao instinctively followed the gaze, freezing mid-motion. He raised the snack bag in his hand, mumbling, "Wanyin? Want some?" Su Wanyin stood silently not far away, clutching a mathematics test paper, her bright eyes fixed on Jiang Yubai, swirling with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Jiang Yubai also looked up, noting that many classmates' eyes were darting back and forth between him and Su Wanyin. The girls who had just been so eager to engage had tactfully dispersed. Jealousy ignited in the eyes of several boys, their minds roaring. Have just a few days passed since the breakup, and Jiang Yubai is already seeking new affection? What a heartless cad. Meanwhile, the girls cast scornful glances, thinking, even after breaking up, he still clings to her? Just because he is good-looking, he thinks he can act as he pleases? Su Wanyin was oblivious to her surroundings. The whispers and prying eyes no longer pierced her heart. She set aside all her pride, like a warrior about to head in a battle. With only Jiang Yubai in her sights, she was frightened. She truly was. The neglect of the past had morphed into a tide of regret, threatening to engulf her. It's not too late. I can still make it right. Yubai, I understand now. It was I who let go of your hand. Now, I will summon the strength to win you back. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanyin stepped up to his desk. Yubai, I'm struggling with this problem. Today, her hair was left down, cascading over her shoulders, and the delicate necklace around her pale neck sparkled under the light. She had shed the innocence of youth, revealing the allure of a mature woman. This allure, to the blossoming young men, was akin to a fatal temptation. Yet, for Jiang Yubai, once the passion faded, only indifference and monotony remained. He did not even look up, his voice as cold as ice. If you have questions, ask the teacher. Please move aside. Don't disrupt our studies. Xietao, startled, waved his hands in a panic. You two are arguing. Don't involve me, damn it. He wisely vacated the spot, coughing awkwardly. You two take your time. I'm not feeling well, going to the restroom. With that, he hastily slipped out of the classroom. Chapter 43. The desk mate is an ex-girlfriend. The opportunity lay before them. Before leaving, Xietao shot Jiang Yubai a look that said, "Brother, I can only help you this much." He firmly believed that the two would reconcile today. In the back corner of the classroom, Su Wanyin quietly occupied Xietao's seat, saying nothing. Faced with Jiang Yubai's indifference, she felt no anger, nor did she harbor any sense of grievance. What right did she have to be angry? The boy who once forsook the vast sky for her, crawling alongside her on the ground, was someone she had pushed away herself. Time and again, she had tested him with the confessions of other boys, teasing that fervent heart. The more she reflected, the more she felt like an unrepentant villain. Clutching the test paper, her knuckles turned white, her large eyes fixated on Jiang Yubai's handsome profile. Her lips moved several times, yet no words emerged. Ultimately, she merely placed the mathematics paper gently on Xietao's desk, murmuring in a voice barely above a whisper, "Fine, if you don't want to talk." Yet she did not rise to leave. She stubbornly remained seated. The class bell rang. After wandering outside for a while, Xietao darted back into the classroom. Upon seeing Jiang Yubai and Su Wanyin still seated together, a paternal smile of satisfaction spread across his face. He understood, stealthily making his way to the front row. Plopping down in the seat Su Wanyin had vacated, flashing a self-satisfied grin at Jiang Yubai beside him. Jiang Yubai met him with a blank stare, rolling her eyes before returning to her practice problems. Undeterred by his failed charm, Xietao glanced back at the pair in the back. Feeling a surge of pride, for the sake of my brother's lifelong happiness, I'll endure this class without a textbook. Go for it, Yubai. However, the encouraging gaze he received in return was merely Jiang Yubai mouthing two words. Idiot. Jiang Yubai's temples throbbed. He had reiterated countless times that his relationship with Su Wanyin was utterly over, with no possibility of revival in this lifetime. Was this guy incapable of understanding human language? And what of Su Wanyin? Was she equally clueless? Sitting there in silence, what was her intent? Classmates, please take out your exercise books. Qinyu strode into the classroom in high heels. Today, she wore a professional skirt suit with skin-tone stockings. Upon reaching the podium, her gaze swept across the room, immediately noticing the shift in seating. "Oh, Xietao, how come you're sitting here?" Her gaze shifted towards the back of the classroom, and upon noticing a change in the company of Jiang Yubai, her elegantly arched brows raised slightly. Before she could utter a word of inquiry, Su Wanyin abruptly stood up. Instantly, the attention of the entire class converged upon her. The myriad of gazes felt akin to searchlights, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. This was the first moment of courage she had ever mustered in her life. Taking a couple of deep breaths, her voice trembled as she spoke. Teacher Chin. My score in the comprehensive science examination has decreased by 20 points, particularly in physics where I made numerous errors. Given that Jiang Yubai's score is so high, I hope to learn from him. At that moment, memories of the past flooded her mind. Previously, it was always Jiang Yubai who centered his world around her. With a mere glance or an offhand remark from her, he would immediately comprehend and silently take care of everything. It was she who failed to appreciate it. Now, it was her turn to make amends. Su Wanin's fair hands clasped in front of her, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Yubai's impassive countenance. A pang of bittersweet disappointment coursed through her heart. She lifted her head to meet Teacher Chin's probing gaze and, in front of the whole class, articulated clearly, Teacher Chin. With the college entrance examination approaching, may I switch seats with Xie Tao? I genuinely wish to excel in physics. As her words fell, a wave of gasps rippled through the classroom. Some boys, harboring secret affections for Su Wanin, felt their hearts shatter, while some girls scoffed inwardly. Well said. But who can't see that you're aiming for Jiang Yubai? The disdain was palpable. On the podium, Teacher Chin was typically lenient towards such requests framed in the guise of academic aspiration. No problem, she replied with a smile, acknowledging the intent to learn and thus offering her support. Xie Tao, do you agree? Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Tao raised his hand high, giving a grand thumbs up. He was already envisioning whether it would be better to be a godfather to his brother's son or to his daughter. Xie Tao chuckled. However, Jiang Yubai found no amusement in the situation. Just as Su Wanin bit her lip and sat down with a sense of relief, Jiang Yubai suddenly raised his hand. Teacher Chin, who had been explaining the problem, was interrupted and looked displeased. What is it now? Teacher, I personally feel that my mathematics performance is still quite poor. To avoid hindering Su Wanin's progress, I request to move to the office. Be quiet. Teacher Chin shot him a disdainful glance, cutting him off sharply. The classroom erupted in laughter. Going to the office during class? Jiang Yubai, you really dare to think that way. Amid the laughter, many boys' expressions froze. What does he mean? Is it a grievance to sit next to the school beauty, Su Wanin? He'd rather sit in the teacher's office than be her desk partner? That doggone Jiang Yubai. Taking advantage and still acting innocent. It's infuriating. After the class bell rang, the seating swap was officially completed. Jiang Yubai donned his headphones, treating Su Wanin as if she were invisible. Yet, Su Wanin cautiously slid a warm box of milk across the desk dividing line. Jiang Yubai, without lifting his head, merely flicked his finger, pushing the milk back. He then grabbed a carton of Wangzai milk given to him by another girl and drank it down in gulps. This scene pierced Su Wanin's heart, yet she exhibited no sign of distress. Instead, she retrieved a tissue from her drawer and gently offered it to him, her demeanor as soft and graceful as a devoted wife. You have milk on your lips. You should wipe it. Jiang Yubai paused. He turned his face, his dark eyes icy, and hurtful words nearly escaped his lips. Su Wanin, are you not listening? But before he could finish, Su Wanin's rosy lips suddenly pouted. Resembling a child throwing a tantrum, her hands covering her ears, she quickly bowed her head, her silky black hair cascading down to hide the slight redness at the corners of her eyes. Only a petulant yet resolute mutter escaped between them. Not listening, not listening. A turtle reciting scriptures. Chapter 44. The world has changed. How far can the distance between two people be? Perhaps it is when she sits beside you, her breath audible, her fragrance lingering, yet you perceive her as entirely transparent. Su Wanin seemed like a different person today. She covered her ears to Jiang Yubai's every word, simply sitting quietly beside him. Occasionally, a bottle of warm milk would cross the table's midpoint, or a package of imported cookies would appear. Each time, Jiang Yubai, with an expression devoid of emotion, would push them back, and she would not react in anger, merely retrieving them in silence, waiting for the next opportunity. This behavior perplexed Jiang Yubai. In his memory, Su Wanin had always been the aloof girl of a wealthy family, seemingly affable on the surface, but actually maintaining a distance. Her inherent pride never wavering. Such clumsy and stubborn attempts at appeasement were entirely unprecedented. The bell signaling the end of evening study rang. Jiang Yubai silently organized his bag and stood up to leave. Su Wanin watched his retreating figure, a flicker of light in her eyes, and softly murmured, Yubai, see you tomorrow. Beside her, Xie Tao, witnessing the moment, chimed in enthusiastically, yes, yes, see you tomorrow. Su Wanin smiled politely at him. But when her gaze returned to that silhouette, a wave of sorrow gripped her heart. His backpack had changed. The pink one he had once gifted her was what she had specifically carried today. Yet, his own matching black backpack was nowhere to be seen. Jiang Yubai now sported an unfamiliar new backpack, striding away without a backward glance, as if her farewell had been nothing more than a meaningless breeze brushing past his ears. Su Wanin sighed quietly within. She had witnessed the boy's cruelty, yet still clung to a sliver of hope. She believed that all his indifference and heartlessness had reached their zenith at that moment. Little did she expect, all of this was merely the beginning. As soon as they exited the school gates, Xie Tao, who had been holding back all the way, could no longer contain himself. He punched Jiang Yubai's shoulder. His eyes filled with envy. "Yubai, you truly are something. The more indifferent you are to Wanyin, the more she seems to care about you." Jiang Yubai replied nonchalantly. "She might be a bit unhinged. You really know how to infuriate someone." Xie Tao complained indignantly. "You have no idea how many boys in class were shooting fire out of their eyes at you today. Moreover, the whole school is buzzing about you. They're saying you deliberately hid your math skills to ensure you could attend the same university as Wanyin, which is why your grades have been so inconsistent. They claim the recent breakup was a sudden realization, and that's why your scores skyrocketed. Now Wanyin regrets it, realizing all you have done for her in silence. And she is deeply moved, so she has come back to pursue you again." In recent days, Jiang Yubai's name had nearly become a paragon of inspiration in the eyes of every subject teacher. The miraculous leap from 50 to 120 mathematics had been recast in countless versions, spreading widely throughout the entire grade. As a result, the tales grew increasingly exaggerated, and the hero's halo was painted by these students' imaginations to be more dazzling than the sun itself. Jiang Yubai harbored no interest in the rampant rumors circulating around him. His sole desire was to study quietly and distance himself entirely from that tumultuous vortex. On a serene, early summer morning, the sun bathed the world in just the right warmth. Jiang Yubai pushed open the black iron gate of the community, while beside him, Xie Tao chattered incessantly, just as he had the day before. "If you truly decide to become a monk, at the very least, you ought to become a revered master." Jiang Yubai could hardly be bothered to engage with him. Suddenly, Xie Tao's voice rose in excitement as he animatedly patted Jiang Yubai's arm. "Yubai, look, it's Wanyin." Following his gaze, Jiang Yubai paused momentarily. "Is she here to pick you up again?" Xie Tao exclaimed, his face flushed with enthusiasm. "I told you. You two are bound to reconcile." At the roadside by the community's entrance, a brown Bentley was parked quietly. Su Wanyin was not inside the car. Instead, she stood at the curb, dressed in a pristine white polo shirt and a pleated skirt, her feet clad in brand new white sneakers, pacing anxiously. Clearly, she had made an effort to present herself well for this encounter. Her face adorned with delicate makeup, her lips tinted with a moisturizing bean paste-colored lipstick. She appeared almost ethereal in the morning light, like a scene from a painting. Upon catching sight of Jiang Yubai, her eyes sparkled instantly. She hurried towards him, her petite frame quickening its pace. One hand extended a dainty paper bag towards Jiang Yubai, while the other instinctively tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her glistening earlobe. Her voice carried a note of eagerness and hope. "Didn't you used to love the tiramisu our chef made? I had him prepare it especially this morning, along with some milk." Jiang Yubai's gaze did not fall upon the paper bag. Instead, his calm eyes lingered on Su Wanyin's face, which was etched with anticipation and anxiety. He refrained from dismissively waving away her offering as he had done before. Instead, he spoke in an objective tone, devoid of any personal sentiment, as though stating a simple fact. Things that you once loved, when consumed in excess, lose their appeal. After a brief pause, he observed the way her smile froze, and added softly, "People are the same." Chapter 45. His heart was in disarray. After returning home, Su Wanyin spent the entire night in front of the mirror, mentally preparing herself. She had come to a realization. The crux of the matter lay in demonstrating her resolve to change, rather than demanding an immediate response from him. Jiang Yubai's hurtful words were not born of malice. They were merely an outpouring of the pain she had once inflicted upon him, a release of long-suppressed emotions. Therefore, she decided to act as if she were oblivious to them. With this mindset, the painful feelings of being wounded by his cold words dissipated significantly. People inevitably grow through their experiences. The current version of her was a more evolved Su Wanyin. What she sought was the right to walk alongside Jiang Yubai. A mutual journey of commitment. She was no longer the impulsive girl who acted solely on whims. The spirit of determination rekindled within her. The following day, when Jiang Yubai once again rejected her breakfast offering, she felt no anger. Instead, she cheerfully handed the exquisite breakfast to Xie Tao. He was torn between finding an excuse related to a gas left on at home to escape, thus granting the pair some solitude, when suddenly, his arms were filled with a substantial paper bag. "It's perfectly fine if you don't want it." Su Wanyin waved at Jiang Yubai as she entered her Bentley, lowering the window with a light-hearted tone. "Yubai, see you at school." The girl's enthusiasm seemed to have returned, though this time, it was devoid of the suffocating intensity that had characterized their previous interactions. Upon reaching school, she refrained from incessantly seeking Jiang Yubai's attention. Instead, She truly immersed herself in her studies. Occasionally, she would pull out a package of imported biscuits or a bottle of yogurt from her dormant-style backpack, gently nudging them across the divide. Whether Jiang Yubai accepted them or not seemed to matter little to her, as a faint smile graced her lips at all times. Time was on her side, was it not? After graduating high school, there would still be a lengthy university journey ahead. Jiang Yubai, this time, I shall not hinder your progress. Su Wanyin appeared to have made a resolute decision when she had initially requested a seat change, claiming she would strive to excel in her studies. It was not merely an excuse to be closer to him. Most of her energy was now genuinely devoted to her academic pursuits. As for why she needed to be so near Jiang Yubai, the throngs of admirers surrounding him were far too numerous, and she lacked a rightful identity to displace them. If she were to exert herself in her studies while her own home was being robbed, that would be an utterly dismal fate. Su Wanyin never denied her determination to win Jiang Yubai back. Yet, she understood better than anyone that the correct way to mend a broken heart was not to act like a pitiful puppy, wagging its tail at his feet and begging for his pity. Instead, she aimed to present herself anew, standing before him in a manner that would allow her to walk alongside him as an equal. She had envisioned that future scenario countless times. Beneath a tree on a university campus, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, a gentle breeze caressing the air. She would drag her suitcase, and Jiang Yubai would be doing the same. Leaves would swirl around their feet as she stood opposite him, squinting her eyes and smiling, saying, "Hello, new classmate. Let us reacquaint ourselves." Yi Suanin. By that time, surely no one would be harmed any longer. Love should be profound, yet never demeaning. She wished to jointly decide the course of their future, rather than allowing her whims to dictate everything as in the past. Su Wanyin was an astute girl. She recognized her mistakes and was willing to amend them. She would never allow even the slightest opportunity for anyone to exploit this gap during their time apart. The temporary distance they shared was but a trivial test on the path to ultimate happiness. However, a more formidable challenge awaited them: the college entrance examination. In the past, Su Wanyin came from a privileged background and had maintained a rather indifferent attitude towards her studies. Yet now, she was almost consumed by her academic pursuits. Jiang Yubai had expected that her proximity would irk him, but to his surprise, aside from her unwavering morning breakfasts and occasional daytime snacks, Su Wanyin had indeed transformed into a study fanatic. On several occasions, if Jiang Yubai turned the pages of his book too vigorously, she would gently poke his arm with her pen, her large, watery eyes pleading softly, "Yubai, could you keep your voice down? I'm trying to listen to the English listening exercises." Jiang Yubai felt somewhat bewildered. It was truly peculiar. In the typical pursuit of love, one would find a partner lamenting, "Please don't leave me. I can't live without you." Yet here was Su Wanyin, exhibiting an entirely different vibe. She was studying diligently, earnestly, and ambitiously. Though Jiang Yubai relished the tranquility, as time passed, an inexplicable sense of restlessness began to creep upon him. Since the April monthly exam, Su Wanyin seemed to have become permanently ensconced in the teacher's office. On numerous occasions when he sought out Jiang Yu, he found Su Wanyin comfortably occupying his designated spot, leaving him to merely stand by. Even during weekend tutoring sessions, Jiang Yu managed to persuade Su Wanyin to join under the pretext that whether she tutored one or two students, it made little difference. Thus, the tranquil moments meticulously crafted by Jiang Yubai for solitary time with Jiang Yu were ruthlessly invaded by his ex-girlfriend. The atmosphere in the small office grew particularly delicate as a result. Jiang Yu had privately approached Jiang Yubai, repeatedly cautioning him, "Do not let any hints slip in front of Wanyin. Be mindful of your boundaries." Jiang Yubai found himself in a state of bemusement. His relationship with Jiang Yu was entirely innocent. She was more akin to an elder sister who understood him. What would he possibly reveal? Complying with her request, Jiang Yu coaxed him like one would a child, saying that before graduation, he should address her as teacher in public, and once he graduated, he could call her whatever he wished. Jiang Yubai felt a stirring in his heart, suppressing the fluttering thoughts, and nodded in agreement. He eventually relinquished his tutoring opportunities entirely to Su Wanyin, opting instead to indulge in extended slumbers at home over the weekend. After all, the unique rapport and intimacy he shared with Jiang Yu could hardly be expressed in the presence of others. Thus, life glided steadily towards an oddly surreal direction. Su Wanyin achieved her objective. She successfully positioned herself beside Jiang Yubai, effectively driving away the other girls who had been eyeing him with envy. Through her actions, she showcased a brand new version of herself, one who was meticulously groomed and fiercely determined to strive for her goals. She became increasingly enchanting, and the Bentley that parked daily at the school gate became a symbol of her formidable status, leaving other girls feeling inadequate and intimidated. Consequently, Jiang Yubai enjoyed a newfound tranquility. Yet, This serenity was destined to be shattered, like the harsh truth that everything in the world may deceive you, save for mathematics. Mathematics, indeed, is unwaveringly truthful. On the eve of the third mock exam, the lights in the office remained aglow. With only a month left until the college entrance examination, the intensity of study over the past month, the desperate pursuit, yielded minimal results in certain subjects, particularly when she observed Jiang Yubai effortlessly solving the most challenging problems while she struggled to find even a hint of direction. The overwhelming sense of helplessness threatened to engulf Su Wanyin entirely. At 9 in the evening, her pale face betrayed her exhaustion, and her fingers trembled slightly as they grasped her pen. On the mahogany desk, the auxiliary lines of a geometry problem ensnared her like a web, and the mounting pressure surged like a tidal wave. A buzzing sound filled her mind, and at that moment, all her strength and pretense crumbled. She suddenly collapsed, burying her face in Qin Yu's embrace as she trembled violently. Wanyin, what's wrong? Qin Yu, startled by this unexpected display, quickly began to soothe her back. Su Wanyin lifted her head slightly, her voice thick with nasality and tears. Teacher Qin, I feel so stupid. I still can't solve this problem. Just then, Jiang Yubai entered the office, summoned by Qin Yu to check on the review progress, and was immediately struck by the scene before him. His heart became momentarily disordered. Chapter 46. Teacher Qin, let me carry you downstairs. After comforting Su Wanyin for a considerable time, Qin Yu finally managed to stabilize her emotions. Sometimes, one mistakenly believes that sheer courage can bridge mountains and seas. Yet reality often reveals the starkest truths, reminding one of the insurmountable gaps that exist. She had tirelessly chased improvement for a month, raising her score from 620 to 640, an achievement born of sleepless nights and relentless effort. But what of Jiang Yubai? A score of 700, a figure that felt blindingly unattainable. The chasm between them loomed clearly and despairingly. Su Wanyin cast a complex glance at Jiang Yubai beside her, clenching her fists until her nails nearly dug into her skin. Teacher Qin, I'm leaving now. The test papers on the desk remained largely untouched, as she could no longer absorb a single word. Qin Yu noticed her exhaustion and nodded quickly. All right, go home and relax. Wanyin, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Everyone has seen your recent progress. Significant progress? Su Wanyin forced a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else. In the presence of his achievements, what did her progress even amount to? Understood. Thank you, Teacher Qin. With her head bowed, she hastened out of the office. After Su Wanyin departed, Jiang Yubai lingered for a while, listening to Qin Yu explain a few problems. He realized that whenever Su Wanyin was present, Qin Yu instinctively maintained a distance, and even calling her sister made her visibly uncomfortable. Jiang Yubai understood the dynamics clearly. Leading up to the college entrance exam, within the confines of the school environment, an invisible barrier labeled teacher-student separated him from her. There was no need to rush things. He decided to refrain from attending tutoring sessions over the weekend, allowing Su Wanyin to take the spotlight entirely. After all, he was already well-versed in the exam content. It would be more rewarding to savor the fleeting leisure of their remaining high school days. Teacher Qin, I'm leaving now. Jiang Yubai swiftly packed his books. Be careful on your way home. Qin Yu replied with a smile. Jiang Yubai waved goodbye and turned to exit. The office fell silent once more, allowing Qin Yu to exhale in relief as she began to gather her belongings in preparation to leave. Suddenly, her phone vibrated on the desk. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression shifted dramatically. Grabbing her phone, she answered, and the voice on the other end drained the color from her beautiful face. What did you say? She stood up abruptly, panicking as she snatched her handbag, forgetting to turn off the office lights, and hurriedly dashed out, her delicate heels clicking against the floor. The teaching building was eerily quiet at night, echoing with each sound. Jiang Yubai reached the first floor only to realize he had forgotten his phone in the office. He shook his head in resignation and turned back. Just as he reached the staircase on the second floor, he heard hurried footsteps from above. The sound grew closer, and a shadow emerged around the corner of the staircase. It was Qin Yu. She was running too hastily and missed a step in the dim light. With a sharp gasp, she tumbled down several steps. Thud! The dull sound resonated as she landed heavily on the corner platform of the second floor, her position awkward and momentarily immobilized. Jiang Yubai's heart raced, and he rushed forward. Teacher! He crouched down, reaching out to help her. Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? This woman was reckless. Qin Yu's glasses had flown off, her long hair cascading down to obscure much of her face. She let out a pained groan, clutching Jiang Yubai's arm as she struggled to sit upright. In the dim light, her usually serene face was contorted with pain. The tip of her delicate nose was reddened from the impact, her lower lip tightly clenched between her teeth, and she tilted her head slightly, trying to prevent the tears from spilling over, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. "Did you hit your nose?" Jiang Yubai instinctively inquired, his hand reaching halfway before hesitating and stopping midair. Qin Yu seemed momentarily dazed from the fall, taking several seconds to respond. She touched her nose and shook her head. "I'm fine, really." As she spoke, she grasped Jiang Yubai's arm with one hand while the other pushed against the ground, struggling to rise. However, the moment her right foot bore weight, a searing pain engulfed her. "Ouch!" she cried out, her body collapsing weakly back to the ground. This time, the pain was truly excruciating. The beautiful teacher's bright eyes were instantly filled with tears. She bit down hard on her lip, staving off the tears that threatened to fall. Qin Yu reached down to cover her right ankle, her lips slightly parted as she gasped in a breath of cold air. "It hurts so much." Jiang Yubai sighed helplessly. He crouched down, his gaze settling on her long, elegant leg encased in black stockings. The stockings were already torn, revealing her fair skin beneath, along with a small patch of abrasions marked in red. Without hesitation, he grasped her ankle firmly, his palm encountering the warmth of her delicate skin. "Is this where it hurts?" he asked softly. "Did you sprain it? Can you move?" As he spoke, he gently twisted her ankle. Qin Yu trembled all over, her eyes reddening even more. She hastily shoved her other hand in her mouth to stifle her cries and quickly turned her face away. Jiang Yubai observed her reaction, and inexplicably his heart softened. He refrained from asking further questions, his arms slipping beneath her knee and around her back. Amidst her startled gasp, he effortlessly lifted her, securing her on the nearby staircase. Kneeling on one knee, he elevated her injured foot, resting it on his thigh. "Does it hurt a lot?" Jiang Yubai inquired. Qin Yu felt the warmth of his palm on her ankle, and her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and disregarding her pain, she struggled to rise again. "We need to go to the hospital," she exclaimed, grabbing Jiang Yubai's arm with urgency. Jiang Yubai remained silent, standing up to retrieve her glasses and handbag. One of her troublesome high heels lay a short distance away, while the others still clung to her left foot. He draped her bag over his neck, returned, and gently helped her put on her glasses, brushing aside the stray hair that had fallen over her cheek. Qin Yu froze entirely. This guy, his actions were so natural that for a moment, she forgot their respective identities. Jiang Yubai sighed, a hint of reproach in his tone. "Teacher Qin, are you foolish? Why rush for everything?" Qin Yu was at a loss for words, licking her dry lips and awkwardly averting her gaze. Jiang Yubai said no more. He crouched down again, grasping her other foot, and carefully removed the Valentino high heel. Qin Yu felt her cheeks flush with warmth. "If it's inconvenient for you to carry your bag, just give it to me." Jiang Yubai held both shoes in his hand, turned around, and squatted down with his broad back facing her. "Get on, I'll carry you." "Oh." Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before extending her arms to wrap around his neck, cautiously climbing onto his back. "Be careful with my foot." No sooner had she spoken than she felt herself lifted effortlessly by Jiang Yubai. His back was broader and sturdier than she had imagined. Through the thin fabric of his shirt, she could feel the warmth of his body and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Jiang Yubai walked steadily, especially on the stairs, where each step was taken with remarkable certainty. Qin Yu clung tightly to his neck, her cheek pressed against his back, feeling the cool night breeze brush past her ears. The faint sound of cicadas echoed from the playground. She suddenly asked softly, "Am I heavy?" Jiang Yubai feigned a couple of labored breaths, his voice sounding somewhat fatigued. "Not heavy at all." A wave of guilt surged within Qin Yu. "I'm sorry for the trouble. It's nothing, but Teacher Qin, please don't do this again. Running downstairs in such delicate high heels is like playing with your own safety." His words did not sound like those of a student, but rather a caring elder's admonition. Qin Yu embraced his neck, remaining silent. She buried her head deeper, her dark eyes glancing around in the night. All along, she had deliberately viewed him as a student in need of guidance. Yet, she realized that at some point, the youthful naivety within him had been supplanted by dependable maturity. Tonight, being carried by him, the deliberately maintained boundaries of teacher and student seemed to crumble entirely. This relatively young man, his back was unexpectedly warm, offering a sense of comfort. The moonlight spilled onto the plastic track of the playground, elongating their shadows. Jiang Yubai broke the silence, a hint of amusement in his tone. "But honestly, Teacher Qin, it seems you ought to lose a bit of weight." Qin Yu's cheek pressed against his shoulder, and she lightly bit her lip, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. "You little brat." Chapter 47, Yubai. I have liked you for a long time. The streetlights outside the school cast a dim glow. Jiang Yubai carried Qin Yu out of the school gate, where the security guard popped his head out, recognizing her as Teacher Qin, and inquired with concern about what had happened. Upon learning she had sprained her ankle, he warmly offered assistance. Jiang Yubai shook his head, indicating it wasn't necessary. He walked a few steps along the road, hailing a taxi. He carefully placed Qin Yu in the back seat before taking a seat himself. The car headed toward the hospital, and the interior was quiet. Qin Yu leaned back against the seat, making several phone calls as if arranging something. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, 2 nurses were already waiting with a wheelchair. Jiang Yubai did not allow them to assist, instead bending down to lift Qin Yu from the car and gently placing her in the wheelchair. "Miss Qin," one of the nurses greeted softly. Qin Yu immediately asked, "How's my grandfather?" "He has already settled down," the nurse replied quietly. Qin Yu then let out a sigh of relief and waved Jiang Yubai closer. She took her handbag from around his neck, opened the chain, and pulled out a packet of tissues, handing it to him. "Wipe the sweat." Jiang Yubai's forehead was indeed dotted with fine beads of sweat. "They can take care of things here. You should head back to rest. You have an exam tomorrow," Qin Yu urged, her tone gentle. Seeing that someone was there to take over, Jiang Yubai felt reassured and nodded. "All right, then I'll take my leave." He turned to leave just as Qin Yu called out to him from behind. Sitting in the wheelchair, she looked up at his back, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Good luck on the exam." Jiang Yubai did not turn back, merely raising his arm to wave as he walked away. Upon returning home, darkness enveloped the place. His parents were occupied with their own night lives, a routine Jiang Yubai had grown accustomed to. He retrieved the home phone and called his mother to assure her of his safety, only to hear the clamor of mahjong and his mother's muffled acknowledgement. "Got it. Have fun." After hanging up, Jiang Yubai entered the bathroom. Hot water cascaded down from above, washing away his fatigue. The scenes from the night replayed in his mind. The suppressed gasp when Qin Yu fell, her stubbornness to hold back tears, and the soft sensation of her against his back along with the warmth of her breath near his ear. These images stirred ripples in his heart, which had remained placid since his rebirth. He turned off the water, dried himself, and promptly lay down in his room. This time, he fell into a particularly deep slumber. The following day marked the 3rd mock examination. For Jiang Yubai, it was merely a formality. That evening, having completed the test, Jiang Yubai chose not to return home directly. Instead, he ventured alone to Binjiang Road. At that hour, the gentle evening breeze wafted through the air, and the cityscape was illuminated in a captivating glow. This locale, an emerging affluent district of the mountain city, was home to many residents leading comfortable lives, indulging in a bourgeois lifestyle. Thus, even in the deep of night, one could still spot a few dedicated souls jogging along the riverside. Jiang Yubai settled onto a bench by the roadside, bending down to tie his shoelaces, preparing to embark on his run. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from a nearby vehicle. It was Su Wanyin. Instead of running in her own picturesque community, she had made the effort to jog all the way to this riverside, several kilometers away. Jiang Yubai narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a mole among them. Su Wanyin, clad in athletic shorts and black leggings that perfectly accentuated her long, slender legs, wore a black fitted sports top that highlighted her youthful curves. He had casually asked Xie Tao if he wished to join him for a night run, but that fellow, likely frustrated by his exam results, had retorted disdainfully that a poor student had no right to exercise and promptly sold him out. Jiang Yubai could vividly imagine Xie Tao embellishing the tale. "Wanyin, Jiang Yubai is calling for someone to accompany him on a night run. I think he is trying to ask you." "Yes, indeed, right by Binjiang Road." And, as fate would have it, Su Wanyin had arrived. Upon spotting Jiang Yubai on the bench, her eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled and waved, jogging towards him. To her, the prospect of exercising together and progressing side by side was a scene of unparalleled beauty. When Xie Tao had secretly conveyed this invitation to her that afternoon, she had nearly leaped with excitement. His analysis still echoed in her ears. "Jiang Yubai has never jogged at night in his life. Among us, who does? Only you, Wanyin. He is using me as a pretext. Knowing him as I do, he is definitely hinting at you. Wanyin, you've done so much for him lately. He must have noticed, though he may feign indifference. The riverside, how romantic. He might have prepared some surprise for you." Xie Tao had a knack for spinning tales. Initially skeptical, Su Wanyin found herself grasping at this semblance of hope, fueled by the frustration of her recent examination. At that moment, the river breeze swept past, the dim light of the street lamps stretching their shadows, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility. As she approached Jiang Yubai, just a few steps away, her stride faltered, tinged with hesitation and shyness. She paused, inhaled deeply, and gazed earnestly into Jiang Yubai's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to muster her courage. Regardless of the truth behind Xie Tao's assertions, his words had granted her the audacity to take this leap of faith. "Yubai, I believe there may be numerous misunderstandings between us. I was wrong. It is only now that I truly comprehend your feelings. And I wish for you to know mine as well. Jiang Yubai, I like you. Her voice rang clear amidst the night wind, laced with a tremor. In fact, I have liked you for quite some time. Chapter 48. This time, there is no turning back. The evening breeze by the riverside, laden with dampness, stung against the skin with a chilling bite. Su Wannin's confession, bolstered by all her courage, dissipated into the wind. Jiang Yubai seemed oblivious, his focus unwavering as he continued to tie his shoelaces. After calmly completing the final knot, he rose, stretched his limbs, and finally spoke. Yes, I heard your feelings. However, when it comes to matters of romance, I currently find myself devoid of interest. He gazed ahead at the path illuminated by the streetlights, his voice devoid of any emotion. Especially if the object of affection is you, I prefer to relish my solitude. There was no anger, no outburst, only a profound indifference that cut deeper than any harsh words could. The color drained from Su Wannin's face at a visible pace. She had envisioned countless scenarios of rejection he might employ, even bracing herself for the possibility of him turning away without a word. Yet, she never anticipated that he would deliver such a cool, almost factual dismissal that shattered all her courage and hope to pieces. Her heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing her to struggle for breath, without affording her a moment to process her emotions. Jiang Yubai turned and swiftly merged into the night. Su Wannin stood frozen, like a statue stripped of its soul. The night breeze dried the moisture at the corners of her eyes, yet it also stirred her stubborn resolve. Biting her lip until she tasted blood, she suddenly surged forward, chasing after the retreating figure that was almost fading from view. This could not end like this. It absolutely could not. Jiang Yubai maintained a steady pace, his breathing even, exuding an air of enjoyment in the exercise. In stark contrast, Su Wannin was exerting herself to the utmost, not naturally inclined towards long-distance running. Her chest quickly burned with agony, and her legs felt as though they were laden with lead, each step a monumental effort. Sweat drenched her hair, clinging to her cheeks, and the world around her began to blur as fatigue set in. Yet, she dared not falter. With every ounce of strength, she fixated on the figure ahead, that which seemed to be her sole lifeline in the depths of despair. She watched as he overtook one night runner after another, his silhouette stretching and shrinking beneath the streetlights in an endless cycle. She felt as if she were on the verge of collapse, her lungs slowly deprived of air, leaving only desperate gasps. Finally, the figure ahead came to a halt, propping himself against the railing by the riverside, gazing at the twinkling lights on the water surface. Su Wannin summoned her last bit of energy, stumbling forward to stand behind him, her hands resting on her knees, utterly disheveled. I caught up to you, she panted, her words fragmented, a metallic taste rising in her throat. Truthfully, she had no words left to say. She was simply content to be by his side, even if only for a fleeting moment. However, Jiang Yubai merely turned his head slightly, casting a dispassionate glance in her direction before resuming his run, effortlessly gliding past her. This time, he had noticeably accelerated. Su Wannin's pupils dilated in shock. She gazed at his retreating figure, which was now undeniably pulling away from her at a speed she could never hope to match. Despair enveloped her like the frigid waters of the river, swallowing her whole in an instant. She longed to pursue him once more, yet her legs felt as though they no longer belonged to her. Immovable as she watched his figure shrink into the distance, ultimately vanishing around the bend of the path. It was unclear how long she remained standing there, but a Bentley approached silently, coming to a halt beside her. "Miss," came Uncle Lou's concerned voice. Su Wannin seemed to have been drained of all her strength, her body going limp as she collapsed onto the back seat, her vacant gaze fixed on the resplendent cityscape outside the car window. She did not weep. Instead, she felt as if a piece of her heart had been excavated, leaving an emptiness within her. The following day, at school, Su Wannin was utterly lost in thought. After classes ended, she found herself inexplicably drawn back to Binjiang Road. As expected, that familiar figure reappeared. Unlike the previous day, she did not rush toward him. Rather, she lingered at a distance, silently trailing behind him. Jiang Yubai seemed unaware of her presence, wholly absorbed in his run. However, just as Su Wannin believed the night would conclude in silence, Jiang Yubai unexpectedly came to a halt. He turned around, bathed in the soft glow of the streetlights, and simply stared at her. Su Wannin's heart skipped a beat, her steps faltering. Jiang Yubai approached her deliberately, beads of sweat trickling down his defined jawline. Coming to a standstill before her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Su Wanjin, do you find it amusing to follow me on my runs, every day? Do you realize that the distance between us has never been dictated by your speed? It fundamentally hinges on whether I wish to let you catch up. If I chose to, I could easily score 600 on the exams and attend the same university as you. If I wished, I could slow my pace. allowing you to relish the sensation of triumph in catching up to me each day. He leaned slightly closer, his lips brushing her ear as he spoke softly. But at this moment, I no longer wish to. Therefore, our connection is utterly severed. I must also thank you for your performance during this time. It has allowed me to conclusively realize that the feelings I once held for you have been laid to rest. Without me, you will lead a fascinating life. I wish you well. Farewell, Suwanjin. With that, he straightened up and cast her one last glance. Let us never meet again. This time, Suwanjin did not pursue him. She merely stood rooted in place, watching his retreating figure, a thought crystallizing in her mind as never before. The Jiang Yubai who once looked at her with adoration had been lost through her own hands. This time, it was truly irretrievable. Chapter 49, Dad. Let us make you an online sensation. The night breeze along the river carried away Su Wannin's tearful confession, dispersing the gloom that had accumulated in Jiang Yubai's heart for a decade. He understood that whether through indifference, coldness, or vengeance, none constituted a genuine conclusion. A farewell, in truth, should embody release and acceptance. Jiang Yubai gazed at the girl before him, her shoulders trembling with sobs, yet within him, a calm serenity prevailed, stirring not a single ripple. He had to admit that in the initial days of his rebirth, the grievances of his past life had rendered him a prickly child, wielding sharp words as a shield. Yet now, as he looked upon this 18-year-old face still brimming with love for him, he suddenly found that all previous actions had lost their significance. To punish an innocent soul for mistakes yet to occur was an absurdity in itself. The deliberate detachment in Jiang Yubai's voice had vanished, leaving only pure tranquility. He retrieved a pack of tissues from his pocket and gently tossed them at Su Wannin's feet. He uttered no words of consolation. That was not the role he intended to play. Go home. With that, Jiang Yubai turned away, harboring no lingering sentiments. Some words he wished to share with the 28-year-old version of her, but regrettably, that confidant had vanished forever from the fabric of time. After that night, Su Wannin never returned to Binjiang Road following evening study sessions. She reverted to her previous seat, immersing herself in a sea of books and exercises. Her grades not only improved, but soared, becoming a paragon of perseverance in the eyes of her teachers. Jiang Yubai merely smiled at this. Once they entered university, their paths diverged, marking the most natural conclusion to their story. His own life, too, was poised to turn a fresh page. With merely 20 days remaining until the college entrance examination, Jiang Yubai's life resembled a meticulously functioning machine, attending classes by day, running by night. The sensation of firmly grasping both his body and his future was intoxicating. One evening, upon returning home from study, he opened the door to hear his father, Jiang Jiqiang, lamenting, "I finally get a couple of days to rest, and your mother has ceased even playing mahjong, all for the sake of disconnecting the internet from me twice." Jiang Jiqiang, clad in floral shorts, wore a sorrowful expression as he munched on an apple, resembling a wronged little wife. Jiang Yubai found this amusing. His mother, Jiang Lan, had a clear disciplinary logic. When the husband was home, she supervised him. When he was away, she focused on her son. Compared to the worry-free son, the father, engrossed in online gaming, evidently possessed a more mischievous disposition and required closer attention. "Old Jiang, has the your boss called you for work lately?" Jiang Yubai casually inquired while changing his shoes. Their dynamic was always informal, resembling that of brothers rather than father and son. "Don't mention it." Jiang Jiqiang quickly finished the apple, tossing the core into the trash with precision. "She has been quite upset lately, having lost a necklace, and is in such a foul mood that she has given us all a break while she takes a drive to clear her head." Jiang Yubai paused mid-removal of his coat. The necklace was lost. Indeed, the wheels of fate had begun to turn quietly. "Jiang Yubai, have you washed your hands before touching clean clothes?" Came Jiang Lan's resonant voice from the bathroom. "Got it." Jiang Yubai obediently washed his hands and, upon exiting, casually finished the remaining half of the apple on the table. "Mom, I'm going out for a run." "Go ahead." Granted a reprieve, Jiang Yubai donned his sports gear and stepped outside. Behind him, he heard Jiang Jiqiang's tentative voice. "Honey, can I play some games?" "By 11:30. You must shut it down and go to bed." "All right." Jiang Yubai closed the door, nearly envisioning his father dashing toward the computer as though granted a pardon, and couldn't help but chuckle. What an amusing old rascal he was. As the night breeze brushed against his cheeks, he began to stride forward, his body warming up while his mind grew unusually clear. His father's sense of humor, in this age, was akin to an unexploited treasure. A thought flashed through his mind. League of Legends. In this timeline, the game was on the verge of explosion. The realm of gaming videos was still a virgin territory awaiting cultivation. There was no need for intricate filming techniques or extravagant post-production effects. All that was required was his father's ability to transform straw into gold, accompanied by some dazzling gameplay highlights. The concept of a super IP named Commentary Old Jiang had fully formed in his mind. Jiang Yubai's breath quickened, not from physical fatigue, but from a surge of genuine excitement. What would happen after the videos went viral? Family, Old Jiang is here to bring you some perks. This t-shirt I'm wearing is only $199 today. He could vividly picture his father's cheeky expression in front of the camera, utilizing videos to promote products. Riding the coattails of the e-commerce boom, this method of earning money was far more direct and rapid than the future's live streaming sales. Selling merely clothes? That was too limited in scope. A mouse that costs merely a few dozen yuan, adorned with a label specially provided by the esteemed Jiang, can be sold with tears of joy for $299, shipping included. Add to that a mechanical keyboard with dazzling RGB lights, contributing to the dreams of countless young gamers. Once the first pot of gold is earned, the plan is to establish his own peripheral brand, controlling costs right from the source and streamlining sales channels. The impending esports era promises a bounty, a colossal market worth tens of millions or even billions. Jiang Yubai runs faster and faster, the city's neon lights trailing long luminous streaks in his eyes. In his previous life, he was mired in the quagmire of the financial market, struggling for half a lifetime before awakening to the truth that the so-called traditional capital was merely a precarious castle in the air, liable to collapse at any moment. In this life, he aims to earn new money, money that is pristine, wholly and unequivocally his own. A brand new business empire lies beneath his feet, and with each stride he takes, the grand blueprint is gradually being drawn. Chapter 50. She and I are just good friends. The night breeze by the river is as tranquil as ever. Jiang Yubai is immersed in the joy of rebirth, invigorated by the opportunities of this era and the vast prospects ahead. As his thoughts drift, the crisp sound of high heels clacking against the pavement resonates from afar. Drawing closer, on the asphalt road, a figure unexpectedly emerges from the sidewalk. His running pace does not falter, and almost without a moment's notice, he collides fully with the other person. It is a soft and resilient body. With a thud, something falls to the ground. Jiang Yubai reacts swiftly, steadying himself. He instinctively reaches out to catch the woman who is about to fall due to inertia. His palm makes contact with warm, smooth skin. Immediately, a unique scent of alcohol intertwined with an exquisite perfume fills the air. Are you all right? Jiang Yubai quickly releases his hold, stepping back to maintain a polite distance. The woman, unfazed by the collision, steadies herself and calmly meets his gaze. Despite the dim night, her oversized sunglasses are strikingly prominent. She appears to be only a few years his senior, yet the composure and maturity she exudes seem to be steeped in the passage of time, every gesture radiating charm. The woman offers no reply. Instead, she tidies her slightly disheveled hair and gracefully bends down to retrieve her scattered belongings. Following her movements, Jiang Yubai notices several cans of beer rolling about, alongside a packet of peanuts and a finely crafted handbag. Without a second thought, he kneels and begins to gather the cans, placing them back into the bag. Thank you. Her voice, laced with a hint of drunken hoarseness, is magnetic. She takes the items from him and turns to ascend the stone steps towards the river. The beam of her phone's flashlight leads the way, the sound of her heels echoing in the night as she gradually fades into the distance. She seems entirely unconcerned with the responsibility of the collision. It is not until the figure clad in a sharp suit vanishes from view that Jiang Yubai comes to his senses. Despite the obscured features hidden behind the night and her sunglasses, he can ascertain that she is an extraordinarily captivating woman, embodying a mature beauty that starkly contrasts with the youthful innocence radiating from Su Wanin. Struggling to recall, Jiang Yubai realizes he has indeed seen her before. Almost every night at the same hour, this woman appears by the riverside, carrying beer. However, this is but a fleeting interlude. Jiang Yubai's life quickly regains its rhythm, oscillating between school, family, and running by the river, a routine as regular as a pendulum. This orderly existence continues until May 15th. That day marks the 70th birthday of the venerable patriarch of the Su family, shattering the tranquility of daily life. His father, Jiang Jiqiang, drives the family's old Volkswagen, and the three of them set out together. The Su and Jiang family share a long-standing friendship. Old Master Su has watched Jiang Yubai grow up, so attendance at this birthday banquet is non-negotiable. It seems that Su Wanin has been pushing herself too hard lately. Just a couple of days ago, she fainted from heat stroke during gym class and has only just recovered. As the car halts at the entrance of the Su family's ancestral home, Jiang Yubai immediately spots her. Su Wanin stands at the door, appearing as though she has been waiting specifically for him. The gathering within the Su residence consists solely of the closest relatives from both families, with no outsiders present. Memories surge in Jiang Yubai's mind as he smiles and follows his father, greeting the elders in turn. Oncle Su Anin's vad, Su Jiangguo, is in middle age, slightly portly but still possessing a pair of lively, expressive eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Yubai, a radiant smile instantly breaks across his face, and he strides forward to envelop Jiang Yubai in a hearty embrace. Yubai has finally arrived. Come in and sit. Jiqiang, don't be shy. Su Wanin's mother, Lan Hui, is even more affectionate, grabbing Jiang Yubai's hand and examining him closely, her gaze akin to that of a mother-in-law scrutinizing her future son-in-law, filled with admiration and satisfaction. Look at you. I've always said you should cut your hair shorter. You look so much more spirited now. I almost didn't recognize you. Jiang Yubai responds with ease. I simply took your advice, Anilan. You young man, Su Jiangwo exclaims, joyfully patting him on the shoulder. I hear from Wanin that you're now the top student in your entire grade. What do you say? Are you confident you can bring home the top score and bring glory to our Shanshan? Jiang Yubai gazes at the youthful visage of his future in-laws, feeling a tug at his heartstrings. In his previous life, even with mediocre grades, they had never looked down on him. In this life, having undergone a transformation, their admiration and satisfaction are palpable. At the dining table, the atmosphere is lively. The elders, in tacit agreement, seat Jiang Yubai next to Su Wanin. She seems to have forgotten the unpleasantness of the past days, her face adorned with a gentle and graceful smile. Jiang Yubai raises tea in lieu of wine, and whenever he finishes his cup, Su Wanin immediately pours him more. Their actions are so in sync that it feels as though they have rehearsed them countless times. The young man is tall and handsome, and the young woman is beautiful and gentle. Seated side by side, they undoubtedly present a perfect match in the eyes of onlookers. One relative, observing them, cannot help but jest. Jiangwo, Lan Hui, I see your Wanin and Yubai here. They must have secretly started dating, right? Su Jiangwo and Lan Hui exchange amused glances, unable to contain their laughter. Upon hearing this, Su Wanin's cheeks flush a rosy hue, and she shyly lowers her gaze. Yet the upturned corners of her mouth betray her inner delight. Just then, Jiang Yubai sets down his teacup, turning to Su Jiangwo, his expression earnest but his tone light. Uncle Su, please don't listen to their nonsense. He pauses, letting his gaze sweep across the smiling elders at the table, finally landing on Su Wanin, whose face has suddenly stiffened. Wanin and I have grown up together. We're the best of friends and also the best of classmates. With the college entrance examination approaching, what matters most to us now is to gain admission to an ideal university. These seemingly ordinary words extinguish the warmth that had just ignited at the dining table. Like a bucket of ice water, Su Wanin's complexion pales slightly, and the smile fades from Su Jiangwo's face. Jiang Yubai, however, appears oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, lifting his teacup in a distant salute to old Master Su. I raise my cup of tea in place of wine, wishing Grandfather Su a fortune as vast as the Eastern Sea, and may late night yin achieve glory in the examination. What appeared to be an ordinary birthday banquet eventually concluded in an atmosphere charged with subtle undercurrents. Jiang Yubai had initially intended to follow his parents home directly. Just as he was about to depart, a trembling voice called out to him from behind. Su Wanin. He paused, turned around, and regarded her with calm curiosity. Is there something you need? Su Wanin gazed at him silently, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her fingers entwined tightly. She parted her lips, yet no sound emerged. Ultimately, she merely shook her head vigorously. Chapter 51, A Debt of 1 Yuan. In the final 10 days leading up to the Gaokao, the heat of the mountainous city began to simmer. The air was thick with the restlessness and anxiety unique to the graduation season. The relationship between Jiang Yubai and Su Wanin became the most talked about gossip in the corridors of Class 3 and throughout the entire grade. Did you hear? Su Wanin scored 650 in the third mock exam. She is studying hard for love, aiming to attend the same university as Jiang Yubai. I see potential. Just this morning, I spotted them nodding at each other in the hallway. This bodes well. Perhaps old flames are rekindling. The script of a romantic drama, unfolding in reality, never fails to ignite the excess hormones of youth. Jiang Yubai, savoring an old popsicle, listened to the speculations drifting past his ears, feeling utterly unfazed, convinced that these individuals were merely indulging in fanciful imaginings. He strolled leisurely on his way home, his loose t-shirt and beach shorts rustling in the evening breeze. Ultimately, his mother, Jiang Lan, succumbed to the summons of her card-playing friends. Propelled by the encouragement that he should balance work and rest before the exams and the eager gaze of his father, Jiang Jiqiang. Before departing, She issued her orders. Xiao Lu called earlier to say he'd be around tonight. You must run an errand and collect this quarter's rent. Jiang Jiqiang readily agreed. Yet the moment Jiang Lan vanished down the stairs, he let out a cry of for Demacia and eagerly immersed himself in the virtual battleground. Expecting him to collect rent was evidently unrealistic. Thus, in the year 2011, when online payments had yet to gain widespread acceptance, a cheerful Jiang Yubai willingly undertook this task. It was an old residential building devoid of an elevator, the former home of the Jiang family. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open, and the amiable tenant, Brother Liu, welcomed him inside. Jiang Yubai settled onto a peeling sofa, surveying the two-bedroom apartment brimming with memories of his childhood. Faint traces of his youthful scribbles decorated the walls, and in the corners lay indentations from playful encounters with spinning tops. Everything here bore the marks of time, appearing somewhat dilapidated yet alive with vibrant nostalgia. Well then, I shall take my leave, Brother Liu. After securing the rent, Jiang Yubai stood to depart. All right, Xiaojing, do visit whenever you can. Emerging from the dim corridor, it was already 7 in the evening. The night in the aging community lacked the sparkle of neon lights. Only the laughter of children chasing each other filled the air. At that moment, a familiar melody wafted into Jiang Yubai's ears. Delicious and fragrant little glutinous rice cakes. The gentle voice of a girl echoed through a small speaker, tinged with a hint of distortion. Following the sound, a silver handcart slowly appeared from behind a stone railing, its wheels rolling over the rough concrete, producing a monotonous rumble. On the cart, glutinous rice balls jostled in a metal bucket, being shaped into small spheres and rolled into a trough filled with yellow soybean flour and sugar. The sweet aroma instantly awakened long-buried memories of taste. Jiang Yubai could not resist licking his lips and stepped forward. Excuse me, I'd like an order. Please add extra sugar and powder. The busy figure behind the cart suddenly froze, pausing for half a second before hesitantly turning around. Jiang Yubai's gaze shifted from the soybean flour to the face of a girl wearing thick glasses. Her hair was cropped short, and her bangs were uneven, as if she had carelessly trimmed them herself. Beneath a faded old apron, she wore a plain black tracksuit devoid of any insignia. Her face bore the freshness of a high school student, yet also displayed a hint of timidity, shaped by the trials of life. It was Sun Zhuo. Jiang Yubai was momentarily taken aback. Upon recognizing him, Sun Zhuo's expression shifted to one of alarm, and she instinctively clutched the edge of her apron. I'd like a bowl, please. Jiang Yubai refrained from asking further questions and offered a friendly smile to diffuse the awkwardness. Yet, this smile seemed to heighten her anxiety. She had heard of Jiang Yubai's recent transformation into a formidable presence at school, causing many girls to shed tears. A girl at her desk had cried for an entire class after bringing him a cake. Jiang Yubai retrieved a 1 yuan bill from his pocket, waving it playfully before her. His eyebrows arched in inquiry. Oh. Sun Zhuo appeared to snap back to reality, but instinctively took a small step back. She lowered her head, avoiding his gaze, and began deftly manipulating her tools. The snow-white rice balls were evenly coated in sweet powder, one by one tumbling into a clear plastic bowl. She offered the bowl to Jiang Yubai, yet her hands remained firmly clasped behind her back, refusing to accept the 1 yuan. Jiang Yubai noticed her evasion. Why won't you take the money? It's not that. You treated me to water last time. Her voice was barely a whisper, her head hanging even lower. So it was for that bottle of water. Jiang Yubai felt a tinge of surprise. That was so long ago he could scarcely recall. Observing her nearly pressed against the stone railing, Jiang Yubai's playful spirit surged, and he decided to reclaim the 1 yuan. He spoke leisurely. A bottle of Nongfu Spring costs 2 yuan. This bowl of rice cakes is 1. By my calculations, you still owe me 1. Sun Zhuo's head snapped up. In the moonlight, her plain little face appeared exceptionally pale, her eyes brimming with confusion. Huh? She stared at Jiang Yubai, then hurriedly steadied the cart, stammering, Oh. Then I'll make you another bowl. In her innocent world, it seemed only natural to settle accounts this way. This girl is far too earnest. Jiang Yubai chuckled, no longer teasing her, and firmly placed the 1 yuan into her palm. One thing at a time. Consider that bottle of water as my treat. This bowl of rice cakes is my purchase. He paused, observing her still bewildered expression, and added, if you truly feel indebted, treat me to a bottle of water the next time we meet. Sun Zhuo clutched the 1 yuan, her mind a chaotic whirlwind, recalling how he had nonchalantly consumed the very bottle she had once drank from. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and summoning all her courage, she timidly inquired, May I just repay you 2 yuan directly? Chapter 52. I pushed you, so what? That is not permissible. Jiang Yubai's refusal was straightforward and unequivocal. Oh. Sun Zhuo instinctively raised her eyes, her gaze flitting about the street, seemingly in search of a convenience store, eager to purchase a bottle of water to return to him. Jiang Yubai watched her earnest demeanor and suddenly found himself smiling helplessly. He gestured toward the cart, where a golden yellow bean flower filled the groove. "Then make me another serving," he said. Jiang Yubai had not yet touched the bowl in his hands. However, Sun Zhuo appeared to have discovered the perfect solution to the dilemma, her eyes sparkling with delight as she nodded vigorously. Thus, the debt of gratitude would be considered repaid. Clank, clank. The handle of the cart was shaken, and the pristine, white rice cakes were extruded, neatly sliced by a metal spatula. This time, Sun Zhuo even generously handed Jiang Yubai 2 extra pieces. "Here you go." A delicate, fair hand, filled with a hint of exhilaration, extended the overflowing plastic bowl toward him. Jiang Yubai accepted the steaming bowl of rice cakes and, in turn, exchanged it for his own bowl that had already cooled. As he extended his hand, Sun Zhuo was momentarily taken aback, thinking he wanted her to hold it for him. She quickly wiped her hands on her clean apron and obediently took the plastic bowl. Before she could return the 1 yuan, Jiang Yubai pressed another bill into her palm. Consequently, she found herself holding a 1 yuan note in one hand and the red sugar rice cake that Jiang Yubai had just given her in the other, utterly bewildered. "Didn't I say I would treat you? Why must you insist on returning it? Is it a matter of pride?" Jiang Yubai's expression suddenly darkened, his gaze feigning a hint of ferocity. Sun Zhuo was startled by his unexpected change in demeanor, nearly losing her balance as she blinked, completely at a loss. "I must punish you." Jiang Yubai found amusement in teasing her. He picked up a toothpick from the bowl she was holding and mockingly stabbed a piece of rice cake, bringing it to her lips. This time, Sun Zhuo was thoroughly flustered. He is so fierce. The campus tyrant rumored to have made many girls weep. Surely he doesn't intend strike? She nervously shook her hands. "No, please don't." As she mentally plotted her escape route from the school bully, she timidly lifted her gaze, only to meet Jiang Yubai's slightly narrowed eyes. Goodness, he seemed even more intimidating, driven by a strong instinct for survival. She cautiously parted her lips and consumed the piece of rice cake. Immediately afterward, she darted her gaze away like a frightened fawn. Jiang Yubai returned the toothpick to the bowl, and his previously fierce demeanor crumbled, transforming into a barely contained smile. "The punishment is to eat it all. I'm leaving." He waved his hand, holding the warm new rice cakes, and nonchalantly turned to depart. Sun Zhuo stood beside the cart, her cheeks flushed, uncertainly cradling the plastic bowl, softly murmuring, "Oh dear, oh my." It seemed she had a penchant for self-talk with interjections. The other hand still clutched the 2 yuan Jiang Yubai had given her. She raised her head, only able to see his receding figure, her mind a flurry of confusion. The debt hadn't been settled, so how did she end up with another bowl of rice cakes? Moreover, it was one she had made herself. If she didn't eat it, would he come back to reprimand her again? Hesitating, Sun Zhuo slipped the money into her pocket, gripping the toothpick tightly. The night market was gradually filling with people. If she delayed any longer, she would lose a good spot. She anxiously glanced around, as if indulging in someone else's homemade snack was a shameful act, then quickly began devouring the rice cakes, one after another. Once finished, she disposed of the plastic bowl in a nearby trash can, her pace lightening as she pushed the cart away, still savoring the lingering sweetness. Sun Zhuo's large eyes, framed by glasses, sparkled under the streetlights. "Hey, no wonder the rice cakes I made are so delicious." The following day at school, as Jiang Yubai ascended the stairs, he unexpectedly collided with his hurried homeroom teacher, Qinyu. "Jiang Yubai, lend me a hand." Qinyu thrust a file folder into his hands. "Take this to class 7 and place it directly on the podium." "Yes, my good friend. You understand what I mean." The homeroom teacher of class 7 was none other than the careless instructor, Yin Shu, who had once forgotten Sun Zhuo at the hospital during a physical examination. As Jiang Yubai approached the classroom door of class 7, he had yet to step inside when he heard a cacophony of noise emanating from within. A classmate with permed hair and eyeliner was animatedly recounting something in the middle of the aisle, eliciting laughter from those around her. In her fervor, she turned her body, inadvertently swinging her hips back. Bang! Sun Zhuo, just rising from her seat, was unexpectedly knocked over by the collision, her body tilting backward uncontrollably. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, managing to brace herself against the desk and avoid a face-first encounter with the floor. Flustered, Sun Zhuo hastily adjusted her black-framed glasses and steadied herself, yet words failed her. Upon realizing it was her, the girl who had bumped into her displayed a flicker of disdain. "What do you want?" Classmate, you bumped into me." Sun Zhuo's voice was soft but clear. The girl scoffed at what she deemed absurd. "Oh? That's because you weren't watching where you were going." Sun Zhuo, unsure how to retort, clenched her fists and reiterated, "You bumped into me." The girl, Losing all patience, scrutinized Sun Zhuo's faded school uniform with a critical eye, as if appraising something filthy. So what? Sunja bit her lip, her voice as faint as a whisper, yet infused with stubbornness. You bumped into someone. You should apologize. Apologize? The girl erupted in exaggerated laughter, drawing the attention of the entire class. Yet not a single person stepped forward to defend Sun Zhuo. Lowering her head, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. The girl rolled her eyes dismissively, preparing to turn away. But her gaze fell upon a figure that made her heart skip a beat. It was the same girl who had been rejected when delivering a cake to Jiang Yubai, Sun Zhuo's deskmate. Yubai. The haughtiness and impatience on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a self-assuredly sweet smile as she hurried toward him. What brings you to our class? Her tone was so familiar, as if Jiang Yubai had come specifically to find her. Jiang Yubai remained silent, expressionless. As he raised his hand, amid the increasingly stunned gazes of the entire class, he forcefully pushed the girl to the ground, his actions swift and decisive. I pushed you. Jiang Yubai didn't even glance at the shocked girl on the floor as he walked directly to Sun Zhuo's desk, retrieving a packet of tissues from his backpack and gently placing it on her desk. After completing this act, he turned back, coldly casting a glance at the fallen figure, and echoed her earlier words, enunciating each syllable. So what? Chapter 53, The Ugly Duckling. Countless eyes converged on Sun Zhuo. The intensity of these gazes made her feel exceedingly uncomfortable, wishing she could vanish into the ground. She had never been the center of such attention before. Jiang Yubai's grip on her wrist was firm, yet not overpowering, leaving no room for resistance. Sun Zhuo followed him closely, her head bowed almost to her chest. Her oversized school uniform sleeves tightly clutched by her other hand, her knuckles turning white from strain. She wished to retract her hand, but lacked the courage to do so. Noticing her discomfort, Jiang Yubai slowed his pace, walking alongside her. His gaze fell upon her unevenly cropped hair, then swept over the thick glasses that nearly obscured half of her face. A vague silhouette in his mind gradually sharpened. It was the woman he had encountered at a barbecue stall in the urban village during the most destitute period of his previous life. Her face bore severe burns on one side, her eyelids drooping, rendering her features grotesque. Jiang Yubai had felt at that moment that they were both individuals trampled under the heel of fate, sharing a profound sense of desolation. When he was so intoxicated that he could barely stand, teetering on the overpass, contemplating an end to it all, it was that woman who, time and again, quietly slipped him notes urging him to live on. Despite her own hardships, she clumsily attempted to pull him from the mire. Later, as Jiang Yubai regained his composure, he considered helping her, wishing she would shed her timidity, yet she resembled a frightened hedgehog, rebuffing everyone as approach. He snapped back to the present, where Sun Zhuo, before him, occasionally overlapped with the woman from his memories, yet at times diverged. They were styled entirely differently, one with long hair and the other with a short bob. Yet the ingrained timidity, the way she cloaked herself in an unassuming exterior, bore striking similarities. In his previous life, after a night of heavy drinking, he had inadvertently brushed aside the woman's long hair, and in that fleeting glimpse, the intact half of her face had been breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes sparkling with charm. It was truly a pity. Sun Zhuo seemed to sense his scrutiny, her body tensing further, her feet instinctively shifting outward, attempting to create distance between them in a futile act of self-comfort. Jiang Yubai observed her subtle movements, but chose not to address them. To reach the convenience store from the classroom, they had to traverse most of the playground. It was recess, and clusters of students filled the area, undeniably. The scene of Jiang Yubai holding Sun Zhuo's hand became the focal point of attention. Could you take off your glasses? I would like to see. Jiang Yubai spoke in a calm tone, yet it resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly flustering Sun Zhuo. She shook her head vehemently, quickening her pace, clearly intent on escaping. Jiang Yubai did not press further, merely tightening his grip on her wrist to eliminate any possibility of her fleeing. Upon reaching the convenience store, he casually picked up a bottle of soda priced at 3 yuan. Sun Zhuo promptly retrieved 3 slightly damp 1 yuan notes from her uniform pocket and handed them to him. This time, Jiang Yubai did not refuse. After completing the transaction, as Sun Zhuo turned to make her escape, Jiang Yubai seized her once more, pressing her onto a bench in front of the store. Where are you running off to? He asked, twisting off the bottle cap and taking a deep swig of the chilled soda, which eased a flicker of irritation in his heart. He turned to Sun Zhuo and inquired, I'm not a monster. Why would I harm you? And no, her voice was barely a whisper. Then why are you hiding? He offered her the soda bottle. Sun Zhuo refused to take it, stubbornly shaking her head. She was not merely afraid of Jiang Yubai. She dreaded the suffocating scrutiny that accompanied any connection with him. Observing her ostrich-like demeanor, Jiang Yubai sighed inwardly. The woman from his previous life had exhibited the same behavior. He yearned to extend a helping hand, yet she continually pushed him away. If only given a second chance, regardless of whether this girl was indeed that person, Jiang Yubai felt a different sentiment stirring within him. At the very least, in this life, she bore an unblemished visage and still had the opportunity to live confidently under the sun, like an ordinary 18-year-old girl. He wished to repay her with the sweetness of life that it owed her. Jiang Yubai no longer pressed her, choosing instead to drink the soda alone. They sat in silence, Sun Zhuo fidgeting uncomfortably, several times contemplating standing up and leaving, yet hesitating out of fear. Jiang Yubai remained silent, which only heightened her apprehension. The soda bottle quickly emptied, and Jiang Yubai tossed it into a nearby trash can with a practiced flick of his wrist. He stood up, prompting Sun Zhuo to spring to her feet, thinking she might finally be liberated. Your hair. Jiang Yubai suddenly leaned in closer, scrutinizing her bangs. Did you cut it yourself? Startled by his sudden proximity, Sun Zhuo stepped back, her back pressing against the cool wall, leaving her with no retreat. She dazedly nodded. Your skills are quite poor. Jiang Yubai remarked bluntly, then flashed a grin. Are you free this weekend? I'll take you to find a decent stylist. Consider it a repayment of your favor. All right. Jiang Yubai released her hand. He understood that Sun Zhuo was not afraid of him, but rather of the sensation of being exposed under the gaze of many. If he pressed her further, she would truly shatter. You should head back to class. Those words, seemingly ordinary, resonated in Sun Zhuo's ears like a grand decree of mercy. She could barely form a complete sentence, stammering out a vague thank you before hastily retreating into the classroom, her back resembling that of a rabbit pursued by hounds. Jiang Yubai chuckled softly as he watched her disappear. What a timid creature, he mused, during the morning break. The gossip regarding Jiang Yubai and the bespectacled girl from Class 7 spread like wildfire throughout the building. Did you hear? Jiang Yubai actually took that Sun Zhuo from Class 7 to the convenience store. No way. What does he see in her? You just don't get it. It's called individuality. A genius like someone who stands out. The remainder of the morning was torturous for Sun Zhuo. Classmates continually approached her, either directly or indirectly, probing about her relationship with Jiang Yubai. Sun Zhuo, are you close with Jiang Yubai from Class 3? How come he was with you this morning? She clumsily shook her head repeatedly, mumbling I don't know until her eyes began to brim with tears, ultimately excusing herself to the restroom to seek solitude. However, just as she stood, she spotted a figure blocking the back door of Class 7. It was him again. Sun Zhuo's heart lurched, and she instinctively wanted to retreat. Why are you here again? She silently pleaded, wishing he would leave. Yet, no words escaped her lips. She merely buried her head lower, wishing she could dig a hole and hide. Jiang Yubai, seemingly oblivious to her almost tearful expression, approached her directly. Sun Zhuo. His voice was not loud, yet caused her shoulders to quiver uncontrollably. Could you go to school gate and pick up my takeout? I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Yubai thrust his phone into her hand, leaving no room for refusal. He caught a glimpse of her meager lunch in the cafeteria that day, 2 bland vegetable dishes accompanied by free rice soup, finished in a few bites. The sight had inexplicably ignited a spark of anger within him. I don't want to go downstairs. He fabricated a lackluster excuse, his tone assuming. You owe me for that bowl of glutinous rice I lent you yesterday. Sun Zhuo clutched the phone, still warm from his touch, her mind a blank slate. Rather than enduring the scrutiny of her classmates while spending time with him, it seemed acceptable to run an errand to fetch takeout at the school gate. She took the phone, resembling a little worker be responding to an order, and hurried downstairs. On the rooftop, the summer breeze carried a wave of heat, stirring up a sense of restlessness. Jiang Yubai opened the plastic food container, and an alluring aroma wafted through the air. He picked up a glossy, enticing oil-braised prawn with his chopsticks, too lazy to peel it, and held it up to Sun Zhuo's gaze. Sun Zhuo stared, taken aback. Peel it for me, Jiang Yubai stated succinctly. Sun Zhuo's cheeks flushed crimson. Her mother always said, one who eats from another's hand is beholden to them. However, having already run the errand to retrieve the takeout, had she not repaid the favor? She pressed her lips tightly together, her small hands clenched into fists, unwilling to extend them. Observing her stubbornness, Jiang Yubai suddenly broke into a grin, revealing a set of pearly whites. You want to peel it? Fine. Then I'll just bring this box of prawns to your Class 7, sit beside you, and we'll peel and eat together. Boom! Sun Zhuo's mind buzzed, utterly overwhelmed. How could he be so shameless? The thought of her classmates watching her eat prawns with him was more mortifying than death itself. Tears welled in her eyes, her lips pouting in distress. Ultimately, she succumbed, reluctantly extending her hand to accept the large prawn. Her movements were clumsy, her nails scraping against the hard shell for a while before managing to pry open a small opening. Jiang Yubai made no effort to rush her, contentedly watching the spectacle. Once she finally peeled one and handed it over, he promptly devoured it, crunching with delight. Then, with a look of disdain, he rummaged through the container. The boss is being unreasonable. The prawns aren't very fresh. With that, he clapped his hands and pretended to stand up. Not eating? Then I'll just throw it away. Huh? Sun Zhuo watched as he truly lifted the hardly touched box of prawns, and before she could think, her hand shot out to grip the edge of the container tightly. Stop! Jiang Yubai suppressed a laugh as he gazed at her. What do you want to eat? Sun Zhuo immediately shook her head like a rattle. The prawns aren't fresh. Eating them could give you diarrhea. Jiang Yubai replied earnestly. There's no choice but to discard them. But that is such a waste. Sun Zhuo exclaimed, standing up, her hand still firmly clutching the container. Observing her anxious, flushed face, Jiang Yubai could no longer hide his smile. It has seemed quite wasteful. How about this? Do me a favor and finish them for me. After a tug of war, what began as a casual invitation to dine morphed into a near plea for assistance. Sun Zhuo stood frozen, holding the box of prawns. Caught in a dilemma, she bit her lip and stammered. Then, I'll give you the money. Sure, Jiang Yubai replied with unusual enthusiasm. But then he swiftly pivoted, but you don't need to pay me now. After the college entrance exams, treat me to a meal, and we'll call it even. Huh? Sun Zhuo looked up in confusion. What? Don't want to? Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, feigning sternness. Who was it that picked you up at the hospital entrance last time? And who bought you water? I'm the type of person who dislikes being indebted to others. With just a few sentences, he successfully portrayed himself as the unwilling creditor. Sun Zhuo was left dizzy by his words. Her mind fixed on one thought. Her mother was right. One who takes from others is beholden to them. Tentatively, she asked, what do you want to eat? I haven't decided yet. We'll talk about it later, Jiang Yubai replied, having achieved his goal. He plopped back down, supervising her as she ate the prawns. Sun Zhuo ate slowly, each bite feeling like a task, as she intended to save some for her mother. However, as soon as she paused her chopsticks, Jiang Yubai took it upon himself to peel another prawn and offered it to her mouth, his demeanor suggesting that if she didn't open up, he would force it in. Sun Zhuo had no choice but to comply. It wasn't until a significant portion of the prawns had vanished that she clutched her stomach, anxiously looking at Jiang Yubai. I'm full. Jiang Yubai acknowledged with a grunt, allowing her to cover up the remaining prawns, which he then took in hand. They walked toward the academic building, Sun Zhuo cradling the half-empty box of prawns, her heart aching. Jiang Yubai, however, led her straight into Teacher Qin U.S. office. It's too hot. They would spoil if taken back. Before Sun Zhuo's eyes, he placed the container in the small refrigerator of Teacher Qin's office. Just then, a figure appeared at the office door, the owner of the restaurant outside, holding another takeout bag. Teacher Qin, your pickled fish has arrived. Sun Zhuo froze in place, realizing that takeout could be delivered directly upstairs. She whipped around, watching the figure stride toward the entrance of Class 3, her face burning with embarrassment. What a deceiver. Chapter 55. Dad's ladder scores all depend on you. Sun Zhuo felt heartbroken. All those prawns should have been for her mother. That night, in a damp and stifling rental in the urban village, the air was thick with an unshakable mildew scent. Sun Zhuo, under the dim light, reheated the half-box of prawns and carried it into the bedroom. The room was pitch black, the atmosphere equally unsettling. She placed the container on the bedside table, and with the faint moonlight seeping through the window, she expertly peeled back the dirty blanket on the bed. Her mother, Wang Lan, sat vacantly on the edge of the bed, allowing her daughter to help her into the wheelchair. Her eyes, hollow and staring blankly ahead, blinked sluggishly. Sun Zhuo changed the bed linens before gently turning on the bedside lamp. In the soft yellow glow, she sat at the edge of the bed, meticulously peeling the prawn shells and feeding the meat to her mother. Mom. Although Wang Lan's hair was clean, her face bore a sickly pallor. She turned her eyes slowly, casting a lifeless glance at her daughter, then mechanically opened her mouth to chew and swallow, one bite after another. As she ate, tears unexpectedly rolled down Wang Lan's cheeks. Her expression remained vacant, yet her voice was rough, as if worn by sandpaper, repeating, "Please kill me. Just kill." Old Jiang remained unresponsive, his fingers dancing over the keyboard with remarkable agility. What kind of games are children playing these days? The college entrance examination is merely days away. You should focus on your studies. He added, today's rent has been collected on your behalf. That money will eventually be yours. Won't it? Enough. Don't disturb me. Take your phone and entertain yourself. Old Jiang's tone was exceedingly dismissive, his gaze never straying from the screen. I want to play a couple of rounds on the computer. Not even one round. He snapped, Don't provoke your father into a fit of rage. Jiang Yubai replied with a leisurely demeanor. If my mother discovers the secret stash of money hidden in your cigarette box, are you threatening me, you little rascal? Old Jiang abruptly turned, one hand leaving the keyboard to point accusingly at Jiang Yubai's nose, his eyes wide with indignation. If my mother learns that you didn't contribute a single cent from the 500 yuan bonus the boss awarded last month, and instead squandered it on game skins. Old Jiang's finger froze mid-air, his fury dissipating in an instant. What do you want to play? I'll log you in. Dota, 3 matches. Jiang Yubai. Old Jiang's impatience grew palpable. Are you daring to haggle with me? If my mother finds out that last month, when you claimed to be out of town to meet the boss, you were actually attending an offline gaming event and played for 2 consecutive nights. Those who recognize the times are truly wise. Old Jiang silently extinguished the cigarette he had just lit, swiftly rising to relinquish his seat, forcing a smile. For matches. You must play 4. I'll be furious if you play even 1 less. Jiang Yubai was not merely seeking amusement. He needed to gather material for his video projects. And such high-level gameplay could only be achieved by him, the reincarnated one, relying on his father, who was in his 40s. To deliver godlike performance was akin to expecting a sow to climb a tree. Their future family studio had clearly defined roles. He would supply the material, while his father would handle post-production voiceovers. Old Jiang's voice possessed a magnetic quality, and his penchant for witty banter made him a natural for the profession. After observing his son's astonishing gameplay for several rounds, Old Jiang took a deep breath, patted Jiang Yubai on the shoulder, and solemnly remarked, "Son, once your college entrance exams are over, I'll be counting on you to boost my ranking." Jiang Yubai, uninterested, retreated to take a shower and then to bed. The next day, gossip spread through the school at lightning speed. Jiang Yubai was seen blocking people at the door of Class 7, dragging Sun Zhuo to the convenience store, and later feeding prawns on the rooftop. After a night of brewing, these events had spawned several versions, culminating in a collective frenzy before graduation. Zhang Xiaoyi arrived at school early, still in a daze. Sun Zhuo, who is that? She mentally sifted through all the beautiful girls she could name in the school, but none matched. When she stumbled upon a photo taken by someone on the school forum, her confusion only deepened. This, an unremarkable bespectacled girl? Could it be? Zhang Xiaoyi simply could not fathom it. In the forum, someone had even created a thread with a sensational title. Shocking. Campus heartthrob Jiang Yubai allegedly has a new love interest, leaving campus beauty Su Wanyin heartbroken. The post was accompanied by comparative photos of Su Wanyin and Sun Zhuo, one a celestial beauty, the other an average bystander. What is this based on? Zhang Xiaoyi fumed. Previously, Jiang Yubai and Su Wanyin were widely regarded as the golden couple by the convenience store. Yet now, the photo depicted Jiang Yubai seated opposite the plain Sun Zhuo. Could it be that Jiang Yubai and Wanyin had a falling out, and this girl is the cause? The more Zhang Xiaoyi pondered, the angrier she became. Upon entering the classroom and spotting Su Wanyin, she seized her and pressed her down in her seat. Wanyin, something major has happened. Su Wanyin, deeply engrossed in her studies, was oblivious to the commotion around her. She lifted her head, blinking quietly, her unadorned face breathtakingly beautiful. Zhang Xiaoyi stared for a moment before shaking Su Wanyin's arm in frustration. Stop studying. Jiang Yubai must have lost his mind. Su Wanyin looked perplexed. Zhang Xiaoyi thrust her phone before Su Wanyin's eyes, her tone desperate and exasperated. Just look, he is causing a fuss over such a girl. Su Wanyin's gaze fell upon the phone screen, and upon recognizing the candid photo, the grip on her pen subtly tightened. That scoundrel. Wanyin, do you remember? During the second mock exam, you gave Jiang Yubai something, and he immediately handed it to that Sun Zhuo. Plus, they were sitting together on the school bus. And yesterday, so many people saw him buying prawns for her. Zhang Xiaoyi poured out all the information. Is Jiang Yubai truly pursuing another girl? Su Wanyin slowly raised her head, her long eyelashes fluttering, her beautiful eyes curving into a lovely arc, and to everyone's surprise, she smiled. Oh, that is fine. I wish them happiness. What? Zhang Xiaoyi was taken aback. She felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Jiang Yubai, and now even Su Wanyin's thoughts were inscrutable. Wanyin, we have already agreed to be just friends. She brushed aside her fallen hair, her gaze returning to her math paper. Since we are friends, isn't wishing them well the right thing to do? Her tone was neither warm nor cold. Zhang Xiaoyi hesitated, ultimately swallowing her words. It seemed Wanyin had genuinely moved on, no longer requiring her guidance. With a sigh, she returned to her seat, realizing that with the college entrance exams approaching, she should focus on her own grades. Zhang Xiaoyi was unaware that at that very moment, as she turned her back, Su Wanyin's grip on the pen had tightened significantly. With a faint crack, a tiny fissure appeared on the pen's body. She discreetly turned her head, her gaze piercing through the stacks of books and figures. Locking onto the languid form at the back of the classroom, her lips pressed firmly together. She had thought this was merely an issue between her and Jiang Yubai. But now a third party had emerged. Previously, Jiang Yubai had casually discarded her gift to someone else, someone who happened to be the girl who had leaned against him in the car after their physical exam. All the deliberately overlooked details seemed to fit together. The chaotic rumors circulating on the school forum had reached absurd heights. Some versions claimed that she, Su Wanyin, confessed to Jiang Yubai in front of Sun Zhuo, only to be ruthlessly rejected on the spot. Others suggested that she pleaded with Jiang Yubai not to break up, questioning whether years of feelings could be overshadowed by someone newly acquainted. Ultimately, Jiang Yubai coldly replied, "It's impossible between us now." Beneath the thread, others celebrated wildly. Childhood sweethearts can't compete with the unexpected. The unexpected is the real deal. When Su Wanyin had seen these posts in the restroom, she had been so furious that she nearly hurled her phone into the toilet. She had thought she had accepted reality, that their relationship had reached its conclusion, and it was time to turn away gracefully. Su Wanyin could lower herself for the person she liked, but her inherent pride would not allow her to cling desperately. The so-called friendship was merely the last remnant of dignity she wished to preserve. She immersed herself in her studies, striving to numb her emotions, to become even more exceptional, and to completely escape from this unfruitful relationship. The man can only influence the speed at which I draw my sword. Yet before I could even draw it deftly, these sudden revelations have kicked me back into the dead end known as Jiang Yubai, and with a swift motion, they have locked the door behind me. Upon regaining my composure, Su Wanyin felt a deep-seated resentment gnawing at her. Have I been betrayed? Well, that doesn't quite fit. After all, they were never in a romantic relationship. As the college entrance examination approached, the atmosphere in the senior year eased considerably. The teachers no longer deliberately cultivated a sense of tension. Their words filled with encouragement. Jiang Yubai excelled academically and was well-liked. He faced the swirling gossip with the calmness of one merely listening to another's tale. Even the teachers occasionally teased him to lighten the classroom ambience. Jiang Yubai, should you achieve success in the future, remember to pen down this experience from your senior year into a novel, filled with tales of love and rivalry. And don't forget your teachers. During the break, a group of inquisitive classmates surrounded Sun Zhuo. What exactly is your relationship with Jiang Yubai? Sun Zhuo's face flushed crimson. On the verge of tears as she stammered, I truly don't know. It wasn't my intention. It was he who insisted. Fortunately, her homeroom teacher happened to pass by, rescuing her from the awkward situation. However, even Sun Zhuo's homeroom teacher, Yin Shu, after offering a few reminders about the upcoming exams, couldn't he help but lower her voice and ask, "So, what is going on between you, Jiang Yubai, and Su Wanyin?" Sun Zhuo felt utterly helpless, silently resolving to gather courage. The next time Jiang Yubai seeks her out, she would surely tell him, "Jiang Yubai, I implore you, please do not disturb me again, all right?" Of course, Jiang Yubai had no intention of seeking her out again before the exams. He was not oblivious to Sun Zhuo's predicament, but he understood that any form of assistance at this moment would be misinterpreted by others. No rush. Once the exams were over, there would be ample time. On June 1st, Children's Day, the school had already let out to grant everyone freedom for revision, yet the classroom remained filled with students, where many found a learning atmosphere more conducive to focus. Jiang Yubai had come to school to attend one last lesson with Qinyu. To his surprise, Su Wanyin was also present. A group of students gathered around Qinyu, who, despite her foot being wrapped in bandages and wearing slippers, hobbled around the classroom, patiently addressing an array of peculiar questions. Everyone cherished this final stretch of school life. As the questions continued, the conversation veered off course. Qinyu suddenly playfully winked at Jiang Yubai, pointing directly at him. "You, young man, confess. Are you flirting with someone? How long have you known that girl from class 7? Sun Zhuo?" Her tone was laced with teasing. The surrounding students instantly caught on, erupting into a cacophony of playful jeers. Jiang Yubai, bored, was twirling a pen when he heard the question and seamlessly joined in the light-hearted atmosphere, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Longer than you might think. Longer than you think. The teasing escalated among the students. Su Wanyin, hiding her hands beneath the desk, suddenly loosened her grip, causing her pen to clatter to the floor with a crisp sound. Dazed, she lifted her gaze to the figure amidst the crowd, laughing and chatting, her chest feeling as if it were filled with damp cotton, heavy and constricting, almost suffocating her. She clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips digging deep into her palms. This scoundrel. Chapter 57. Young brother, your artificial respiration technique is quite impressive. Known each other for a long time? How long? Could it possibly be as long as the more than 10 years I've known him since childhood? Su Waning's fingertips felt icy, her mind swirling in chaos. It turned out that the heart-wrenching words she had encountered online last night were true. A man only reveals his utmost cruelty when he has fallen for another. His previously unanticipated coldness toward her now had an explanation. It was not that their relationship was fragile. Rather, his heart had long since strayed from her. The passionate sufferer, ground to dust. Su Waning silently recited these words, her heart gripped by an invisible hand, aching so fiercely that it rendered her breathless. She thought she had experienced the most profound pain in the world, unaware that the boy who had intertwined with her entire youth was about to confront a true test of life and death. At 9:30 in the evening, the breeze from the river was cool. This was one of the few occasions Jiang Yubai enjoyed a night run by the river during high school, savoring the tranquility that was uniquely his before the exams, only to be interrupted by a shrill argument. Lu Peng, do you still have conscience? Did you swear to the heavens that you deserve me? A woman in a professional suit screeched, her voice hoarse, emotions spiraling out of control. We've been together for 8 years and married for 4. I sacrificed my frugality to support your pursuit of a master's and doctorate. And this is how you repay me. Including Jiang Yubai, the surrounding citizens out for an evening stroll all halted, drawn by the commotion. The man named Lu Peng, wearing glasses, felt the weight of the crowd's gaze and quickly reached for the woman's arm. Qian, please calm down. Let us discuss this at home. It's not as you think. What is there to explain? The woman called Qian let out a sorrowful laugh. You sent photos of that shameless woman to my phone. Evidence is irrefutable. How can you expect me to believe you? Gu Qian, Lu Peng, thoroughly provoked, shouted in a low voice, his grip tightening. I'm telling you to calm down. Home. Gu Qian struggled against his hold, the light in her eyes dissipating completely. For your doctorate, I didn't even buy a decent outfit after graduation, nor did I ever enjoy a proper meal outside. I always thought that once you graduated, our hardships would come to an end. Stumbling back, a mocking expression overtook her face. A younger female student? How young and beautiful she is. Once you achieve success, you'll kick me, this burdensome, aging woman, aside. One to you? Lu Peng, your calculations are impeccable. Let go of me. Lu Peng, stung by the whispers of the onlookers, lost his composure and, in his humiliation, exerted more force. I'm telling you to calm down. In a struggle, they had retreated to the edge of the stairs leading to the riverside platform. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Gu Qian's stiletto heel snapped beneath her. Watch out! Someone cried out. Her balance faltered, and amidst cries of alarm, she tumbled down the steep stone steps. The descent was long, and though she fell, bruised and battered, it seemed as if she felt no pain, sitting dazed on the ground, incredulously raising her head. You push me. Lu Peng, staring at his trembling hands, felt momentarily stunned. Gu Qian gazed at the man who had consumed 8 years of her youth, suddenly laughing, while tears cascaded down her face like pearls from a broken string. Her entire world collapsed in that instant. Before anyone could react, she rose from the ground, silent, her gaze vacant, as if she had exhausted her final reserves of strength. Like a moth drawn to the flame, resolutely plunging into the unfathomable darkness of the river. There were no cries, no confrontations. A person utterly despairing of this world departs in silence. With a splash, her figure was instantly engulfed by the frigid waters of the river. Qian. Lu Peng instinctively chased a few steps, but halted at the riverbank, casting a glance at the crowd surrounding him, pointing fingers in his direction. The weight of responsibility overwhelmed him, prompting him to turn and flee. Someone has jumped into the river. Chaos erupted along the shore. Some hurried to call for help while others shouted in panic. Several strong men stripped off their shirts, seemingly preparing to dive in, yet hesitated at the sight of the dark, turbulent waters. This was a matter of life and death. Jiang Yubai, possessing exceptional swimming skills and physical prowess, knew he could not shirk his duty during such a critical moment. Everyone, remain calm. Do not recklessly enter the water. Turn on your phone flashlights and illuminate the river, he shouted, orchestrating the situation with composure. Before his words could fully resonate, a shadow beside him moved faster, leaping into the water without a moment's hesitation. Splash! The sound of another plunge echoed. Jiang Yubai's pupils contracted, his heart sinking. It was that woman, the alluring, mature figure who often sat by the river alone, drowning her sorrows in drink. But she was utterly unskilled in swimming. After hitting the water, her body was swiftly carried away by the raging current, sputtering and beginning to sink helplessly. This was not a rescue, it was chaos. 2 lives hung by a thread. Without a moment to ponder, Jiang Yubai inhaled deeply and launched himself into the frigid waters. The bone-chilling cold enveloped him instantly, and the submerged world was pitch black. Fortunately, the beams of light from the crowd's phones converged into a guiding shaft, illuminating the surface. Using this light, Jiang Yubai spotted the woman struggling roughly 2 meters below him, her long hair fanned out in the water, her face still flushed from the effects of alcohol. He exerted every ounce of strength to swim towards her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist from behind. With a powerful kick, he propelled her above the surface. Splash! As Jiang Yubai emerged, gasping for air, he noticed the distant sound of Gu Qianqian's struggles had diminished to a whisper. Without delay, he pushed the woman towards the shore. Using every ounce of strength to shout, "Quick! Grab her!" Without a moment's pause, he submerged again, determined to reach another life that was sinking. Minutes later, both drowning women were finally pulled ashore. Gu Qianqian had lapsed into unconsciousness, but her pulse remained faint. The other woman, saved first, exhibited a slightly better condition. Jiang Yubai, not allowing himself a moment's respite, straddled her, interlocking his hands on her chest, and commenced CPR. 1 push, 2 pushes, 3 pushes. With each compression, murky river water expelled from her mouth. Without hesitation, he leaned down, pinching her nose, and delivered 2 forceful breaths into her cold lips. Rising again, he resumed compressions. Cough! Cough, cough! A series of violent coughs erupted. The woman expelled more water, finally blinking her eyes open. Her gaze swept across the onlookers, landing on Jiang Yubai's youthful yet resolute face, a faint smile of gratitude curling her lips, her voice hoarse yet magnetic. "Little brother," she gasped, her eyes regaining focus with a hint of playful intrigue. "Your mouth-to-mouth technique is quite commendable." Chapter 58. You must not be a scoundrel. Jiang Yubai panted heavily, his chest burning with pain. Rescuing 2 individuals underwater had taken a considerable toll on him. He ceased his compressions, internally berating the woman for her recklessness. Daring to leap into the river after drinking, perhaps seeking a commendation for bravery from the king of hell. The woman, having just regained consciousness, still appeared disoriented. But clarity soon returned. She wiped the water from her face, recalling something, and urgently asked, "What about the girl who jumped into the river?" "She has been rescued." Jiang Yubai rose from her, gesturing to where Gu Qianqian lay not far away, safe and unharmed. The woman exhaled a sigh of relief and smiled at him, though her voice remained faint and ethereal. "Thank you." Before she finished her sentence, she turned aside and began to cough violently, her cheeks flushed with exertion. "I only remember falling into the water and feeling utterly powerless. Not powerless, but distinctly a novice in swimming. Were it not for Jiang Yubai's courage and skill, the Jialing River would likely have claimed 2 souls this night." At that moment, the gathered citizens approached, engaging in animated discussions. An elderly gentleman, taking a leisurely stroll, exclaimed, "Young lady, you both are incredibly fortunate tonight. Thank goodness you encountered this young man. We were all frantic on the shore, but with the darkness and the swift current, no one dared to plunge in. Yet this lad, without a second thought, jumped right in. We were all dumbfounded." An older gentleman with glasses chimed in, "Indeed, compared to that man who ran away, this young man is in a league of his own. In this day and age, finding a brave soul willing to risk their life for others is rare." Amidst the murmurs, Lu Peng, the fleeing man, was effectively nailed to the pillar of shame. The woman, lying on the ground, listened quietly, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yubai, under the beam of the flashlight. The contours of the young man's drenched face were sharply defined, his brows and eyes striking, emanating a maturity beyond his years. "Oh, how can I ever thank you?" she murmured. "It's enough that you're safe." Jiang Yubai waved his hand, utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath. As the rescued, the woman felt a surge of gratitude that mere words could not encapsulate. Her lips parted slightly, ready to express more, when her phone, abandoned beside her, suddenly rang. Struggling to sit up, she answered the call, her tone shifting to brisk urgency. "Hello, I'm not at home. What are you saying? There's a problem with the contract? Have the legal department handle it. I'll be at the office right away." After hanging up, she fumbled through her bag, retrieving a business card, and unsteadily rose to her feet, her bare feet pressing against the cold ground, her damp stockings clinging to her legs, accentuating her stunning curves. "Little brother," she extended the card towards him, her voice resolute and commanding, "I have an urgent matter in my company and must return immediately. You must keep this card safe. You saved my life today. I won't forget this kindness and will repay you in due time." Jiang Yubai glanced at the elegantly designed, yet understated card, then at her urgent demeanor, his mind solely focused on returning home for a hot shower. He nodded and provided her with his phone number. "It was all rather hasty today. I'll contact you later." The woman hastily left him with those words. turning to the roadside and swiftly hailing a taxi, disappearing into the night. Jiang Yubai finally withdrew his gaze. The sirens of police and ambulances grew nearer. Gu Qianqian, having coughed up some water, briefly regained consciousness, only to succumb to unconsciousness again due to the immense trauma, being lifted onto a stretcher by the medical personnel. Meanwhile, Lu Peng, who had fled, found himself rightfully targeted by the crowd's accusations directed at the police. "Officer, you must arrest him. We all saw him push her in." "Indeed, we can all testify. He fled afterward. He must be held accountable. Such a person is utterly despicable." Jiang Yubai had no interest in becoming embroiled in such matters. After giving a brief statement to the police, he sought a secluded corner where he hastily wiped his body and hair with a towel he had brought along. The evening breeze off the river prompted him to stifle several sneezes. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was nearly 10:30. Rubbing his nose, he trudged homeward, his damp clothes clinging to him. As he opened the front door, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Lan, who was in the living room applying a facial mask while watching a drama. Upon seeing him in such a drenched state, she leaped up from the sofa in alarm. "Jiang Yubai, have you fallen into the river?" "Pretty much," he replied, briefly recounting the events by the riverbank. Jiang Lan, upon hearing his account, became so incensed that her facial mask skewed askew. She dashed into her room and emerged with a dry outfit, waving it at him in frustration and fear. "You reckless boy, have you lost your mind? Jumping into the river to save someone in the middle of the night? If anything were to happen to you, how would your father and I cope?" When faced with such a situation, one cannot simply stand by and watch, Jiang Yubai retorted, fully aware of his own culpability. Hastily shifting the topic, he inquired, "Where's Dad?" Jiang Lan shot him a disapproving glance, but ultimately her concern won out as she turned to head into the kitchen. "Don't even mention it. Just moments ago, his female boss called in the middle of the night, claiming there was an urgent situation at the company and asked him to drive over. What kind of boss is that, summoning someone in the dead of night? Treating employees like workhorses." After taking a hot shower, Jiang Yubai emerged to find Jiang Lan waiting with a steaming bowl of ginger soup. "Drink this quickly to ward off the chill," she urged. He thought to himself, truly, a child with a mother is like a treasure. As he finished the ginger soup, feeling warmth spread through him, he engaged in conversation with his mother. After she had listened to the details of his river escapade, she was so incensed that she began to thump her thigh, seizing the opportunity to lecture him. "You must never emulate those scoundrels who play both sides. Do you hear me?" In a fleeting moment, the image of Su Wanyin, her face brimming with suppressed grievances, flashed through his mind. "Oh, what are you daydreaming about?" Jiang Lan asked, noticing his distracted expression as she gently patted his arm. She had a deep understanding and trust in her son, knowing well that he was not one to act recklessly. Having cherished Wanyin for so many years, his heart held only her, a rarity of devotion. "Uncle Su has mentioned that when the time is right for both of you, our family should find an opportunity to sit down and discuss the possibility of engagement." Jiang Lan's thoughts wandered further, imagining the prospect of Wanyin bringing the immense wealth of the Su family into their household. Ahem, of course, this is just a playful thought. However, her genuine affection for Wanyin as a potential daughter-in-law was heartfelt. What a wonderful girl, having watched her grow up, knowing her background so well. She greets me with such warmth, almost like a daughter. What could one possibly worry about regarding in-law relationships? And if she were to bear me a robust grandson, my later years would be filled with such joy. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yubai, his mother's thoughts had drifted far away. After enduring a lengthy ordeal in the river and swallowing a mouthful of water, a wave of fatigue washed over him, his head feeling heavy though not painful. With eyelids so weighted that they felt glued together. Overcome with drowsiness, he offered a few perfunctory responses before retreating to his room to sleep. No sooner had he settled into bed than his father, old Jiang, stepped through the door. Jiang Lan, as customary, began to interrogate her husband about his late return. There was an urgent document at the company that had to be delivered to the airport overnight. Old Jiang explained, removing his shoes. President Sheng was unwell today, looking pale and disoriented. He said he caught a chill from the wind last night, hence he called me to run this errand. "Oh, is that so?" The couple retired to their bedroom, engaging in their usual pre-sleep banter. "You won't believe it, but our son played the hero today." "Oh, what happened?" Indeed, the scene unfolded. As night deepened, the lights in the Jiang household dimmed. The following day, Jiang Yubai rose early. Despite being on break and no longer needing to attend school, he adhered to a strict schedule, rising at dawn to tackle practice problems. He aimed to transform solving questions into muscle memory, making the upcoming college entrance examination feel like a mere routine test. In this regard, Jiang Yubai possessed unwavering confidence and capability. He immersed himself in his studies until noon. It was the weekend, and his parents were quite the characters. One had spent the night playing mahjong, while the other took advantage of the absence of their son to indulge in marathon gaming sessions. At that moment, the elderly couple lay sprawled in bed, catching up on much-needed sleep, utterly incapable of preparing a meal for their high school son. Jiang Yubai's stomach growled in protest, and observing his parents' state, he realized he shouldn't expect any culinary offerings that day. Out of filial piety, he refrained from disturbing their slumber. Contemplating borrowing 300 yuan from his father's little stash to venture out for food when his phone buzzed in his pocket. He answered the call, and a captivating, mature voice resonated from the other end. It was the woman from the previous night, insisting on treating him to a meal in person as a token of her gratitude. Sure, Jiang Yubai replied readily. I'm still at the riverside, at the same spot as last night. I'll head over now. After hanging up, he splashed some water on his face, grabbed his phone and keys, and stepped outside. The riverside promenade during the day lacked the vibrancy of the night. After waiting for nearly half an hour, hunger gnawed at him, and just as he contemplated whether to dash to a nearby convenience store for a quick snack, the roar of an engine drew near. A striking red Ferrari came to a halt nearby. The door swung open, and a figure approached him. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, and apart from a subtle touch of lipstick, her face bore no excess makeup, yet she radiated an astonishing beauty. Clad in a black women's suit that perfectly accentuated her mature and graceful figure, her slender legs were clad in sheer black stockings, completed by glossy high heels. Jiang Yubai instantly recognized her as the woman he had rescued the night before. In that moment, she appeared far removed from the disheveled state the river had left her in. Her every gesture exuded an effortless elegance and poise. She approached, holding an LV paper bag, her waist swaying as she came closer, her long lashes fluttering as she smiled. Apologies for the delay. There was some traffic on the way. Thank you so much for what you did last night. Not at all, Jiang Yubai replied casually, his gaze briefly flicking over her stunning features. It was just a small effort. There's no need for such formality. That's simply one do, she countered with a charming smile, drawing nearer, the rich yet subtle scent of her perfume wafting toward him. How could saving a life be considered a trivial matter? She raised her hand to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. By the way, I still don't know your name. E.M. Sheng Mingxi. Jiang Yubai. Yubai? What a lovely name. Sheng Mingxi's gaze lingered on his face for a moment. How old are you? I'm in my final year of high school, 18. I'm a bit older than you, so you can call me Xiao Jiang. That's fine. Sheng Mingxi engaged him in light conversation, then gracefully extended the LV paper bag toward him. What is this? Jiang Yubai accepted the item with a hint of perplexity. I truly feel remorse for having soaked your clothes yesterday. I made an educated guess regarding your size when I purchased this. Please try it on. And if it is not fit, I shall gladly assist you in exchanging it. You are exceedingly courteous, as Jiang Yubai was a senior student. With the examination looming just days away, Sheng Mingxi promptly altered her plans. She sought out a refined restaurant near the riverside, mindful of the potential distraction to his studies, and thus refrained from engaging in extensive conversation during their meal. After dining, she retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from her handbag, inscribing a series of numbers before tearing it off and handing it to Jiang Yubai. I must take my leave. This is my private number. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call. Given the unique circumstances today and your impending exams, I shall not impose further. Once your examinations conclude, I shall earnestly express my gratitude once more. Jiang Yubai took the slip, finding it somewhat amusing. He pondered how many times he would need to convey his thanks. Nonetheless, he understood that she meant well, wanting to avoid hindering his revision. He nodded, watching as Sheng Mingxi entered her Ferrari, which roared to life and sped away. Time flew, and soon it was the 5th, the day designated for observing the examination venue. The schoolyard was teeming with students and teachers from the senior class, all engaged in final preparations before the impending battle. Jiang Yubai stood in the line for Class 3, scanning the crowd until his gaze settled upon a familiar figure attempting to hide within Class 7's ranks. Sun Zhuo. After a brief moment of hesitation, he made his way towards her. Thus, in front of the collective gaze of onlookers, the familiar scene unfolded once more. She fled, he pursued, and she found herself unable to escape. With a look of tragic determination, Sun Zhuo was intercepted by Jiang Yubai yet again. He handed her a bottle of unopened mineral water, smiling as he requested her assistance in unscrewing the cap. Once she complied, he assumed a teacher's demeanor, earnestly instructing her to remove the plastic wrap from the bottle before entering the examination hall. I am well aware of that. I'm not an idiot. Could you please refrain from coming over? Everyone is watching us. Sun Zhuo lamented, nearly on the brink of tears. In contrast, Jiang Yubai, in high spirits over the past few days, remained unperturbed, reveling in the moment. With the entire senior class gathered on the playground, Su Wanin was no exception. Wanin, Zhang Xiaowei remarked, casting a glance at the two interacting closely, then shifting her gaze to Su Wanni's sullen expression, nudging her with her elbow. Witnessing it firsthand was a far greater shock than any rumors they had heard. The ease and familiarity in their demeanor suggested a history of clandestine romance that could not have been fabricated in mere months. Su Wanni bit her lip tightly, feeling her eyes burn with the intensity of the scene before her. Why had he ventured so close to another? A wave of heat surged to her eyes as she teetered on the brink of tears, seething with frustration. That scoundrel. Chapter 60. The high school era is drawing to a close. As the tumultuous pangs of youth accompany countless regrets, the high school era nears its conclusion. On the playground, the final assembly before the examinations exuded an unusual atmosphere. Teachers, typically serious and unyielding, momentarily shed their facades of authority, mingling with the students. To test the English listening equipment, everyone was required to sit on the ground, awaiting further instructions. Upon returning to the area designated for Class 3, Jiang Yubai observed that nearly everyone had abandoned their books. After all, the time for reckoning was nigh. Clinging to last-minute studies was futile, and maintaining a relaxed mindset proved far more crucial. Jiang Yubai's gaze fell upon Qinyu amidst the crowd. She donned a striking red dress, her arms and legs glistening under the sunlight. Engaged in lively conversation with a few classmates, her eyes occasionally darted towards the two homeroom teachers from classes 2 and 4, who were openly entwined, accepting the playful jests of their students. With graduation imminent, the students shed their shyness. A bold boy from class 3 suddenly called out, "Teacher Qin, have you found yourself a boyfriend?" Jiang Yubai couldn't help but smile, casting a knowing glance at the boy. How absurd. Qinyu's cheeks flushed as she waved her hands dismissively. I spend all my time managing you little rascals. Where would I find the energy for romance? You are deceiving us. I distinctly saw a pair of men's Adidas shoes on your desk last time. The box hasn't even been opened. Realization dawned on Qinyu as she finally understood the source of the recent rumors about her. The shoes were indeed hers, but not intended for any alleged boyfriend. She had simply remembered Jiang Yubai's casual remark about his love for basketball and decided to surprise him. She considered herself not only his teacher, but also an older sister, and after he had helped her when she sprained her ankle, she felt a pressing desire to show her appreciation. Of course, I do not have a boyfriend. She instinctively glanced at Jiang Yubai, explaining, those shoes are for someone who holds great significance in my life. Her plan was to invite Jiang Yubai for a meal after the exams and present him with a gift as a surprise. Little did she know, her scheme had been prematurely unveiled. Jiang Yubai chuckled, meeting her gaze, and suddenly declared with mock seriousness, Teacher Qin, I shall forever remember your devoted guidance. Qinyu, seizing the opportunity, raised her chin with playful arrogance. Indeed, you must not forget, I sacrificed my weekends just to tutor you. The class monitor joined in, teasing Yubai. Given your significant improvement in math, it would not be too much to bow to our teacher Qin. Laughter erupted throughout the assembly. Qinyu, feeling playful, raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yubai. What are you waiting for? Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yubai gazed at her radiant smile, cleared his throat, and boldly stated, Ahem, given our relationship, let us skip the formalities. I shall bow to you at home, so please grant me some dignity here. This ambiguous remark incited a chorus of howls and whistles, 10 times more fervent than before. Qinyu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she feigned anger, glaring at him. Jiang Yubai, come to my office after this. Alas, your office will soon cease to exist, Jiang Yubai murmured softly. Indeed, we are on the brink of graduation, someone remarked, and the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence. Once that moment arrives, I will no longer be your student, nor will you be my teacher. After the listening session concluded, students dispersed early to prepare for the decisive battle ahead. After 12 years of diligent study, some were anxious, some excited, and others were already numb. On the eve of the examinations, Jiang Yubai neither burned the midnight oil nor tossed and turned in restlessness. He simply sat with his parents in the living room, engaging in light-hearted conversation, savoring the rare tranquility. His family's ethos has always been one of openness. And considering his exceptional academic performance since childhood, his parents have never imposed pressure on him. They merely urged him to perform to the best of his abilities and to have no regrets. As the clock approached 9, Jiang Yubai returned to his bedroom. Upon unlocking his phone, he found it inundated with congratulatory messages. Yubai, wishing you great success. Jiang Yubai, I must get into the same university as you. Go for it. You will always be number one. His social connections have always been robust, and the bolder girls online, compared to reality, were numerous. He responded to each with polite grace. After addressing the messages on QQ, he opened 2 unread text messages. One was from Sheng Mingxi, containing a concise 4-character message. Best of luck for the exam. The other was from Su Wanin. Keep it up. Jiang Yubai gazed at those two characters and, after a moment of silence, replied with a simple, you too. The first day of the examination featured Chinese in the morning and mathematics in the afternoon. To Jiang Yubai, mathematics was undoubtedly the subject with the least suspense. Perhaps it was due to having squandered too much time in his previous life. But in this life, rekindling his studies sparked within him a profound interest in problem-solving. Coupled with the cognitive leaps afforded by his rebirth, he found that the intricate formulas and problems became crystal clear to him. Inside the examination room, the air was filled with the rustling of pens against paper and the muffled sounds of anxious breaths. Yet, Jiang Yubai remained as tranquil as still water. In a short span, he neatly completed the entire paper, including the final question. After meticulously checking it several times to ensure its perfection, he leisurely submitted his paper 10 minutes before the end of the exam. As he stepped out of the examination hall and turned the corner of the staircase, he unexpectedly encountered Su Wanin, who had also submitted her paper early. This marked their first private encounter since Su's grandfather's birthday banquet. She was as she always was, clad in a simple white shirt paired with jeans, her feet adorned with canvas shoes, a refreshingly clean look that still made her the most radiant presence in the crowd. Jiang Yubai did not pause his stride, merely nodding slightly to acknowledge her. Su Wanin, feeling perplexed about how their relationship had reached this point, was unable to utter a single complete sentence. The grievances and resentments swirling within her left her feeling flustered, and she feared that speaking might lead her to lose composure. Forget it. Everything would be addressed after the examinations concluded. She quietly nodded in return and brushed past him, heading towards the opposite staircase. One went left, the other right. As Jiang Yubai reached the ground floor, he was surrounded by a throng of girls, chattering excitedly about how he had fared in the exams. Su Wanjin, standing not far off, couldn't resist glancing back. In the sunlight, his profile became increasingly defined, his demeanor exceptional, and he seemed to radiate light. He was effortlessly engaging with the girls around him. Why was he able to let go so quickly, to appear so unfazed? The unattainable would forever leave one with a sense of discontent, while the favored could always remain untroubled. In that moment, the heart of the young girl was fiercely torn by jealousy and bitterness. Rather than feeling anger, it was an overwhelming discomfort. She longed to rush forward, to push everyone aside, and to assert her claim as she once did. Get away. All of you, just step aside. Do they not have their own men? Chapter 61. Jiang Yubai graduated. The thoughts of the young girl were as fickle as the weather in June. One moment, she resolved never to see him again. And the next, she was exasperated, wondering why he had not come to console her. Su Wanin irritably flipped open her physics book, yet she could not absorb a single word. The following day, the bell signaling the end of the examinations rang. The once silent examination hall erupted in jubilation. The suppressed youth of 3 years transforming into a tidal wave of exuberance that swept across the entire campus. We are free. At long last, we are free. Goodbye. Damn those mock exams. Damn those early morning and evening study sessions. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon countless books and test papers were hurled into the air, resembling a grand snowfall dedicated to youth. Outside the examination hall, the tension that had been held for 3 years was finally released as cheers, shouts, and even a few stifled sobs converged into a torrent named liberation. Jiang Yubai watched the youthful faces, some smiling, others tearful, entirely liberated. And at the tender age of 24, as a first-time teacher of a graduating class, her eyes also glistened with unshed tears. She had finally guided these children safely to the next crossing in their lives. She had dressed specially for the occasion, donning a red sheer shawl over a black skirt, her slender legs encased in delicate black stockings, and her feet in white pointed heels, embodying both the dignity of a teacher and the vibrancy of a young woman. Thank you, Teacher Jiang, for your hard work. The heartfelt gratitude expressed by her students made Jiang Yubai feel that all her efforts over the past 3 years were worth it. She smiled, asking each student, "How do you feel? Was the Chinese exam smooth for you? And the science comprehensive? What about mathematics?" Some beamed with excitement, while others wore frowns. When it was Jiang Yubai's turn, he displayed no signs of the usual student shyness before a teacher. Instead, he stepped forward with a hearty laugh. "Don't worry. For Teacher Jiang, I could never have done poorly in mathematics." The surrounding classmates fell silent, their gazes darting between the two, filled with anticipation. Jiang Yubai felt her cheeks flush slightly, playfully scolding him with a glance. "You studied for me? If you didn't score full marks, does that mean I lack charm? Do you want me to score full marks?" Jiang Yubai countered. "Of course. If you do well, my year-end bonus will be higher. As long as you wish. I shall gift you a top scholar as a present." Their banter flowed effortlessly, so intimately that it hardly resembled a teacher-student dynamic. The perfect blend of closeness was playfully acknowledged, yet remained within bounds. The boys nearby were already wide-eyed with astonishment, casting admiring glances at him. Wow, Yubai. Is your mouth enchanted? Lend it to me for 2 days, and I assure you my mom will be holding a grandchild next year. Absolutely. Just hand me your phone, and you can have it back once you help me find a girlfriend. Jiang Yubai ignored the playful teasing, his gaze still fixed on Qin Yu, even winking at her. Can I have a word with you? Huh? In an instant, Qin Yu's ears turned crimson. What are you talking about? Stop being silly. She raised her hand as if to hit him, but it merely landed softly on his arm. The crowd erupted in laughter. With the examinations concluded, it was natural to celebrate with a meal. However, knowing that every restaurant in the city would be packed, Qin Yu promptly decided that after the graduation ceremony at school the next afternoon, the entire class would go out for dinner, her treat. With their generous teacher's announcement, the students of class 3 cheered enthusiastically, ready to follow her lead. Yet, this was merely the grand plan. Qin Yu had a small arrangement of her own. As the classmates dispersed in small groups, she called out to Jiang Yubai, who was about to leave. Jiang Yubai, wait a moment, don't go just yet. The students who had gone far turned around, teasing, Jiang Yubai, your big mouth got you in trouble, didn't it? Teacher Qin is keeping you for a private lesson. Serves you right. Jiang Yubai turned back, flashing a grin at the teasing classmates. My teacher Qin wouldn't dream of scolding me. You're even calling her teacher Qin now? Just keep boasting. Don't believe me? Qin Yu, why don't you say something? Before she could finish her words, Qin Yu, feeling both shy and annoyed, reached out and playfully pinched his ear. The pressure was gentle, more akin to a flirtatious gesture, yet it elicited a wave of laughter and applause from their surrounding classmates. Jiang Yubai, unfazed, climbed into Qin Yu's Audi and, rubbing his ear, inquired with mock indignation, what was that for? Qin Yu started the engine, flipping down the sun visor to check her reflection, and huffed a couple of times. Who told you to be so glib in front of so many people? Wasn't it deserved? She turned on the music, the melodious notes filling the car, as she finally turned her gaze towards Jiang Yubai. I still haven't had the chance to properly thank you for helping me when I twisted my ankle last time. Who are we to each other? Jiang Yubai leaned back against the seat, lazily responding, I already call you sister. Why are you being so formal? Here, this is for you, outsider, Qin Yu replied, retrieving a shoebox from the back seat and handing it to him. It contained a pair of unopened Adidas sneakers. Jiang Yubai accepted the gift, letting out a theatrical sigh. See, still giving me gifts. You really do regard me as an outsider. Don't want it? If you don't, just give it back. Of course I want it. How could I refuse something from my sister? Jiang Yubai promptly changed his tune. All right, fasten your seatbelt. We're off to eat. Aren't you hungry? Qin Yu urged. However, Jiang Yubai remained still, turning around to retrieve a simple gift box from his backpack. He opened it to reveal a neatly folded red scarf made of thin cashmere. Perfect for the cool spring and autumn of the mountainous city. Perhaps the timing is off, he cleared his throat, but I should be the one thanking you, Teacher Qin, for your care over the past 3 years. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, Jiang Yubai unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned forward, gently removing the red outer garment draped over her shoulders. He then took the red scarf and, with a slight bow, carefully wrapped it around her neck. The confined space of the car brought him close enough that his warm breath almost brushed against her cheek. Qin Yu's eyelashes fluttered uncontrollably, and her hand resting on the steering wheel curled slightly at the fingertips. Jiang Yubai smiled with satisfaction and settled back into his seat. How does it fit? Is it suitable? Only then did Qin Yu snap back to reality. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, the vibrant red of the scarf contrasting beautifully with her fair skin. Her eyes curved into a smile, radiating genuine happiness. She lifted her hand, intending to tousle his hair as usual, but halfway through, she paused and merely flicked his forehead lightly instead. You little rascal, the college entrance exams are over. Yet your heart is still not back in place. Jiang Yubai touched his forehead, suddenly adopting a serious expression, his gaze intense as he fixed it on her. Qin Yu, you've graduated, so from now on, I'm no longer your student. Chapter 62, Beast. How could you even lay hands on a teacher? In the elegant private dining room of the restaurant, Qin Yu rested her chin on one hand, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she observed Jiang Yubai across the table with keen interest. Though I may no longer be your teacher, I am still your sister. Do you think you can escape my grasp? Jiang Yubai responded with a playful grin. It's adoptive sister, you know. Isn't that still sister? Qin Yu huffed. Enough with the banter. Let us eat and see if the food can silence you. Jiang Yubai raised his hands in mock surrender, but the problem is, we haven't even ordered a single dish yet. Oh right. Waiter, Qin Yu finally realized. Waving to summon the waiter, and then pushing the menu towards Jiang Yubai, entrusting him with the task. The restaurant exuded an elegant ambience, with intricately carved screens cleverly separating semi-open independent spaces. The tables and chairs were made of stone, and the floor was laid with smooth cobblestones, beside which a pool of clear green water hosted a few leisurely swimming koi. Once several beautifully presented dishes arrived, Jiang Yu raised her glass. "I've been meaning to properly thank you for your help last time. Now that your entrance exams are over, a little drink shouldn't be a problem. Thank you for stepping up, for finally taking your math studies seriously, and for the scarf." Thanking each other feels distant. Jiang Yubai clinked his glass against hers, his smile radiant. "It's all part of what I should do." With a sip of wine, the atmosphere in the private room grew warmer. Jiang Yu propped her elbow on the stone table, resting her chin in her hand as she looked at him. "These past 3 years have finally come to an end. I've never felt so mentally drained in my life. You kids are all like little monkeys, too rowdy. I never had to worry so much when I was in my senior year. Indeed, they are quite troublesome." Jiang Yubai nodded seriously, extending his hand to serve food to Jiang Yu. "Unlike me, I only feel pity for my sister." "Don't flatter yourself." Jiang Yu laughed at his antics, giving him an exasperated look. "You are the most troublesome of them all. Now tell me, did you really consider giving up math for a relationship issue? I never pegged you as such a romantic." Before graduation, she had held back from asking, worried it might affect his exams. Now, she could finally indulge her curiosity. Jiang Yubai only smiled, evading a direct response, and instead shifted the topic. "That's all in the past. Why bring it up? Look at you, eating like a little greedy cat." "Huh?" Jiang Yu, confused, instinctively raised her hand to wipe her mouth. "Right here." Jiang Yubai pointed to the corner of his mouth. Before she could react, he suddenly leaned forward, his warm fingertip brushing against her lip. Jiang Yu froze. His movement was gentle, his fingertips slightly calloused as he delicately swept away a grain of rice, lingering ever so slightly on her soft skin. Her lashes fluttered, her mind blank, heat rushing to her cheeks. Quite the unique way to eat. Planning to save it for a midnight snack? Jiang Yubai withdrew his hand, unable to conceal the amusement in his eyes. At that moment, Zhang Xiaowei, accompanied by her parents to celebrate the end of the entrance exams, had just emerged from the restroom. Accidentally passing by the partially closed screen, she caught sight of Jiang Yubai and teacher Qin, and then saw Jiang Yubai's hand intimately brushing against Qin Yu's mouth. From her angle, the scene appeared to be something scandalous between lovers. Zhang Xiaowei's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth forming an O. "Oh no, this isn't right. Far from it. Jiang Yubai, you beast. How could you dare to touch a teacher?" She quickly covered her mouth, retreating stealthily a few steps before fleeing without looking back. In the private room, Qin Yu finally regained her senses, abruptly turning her head away. Her face flushed crimson as she glared at Jiang Yubai with her striking almond eyes, a mixture of embarrassment and anger. "Teacher Qin, I'm full. I have things to attend to, so I'll head home now. I'll see you at the graduation ceremony in 2 days." Having taken his liberties, Jiang Yubai decided to leave while the going was good, casually slinging his backpack over his shoulder and waving goodbye as he prepared to make his exit. After teasing her, he knew precisely how to maintain the balance. Left alone, Qin Yu sat in her seat, dazedly touching her lips, then glancing at the neatly folded scarf on the adjacent chair. After a moment, she couldn't help but chuckle and scold him softly, "That little rascal." As Jiang Yubai stepped out of the restaurant, the evening breeze of June in the mountainous city was exceptionally refreshing. The joyous celebration following the entrance exams enveloped the entire city. In every restaurant, KTV, and internet cafe, the streets are alive with the youthful figures liberated from the examination hall, the air suffused with an exuberant essence known as freedom. Jiang Yubai sauntered leisurely along the path home, observing the jubilant and relaxed faces surrounding him, shaking his head in bemusement. Many naively believed that graduation signified liberation. How misguided. This was merely a descent from one pit into another. The reason he had abandoned Qin Yu and slipped away early was that he was acutely aware of the time. A significant event was on the verge of unfolding beneath his apartment building. Upon entering the community, he was greeted by the sight of a grand Rolls-Royce and a Mercedes-Benz quietly parked at the roadside, becoming the focal point for all passers-by. A group of aunties, having just finished their dinner, gathered excitedly, discussing the spectacle before them. It felt like a scene from a television drama, strikingly real before their eyes. Rumor had it that the old CF family from Building 3 had a son who had just completed his exams, and astonishingly, the long-absent ex-wife had appeared at their doorstep. TSK. Years ago, she had fled upon seeing their poverty, and now, witnessing the fruits of their struggles in raising their son, she returned in a luxury vehicle to reap her rewards. Such fortune was hard to come by. As Jiang Yubai listened to the idle chatter, a sudden, urgent voice called out from behind. So, it was Jiang Lan, breathless as she and Jiang Jiqiang rushed back from the slope at the entrance of the community, their faces etched with anxiety. Hurry, go check on Xiao Tao and see what's happening. Uncle Xie just called us, saying there's about to be a fight at his house. Jiang Lan exclaimed, her breath coming in gasps. Xiao Tao's mother has shown up, and there's chaos at their home. Xie Tao's mother, years ago, had forsaken her affluent background for the sake of love, eloping with Xie's father, who had nothing to his name at the time. However, as love succumbed to the harshness of daily life, she, accustomed to a life of luxury, ultimately abandoned her husband and young son. In a previous life, Xie's father never forgave her until his dying breath. Now, she had calculated her return precisely at the end of the college entrance exams, hoping to compensate for her absence with monetary offerings. The Jiang family dashed upstairs, and upon reaching the third floor, they were met with the sounds of a fierce argument and the shattering of objects from within. Jiang Yubai stepped forward and knocked forcefully on the door. It swung open swiftly, revealing Xie Tao's face, pale as a sheet. Upon seeing Jiang Yubai, he grasped his arm tightly, confusion and despair filling his eyes. Yubai, that woman claims to be my mother. Before he could finish, a furious roar erupted from inside the room. Get out! How dare you come back here? Xie's father shouted, his face a tempest of rage and years of bottled-up sorrow. He could never forget the night when she had cried out in despair, I can no longer endure this miserable life. A moment that had slowly hollowed him out. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Xie Tao's mother, shielded by bodyguards, wept, repeating the words in vain. She yearned to explain, to share her hardships. But Xie's father was beyond listening, intent solely on driving her away, nearly resorting to violence. The room was in chaos, and even Jiang Yubai's parents could do nothing but hold Xie back, preventing the situation from escalating further. Jiang Yubai approached Xie Tao, patting his shoulder gently. This long-awaited reunion between mother and son culminated in disorder and discontent. Xie's father retreated into the bedroom, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. The Jiang family felt it was best not to linger any longer. As they departed, Jiang Lan sighed, advising Xie Tao, take good care of your father. He has raised you alone, which is no easy feat. You two need to have a heartfelt conversation. If anything arises, don't hesitate to call us. Jiang Yubai was acutely aware of the trajectory of Xie Tao's past life. The mother, who had once eloped for love, ultimately succumbed to the mundane realities of life, abandoning her husband and child to return to her family. Her motives for returning now were far from a simple awakening of maternal love. It was a meticulously crafted plan. She no longer possessed the ability to bear children and sought a son to inherit the vast family estate to confront the avaricious relatives lurking within the corporate sphere. In a previous existence, Xie Tao had followed his mother to Shanghai, believing it was for the sake of a brighter future as described by his father. What was the outcome? Wealth had indeed been acquired, but the cost of his vibrant spirit. He became withdrawn and silent, losing the sunshine of his youth. That so-called home was rife with scheming and hypocrisy, alongside an arrogant sister who derided him at every turn. In the stillness of the night, Xie Tao had confessed to Jiang Yubai more than once while inebriated that he felt like an outsider, burdened by the weight of existence. Jiang Yubai understood that Xie Tao and his father were cut from the same cloth, deeply loyal and emotional, valuing genuine affection far more than material wealth. Thus, in this lifetime, he would not be a mere spectator, helplessly listening to his brother's grievances over drinks. He possessed the means and the resolve to help Xie Tao carve a path toward genuine happiness. Lost in thought, the Jiang family descended the stairs, where Xie Tao's mother awaited them below, eager to engage in conversation and probe into Xie's sentiments. Jiang Yubai ignored her, leading his parents away. Upon returning home, he listened as his parents expressed their indignation over the Xie family's turmoil. Yawning, he excused himself to his room for rest. Others' familial affairs warranted only a passing acknowledgement. His own future was just beginning. The following day, Jiang Yubai slept until the sun was high in the sky. The days following the college entrance examinations were refreshingly simple and delightful. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up in bed, feeling somewhat dazed from oversleeping. His mother had already left for work. Stretching lazily, he wandered into the living room, encountering his father, Jiang Jiqiang, humming a tune as he emerged from the bedroom with a change of clothes. Awake? There's steamed egg your mother prepared in the pot. Heat up for yourself. The boss just called and asked me to swing by the office. You're on your own for lunch. Your mother left some money on the table, Jiang Jiqiang said, rattling off instructions before disappearing into the bathroom. Jiang Yubai acknowledged him with a non-committal grunt, making his way to the kitchen to lift the pot lid. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number, but the name beneath it read Sheng Mingxi. Jiang Yubai's heart quickened. It was the mature woman he had rescued, reaching out immediately after the exams concluded. Hello, Xiangye. He answered. Is this Xiao Jiang? Came the voice on the other end, laced with a hint of laughter. I hope I'm not interrupting your rest. Not all, I just woke up. Are you free for lunch? I'd like to invite you to a meal to express my gratitude in person. Jiang Yubai glanced at the steaming egg and promptly replied. I'm free, certainly. Just send me the address. I'll come pick you up. No need to trouble yourself. Shangjia. I can make my way there myself. You are my savior. Let's not be so formal about this. Just listen to me. Shang Mingxi's tone was gentle yet firm, leaving no room for dissent. Very well, I appreciate it, he conceded. After hanging up, Jiang Yubai leaned against the kitchen doorframe, a playful smile gracing his lips as he awaited his father's emergence from the bathroom to tidy himself up. Unbeknownst to him, mere minutes later, Jiang Jiqiang emerged from the restroom with a jovial demeanor, promptly diving into the study and turning on the computer. Jiang Yubai stood in bewilderment. Father, did you not mention that the boss summoned you to the company? Jiang Jiqiang turned around, his grin wide enough to split his face. The boss just called again, saying she has an unexpected matter to attend to, so I needn't go today. Chapter 64. The Elder Sister Who Cares. Seizing the chance to indulge in a gaming session, Jiang Jiqiang, this little old man, was overjoyed, feeling as if his boss had a heart of gold. Big boy, remember to take the trash down when you head downstairs. With headphones on, his father clicked the mouse with a series of sharp sounds, instantly immersing himself in the world of gaming. Jiang Yubai held his phone, observing his father's engrossed figure, and couldn't help but chuckle. He wondered if, in the future, when he transformed his father's gaming hobby into a profession, this little old man would still retain such pure enthusiasm. Approaching the mirror, Jiang Yubai ruffled his slightly overgrown hair and, seizing a tube of hair gel, swept his bangs back, exposing his smooth forehead and a remarkably refined hairline. In an instant, his demeanor transitioned from that of a freshly graduated student to one of mature sophistication. As it would take time for Shang Mingxi to arrive, Jiang Yubai was in no rush and lingered around the house for a while. With a summer break lasting a full 3 months, he intended to seize the opportunity to explore his father's company, ideally securing an internship for a period. His boss helmed a vast commercial group, with industries spanning department stores, supermarkets, electronics, and even delving into food production, hospitality, and electronic devices. This was a true hidden commercial empire, like many discreetly operating wealthy individuals in the country. The company rarely revealed its presence, yet, upon deeper investigation, one would be astounded to discover the extensive commercial map of subsidiaries and affiliated enterprises. Having returned to life with the intent to create videos, Jiang Yubai aimed to capture the early traffic dividends of the internet and, leveraging the nascent e-commerce landscape, plunge into online retail. Whether it was snacks, clothing, or peripherals like mice and keyboards, he was willing to sell anything that yielded profit. Thus, gaining experience at his father's company became particularly essential. After all, their group owned numerous processing factories, with many products achieving a model of self-production and self-marketing. His goal was to utilize the advantageous proximity to delve deep within this colossal commercial system, thoroughly grasp the supply chain, and acquire the highest quality resources. As his thoughts meandered, time had nearly elapsed. Jiang Yubai grabbed his backpack, stepped out, and sauntered downstairs. Outside the community, a black Audi was quietly parked at the roadside. In the driver's seat, Shang Mingxi was slightly turned, engaged in a phone call, her exquisite profile momentarily visible through the car window. As Jiang Yubai approached, she seemed to notice him, uttered something to the person on the other end, and then hung up. The car window slowly descended. Xiao Jiang, you've arrived? Shang Mingxi was a captivating and sophisticated woman, exuding an innate elegance. While she appeared affable, there was an underlying air of aloofness that deterred casual familiarity. Yet, her striking beauty could easily captivate anyone. With a smile, Jiang Yubai nodded. I just tidied up a bit. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long, Sister Shang. He rounded to the passenger side, opened the door, and settled into the car. A refreshing, subtle fragrance enveloped him, contrasting sharply with the youthful, vibrant perfume scent in Qin Yu's car. He noticed that whether it was Qin Yu or Shang Mingxi, these women from affluent backgrounds maintained an astonishingly clean and orderly vehicle, devoid of unnecessary cushions or trinkets. The sole clutter was likely a pair of flat shoes for a change from high heels. As Jiang Yubai adjusted himself comfortably, his peripheral vision caught sight of a small pink sticker affixed to the passenger window, emblazoned with cartoonish characters, rear end, and you must marry. Noticing his gaze, a blush crept onto Shang Mingxi's face, yet she graciously explained, my mother stuck that on. Sorry for the embarrassment. Not at all. I find your mother quite amusing. Jiang Yubai replied earnestly. Sheng Mingxi, seemingly unaccustomed to driving this car, adjusted her seat while responding, "Really? I'll introduce you next time. My mother has been mentioning you ever since she learned you saved me, saying she wants to thank you in person. Are we reaching the point of meeting the parents?" Jiang Yubai's heart skipped a beat. Sheng Mingxi added, "Of course not today. To express my gratitude, I must be the first in line. I didn't want to disturb you during your exam preparations, nor did I get to thank you properly. Sister Sheng, you really don't need to be so polite." "That one do," Sheng Mingxi interrupted, her tone soft yet firm, leaving no room for dissent. "You saved me. That's indisputable. We don't adhere to the practice of doing good deeds without acknowledgement. Are you hungry? Let's go eat." She paused briefly, adjusting a loose strand of hair, her beautiful eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she gazed at Jiang Yubai. "You are my savior. Let us not be so formal. From now on, we're friends, right?" Jiang Yubai chuckled, reclining slightly, lazily observing her. "I thought we were already friends." He deliberately elongated his tone, raising an eyebrow. "Turns out we weren't after all." Sheng Mingxi, momentarily stilled by his teasing, soon broke into a smile, casting him a charming glance. "All right, Xiao Jiang, fasten your seatbelt. We're off. I'll take you to try a private dining establishment. I've heard the food is excellent." Jiang Yubai shifted into a more comfortable position, sinking into the plush leather seat, responding with a casual "all right." Mature women possess an undeniable distinction, with their own opinions and rhythm. Being with her, he felt no need to worry about anything. As the saying goes, an elder sister knows how to care for others. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of a quaint Chinese courtyard that exuded an aura of tranquility, starkly contrasting with the crowded, trendy restaurants that required lengthy queues. Upon spotting Sheng Mingxi's car, the doorman hurried over to respectfully open the door. "Ms. Sheng, welcome." After entering the private room, the restaurant's manager personally attended to them. Presenting the menu, Jiang Yubai casually flipped through it, only to have his eyes twitch in surprise. A dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes cost $280, while a simple bowl of boiled cabbage was priced at $888. Were these dishes crafted from gold or prepared with the finest elixirs? Yet, Sheng Mingxi paid no mind to the prices, effortlessly ordering an abundance of dishes. Jiang Yubai, sitting beside her, repeatedly urged, "That's enough, that's enough." She merely smiled, saying, "Don't worry, whatever we don't finish can be packed up. No waste here." She even opened a bottle of red wine that, judging by its vintage, must have been quite expensive. Jiang Yubai silently calculated. This meal, along with the wine, would likely cost over 10,000. He watched as Sheng Mingxi meticulously peeled an Australian lobster for him, her every gesture radiating grace. As he prepared to embark on an entrepreneurial journey, where every penny was precious, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. "Sister, how about we convert this into cash? Once it's consumed, it's gone. But if we use this money as startup capital, it could snowball into something substantial." Chapter 65. What young man finds himself in such extraordinary fortune? Indulge in what one must. Jiang Yubai was never one to deny himself pleasures, yet this meal left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. A dish, wherein bean sprouts are hollowed out and stuffed with minced meat. Another dish, even more outrageous, involves slicing the most tender parts from several fish and skillfully reassembling them into a complete fish through exquisite culinary artistry. Jiang Yubai silently gasped in astonishment. Was this truly a meal? What he was witnessing was not merely food, but rather an exhibition of skill, craftsmanship, and wealth. He needed his first pot of gold. As he ventured into the internet realm, there would be numerous opportunities to spend lavishly. Yet here he sat, consuming a meal that equated to half a year's salary for an average person. Though he had encountered the world of the affluent before, such extravagance was a first for him. Nevertheless, he maintained an imperturbable demeanor, refusing to foolishly suggest to Sheng Mingxi, "Sister, why don't we skip this and you just give me the cash instead?" That would be far too demeaning. This meal provided him with a more tangible understanding of Sheng Mingxi's prowess. For the company to thrive, to develop a robust app, what aspect did not require money? What did not necessitate connections? After their meal, Sheng Mingxi delicately wiped her luscious red lips with a napkin. Jiang Yubai's peripheral vision caught her radiating a golden glow, akin to a walking ATM. Sister, truly wealthy. Around 1 in the afternoon, they emerged from the private dining establishment. Sheng Mingxi beckoned Jiang Yubai to enter her Audi, and he naturally took the passenger seat, patting his belly with a look of satisfaction. The flavors of the dishes were undeniably exquisite. He indulged without reservation. Jiang Yubai mused to himself, "Next time, I cannot afford to dine like this. It is an extravagant waste." Observing his relaxed demeanor, Sheng Mingxi found it particularly amusing. This youth possessed a nonchalance atypical for his age, dining with an ease that felt as though he were at his own table. "Are you full?" "Quite. Thank you, sister. I appreciate your generosity today. Jiang Yubai casually held a toothpick in his mouth, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. As long as you are satisfied, Sheng Mingxi smiled, slightly turning to swap her high heels for a pair of flats. Clad in a black women's suit and a matching pencil skirt, her movements accentuated her well-defined curves. Jiang Yubai fastened his seatbelt, his gaze inadvertently drifting over her slender ankles encased in sheer black stockings before quickly shifting back to her strikingly beautiful face. Beauty and wealth coexisted in this sister. She was indeed a stroke of luck for him. The car remained silent for a moment until Sheng Mingxi, having changed her footwear, started the vehicle and cheerfully inquired, "By the way, Xiao Jiang, amidst our dining, I neglected to ask how your college entrance examination went. Do you have a preferred university?" Jiang Yubai feigned a sigh, a look of distress crossing his face. "It was average. I scored around 700. Now I am torn between Tsinghua and Peking University. Or perhaps I should just stay local for the proximity to home." Upon hearing the latter, Sheng Mingxi's grip on the steering wheel faltered momentarily. Initially, she believed his performance to be modest, but the latter part shifted her perception. Scoring around 700 and contemplating Tsinghua or Peking, she chuckled at Jiang Yubai's ostentatious display. "Oh, I didn't realize you were a scholar. What major do you intend to pursue?" "Computer science, and, if time allows, perhaps a minor in finance." "Both computer science and finance at Tsinghua are commendable. I happen to have several friends who are professors there. Should you enroll, I can assist you with connections for graduate studies." Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow. "Sister, are you hoping I'll be your junior? Where I go is my own decision. I won't interfere." Sheng Mingxi adeptly maneuvered the steering wheel just as her phone rang. She answered, offering brief affirmations before hanging up and slowing the vehicle. "I initially planned to take you shopping for a couple of outfits, but an urgent matter has arisen, so I must drop you home first. Can I schedule another day?" Jiang Yubai waved his hand with a smile. "No need, sister. One meal suffices." "One meal cannot be compared to a life," Sheng Mingxi replied with an unyielding tone, sealing their arrangement. "You just finish your exams. Take care of your affairs. Call me when you have the time. My mother has been insisting on thanking you in person. You must show some respect to your elders." With such a statement made, Jiang Yubai felt it would be too pretentious to refuse, so he nodded in agreement. Around 2 in the afternoon, Jiang Yubai alighted from the car at the entrance of his residential complex. He watched the Audi vanish around a corner before ascending leisurely to his apartment. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a scene of chaotic urgency. "You're back. Hurry, hurry." Jiang Jiqiang was preparing to change shoes before heading out. Upon seeing his son, he seized him and pushed him into the study, pressing him into the computer chair. "Quick, finish this game for me. The boss just called. I need to pick someone up from the airport, and I'm running out of time. I have to dash." With that, old Jiang rushed out like a whirlwind. Just returning home from work, Jiang Lan observed the door slam shut and then looked at her son seated at the computer, equally amused and exasperated. "Did you two conspire? As soon as you get home, he has to leave. As soon as he leaves, you're free." "Nonsense," Jiang Yubai replied without turning, his fingers flying over the keyboard. "Clearly, it's because you're home that Dad is looking for an excuse to escape. A classic case of fickleness. I suggest you just unplug his internet." "You rascal," Jiang Lan scolded, entering to lightly smack the back of his head. "You have quite the sharp tongue. After finishing this game, go check on Xiao Tao. I heard his mother came by again this morning. Don't leave that child alone at home, feeling miserable." Got it, got it." Meanwhile, on the expressway leading from the airport to the city, a long-wheelbase Maybach cruised smoothly. Jiang Jiqiang focused intently on driving, while in the back seat sat 2 elegantly poised women and a formally attired middle-aged man. The older woman bore a striking resemblance to Sheng Mingxi, being her mother, Wu Xia. "Oh dear, you truly frightened your mother. How could you dare jump into the river at night? If it weren't for your secretary's call, would you plan to keep this from us?" Sheng Mingxi, somewhat helpless, explained, "Mom, how many times have you brought this up? It's over now. I didn't want you to worry." Wu Xia shot her daughter a reproachful glance before inquiring, "By the way, what about that young man who saved you? Have you managed to contact him? We must express our gratitude." The authoritative middle-aged man interjected, "Yes, we owe a great debt of gratitude to that young man. In such dark waters, with so many witnesses, only he dared to leap in. The Sheng family must offer him a substantial reward." In the driver's seat, Jiang Jiqiang silently listened, astonished. The Sheng family speaking of a substantial reward. Just how grand would that be? He wondered which fortunate young man it was, whose ancestors must have amassed great virtue to encounter such extraordinary wealth. Chapter 66. Is it vulgar or not? The Maybach smoothly entered a villa area nestled amidst mountains and rivers. The winding mountain roads were flanked by lush greenery, ultimately stopping in front of an impressive courtyard. A multi-story modern villa stood amidst a sprawling garden replete with fragrant flowers, This was where Shang Mingxi resided. This area was built by the river, backed by green hills, boasting excellent feng shui and breathtaking views. Once Jiang Jiqiang parked in the private garage, Shang Mingxi smiled as she retrieved a hefty red envelope from her LV handbag and handed it over. Jiang, you have worked hard today. It was supposed to be your day off, yet I made you run this errand. You may head back now. I have no further matters to attend to. Thank you. Mr. Shang, you flatter me. It is merely part of my duties. I shall take my leave. With an unexpected windfall in his pocket, Lao Jiang felt elated. He privately mused that a woman as beautiful and kind-hearted as Mr. Shang was indeed a rarity. Earlier, he had overheard her parents fretting over her marital prospects, who would be fortunate enough to marry her in the future. Naturally, such matters were beyond the concern of a mere chauffeur. He had to return early the next day to pick someone up, so he drove home in another of Mr. Shang's vehicles. Shang Mingxi, just look at this mess. As Jiang Jiqiang departed, Wu Xia stepped into the house and was immediately engulfed by a wave of fury. The floor of the living room was strewn with clothes, and several garments draped over the back of the sofa. In the entrance, over a dozen pairs of shoes lay haphazardly scattered across the marble floor, creating a scene of utter chaos. I suggested hiring a housekeeper to live in, but you refused, insisting on living alone. This house is so large, and with only a weekly cleaning service, look at the state it's in. Clearly, you cannot take care of yourself. As Wu Xia scolded her daughter, her actions mirrored those of mothers everywhere. She bent down to tidy the scattered shoes. Shang Mingxi had just switched from her high heels and felt the cold floor beneath her bare feet, prompting Wu Xia's voice to rise again. Hurry and put on some slippers. The floor is freezing. Why do you always walk around barefoot? Aren't you afraid of getting cold? Shang Mingxi was accustomed to her mother's nagging and casually slipped on a pair of slippers. She walked into the living room and began folding the clothes from the sofa. Mom, we have a major acquisition case at the company. It's been incredibly busy, and I've been working late every day. It's not usually like this. Look at you. You're practically an adult. Yet you're so consumed by work that you neglect your home. It's so desolate here, devoid of any warmth. As expected of a mother. The conversation circled back to the eternal topic. Wu Xia picked up a red evening gown, pulling her daughter close and scrutinizing her. In such a large house, don't you feel a bit uneasy living alone? Shang Mingxi turned her face away, opting for silence. Don't pretend you can't hear me. Shang Mingxi, how old are you this year? Nearly 30. You're practically an aging, unmarried woman. Why won't you date or get married? I've heard from your secretary that you spend every day either at work or at home, avoiding any social activities. You don't even have any close male friends. Wu Xia's gaze suddenly turned suspicious. You're not, perhaps, uninterested in men? Shang Mingxi sat down on the sofa, bemused, curling her legs and reaching out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her mother's ear. Mom, please don't overthink it. Then tell me, when do you plan to find a partner and get married? I'm not trying to pressure you, but your silence leaves me anxious. Do you understand? While Wu Xia spoke, she picked up a fruit knife and began peeling an apple for her daughter. You remember that young man from the last banquet? The son of the Wang family? Tall, handsome, and polite. He wanted to meet you, yet you outright rejected him. How can I not worry about you in light of this? Seizing the opportunity, Shang Jiaqing chimed in. Your mother has a point. It's time to take this matter seriously. Of course, don't feel too pressured. Our Mingxi deserves to choose at her own pace. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached for a slice of apple that Wu Xia had just prepared, only to have his hand swatted away by her. Shang Jiaqing, be quiet. What do you mean, take your time? Wu Xia glared at her husband. Count how many children in this entire neighborhood are still single at her age. Even if they aren't married, how many aren't in a relationship? The ever-doting Lao Shang could only cast a helpless glance at his daughter, then swiftly sided with his wife, adopting a pained expression. Your mother is right. Shang Mingxi, this is unacceptable. You're grown up, yet you still make us worry. He swiftly changed the subject. By the way, we were so caught up in conversation earlier that we forgot to discuss how to thank the young man who saved Mingxi. Yes, that matter is of utmost importance. Wu Xia interjected. Despite her stern tone, she gently offered a slice of apple to her daughter. We must express our gratitude sincerely and formally. But how should we express our thanks? Lao Sheng pondered, carefully suggesting, what if we wrote him a check? Wu Xia abruptly turned her head, her previously quelled anger flaring up once more. She glared at her husband, unable to restrain herself from delivering a light punch to his shoulder. Sheng Jiaqing, I realize your remarks have become increasingly uninspired. A check? What else do you have in your mind besides money? Is that what you call sincerity? Is that a proper way to express gratitude? How crass. No, I didn't mean to be crass. Sheng Jiaqing stammered, his mouth twitching in exasperation. In their household, his wife held the highest authority, followed by their daughter, leaving him relegated to a distant third, with no room for reason. How is that crass? The young man risked his life to save your daughter, and your first instinct is to offer him money? Wu Xia scolded. Does that seem appropriate? No. Sheng Jiaqing felt utterly wronged, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. In this day and age, expressing gratitude without monetary compensation was considered ludicrous. Surely, he thought, nobody expected a melodramatic debt of gratitude to involve romantic entanglements, yet he dared not voice this sentiment, opting instead to sidle up to his wife, massaging her shoulders while sneaking a glance at his daughter. You're absolutely right, Mom. Offering a check is indeed too crass. Mingxi, please don't emulate your father's lack of tact. Business is one thing, but personal relationships are another. This young man disregarded his own safety to save you, and you can't just throw money at him. It would make our family appear utterly disrespectful. Chapter 67. Dad, I want to intern at your company. Your father does have a point, Wu Xia conceded, albeit reluctantly. But she quickly redirected her criticism toward her husband, adding, though he has a point, it's still rather crass. She took her daughter's hand, gently patting it, and spoke earnestly. Mingxi, we must never forget our roots. That young man risked his life to save you, which is an immense kindness, a stroke of fate. When your secretary called me, I was utterly alarmed. He put his life on the line to save you. This isn't comparable to employees in the company who merely do their jobs for a bonus. The more Wu Xia spoke, the more she felt that monetary gratitude was an insult. Is money truly that significant? What could possibly outweigh a life? Offering money as thanks is a direct affront to the brave and fearless qualities that young man embodies. This is absolutely unacceptable. Sheng Mingxi shifted into a more comfortable position, her long hair cascading over her shoulders as she squinted at her impassioned mother, a faint smile playing on her lips. So, what do you propose I do to thank him? Wu Xia fell into contemplation, realizing the situation required careful deliberation. Above all, giving money outright would be the worst approach, showcasing our family's disdain for others simply because of our financial standing. I understand. Sheng Mingxi, lost in thought, nodded thoughtfully, her gaze flickering slightly. I had never intended to resolve matters with money. Repaying a life-saving grace with monetary compensation was not in Sheng Mingxi's character. Naturally, Jiang Yubai was oblivious to this. At that moment, he was engrossed in a fierce battle with Xie Tao at the internet cafe, playing the CF biochemical mode. On the screen, he wielded a Thunder God gun, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the throngs of biochemical phantoms. He refrained from urging Xie Tao to return home or to forgive his mother. Sometimes, in the bond of brotherhood, mere presence speaks louder than words. Their coordination in the game was utterly chaotic. The adorable zombie, Little Red, consistently managed to infect Xie Tao, inadvertently scratching him as well. Damn, Xie Tao cursed, pushing his mouse away. He fished a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a cloud of smoke rings. It was during this very time in his previous life that Xie Tao had learned to smoke. By the way, he shook off the ash, his gaze still lingering on the dim computer screen. Yubai, tomorrow is the graduation ceremony. Aren't you supposed to give a speech as the student representative? Shouldn't you buy a couple of new outfits? His confidence had significantly bolstered since his mother returned and handed him a card without hesitation. Though Xie Tao, with his pride, initially resisted accepting such unsolicited charity, his uniquely unconventional father had insisted, take it, why refuse her money? For all these years, I've raised you single-handedly without asking her for a dime in support. Now she offers you some cash, just accept it. She owes you that. With his father's straightforwardness and lack of hesitation, Xie Tao naturally ceased to be sentimental. The card contained 1,000,000 yuan. Xie Tao had transformed into a minor tycoon, instantly considering purchasing gifts for Jiang Yubai's parents. After all, Aunt Jiang had treated him like her own, a kindness he had always cherished. In his previous life, after finding success, Xie Tao had never forgotten this gratitude, showering Jiang Lan with top-tier skincare products and acquiring all the skins in old Jiang's gaming account. Upon hearing about the graduation ceremony, Jiang Yubai's hand paused momentarily over the mouse. He had indeed forgotten about it. As the first in his grade during the last monthly exam, he was indeed required to read a speech at tomorrow's graduation. Buying clothes could wait. He could simply wear something casual. After a few more casual exchanges, Jiang Yubai stood up and headed home. Upon entering, Jiang Lan poked her head out from the kitchen. How is Xiao Tao? He.s. eating and sleeping well, full of energy, Jiang Yubai replied while changing his shoes, shrugging slightly. My mom gave me 1,000,000. I'm just worried about where to spend it, so don't you worry. He stealthily approached the dining table, inhaling deeply the fragrant aroma of braised pork and chicken soup, filling the house with the scent of home. Instinctively, he reached out to sneak a piece of meat, only to be swiftly scolded by Jiang Lan, who tapped his hand with chopsticks. Go wash your hands first. Jiang Lan followed him to the bathroom door and lowered her voice, asking, "So, Xiaotao doesn't he plan to return to Shanghai with his mother?" "It seems he has no such intention," Jiang Yubai replied, splashing water vigorously, droplets flying everywhere. After so many years of no contact, it was only natural for him to be reluctant to follow her now that she suddenly reappeared. Giving money is a form of compensation. "That is true," Jiang Lan nodded. "Go, call your dad out for dinner. You go call him. He only listens to you." Jiang Yubai had already seated himself at the table, picking up his chopsticks without hesitation, grabbing a hefty piece of braised pork. Since his rebirth, he had noticed an improvement in his physical strength and an increase in his appetite. When Jiang Jiqiang finally ambled out from his study, the family of three gathered around the table, enjoying a harmonious meal together. As they ate, Jiang Jiqiang suddenly recalled something. "You guys have no idea. Our director, Sheng, lost a necklace last month. We searched for a month and couldn't find it. Initially, we promised a reward of 200,000 for its return, but now it has increased to 500,000. Jiang Lan gasped. "My goodness, 500,000 for a necklace? That's enough for a down payment on a small house." The world of the wealthy was truly incomprehensible. "I heard it was a keepsake from her grandmother. The item itself may not hold much value, but significance is profound. Recently, the boss seemed a bit down. Perhaps it was because of this." Jiang Jiqiang shoveled rice in his mouth and added, "But I've noticed her mood has improved these past few days. Maybe she found it, who knows? After all, she even sent me a 3,000 yuan red envelope today. Money, oh money, truly a marvelous thing." The fire of ambition within Jiang Yubai blazed even brighter. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, looking at his father earnestly. "Dad, I want to intern at your group." "Intern?" Jiang Jiqiang was momentarily taken aback. "You just graduated from high school. What internship?" Jiang Yubai had already prepared his reasoning. "I merely wish to gain an understanding of the company's operational model, particularly in the internet or investment-related departments. I aspire to develop in this direction. I can't just learn theory in school and emerge as a blank slate, right?" While his words were convincing, "Shouldn't he consult your mother about this?" Jiang Jiqiang hesitated. After all, he was someone who prided himself on self-sufficiency, never seeking help from others. "Moreover, I'm just a driver. My words carry little weight." Jiang Yubai smiled. "Dad, isn't the driver for a high-ranking leader more than just a driver? You are the right-hand man, the trusted aide. Besides, my mom's state-owned enterprise isn't aligned with my field of study." He half-jokingly showered praise on his father. Jiang Jiqiang felt somewhat elated by his son's words, hesitating for a moment before finally sighing at the hopeful look in Jiang Yubai's eyes. "All right then. I'll put my pride on the line and give General Manager Li a call." Jiang Jiqiang thought, "This is a minor issue. I can't trouble Director Sheng for something so trivial. Asking General Manager Li to intervene is more than sufficient for a mere internship." Chapter 68. Teacher Qin. Deal with him. Given the respect owed to Director Sheng as her dedicated driver, Jiang Jiqiang had the clout that no one in the group would dare disregard. Once the call connected, Li's voice instantly warmed several degrees upon recognizing Jiang Jiqiang. "Old Jiang, just tell me what you need." After Jiang Jiqiang explained the situation, Li readily agreed. "Internship? What is the big deal? When is your son plan to start?" Jiang Yubai listened attentively, raising his finger to signal 7. June was the height of graduation festivities, gatherings, trips, karaoke. He certainly didn't want to miss out on such wonderful moments. Moreover, it was time to schedule his driving lessons. July 1st, sounds good. I'll note that down. "Old Jiang, give your son my phone number. Let him contact me directly when the time comes, and I'll take him through the onboarding process." Li's agreement was exceedingly enthusiastic. Once the call ended, Jiang Jiqiang could barely contain his pride. Jiang Yubai seized the moment. "Dad, I'm planning to learn to drive." "That's great news." Jiang Jiqiang beamed. He himself was an experienced driver, and since his wife didn't have a license, he handled all the driving. Once his son obtained his license, there would finally be someone to share the burden at home. With a grand gesture, he pulled out his wallet, revealing a hefty stack of cash. Slapping it on the table, 4,000 yuan. "All right, your old man will cover the cost of driving lessons." Jiang Lan's expression instantly shifted as she set down her chopsticks. "Jiang Jiqiang, you'd better explain where all this secret stash of money comes from." Listening to his parents engage in their usual banter, Jiang Yubai felt a warm surge in his heart. Having a family was truly wonderful. The next day, the graduation ceremony commenced. This year's new principal possesses a refreshing perspective, deliberately scheduling the ceremony after the college entrance examination, aptly naming it a rite of passage. Students are no longer required to don standardized uniforms. Instead, they are invited to adorn their most exquisite attire, capturing the essence of their youth at its most vibrant. Consequently, The entire campus transforms into a dazzling showcase for the young men and women, each vying to outshine the other. The boys, styling their hair and sporting brand new sneakers, while the girls don beautiful dresses they had longed to wear, applying their first full face of makeup. Under the scorching June sun in the mountain city, temperatures soar to nearly 40 degrees. Jiang Yubai seeks respite from the heat, donning a floral shirt paired with shorts, and slips into a pair of Nike slides. Sauntering in with an air of nonchalance, his tall stature, neatly groomed hair, and handsome features exude a relaxed charm, effortlessly embodying the adage that beauty transcends even the simplest of attire. Among the crowd, many girls find themselves entranced, their hearts stirred with a hint of bittersweet melancholy, aware that come university, distances will separate them, perhaps never to reunite. Jiang Yubai's affable nature draws a throng of enthusiastic classmates around him. Numerous girls, fueled by a sense of urgency, muster the courage to step forward with confessions that they fear may go unspoken forever. Jiang Yubai, I have always liked you. Yubai. Here, essay letter for you. Jiang Yubai, shall we add each other on WeChat? We can keep in touch. Faced with such fervent attention, Jiang Yubai, somewhat overwhelmed, graciously declines, repeatedly gesturing with his hands. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your sentiments, but I truly cannot accept your gifts. The atmosphere, tinged with the sadness of graduation, reaches a crescendo as a few emotional girls discreetly wipe away their tears. After today, they will no longer be high school students, and some may never cross paths again. Seizing the opportunity to escape the crowd under the pretext of making a speech, Jiang Yubai finally extricates himself. The head of the grade regards his somewhat unorthodox attire with mild disapproval, lips parting to reprimand, but ultimately swallowing the words upon recalling his stellar exam results. Perhaps, after all, a genius is permitted a few eccentricities. In his casual ensemble, he ascends the stage in his slides and delivers a succinct address. Under the sunlight, the young man radiates a brilliance that captivates his peers below, who gaze up at him with a mixture of admiration, yearning, and the poignant realization of impending separation. As Jiang Yubai surveys the audience, his gaze lands upon their homeroom teacher, Qinyu. In that fleeting moment, their eyes meet, and he offers a subtle nod. Graduation signifies an end, and soon they will no longer be students. The principal's speech is brief, devoid of the usual tedious platitudes, merely extending heartfelt wishes before relinquishing the stage back to the students. The pent-up energy of 3 years bursts forth as the students scatter like birds, filling the playground and hallways with exuberant cheers and playful antics. The teachers, too, become sought-after subjects for photographs. Qinyu, the homeroom teacher class 3, is already youthful and beautiful, but today she has put in extra effort, donning a soft yellow dress that accentuates her gentle and radiant demeanor. The girls, emboldened, quickly gather around her, chattering excitedly for a photo. Teacher, what shade of lipstick are you wearing? It's stunning. Teacher, will we be able to come back and visit you? The boys, however, are more bashful, only daring to admire her from a distance, their hearts yearning but none brave enough to approach. After navigating a flurry of teachers eager to bask in the glory of his top score status, Jiang Yubai spots Xie Tao, who is struggling under the weight of a professional camera. I can't take it anymore. This thing is too heavy. Jiang Yubai glances at him, instantly knowing that his friend is about to reveal his affluent background. Alas, in this season of youthful exuberance, the girls are more enamored with romance than wealth. Despite wielding an expensive camera, Xie Tao finds little success in capturing the attention of the girls, who immediately redirect their focus to Jiang Yubai as he approaches. In another corner of the gathering, Su Wanning graciously declines a shy boy's request for a photo. Upon seeing Jiang Yubai finally freed from the throng, she feels her heart skip a beat, instinctively tightening her grip on the camera. He is coming over. Yet, Jiang Yubai's gaze passes over her and settles on Qinyu, smiling as he waves her over. Hey, Qinyu, let us take a picture together. Just the two of us. His voice, though not loud, creates ripples akin to a stone cast into a still lake. Xie Tao, ever the instigator, seizes the moment, teasing. Oh, Jiang Yubai, you dare to address Teacher Qin by her first name. Teacher Qin, give him a good scolding. Laughter erupts around them. Qinyu, amused, covers her mouth in mirth, her eyes sparkling with delight as she is swept up in the vivacity of her students, and she boldly approaches Jiang Yubai. All right. As Qinyu strides over in her high heels, Jiang Yubai, under the astonished gaze of their peers, effortlessly takes her wrist and leans his head on her shoulder, the gesture flowing with natural ease. The scent of his fresh shampoo lingers in the air, while the warmth of his presence causes her to momentarily stiffen. Yet Jiang Yubai appears unfazed, half closing his eyes as he languidly speaks. Teacher Chin, even though we are graduating, I will always be your student. As the saying goes, once a student, always a child of the teacher. I am your good little boy. As if affirming his status as her baby, he shifts slightly, ensuring his profile aligns closely with hers, inhaling the fragrance that emanates from her. The atmosphere around them seems to freeze. The boys, caught in the throes of adolescence, stare wide-eyed. What the hell? Can this happen? Let go of our teacher Chin. My heart is breaking. Jiang Yubai, utterly flabbergasted, tugs at Su Wanin's sleeve. Whispering in a hushed tone, Wanin, look. I knew something was off between them. I sensed it back at the restaurant. Su Wanin gazes at the intimate scene, her fingers gripping her phone so tightly they turn pale, her smile wavering. Amidst the myriad of complex glances directed at them, Jiang Yubai remains composed, seemingly relishing the attention. Adding fuel to the fire, Teacher Chin, your scent is delightful. In this pose, anyone who sees us might mistakenly think we're a couple taking graduation photos. His words cause Chin Yu's ears to flush crimson. She acutely feels the weight of the various gazes upon her, a mix of embarrassment and irritation washing over her. Yet, curiously enough, Jiang Yubai's nonchalant demeanor suggests he believes this is the most natural thing in the world. Subconsciously, she hesitates to push him away, perhaps influenced by the familiarity of him calling her sister or the reliance she had on him when he carried her after her ankle injury. Her acceptance and closeness to this student seem to transcend the boundaries of typical teacher-student relationships. Those boys internally shouting for Chin Yu to hit him quickly are likely to be disappointed. At 6 feet tall, Jiang Yubai stands almost eye-to-eye with Chin Yu, who in her high heels matches his height, creating a surprisingly harmonious image of youth and grace. A bold girl, unable to contain her playful spirit, jested, Teacher Chin, when you stand next to Jiang Yubai, you both look like contemporaries. This remark struck Chin Yu like a shot of adrenaline, momentarily snapping her to attention. Indeed, the more one tries to conceal, the more one invites speculation. As a teacher and an elder sister, how could she allow her aura to be overshadowed by her own students? Thus, Chin Yu straightened her back, tilted her head slightly, and endeavored to sound composed as she replied, Yubai is merely my recognized younger brother. Taking a few photos together is nothing of consequence. Little did she know, Jiang Yubai, upon hearing this, seized the opportunity with a mischievous grin and suggested, I'm feeling a bit tired leaning here. Why don't you lean on me instead? Chin Yu could no longer maintain her composure, caught between laughter and exasperation. She playfully punched Jiang Yubai on the chest, though she restrained her strength. You, hurry up and stand properly. Don't disrupt my pictures with the other students. All right. The surrounding male classmates erupted in applause, reveling in the spectacle. Yes, Jiang Yubai got a taste of his own medicine. What relief. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yubai found even greater joy in receiving that soft punch. He leaned closer to Chin Yu, whispering in a tone audible only to them, Teacher Chin, hitting his affection, scolding his love, you truly care for me. A warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Chin Yu's heart to skip a beat. She quickly stepped back, playfully scolding him, you cheeky boy. Female classmates must beware, with that mouth of yours. Who knows how many young girls you'll charm in the future. After the group photo session at the graduation ceremony concluded, the class monitor proposed an afternoon of karaoke, followed by dinner, as a final celebration. The suggestion was met with unanimous approval. Led by Chin Yu, the group made their way to the most luxurious KTV in the city. In an oversized private room that could accommodate over 50 people, the lights dazzled and the sound system reverberated. Chin Yu felt particularly joyous today. Gazing at the vibrant faces before her, she waved her hand grandly, declaring, tonight, let loose. All expenses are on me, Teacher Chin. A resounding cheer echoed through the room. The students, deeply moved, spontaneously began singing Grateful Heart, dedicating it to their beloved Teacher Chin. Teacher Chin, I will never forget you. Teacher, you are the best teacher I have ever encountered. These were Chin Yu's first graduating students. As she looked at the faces of those she had nurtured, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she smiled, I will forever remember each and every one of you. To me, you will always be like my children. With those words, an undercurrent of melancholy crept into the previously jubilant atmosphere. Time marches on, and the rivers and mountains stretch far and wide. There would be no more late-night discussions over a problem, nor anyone trailing behind her to ensure she studied. Amidst the thunderous music, the young men and women howled, releasing 3 years of pent-up emotions and the bittersweetness of the moment. Jiang Yubai noticed Chin Yu sitting alone in a corner, gazing at the scrolling lyrics on the screen. A hint of sadness in her expression. He approached her with a bottle of beer and settled beside her. Here, Chin Yu snapped back to reality. Accepting the bottle with a smile, thank you. No need for thanks. Jiang Yubai clinked his bottle against hers and leisurely remarked, Didn't you just say that we are all your children? So, Jiang Yubai suddenly leaned a bit closer, casting his gaze over her proud silhouette and lowered his voice. Mom, I'm hungry. A flush of crimson spread across Qin Yu's face, reaching her neck. She swiftly turned her head, grasping Jiang Yubai's cheeks and playfully tugging them outward. You little rascal, where are your eyes wandering? Jiang Yubai winced at the playful pinch, but maintained his characteristic grin. This time, Qin Yu indeed used some force, yet he showed no fear. He mumbled, a temporary separation is merely a prelude to a better reunion. For instance, the brand new Jiang Yubai, now a college student. The music in the private room continued to pulse, drowning out all else. Jiang Yubai allowed her to pinch him, leaning a little closer, gazing at her flushed and pouting face with newfound tenderness. Don't be sad, Qin Yu. From this day forth, Jiang Yubai and the others officially bid farewell to their identities as high school students. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, who was experiencing her first graduation class, felt a whirlwind of emotions as she watched the children, into whom she had poured so much effort, prepare to part ways. Over the past 3 years, she had accompanied their growth, just as they had helped her transform from a novice teacher into a more seasoned one. Perhaps seasoned educators had long grown accustomed to the comings and goings, but for Qin Yu, this graduation marked a profound memory in her career. Farewells, sentiments, confusion, and nostalgia surged within her. Her eyes, betraying her, turned red as a few tears slipped down, which she hastily wiped away while forcing a smile at the comforting Jiang Yubai. I'm fine. Jiang Yubai said nothing, simply leaning his shoulder closer to her and gently pressing his hand on her head. This is for you. Qin Yu froze, lifting her gaze to Jiang Yubai's profile. Noticing her stillness, Jiang Yubai chuckled. During the photo session this afternoon, I borrowed your shoulder. I always return what I borrow. Besides, you're my sister. Isn't it only reasonable for a brother to comfort his sister and let her lean on him? Qin Yu's emotional defenses had been steadily lowered since the last time he had carried her. In her current melancholic state, she couldn't be bothered to delve into the impropriety of the moment. With a soft sigh, she tilted her head and leaned against Jiang Yubai's shoulder. A subtle fragrance wafted from her hair, stirring something within Jiang Yubai. He could even feel a few rebellious strands teasing his neck. What brand of shampoo do you use? It smells delightful, he inquired, lifting his right hand to rest on her head, feigning curiosity while secretly stroking her silky hair in the dim light. This scene did not escape the keen eyes of Zheng Xiaowei, who had been watching intently since Jiang Yubai joined Teacher Qin. She was nearly bursting with rage, itching to stand up and shout, Teacher, there's a rogue among the students. However, upon observing Qin Yu's half-hearted resistance, she felt deflated. The other rogue was the teacher herself. Unable to contain herself, Zheng Xiaowei tugged at the sleeve of her companion, Su Wanyin, and whispered urgently, Wanyin, look at him! Look at him! His audacity knows no bounds. Su Wanyin had long been fixated on the two closely intertwined figures. She had witnessed Jiang Yubai place his hand on Qin Yu's head and affectionately ruffle her hair. That moment hit her like a thunderbolt. Qin Yu, sensing the mischief above her, felt her cheeks warm and irritably swatted the hand away. Stop it. If you keep this up, I might just have to hit someone. Jiang Yubai, receiving this playful swat, only found greater amusement in the situation. In the private room, Xie Tao clutched the microphone, his neck veins bulging as he poured his heart into a fervent roar. I want my life to bloom like a bird soaring across the vast sky. As he was on the brink of returning to inherit a vast fortune, his life was indeed poised for a magnificent flourish. Jiang Yubai had little interest in the boy's raucous outburst. Instead, he comfortably leaned against Qin Yu, feeling an indescribable sense of ease. After the exuberance of KTV, the group made their way to the prearranged restaurant for a farewell dinner. In their usual school attire, everyone appeared uniform and plain, devoted solely to their studies. Yet today, they seemed unshackled. The girls donned lovely dresses and adorned themselves with exquisite makeup, while the boys tidied their hairstyles and sported new shoes. In the sweltering mountain city, the girls, with their proportionate and healthy figures, flaunted their long, fair legs, leaving the blossoming youths utterly mesmerized, particularly by Su Wanyin. She had evidently put considerable thought into her appearance today, wearing a stylish little jacket over a pure white camisole that revealed her smooth shoulders and elegant collarbone. Her proud silhouette stood out strikingly against the white fabric, akin to a star radiating an alluring aura that captured the attention of most boys. Alas, among those gazes, the one she desired was absent. Jiang Yubai seemed resolutely determined to remain by Qin Yu's side throughout, leisurely walking at the back of the group. He even audaciously linked his arm with hers, to which Qin Yu offered only a token resistance, allowing him to proceed. The evening's twilight stretched their shadows long, and a bold female classmate, upon catching sight of them, exclaimed in astonishment, "Teacher Qin, you and Yubai look like a couple." "A couple of what?" "A couple of A's that can't be achieved?" Jiang Yubai retorted, prompting a wave of laughter. Amidst the chuckles, he leaned closer to Qin Yu. His voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper. "Did you hear that? The public's eye is discerning. They all think we make a splendid match." Qin Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, having gradually developed an immunity to Jiang Yubai's playful antics. She playfully pinched his arm, muttering softly, "A splendid match, you say? Focus on your own path. Keep talking nonsense. And I might just retaliate." One grinning, the other flustered and irate, they engaged in a light-hearted exchange as their classmates reveled in the unfolding drama. The group then exuberantly entered the hotel's grand private room. The dishes arrived promptly, a dazzling array of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, accompanied by crates of beer. As a few drinks were consumed, the initially reserved atmosphere ignited into a vibrant celebration. "Teacher Qin, this toast is for you. Thank you for your care over these 3 years. Old Wang, let's drink to that. Wealth and prosperity to us all. Woof, woof, woof." The room buzzed with lively chatter. Xietao swaggered over to Jiang Yubai, filling his glass to the brim. "Jiang Yubai, are you raising fish? Come on, we've known each other for years. We must down this drink. When I move to Shanghai, don't forget about your brother. Come visit me." Without hesitation, Jiang Yubai raised his glass, patted Xietao's shoulder, and gulped it down. A bewildered classmate nearby asked, "Xietao, what are you bragging about? What are you going to do in Shanghai?" "Going home, inheriting the family business." "Old Xia, does your family's convenience store extend to Shanghai?" "Exactly. What inheritance do you have?" With a sigh, Xietao gazed at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, adopting a weary tone as he replied, "Not much, just around 100 factories and tens of thousands of employees." Laughter erupted, and many pointed at him, claiming he was drunk and talking nonsense. After 3 years together, everyone knew each other's secrets. Xietao, with a pained expression, lamented, "Why does no one believe me when I speak the truth?" He raised his glass in despair. "All right, fine. I'm just drunk and rambling. My bad. I'll self-punish with 3 shots. Chapter 71. Of course, I must protect my own." Xietao effectively drew the spotlight, and the crowd encouraged him to boast further. This provided Jiang Yubai with a splendid opportunity. He casually picked up a piece of deboned fish and offered it to Qin Yu's lips. Open wide. Qin Yu instinctively shook her head, pursing her lips in refusal. Yet, Jiang Yubai blinked innocently, softening his voice, even infusing it with a hint of playfulness. "Teacher Qin, you've taken care of me so much over these 3 years. Now let me repay you. Won't you give me the chance?" His gaze was earnest, as if this were a perfectly natural request. Ultimately, Qin Yu succumbed, reluctantly parting her lips. The fish was succulent and delectable. Jiang Yubai beamed with satisfaction, then delicately wiped the slight sheen of oil from the corners of her lips with a napkin. Qin Yu felt her face flush, snatching the napkin from him and shifting slightly away, inadvertently placing her hand on Jiang Yubai's thigh as she warned, "There are people all around, so tone it down a bit." Jiang Yubai not only failed to restrain himself, but instead seized her hand, his warm breath brushing against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. "You're my sister. I'll take care of you. I'm not afraid of what others say." Qin Yu found herself at a loss against his shameless demeanor, only able to weakly push him away. "You rascal, keep your distance." The atmosphere of the farewell dinner gradually reached its zenith. 3 years of memories were poured into laughter, tears, and shared drinks. Some recalled the military training in the first year, standing under the blazing sun while secretly cursing the instructor. Others reminisced about the second-year sports meet, where the whole class cheered for the athletes until their voices grew hoarse. And yet more spoke of countless late-night study sessions in the third year, striving together for a common goal. As the stories unfolded, many emotional girls could no longer hold back their tears. At that moment, a slightly tipsy girl suddenly pointed at Jiang Yubai, slurring, "Jiang Yubai, you're being so inconsiderate. Since we sat down, you've been glued to Teacher Qin, ignoring us. You must drink as punishment." "Exactly, a punishment drink." Her words instantly resonated with the crowd, who had long harbored grievances against him. Not only did he excel academically and possess good looks, but he also charmed their beloved Teacher Qin, making him utterly intolerable. They were determined to get him drunk tonight. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yubai theatrically cowered behind Qin Yu, clutching her arms and peeking out with a pitiful expression. "Sister, look at them. They're all ganging up to bully me. You must punish them by making them copy the exam 100 times. His antics drew a chorus of laughter. Qin Yu was left in a mix of amusement and exasperation, pulling him out from behind her by the ear. "All right, stop the act." Clearing her throat, she addressed her classmates. "Everyone, don't go too far. Upon hearing this, the crowd's enthusiasm waned. Indeed, Teacher Qin was still looking out for him. To their surprise, Qin Yu then added, but simply drinking beer one tea do. To deal with someone like Jiang Yubai, we must switch to white liquor. Oh, the class erupted into a frenzy. Teacher Qin was truly brilliant. Jiang Yubai, however, wore a face of mock dismay, clutching his chest in feigned heartbreak as he gazed at Qin Yu. So, love can indeed fade away, can it? Let us break up. Break up? You wish. Qin Yu could no longer contain her laughter, succumbing to his playful antics as she stretched his face comically. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The private room erupted with laughter, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. After the initial ruckus, emotions gradually settled. Qin Yu gazed at the youthful faces around her, filled with nostalgia. At just 24, she was merely 4 years older than the eldest student in her class. She had shed her role as a teacher, now embodying more of an elder sister to them all. Time had flown. Just 3 years ago, when she first took on this responsibility, they were all mere children, and now they had blossomed into young adults. She recalled the times when Jiang Yubai was particularly troublesome, failing math repeatedly, forgetting the problems she had explained just moments before, which had almost driven her to despair. Fortunately, during his senior year, he finally had a breakthrough. Otherwise, she would have borne the guilt of giving up on him. Jiang Yubai listened quietly, a smile gracing his lips. Qin Yu's voice, tinged with a slight rasp from the alcohol, offered reflections on her students, recalling even the smallest details that had been forgotten in the corners of her memory. This recollection had filled her past 3 years. As she spoke, many sentimental classmates began to wipe away tears. The melancholy of parting was, after all, inescapable. Teacher, this toast is for you. Your hard work is appreciated. Teacher, I will definitely come back to see you. Teacher, I'm not good with words. I've done it. One by one, the toast flowed, and Qin Yu found herself unable to match the exuberance of these spirited young individuals. Reluctant to dampen their spirits, she could only acquiesce. Soon, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, her gaze becoming unfocused, her hand that held the glass trembling slightly. When another student approached with a drink, Qin Yu dully raised her glass, her beautiful eyes clouded with haze. A steady hand took the glass from her grasp. Jiang Yubai stood up, placing her drink on the table, then raising his own glass with a gentle smile toward the student. I'll drink for her. He then confidently moved toward the group of raucous drinkers. Lao Lu, how's the fish farming? With how much you've drunk, you could start a fishery. Come on, let's keep going. The chaos was instantly diverted onto him. The boys, who had long harbored grievances against him, along with girls eager to drink with their idol, quickly surrounded him. 1 drink, 2 drinks, 3 drinks. Beer flowed down as effortlessly as water. Jiang Yubai remained unfazed, his eyes clear. Conversely, the instigators had begun to sway, their speech slurred. With a thud, one boy collapsed onto the table. Finally, a relatively sober classmate pointed at Jiang Yubai, stammering, I figured it out. Damn Jiang Yubai. You're in cahoots with Teacher Qin. You're deliberately preventing us from toasting her. Jiang Yubai turned to glance at the dazed Qin Yu, suddenly breaking into a smile. He faced his classmates with a tone of nonchalance, even a hint of pride, and said, of course I must protect my own. She and I are indeed on the same team. Chapter 72. I owe you for my past life. As the gathering dispersed, several inebriated boys were helped by Jiang Yubai, each succumbing one by one, sprawled across tables in a stupor. The farewell dinner finally reached its conclusion. Those who wished to return home early had already departed in small groups, some heading to internet cafes for an all-nighter, while others plotted their next celebration. As night deepened, the flow of people outside the restaurant gradually thinned. Jiang Yubai remained sober, his gaze sharp. In contrast, Qin Yu leaned on him for support, her steps unsteady, her cheeks aglow, as if she might topple at any moment. Su Wanyin stood at a distance, taking in the scene. She observed how Jiang Yubai tended to Qin Yu with meticulous care, even tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Given his attentiveness, what business did she have in this situation? Without uttering a word of farewell, Su Wanyin turned and walked away. Jiang Yubai was indeed a complete scoundrel. Just moments ago, surrounded by so many toasting to her, where was his intervention? Now, he was all too eager to fuss over Teacher Qin. A wave of bitterness washed over Su Wanyin, but she could only repeat to herself that everything would be fine once she got to college. Finally, after seeing the last class monitor off in a taxi, only Jiang Yubai and Qin Yu remained at the restaurant entrance. Jiang Yubai, supporting the swaying Qin Yu, offered, let me escort you home. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the previously pliant figure within his grasp suddenly straightened. Qin Yu shrugged off his assistance, bending down to massage her sore calves from her high heels. No need, I'm not drunk. I can go back on my own. Her words were coherent. Aside from the faint scent of alcohol on her breath, there was no sign of inebriation. Jiang Yubai was taken aback. What a remarkable actress this sister was. In truth, Qin Yu was merely a bit dizzy, not truly intoxicated. She had been cleverly feigning confusion, intending to drink a few more glasses before collapsing, thus preserving the student's festive mood. She was no fool. If she genuinely indulged with her class of rambunctious youngsters, she might indeed end up utterly incapacitated. Little did she know that Jiang Yubai had swooped in, claiming her as his own and drawing all attention to himself, providing her with quite the spectacle. As the night breeze flowed, they stood at the entrance of the restaurant, exchanging bewildered glances. Just as Qin Yu regained her composure, Jiang Yubai suddenly swayed, as if a willow in the wind, staggering toward her. Instinctively, she reached out to steady him. Jiang Yubai skillfully leaned against her, his head resting on her shoulder, the scent of alcohol enveloping them. "You're not drunk, right? Well then, I shall be." Qin Yu stumbled under his weight, her arms instinctively wrapping around his back to maintain her balance. "Enough already, stop pretending. I know you're not drunk, get up." Jiang Yubai began to babble incoherently, determined to play the part of the drunkard, planning to wake up the next morning with no recollection of the night's events. He even grew bolder, wrapping his arms around Qin Yu's waist. Although she was not intoxicated, the alcohol had softened her resolve, with their bodies pressed closely together. The gentle sensation radiating through the thin fabric stirred something within Jiang Yubai. "You little rascal, do you believe I'll truly throw you to the ground?" Qin Yu feigned anger, yet she dared not loosen her grip, fearing he might genuinely fall. Just moments ago, he had been impervious to the effects of alcohol. How could he suddenly be drunk? This boy was clearly acting. Qin Yu was exasperated, yet felt utterly powerless against him. "I'm really drunk. My head is spinning." Jiang Yubai, taking advantage of his intoxication, nestled in her neck, his voice muffled and plaintive. "I'm so cold. I feel like I might freeze to death." Wandering the streets alone, spending this frigid night on a park bench. By morning, the sanitation workers of the mountain city will discover a handsome corpse in the grass. It's over 30 degrees tonight in a mountain city. How could you possibly freeze to death? And a handsome corpse at that. Qin Yu found herself laughing in spite of her frustration. She couldn't possibly continue hugging him indefinitely. "Fine, I yield to you. I'll take you home. Is that acceptable?" As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Yubai reluctantly withdrew from her, standing upright as if the intoxication had vanished entirely. A triumphant smile gracing his face. "Thank you, Teacher Qin." Both were astute individuals. Given the circumstances, it was time to acknowledge the boundaries. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Qin Yu found herself at a loss, neither angry nor amused, and resorted to pinching his cheek with some force. "You little rascal, playing around with my sister, are you?" Jiang Yubai retorted with unabashed confidence. Thus, as the farewell dinner drew to a close, the two most sober individuals in the room set off together in a designated driver-S vehicle. The driver of the car, Jiang Bei No. 1, was promptly informed of their destination by Jiang Yubai. Qin Yu paused for a moment, both exasperated and amused, before pinching him again. "That's my home." Jiang Yubai feigned innocence. "But you're my sister. Your home is my home, is it not?" "Oh, spare me." Qin Yu sighed. "Sisters truly don't care for me anymore." With an exaggerated sigh of mock sorrow, Jiang Yubai turned to the driver. "Then, sir, please take us to Binjiang Road." "What on earth for?" Qin Yu questioned, puzzled. "To throw myself into the river," he quipped. "You scoundrel. Not a single serious word escapes your lips." Amidst the playful banter, Jiang Yubai finally relayed his neighborhood's name to the driver. The car glided smoothly onward, the neon lights of skyscrapers racing past outside. As the cabin fell silent, Jiang Yubai suddenly spoke up. "Qin Yu, may I pose a question?" Qin Yu had grown accustomed to his frequent shifts between addressing her as Teacher Qin, sister, and her name directly, so much so that she failed to realize her increasing indulgence in his antics, akin to spoiling a younger brother. "Go ahead. First, give me your hand." "What for?" "No more mischief, or I shall truly give you a good thrashing." Though her tone was fierce, it lacked any real intimidation. "Sister, please." Qin Yu turned her gaze toward the window, ignoring him. "Sister?" Jiang Yubai gently called again. "No." Despite her words, her eyes betrayed her curiosity, glancing at him. After a brief, internal struggle, she reluctantly extended her hand. Jiang Yubai seized it immediately, raising their palms side by side. "Qin Yu, let me show you your palm lines." "Do you actually know how to read palms?" "Not all," Jiang Yubai replied succinctly. "I merely wanted to hold your hand." Without waiting for her response, he interlaced his fingers with hers. Qin Yu's heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but he tightened his grip. She turned her attention to the window, focusing on the vibrant night scenery, pretending to remain unfazed. Yet, she recalled his steadfast silhouette as he shielded her from alcohol at the dining table. "Yubai," She murmured, "You've truly grown up." Jiang Yubai, savoring the warmth of her hand, paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. The atmosphere in the car was just right. Qin Yu was momentarily lost in thought when the vehicle gradually slowed to a halt. She looked up in confusion, her gaze landing on the familiar entrance of her community. And she froze. Wasn't this the Jiang Bay #1 community where she lived? Driver, why have we stopped here? Should we drop him off first? The driver was equally perplexed. This young man specified Jiang Bay #1 as soon as he got in. Jiang Yubai nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the place. Jiang Yubai. Qin Yu glared fiercely at him, then turned to the driver. Sir, disregard his words. Turn around immediately and take him home. Sister, please don't. Jiang Yubai clutched her hand, giving her a pitiful look. It's so late. Can you really let me go home alone? I've only just come of age. What if I encounter some unsavory characters along the way? He gestured to his excessively handsome face. With looks like mine, venturing out alone at night is fraught with danger. I'll just make do on your couch for the night. I promise to behave myself. I'll leave at dawn. Seeing her wavering, he quickly turned to the driver for support. Sir, you must agree, it's rather unsafe to make this round trip at this hour, right? The driver, appearing to be in his 40s, understood the situation and coughed lightly, adopting a serious tone. Ahem, miss, I believe the young man has a point. Safety is paramount. Moreover, we've arrived at the destination. If we head back, that fare will need to be recalculated. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, glaring at Jiang Yubai, who was winking at her, before abruptly flinging open the car door and stepping out. I must have owed you a debt in a past life. Jiang Yubai watched her storming away, unable to conceal his grin any longer. The driver gave him a thumbs up, lowering his voice. Young man, you've got some game. Chapter 73. Remember to wear an extra pair of stockings. Don't let your legs freeze. Jiang Yubai harbored no ulterior motives. He merely felt that their relationship should progress gradually. They couldn't remain stagnant. Tonight, a guest room. Tomorrow, a shared bed. There was no need to rush, for they were still young. Jiang Yubai instructed the designated driver to park outside, settled the fare, and jogged after her. Qin Yu, who had been speaking harshly, was now waiting quietly at the entrance under the streetlight, arms crossed. The evening breeze tousled her long hair, and the soft yellow light cast a gentle glow around her slender figure. Upon seeing Jiang Yubai approach, she feigned impatience and rolled her eyes. You'll be the death of me. The path from the community gate to her building still required a few more minutes of walking. Side by side they walked, still bickering, but when Jiang Yubai pressed his temples, swaying slightly, Qin Yu immediately noticed and leaned in closer, anxiously asking, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine," Jiang Yubai chuckled, casually looping his arm through hers, leaning most of his weight against her. This gesture had become all too familiar that night. Qin Yu's body had grown accustomed to his closeness, and she felt no discomfort, merely supporting him while worry crept into her voice. "I told you not to show off, drinking so much." Jiang Yubai, though somewhat exasperated, was more appreciative of this intimacy. "I'm really okay. Just mixed too many drinks. I'll be fine after a moment." Observing the fatigue on his face, Qin Yu's irritation inexplicably transformed into concern as she guided him into the elevator. In 2011's Mountain City, the property prices at Jiang Bay #1 were already astronomical. Qin Yu resided in a duplex penthouse at the top floor, with a design featuring one unit per elevator. As the elevator doors opened, it revealed a grand entrance. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, one could fully appreciate the night view of the Jialing River. The entire apartment exuded a minimalist, modern style, dominated by shades of black, white, and gray, accented by a few designer furnishings and abstract art pieces, radiating an unmistakable air of affluence. Jiang Yubai surveyed the surroundings and whistled. "Sister Rich, I'm hungry. I beseech you for sustenance." Qin Yu shot him a glare, retrieving a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and tossing them to him. "They're my dad's. Make do with them. Our dad's. I won't complain. Ha, if my mom finds out my dad suddenly has a son your age, she'll surely break his legs." Qin Yu casually removed her hair tie, allowing her long, dark hair to cascade down like a waterfall. She approached the central control panel and switched on the air conditioning throughout the house. "There's juice in the fridge and fruit on the table. Help yourself." With that, she headed towards a walk-in closet. Jiang Yubai, feeling at home, began to explore freely. The house was expansive, with thick wool carpets covering the floors. The living room boasted a ceiling height of 7 meters, allowing a view of the second-floor corridor for below. He wandered into the open kitchen, pulled open a glass cabinet door, and his eyes brightened. A row of sealed glass jars lined the cabinet, each adorned with labels: candied orange peel, aged tangerine peel, kudzu flower, and sandalwood. His previous experience of suffering from a gastric hemorrhage reminded him that these were excellent ingredients for brewing a hangover remedy. With practiced ease, he selected several items, boiled water, and set to work, his movements fluid and efficient. Before long, the kitchen was filled with the fragrant aroma of herbs. He then discovered some millet in a rice bin and decided to prepare a nourishing congee as well. A series of crisp footsteps approached, and Jiang Yubai emerged, clad in a wine-red silk nightgown, seemingly just out of the shower, with moisture still clinging to her face, cradling a pink item in her hands. "What are you concocting in the kitchen?" she inquired. "You're just in time. I've brewed a hangover remedy, and I'll serve you a bowl too. 2 stoves, 2 pots, 1 simmering congee and 1 broth, all exuding steaming warmth." Jiang Yubai paused, placing down the item in her hands, and silently accepted the bowl offered by Jiang Yubai. "Be careful, it's hot," he cautioned. When Jiang Yubai was not wearing a playful grin, his striking eyes and upright stature exuded a profound sense of security. It was precisely because of this that, when he indulged in playful teasing, it was impossible to be truly angry with him. Jiang Yubai lowered her head, sipping the congee with a white porcelain spoon, feeling warmth spread through her stomach. "How does it taste?" he asked. She nodded. "It's delicious." "Then drink more. It's good for your stomach," Jiang Yubai replied, refilling her bowl before turning to wash his hands, casually wiping them on the apron hanging nearby. As he turned, his gaze fell upon the pink object that Jiang Yubai had carelessly placed on the counter. It was a lightweight pink camisole nightgown. Jiang Yubai squinted, lifting the garment and shaking it out in the air. "Jiang Yubai, you wouldn't be planning to have me wear this to bed tonight, would you? I help you fend off the alcohol, prepare the hangover remedy, and make congee, and this is how you repay me?" Caught off guard, Jiang Yubai immediately averted her gaze, feigning concentration on her congee, though her ears betrayed her, turning a shade of crimson. After all, he had been teasing her all evening. She merely wished to retaliate slightly, letting him experience a taste of embarrassment. Little did she know, he would turn out to be so considerate. "I didn't intend for you to wear it," she murmured, her voice dwindling in confidence. "Oh, now I see," Jiang Yubai replied, narrowing his eyes and leaning closer, lowering his voice. "You wish to change into this, and then ask me which looks better compared to what you're wearing now, don't you?" Jiang Yubai felt flustered under his gaze and could only brazenly play dumb, blinking her large eyes. Yes, this pink one is so beautiful." "Then what are you hesitating for?" Jiang Yubai said, shoving the pink nightgown back into her arms, gesturing toward the bedroom with his chin. "Go change." "Huh?" Jiang Yubai was taken aback. "Go change," he reiterated firmly. "Oh," she pouted, reluctantly clutching the pink nightgown, trudging back to her room. Truly, she had shot herself in the foot. Watching her graceful silhouette disappear behind the door, Jiang Yubai could no longer conceal the smile playing on his lips. As if that were not enough, he added, "By the way, the air conditioning is set a bit cold. Remember to wear some stockings, don't catch a chill." Chapter 74. The place where my sister bit tastes rather sweet. The room was comfortably set at a constant 26 degrees with the air conditioning. Cold? Nonsense. Jiang Yubai stumbled slightly, almost tripping over her own feet. She finally realized that this scoundrel was nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. She silently cursed him, rolling her eyes in exasperation, choosing to ignore him. When Jiang Yubai re-emerged, Jiang Yubai was sipping congee, glancing up at the sound of movement. Unable to tear his gaze away, she had changed into the pink camisole nightgown, the satin fabric glimmering softly under the light, accentuating her fair skin. Perhaps feeling a bit cold, or for some other reason, she obediently donned a thin pair of nude stockings, enhancing the allure of her already long and graceful legs. Barefoot, she sauntered toward the bar, casually gathering her flowing hair into an updo, revealing her long, fair, swan-like neck. The fluidity of her movements was effortless, yet imbued with an undeniable charm. Jiang Yubai unabashedly stared at her, captivated by her beauty. Jiang Yubai's character was somewhat soft and gentle, yet she possessed a mature and enchanting visage. Even amidst the mischief of her classmates, she rarely displayed genuine anger. The most severe words she uttered being to call their parents. In the past, her struggles with his abysmal math scores had left her sighing in the office, secretly shedding tears under the covers, yet she had never scolded him in person. She was exceptionally beautiful, with an enviable figure and an amiable temperament. The most crucial detail was her affluent family background. Who could resist such a lure? Anyone would be mesmerized. Stare any longer, and I might just pluck your eyes out. Jiang Yubai glared at him fiercely, but her flushed cheeks and attire rendered her threat rather ineffective. She took a seat at the bar, confidently extending her hand. "Bring me the bowl." Earlier, in her vulnerability, she had softened, but now, dressed anew, her confidence seemed to return. Jiang Yubai chuckled, serving her a steaming bowl of millet congee. Jiang Yubai accepted it, momentarily taken aback. "What about the bowl I had earlier?" She protested. She had not finished it before changing. Jiang Yubai pointed to his own empty bowl, patting his stomach, then winked at her. Qingyu instantly flared up, her voice rising an octave. You ate my leftovers. The kanji had nearly cooled. Consuming it would be bad for her stomach. Disposing of it would waste food, and surely, Teacher Qin would disapprove, right? Listen to how logical that sounds, flawless in reasoning. Jiang Yubai teased, but Qin Yu felt a knot forming in her chest. Realizing each time she faced him, she appeared foolishly tongue-tied. With a decisive bite, she angrily sank her teeth into the spoon, sipping the kanji while mentally berating herself. I hate being so tongue-tied. What a disgrace it is to be a teacher, unable to outsmart a student. Slow down, Jiang Yubai remarked, watching her adorable, indignant expression, smiling as if basking in spring sunshine. He casually grabbed a tissue, leaning forward to wipe away a small smear of kanji from her lips, lost in her frustration over her own inability to articulate. Qin Yu was momentarily frozen by his sudden intimate gesture. In the next moment, perhaps driven by impulse, she turned and bit down on Jiang Yubai's finger before he could retract it. Ow! Jiang Yubai gasped. This was no jest. She truly bit him. Perhaps fueled by the remnants of alcohol, she bit down with surprising force. A sharp pain radiated from his fingertip, and though his brow furrowed, he refrained from pushing her away, concerned for her safety. Fortunately, Qin Yu, acting out of impulse, quickly released her hold, turning her head away in embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. In truth, she was not as angry as she appeared. Rather, it was a mix of belated indignation and flustered shame. Jiang Yubai deceived her into agreeing to take him home. She acquiesced. He requested to spend the night here, and she silently consented. He insisted she wear that particular outfit, and she complied, even donning stockings. If he were to make even more outrageous demands, would she also? Ugh! The more she pondered, the more she felt this scoundrel was thoroughly wicked, a despicable bully targeting the innocent. Thus, she bit Jiang Yubai. However, after the act, she found it incredulous. Subconsciously, she had not regarded him as a student, nor as a younger brother, but rather as someone before whom she could unabashedly act coy and mischievous. Jiang Yubai's subtle manipulations were indeed masterful. At this moment, she could feel his gaze upon her, causing Qin Yu's heart to race uncontrollably. Stealing a glance at his fingers, she noticed a row of tiny bite marks, some even bleeding slightly. Just as a wave of guilt and concern washed over her, she observed Jiang Yubai, without a hint of concern for his injury, raise the bloodied finger to his lips and delicately lick it before her eyes. The movement was deliberate, yet his gaze was fervent. The spot where my sister bit me tastes rather sweet. Qin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind going blank. A flood of embarrassment engulfed her, her cheeks burning hot enough to fry an egg. Jiang Yubai licked his lips, feigning innocence while extending his tone. It's just that there's a bit too much saliva. Next time. Qin Yu's face flared with heat. Reaching her ears, her lips parted in vain, unable to utter a single word. She felt something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint exactly what. Forget it. She would no longer argue with him. After all, she always ended up at a disadvantage in his presence. With this thought, she sighed softly, rising from her chair. Time to return to her room and sleep. Jiang Yubai was taken aback. What was happening? As Qin Yu stood, adjusting the hem of her nightgown, she noticed his expression and asked in confusion, Teacher, please don't look at me like that. I'm still a child, and I'm scared. Jiang Yubai's face was one of feigned terror as he instinctively recoiled. Qin Yu was nearly incensed to the point of exasperation. When she mentioned returning to their respective rooms, it was certainly to suggest he should go sleep in the guest room. His demeanor was so pitiful, as if she were the one harboring ulterior motives against him, making her appear like a rogue attempting to seduce an unsuspecting youth. What a little brat, young yet full of mischief. With such words, it's hard not to interpret it as my wife beckoning me to bed. Who is your wife? I'm your teacher. Your older sister. How absurd. Fuming, Qin Yu was rooted to the spot, biting her red lips as she glared at Jiang Yubai. You little rascal. Could it be you truly harbor inappropriate intentions towards me? With words exchanged to such an extent, Jiang Yubai saw no point in pretending any longer. Having graduated, he decided to lay his cards on the table. He stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them, his gaze intense. You are exceptionally beautiful, with a delightful temperament, and come from a well-off family, only a few years my senior. For a strapping youth in the throes of puberty, if I didn't have feelings for you, that would indeed be abnormal. His blunt and bold words completely flustered Qin Yu, leaving her stammering and unable to articulate a single response. Was there some merit to his reasoning? Her mind was a chaotic mess, leaving her devoid of any retort, and she could only flee in disarray. As she turned, her left foot nearly tripped over her right, causing her to stumble and almost fall. Chapter 75. If it's for you, I could forego attending Qingbei. Watching her hurriedly retreat, Jiang Yubai could no longer conceal the smile creeping onto his lips. When it comes to flirtation, one must seize the moment. She had already let him into her inner sanctum, and he could hardly maintain the pretense of innocence while adhering to rules. What was there left to discuss regarding love? Time to go home and play games. Jiang Yubai hummed a tune while washing the dishes, knowing that Qinyu would not emerge from her bedroom again that night. He casually selected a guest room, only to discover it contained merely a bed without bedding. In this sweltering summer, he was not worried about catching a cold. He returned to the living room, reclined on the sofa, and prepared to make do for the night. In the dead of night, as Jiang Yubai slept soundly, the bedroom door creaked open gently. A slender figure, resembling a thief, emerged clutching a thin blanket. After retreating to her bedroom, Qinyu tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had forgotten to fetch a blanket for Jiang Yubai. Having consumed alcohol, she felt drowsy but held on until the early hours, estimating that Jiang Yubai was deeply asleep before stealthily slipping out. She had not even donned her slippers, her bare feet meeting the chill of the floor as she navigated in the dark to the sofa. Observing the figure on the couch, his breathing steady, she cautiously draped the blanket over him. Just as she intended to turn and leave, a warm hand suddenly grasped her wrist. Jiang Yubai opened his dark eyes. I thought you truly didn't care about me. His voice was soft, yet in the stillness of the night, it resonated clearly. Startled, Qinyu nearly cried out, her spirit nearly fleeing her body, and instinctively attempted to retract her hand. This is your home. What is there to fear? Jiang Yubai did not release his grip. Utilizing the faint moonlight filtering through the window, he gazed at her flustered expression and abruptly sat up. Qinyu, already leaning forward, lost her balance and fell onto the plush carpet in front of the sofa. Instantly, their positions were reversed, with Jiang Yubai looking down at her, his gaze profound. You have done nothing wrong. It was I who harbored inappropriate thoughts, who was shameless. Why does it seem as though you are the one at fault? Unable to face anyone, Qinyu was utterly bewildered, pursing her lips as she attempted to rise. However, upon hearing Jiang Yubai's words, she paused, falling silent. Indeed, from the outset, it had been he who initiated the sisterly affection. Interlocking arms and holding hands, she had merely stumbled along, oblivious, led by him. It seemed she had never outright rejected him. Qinyu, relax. Jiang Yubai's voice was low and gentle. Even if our relationship is deemed unacceptable by society, even if we are destined for hell, it should be my burden alone, unrelated to you. Bathed in moonlight, he reached out and gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. After all, having consumed alcohol, any word spoken could be dismissed as drunken ramblings. Qinyu's heart fluttered, her taut nerves inexplicably loosening as she even smiled. But in the next moment, realization struck her. What did he mean by hell? How could this rascal speak so eloquently? After his declaration, Jiang Yubai carefree reclined back, closing his eyes to resume sleep. You scoundrel! Even with her patience, Qinyu finally grasped the true nature of the situation. All that talk about studying diligently and recognizing her as an older sister was merely his ploy. Infuriated, she sprang to her feet, seized a pillow from the floor, and hurled it at Jiang Yubai before storming back to her room. The following morning, Jiang Yubai awoke refreshed. Glancing at the refrigerator and noting it was stocked with ingredients, he cheerfully began preparing breakfast. When Qinyu emerged from her room, sporting dark circles under her eyes, the enticing aromas of fried eggs and boiled noodles greeted her. The arrival of daybreak dispelled the nighttime ambiguity, leaving only an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. She could not fathom how Jiang Yubai managed to act as if nothing had transpired, as if the shocking words uttered last night had never crossed his lips. Awake? Come and have breakfast. Jiang Yubai held a plate adorned with a fried egg, his smile radiant as the sun. What are you eating for? After a brief respite, Qinyu finally regained some semblance of her authoritative demeanor as a teacher. She approached the sofa and sat down, crossing her legs and elevating her chin, commanding in tone. Jiang Yubai, come here. Oh, Jiang Yubai placed the plate down and obediently walked over, standing before her with an expression that suggested he was bracing for a lecture. The simmering ire that Qinyu had cultivated faltered at the sight of him, and with a sigh, her voice softened. Let us consider what you said last night as mere drunken ramblings. Yubai, you are still young, with a promising future ahead. Indeed, I understand that at your age. Curiosity about the opposite sex is entirely normal, but we— Yes. Qinyu, finally incensed by his dismissive attitude, mimicked the sternness of an old teacher and slammed her palm forcefully onto the coffee table. Ouch! The sting radiated through her hand, causing her to gasp, only to look up and find Jiang Yubai suppressing a laugh. You weren't even listening to me. I swear, I was more focused than in class. Jiang Yubai replied with utmost seriousness. Frustrated, Qin Yu found herself at a loss against his obstinate demeanor and could only continue with heartfelt persuasion. You are about to enter university, where you will encounter many girls your age who are far more suitable for you. With your grades, you are bound for prestigious schools like Tsinghua or Peking University. And in the capital, there will be countless girls who are more accomplished and more beautiful than I. Before she could finish, Jiang Yubai abruptly knelt on one knee, placing one hand over hers resting on her lap, his gaze earnest and unwavering. Qin Yu, for your sake, I can forego attending Tsinghua or Peking University. Chapter 76. Consider me intimidated. I have acquiesced to your request. This boy would forego Tsinghua for her. What difference was there between him and an ancient tyrant playing with the fates of his subjects? Jiang Yubai, have you lost your mind? Qin Yu was nearly driven to kick him. Yet, Jiang Yubai remained unfazed, presenting her with the fried egg and noodles. Eat first. It won't taste good if it gets cold. She snatched the bowl and chopsticks from his hands, slamming them onto the coffee table with a thud. Is this the time to eat? This is serious. I will not allow you to stay in Shanxiang for my sake. Jiang Yubai acted as if he hadn't heard her, unperturbed, picking up his chopsticks again and offering her a bite of noodles, blowing gently on them with a smile. Here, be careful, it's hot. Jiang Yubai, I am discussing something serious with you. Do not treat your future as a joke. Qin Yu was genuinely anxious. Previously, she could interpret his flirtations as mere childish antics. But this concerned his entire future. Tsinghua and Peking University were institutions where countless individuals strove to gain entry. A top student capable of scoring over 700 points opting for a local university with scores around 600? If this were to leak out, she would be branded as the one who ruined his future. Jiang Yubai merely smiled, offering no rebuttal. To him, it mattered little where he went. His first fortune would not rely on academic credentials, but on his internet business selling his family's secret meat floss recipe. Would customers demand to verify the proprietor's alma mater before placing an order? Oh, he didn't graduate from Tsinghua or Peking University. This meat floss must not taste good. Let us not buy. Such reasoning was utterly nonsensical. Once he amassed wealth through the internet, surpassing $1 billion, it would not be the school that brought him prestige, but rather he who would bring honor to his alma mater. He had no intention of entering politics or the intricacies of traditional industries. Education was merely a garnish, and its absence was inconsequential. Furthermore, Shanxiang was his home turf. With a grandfather who was a veteran and a family with some standing, if he truly wished to expand his business, the advantages of local connections were invaluable. Remaining here would also provide him with proximity to Qin Yu, giving him a chance to be with her. No, for a capable person, it was called living off someone. It was a powerful alliance. Seeing him remain silent, Qin Yu's frustration flared, and she reached out to tug at his face. Stop pretending you can't hear me. I am your teacher speaking to you. I have already graduated. Jiang Yubai allowed her to pull at him. Even if you have graduated, I'm still your teacher. You must heed my words. No reckless behavior. Jiang Yubai nodded dismissively, pointing at the bowl with his chopsticks. The noodles will clump together, and one taste good. No changing the subject. Qin Yu's chest heaved with indignation. However, gazing into Jiang Yubai's clear and determined eyes softened her heart. She feared that being too harsh would only provoke his rebellious spirit. Taking a deep breath, she opened her mouth and accepted the noodles he offered, chewing them hastily before swallowing, then softened her tone, speaking earnestly. Yubai, listen to your teacher. Do not gamble with your future. Attend university, and if need be, I will visit you in the capital. Jiang Yubai lowered his gaze and offered her another bite of noodles. Whether or not you have time to visit is not solely up to you. I promise you, once a semester, I will definitely visit you in the capital. Qin Yu gritted her teeth, making her commitment. Once a semester? Jiang Yubai looked up at her. Then, perhaps that's not worth it. If I stay at university in Shanxiang, I could return to see you every week. Once a month, I will fly to the capital every month. I will buy you new clothes and take you out for lavish meals. Will that suffice? Jiang Yubai remained silent, simply watching her quietly. Ugh! Qin Yu was exasperated, her lips pouting. How far apart were the capital and Shanxiang? Surely he couldn't expect her to fly over every week to keep him company? What about her students? What about her class? Did she really want to give up her teaching career? As she spoke, feeling increasingly wronged, she lamented, You might as well just stab me to death. The moment the words left her lips, Qin Yu herself was taken aback. When did she start bargaining with Jiang Yubai like this? When did she start valuing him so highly? Jiang Yubai ceased to press her, quietly feeding her the remaining noodles, and then taking a tissue, carefully wiping the corners of her mouth. Once all was done, he finally spoke. Qin Yu, my future is not solely reliant on entering Tsinghua or Peking University. You must have a little faith in me. His tone was calm, yet his gaze was intensely serious. Jiang Yu felt a surge of panic. She had painstakingly helped Jiang Yubai improve his math scores, and with his future shining brightly ahead, he was now poised to destroy it all for her. Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yu could no longer restrain herself, her voice rising with a hint of sob. What do you want me to do? Seeing her eyes glistening, Jiang Yubai too became flustered and quickly set down the bowl. Don't cry. I was just joking. In truth, Jiang Yu had shed few tears. It was the combination of anxiety and anger that left her feeling suffocated. She turned her head, hastily wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, unwilling to acknowledge him. Jiang Yubai moved closer to her left side, and she shifted to the right. He circled around her right, and she evaded back to the left. A 24-year-old woman, exasperated to the point of behaving like a petulant child. With a sigh, Jiang Yubai stretched out his long arm, grasping her chin and forcibly turning her face toward him. All right, look at you sulking. Who is the teacher here? You or me? Those unaware of the situation might think you have ulterior motives, playing hard to get. What did you say? Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, hardly able to comprehend his words. What are you even saying? Overwhelmed with frustration, Jiang Yu felt on the verge of tears as he countered her accusations, claiming she harbored ulterior motives against him. With a swift motion, she pushed his hand away and barked, "Don't touch me." After a lengthy period of coaxing, Jiang Yubai finally managed to quell her anger. Yet, her mind remained preoccupied with the pressing matter of college applications, prompting her to issue an ultimatum. You must promise me to take your applications seriously. Do not jest with your future. Very well, Jiang Yubai agreed readily. But he quickly followed up with his own condition. You must also promise me not to date anyone else while you wait for me. Wait for you for what? Jiang Yu instinctively inquired. To pursue you, to have you accept me. Jiang Yubai responded candidly, shedding all pretense now that they had graduated. Flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, Jiang Yu felt her cheeks heat up. First, he acknowledged her as an older sister, and now he sought to be her boyfriend. Was marriage and children next on his agenda? You little rascal. Jiang Yubai, are you out of your mind? Put away those absurd notions. I am your teacher. There is no possibility for us. I will wait for you until that possibility arises, he declared, his gaze intense, embodying the depth of his affections. The saying a good woman fears a persistent suitor was not without merit. Are you really planning to stay in the city? Jiang Yu felt her blood pressure rising. You just promised me you would take your applications seriously. Jiang Yubai feigned innocence, saying, yes, I promised. But you have yet to agree to my request about not dating anyone. Look at him. Look at him. His twisted logic is infuriating. Jiang Yu felt a mix of indignation and amusement, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Observing her flustered demeanor, Jiang Yubai softened his tone and began to appeal to her emotions. Everyone has the right to pursue beautiful things, and you, above all, are the most beautiful presence I have encountered in my 18 years of life. I understand your concerns, but I do not wish to look back in regret. Could you grant me a chance? Do not regard me merely as your student. Let us get to know each other anew as Jiang Yubai. Jiang Yu's heart raced like a drum, her mind swirling in chaos. If you won't even give me a chance, I will have to create opportunities for myself by getting closer to you. I merely seek one opportunity. I hope you can understand. Jiang Yubai's earnest and bold advances left Jiang Yu feeling cornered. Alongside her anxiety and helplessness, she found herself grappling with an inexplicable affection. After a prolonged silence, she let out a deep sigh. Fine, I concede. I agree to your terms. Is that satisfactory? With that, Jiang Yu hastily rose and dashed back to her bedroom, slamming the door behind her, burying her flushed face in her pillow. This was madness. She must have lost her mind to acquiesce to such outrageous conditions. That afternoon, Jiang Yubai, feeling triumphant, settled in the passenger seat of Jiang Yu's car on their way home. As they approached the entrance of her community, he enthusiastically invited, "Teacher, would you like to come up for a drink? My parents are not home today." In response, he received a sharp pinch at his waist, followed by a forceful kick that sent him tumbling out of the car, inhaling exhaust fumes. As he watched the Audi speed away, Jiang Yubai rubbed his sore waist and hummed a tune as he leisurely returned home. On the weekend, of course, Jiang Yubai's parents were at home. His earlier suggestion had been a reckless gamble. He couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if Jiang Yu had accepted his invitation and walked in to see his parents. "Uncle and Auntie, I truly cannot manage this child any longer. If this continues, he might end up marrying me." As he entered the house, Jiang Lan approached from the living room, saying, "Where have you been? You didn't come home all night." "Mom, I texted you that I stayed over at Teacher Qin's house," Jiang Yubai replied as he changed his shoes and yawned. "Teacher Qin lives alone now. She's still single." "Is that so? Your Teacher Qin is 24 already?" "At that age, she should be looking for a partner," Jiang Lan remarked casually. "Yes, soon. She's already considering it." Jiang Yubai replied with a grin. And the one she's considering is none other than your son. After some light banter with Jiang Lan, he took a shower, changed into a t-shirt and shorts, and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. We finally awoke. It was time for dinner. Suddenly, Jiang Lan remembered something and pulled out 2 movie tickets from her bag. All right, these were given out at work yesterday. Your dad and I are too lazy to go out. You can use them. Jiang Yubai's eyes lit up. Thanks, Mom. As Jiang Lan noticed him taking the tickets, she was surprised he was still planning to go out. What time is it? You're heading out now? It's fine. I just finished my exams and wanted to relax. He responded, though in his mind he thought it was the perfect time for a late-night outing. Before he left, Jiang Lan handed him a bag. This is the sweater I knitted for Taozi. You can bring it to him. You're going to watch a movie with Xie Tao, right? Yes, Jiang Yubai replied nonchalantly. I'm going with Xie Tao. Chapter 77. Teacher, my stomach hurts. Teacher Qin. Jiang Yubai hunched over, one hand clutching his stomach. His voice strained as it filtered through the phone. My stomach hurts. It hurts a lot. I feel like I'm dying. He portrayed the image of a frail youth with remarkable precision. On the other end, Qin Yu was understandably alarmed and repeatedly inquired about his location. Once the call ended, Jiang Yubai's agonized expression vanished without a trace. He straightened up, feeling no discomfort, and casually inserted a straw into his iced milk tea, taking a generous sip. He was acutely aware that Qin Yu was likely still feeling embarrassed and indignant about the outrageous conditions she had agreed to the day before. If he had dared to call and say, "Teacher, I have movie tickets. Would you like to join me?" she would have undoubtedly retorted with something dismissive and hung up on him. Thus, a slight ruse was in order. Don't ask. Just say I drank too much last night and hurt my stomach. When Qin Yu rushed to the mall, she spotted him seated at the entrance of the milk tea shop, casually sipping on an iced milk tea, looking anything but the ailing patient he had described. Well, Jiang Yubai, weren't you in pain? Weren't you on the verge of death? Drinking milk tea, and you even chose ice. Qin Yu nearly choked in disbelief, ready to turn on her heel and leave. However, Jiang Yubai, noticing her displeasure, abandoned his drink and swiftly grasped her wrist. Teacher, please let me explain. Explain what? Qin Yu struggled, but could not break free. Just then, a paper bag was thrust into her arms. Gazing into the bag, she was taken aback. Inside lay a hand-knitted sweater, entirely black, with uneven stitches and a few rough threads still visible. Yet, despite its simplicity, the sweater rendered her momentarily immobile. The intense anger that had flared within her was suddenly tempered. Crafting such a sweater must have taken considerable time. She held the bag tightly, raising her hand to poke Jiang Yubai's forehead. You little rascal, is this what you've been preoccupied with during your senior year? On that bustling weekend, the mall's lower floor was teeming with people. The tall, handsome boy and the striking girl standing together inevitably attracted attention. Jiang Yubai remained unfazed by the gazes of onlookers, while Qin Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Do you like it? Jiang Yubai never mentioned that this sweater was knitted for Xie Tao by his mother, and effortlessly took hold of her other hand that was not occupied. Qin Yu instinctively attempted to withdraw, but her strength was insufficient. Glancing at the sweater in her hand, she could only glare at Jiang Yubai with a fierce expression, conceding silently. Yet, her heart was still in turmoil. She pinched Jiang Yubai's palm firmly and whispered, "Follow me." The two returned to Qin Yu's Audi, where, shielded from the prying eyes of the outside world, she felt a semblance of ease. As she settled into the driver's seat and extracted the sweater from the bag, she feigned disdain, wrinkling her brow at its pure black color. Abominable. Jiang Yubai merely smiled at her, blinking playfully. Complaining to me is futile. If you possess the courage, voice your grievances to your future mother-in-law. Look, there are loose threads. It's a chaotic mess and terribly woven. I certainly do not like it. Qin Yu critiqued the sweater, yet her fingers gently caressed its fabric. Jiang Yubai thought it would be amusing to record her contradictory demeanor and later present it to Ms. Jiang Lan for her amusement. How hot it is in this mountain city. You little rascal, was this deliberate? Presenting a sweater in the height of summer. Are you trying to roast me alive? Despite her verbal reprimands, Qin Yu neatly folded the sweater and cradled it in her arms. You don't want it? Perfect. I'll gift it to someone else. Jiang Yubai raised an eyebrow, to someone else naturally referring to Xie Tao. He silently calculated the implications, thinking, my dear brother, I owe you an apology. I must call you later to align our stories. If my mother inquires, I risk being exposed, and that will be disastrous. When I eventually marry, I shall ensure to present the largest red envelope, allowing you to sit at the head table. You dare. Is it customary to ask for a gift back? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu instinctively clutched the sweater tighter, as if ready to battle him should he attempt to reach for it. Although Jiang Yubai could be rather incorrigible, he had an uncanny knack for knowing how to handle her. Unbeknownst to herself, in this back-and-forth tug of war, Their dynamic had already strayed far from the conventional teacher-student relationship. She carefully placed the sweater down before casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yubai, her expression stern as she inquired, "Now, explain why you went to such lengths to entice me out. How could this be considered deception?" Jiang Yubai replied with an unflinching demeanor, "I truly felt ill earlier. My stomach in turmoil, but upon hearing your voice, it miraculously ceased to ache. Teacher, you are indeed my miraculous remedy." "Ha!" Qin Yu spat in derision, entirely dismissing his flattery. "Then I shall take you to the hospital for a thorough examination, lest you harbor any lingering ailments." As she spoke, she pretended to start the car. Jiang Yubai immediately adopted a woeful expression, lowering his head and rubbing his stomach absent-mindedly. His voice low, yet clear enough for Qin Yu to discern. "I barely ate last night, and then I drank. As a grown man, I was up late studying, my eyes practically bloodshot, and after all that effort, all I received was disdain. Perhaps it's simply my fate to be unlikable." Just as Qin Yu's foot pressed down on the gas pedal, it hesitated and transitioned to the brake. She turned her face toward the window, avoiding his pitiful gaze. But ultimately, with an irritable gesture, she extended her hand. "Give it to me." "What?" Jiang Yubai feigned ignorance. "The movie ticket." Qin Yu felt her cheeks heat up, relieved that she had turned her head. He likely could not see her embarrassment. "Oh, how did you know?" Jiang Yubai exclaimed. Qin Yu shot him a glare, realizing she had been treated like a child, which irritated her further. "What do you expect?" She flung open the car door and stepped out, not bothering to look back as she walked ahead. Jiang Yubai followed closely, casually picking up the bag she had left in the passenger seat. "Slow down, don't trip." His tongue was as loose as ever. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Yu stumbled, her high heel caught in a crevice of the pavement. With a startled cry, she lost her balance and was about to meet the ground, but a swift hand caught her waist, stabilizing her in an embrace. Jiang Yubai held her steady, chiding, "See? I told you to be careful." "Oh, this is all your fault, you crow's mouth." Qin Yu quickly regained her footing, her cheeks flushed, adeptly shifting the blame onto Jiang Yubai. He did not refute her, smiling in acceptance, yet his hand around her waist remained undeterred, guiding her forward. After several steps, it dawned on Qin Yu. That rascal's hand was perilously close to her abdomen. She swiftly swatted his hand away, glaring at him fiercely. What a pity. So close yet so far. Jiang Yubai mused inwardly, unfazed by the rejection, and instead looped his arm through hers. After all, they had been close before, and despite Qin Yu's attempts to struggle, she eventually relented, allowing it to happen. The two leisurely ascended from the first floor to the cinema on the fourth floor. Curiously, as Jiang Yubai held her half-embrace, Qin Yu found herself less tense than before, as if his presence shielded her from the scrutinizing gazes of others, granting her a sense of security. She couldn't help but steal glances at him. "What are you staring at?" Jiang Yubai suddenly looked down with a mischievous grin. "Who is looking at you? Shameless." Qin Yu reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, immediately turning her face away and ignoring him. Chapter 78. Who is his girlfriend? I am his sister. Jiang Yubai ceased to tease her, taking the movie tickets given by Jiang Lan to the counter for redemption. These tickets had a time limit and could be exchanged for any film screening. He did not deliberately choose a horror or romance film, but pointed to a poster. "Let us go with this one, Pirates of the Caribbean 4. Qin Yu had no interest in what movie to watch. She merely sought a quiet place to be alone. "You choose, just hurry. I want to leave as soon as it's over. I'm exhausted." Last night, Jiang Yubai had kept her up until the early hours, and she had hardly slept, her eyelids heavy. She figured she would likely drift off as soon as the film began. Seeing that Qin Yu had no objections, Jiang Yubai exchanged the tickets, also purchasing a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of cola. The server, a young girl, smiled at them as she noticed their presence, remarking to Jiang Yubai, "Sir, your girlfriend is truly beautiful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yubai raised his brows with pride, deftly lifting a piece of popcorn to Qin Yu's lips, unable to conceal the joy in his tone. "Did you hear that? She complimented your beauty." Qin Yu was momentarily lost in thought, instinctively opening her mouth, the sweet aroma of popcorn enveloping her taste buds. After a few chews, she regained her composure but refused to concede. "Who is his girlfriend?" "I am his sister," she retorted, even as her body betrayed her, swallowing the popcorn. The server observed their affectionate exchange, wearing a knowing smile, readily agreeing, "Of course, sister." Jiang Yubai stifled a laugh, thinking how perceptive the girl was, seeing through everything. Qin Yu felt a lump in her throat. Unable to direct her frustration at the young girl, she could only attribute all her grievances to Jiang Yubai. She snatched her cola away in a huff and stormed towards the ticket gate, hoping to shake him off. Yet, Jiang Yubai did not pursue her at all. He leisurely trailed behind, cradling a bucket of popcorn in his left arm and holding the icy cola in his right. alternating between bites of popcorn and sips of his drink with an air of nonchalance that made Jiang Yu's teeth grind in irritation. Unable to restrain herself, she turned back to glare at him, only to find him raising his cola cup in a gesture of carefree elegance. What an insufferable brat! Jiang Yu cursed inwardly, feeling as if her lungs might explode from frustration. He always managed to keep her dangling. Despite the fact that she was the teacher and he was the one pursuing her, why did it feel like she was the one being led around by the nose? It was utterly absurd. Upon entering the theater and finding their seats, Jiang Yu remained sulky, turning her face away from him in silent protest. The dim lighting of the cinema featured a rather considerate design, allowing an elderly flower vendor to come in and peddle her wares before the film commenced. The elderly woman, carrying a basket of flowers, approached their row with unsteady steps. Jiang Yubai intercepted her, selecting a bouquet of neatly wrapped red roses. "Thank you, dear lady," he said courteously as he paid her. The rich fragrance of the flowers mingled with the faint scent of Jiang Yu, wafting into Jiang Yubai's nostrils. As he turned to meet her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her beautiful eyes sparkled even in the dim light. "Why didn't you clarify things with her just now?" Jiang Yu finally couldn't hold back and question him. "What should I clarify?" Jiang Yubai replied, stuffing the flowers into her arms, feigning ignorance. "Are you suggesting that the server had discerning taste and instantly recognized your beauty?" Jiang Yu was so incensed she could hardly articulate a response, and just as she prepared to unleash her indignation, Jiang Yubai seized a large handful of popcorn and, at the precise moment she opened her mouth, shoved it all inside. She muffled, and he pressed a finger to his lips, gesturing at the large screen ahead. "The movie has begun. No talking, be good." With her mouth full of popcorn, she was unable to retaliate. The surroundings fell silent, and only the stirring score from the screen echoed in the air. Jiang Yu could only chew in fury, imagining the popcorn as Jiang Yubai, biting down on it with vengeance. This rascal, not only was he a rogue, but he also had skin as thick as a rhinoceros. She longed to pin him down and give him a proper thrashing to teach him about the dignity of a teacher. She could feel the drastic shift in Jiang Yubai's attitude as graduation approached. It had transformed completely. Previously, he had shown at least a modicum of respect, unlike other students who were overly deferential. But now, this insufferable brat acted as if he were above all, completely disregarding her authority as a teacher. No, it was more accurate to say he had embedded her in his heart. Should she have a serious conversation with him? It couldn't continue like this. Just as this thought crept into her mind, she promptly extinguished it. Stealing a glance at the boy beside her, she noticed he was engrossed in the film. His handsome profile shifting between light and shadow on the screen, continuously stuffing his mouth with popcorn. After all, he was still just a child. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. Jiang Yubai had a point. He was at that age where he developed impulsive and fervent affections for the opposite sex, daring to challenge the world under the guise of love. But she was an adult, and her considerations had to be more comprehensive. What if, hypothetically, they did end up together? If they had a child, and that child ended up in her class, would her son boast to his classmates? "I have a secret. My mom was my dad's teacher." Just picturing that scenario sent a shiver down her spine. She had no doubt that her mother would come rushing from the capital to break her legs if she found out. Yet, she also feared that her current refusal might truly hurt this boy. Never mind, he was soon off to university, and with so many beautiful and suitable young women around, he would surely forget about her in no time. After all, Jiang Yubai, you wouldn't want to face your parents someday, with your mother politely calling me Teacher Chin while I would have to address her as Mom, would you? What kind of arrangement would that be? Reflecting on this, Jiang Yu felt overwhelmed. When did she start genuinely contemplating the potential issues that could arise from a relationship with Jiang Yubai? As her thoughts spiraled, compounded by the theater's dim ambience and her chronic lack of sleep, a heavy wave of drowsiness finally enveloped her. Her chin bobbed twice against her chest, and her head tilted, pulling her into a deep slumber. Jiang Yubai was engrossed in an exciting moment of the film when he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. He blinked, looking down to find Jiang Yu peacefully asleep against him. Her breathing was steady, and her long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow on her cheek, completely defenseless in her slumber. The fierce little cat that had been so irritable moments ago now appeared remarkably docile. Jiang Yubai slowed his popcorn munching, cautiously adjusting his posture to sit more steadily, allowing her to rest more comfortably. In her dreams, Jiang Yu seemed to return to her university days. There was no teacher-student divide. They were both freshmen, encountering each other at the opening ceremony. The sun shone brightly that day, and the boy, clad in a white shirt, radiated with a dazzling smile as he approached her. "Hello, Jiang Yubai. Hello, Jiang Yu." If their lives had begun in such a manner, her university experience would undoubtedly have been immensely enjoyable. Chapter 79. a decisive breakthrough in the revolution. The theater remained dim. The flickering lights on the screen reflecting the serene visage of the person beside him. A beautiful person, even in slumber, was a sight to behold. Jiang Yubai hardly needed to see her clearly. The tranquility of her beauty was enough to captivate him. Before long, the movie concluded, the closing theme resonating, and the lights of the screening room suddenly illuminated. The surrounding audience began to rise, voices gradually filling the air. A couple prepared to pass through their row, and upon noticing, Jiang Yubai immediately looked up, offering them an apologetic smile, his hands clasped in a gesture of request. He first pointed to an alternate aisle, and then gently covered Qin Yu's ears. The couple paused in surprise, then exchanged knowing smiles. The girl, linking arms with her boyfriend, tiptoed past the back row, whispering to him, "Look at that boyfriend, so considerate." As the audience trickled out, the theater eventually grew nearly empty. It wasn't until a cleaning lady wheeled in her cart, the sound of the rolling wheels finally rousing Qin Yu from her dream. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she surveyed the nearly vacant theater, her mind momentarily sluggish to catch up. Upon seeing Jiang Yubai silently stretching the arm she had rested on for nearly 2 hours, a rush of embarrassment and guilt flooded her. "How long did I sleep?" she asked, astonished. "You nodded off less than half an hour into the film. And now it's been almost 10 minutes since it ended," Jiang Yubai replied, moving his shoulders. "I feel like half my body isn't even mine anymore. I leaned on you the whole time. Why didn't you wake me?" Qin Yu was taken aback. She had expected Jiang Yubai, with his mischievous nature, to either shake her awake or, more likely, fall asleep himself. She hadn't anticipated his unusual honesty. "You were sleeping like a little pig. How could I bear to move you?" Jiang Yubai grinned, revealing a set of perfectly aligned white teeth. The cleaning lady, having overheard their conversation, perked up immediately, leaning her broom aside and approaching with a grin. "Young man, it's not just reluctance. Earlier, I was worried about waking you, so I asked everyone to take another route," she said cheerfully. Turning to the girl, she added, "You have good taste. This boyfriend of yours is truly wonderful." "Auntie, you're mistaken. He isn't my boyfriend," Qin Yu replied, her cheeks flushing crimson as she waved her hands in denial. However, the cleaning lady merely scoffed, her expression one of disbelief. "Oh dear, young lady, if you encounter such a fine young man, you must hold on tight. You can't enjoy his kindness while keeping him at arm's length. That's simply one do." "I really don't," Qin Yu protested, feeling utterly at a loss. She wasn't stringing Jiang Yubai along. Rather, she was terrified of him. Just then, she turned to see Jiang Yubai nodding seriously, his expression one of mock grievance, as if to say, "Annie, you are quite right." The flicker of guilt and warmth that had briefly stirred within her evaporated in an instant. With an inward sigh of frustration, she clenched Jiang Yubai's wrist and forcibly dragged him out. Once they reached the hall outside the screening room, seizing the opportunity of fewer people in the corridor, she twisted his ear. Of course, she didn't apply much force. It was merely a release of pent-up frustration. "Ouch, that hurts!" Jiang Yubai exclaimed theatrically, leaning into her shoulder as if to exaggerate his discomfort. Bystanders cast curious glances their way, and feeling self-conscious, Qin Yu quickly released him, nervously brushing her hair back as if to dismiss the incident. Seeing that she had relented, Jiang Yubai quieted down and followed her silently. They wandered aimlessly through the mall, with Qin Yu popping into any store that caught her fancy. Jiang Yubai, like a dutiful attendant, picked up her purchases with an observant eye. Though Qin Yu huffed in mock annoyance, she made no effort to refuse his assistance. Nonetheless, she couldn't help but notice him occasionally massaging his shoulder. Slowing her pace to match his, they walked side by side, enveloped in a moment of silence. Once back in the car, Qin Yu glanced at Jiang Yubai, who sat quietly beside her. "Turn your body away," she commanded tersely. "Why?" he asked, puzzled by her tone. "Just turn," she snapped, irritation bubbling to the surface. When he finally complied, she reluctantly placed her hand on his shoulder, albeit with a hint of resistance. "Oh," Jiang Yubai elongated the vowel, his tone laden with innuendo. Qin Yu's cheeks flushed, and she lightly punched him with her fist. "Shut up." He, however, took it a step further, directing her with a mischievous grin. "Yes. Just like that, a bit lower. Teacher, apply a little more pressure. You're really enjoying this, aren't you?" Qin Yu laughed despite herself, increasing her force as she gave him a playful smack on the back of his head. "That's enough. Don't shine too brightly." With that, she withdrew her hand, bending down to change into more suitable flat shoes for driving. "Always fidgeting," Jiang Yubai remarked, rolling his shoulders and feeling considerably more at ease. He turned towards her, leaning in close to admire her lovely profile, and suddenly quipped, "Teacher, you're not going to start abusing me at home, are you?" Qin Yu halted mid-motion, her head snapping up in disbelief. Halfway into putting on her high heels, her ankle adorned in sheer stockings was exposed. She looked at him as if he had just told the most ludicrous joke. Abuse you? You should be grateful I'm not the one doing the abusing. Wait, what do you mean by in the future? What do you mean by home? I need to seriously consider whether I want to be with you at all. Seeing her flustered expression, Jiang Yubai fanned the flames further. You're actually considering it? Qin Yu felt her temper rising, her breath quickening, grinding her teeth. She forced a calmness into her voice. Turn your body away again. At your service. Jiang Yubai grinned, thinking it was simply a new round of massage therapy. But the next moment, Qin Yu lunged forward, gripping his shoulder, and without a word, sank her teeth into his neck. Damn, he yelped, realizing how sensitive and vulnerable that spot was. What are you, a dog? Though Qin Yu was seething with rage, she maintained control, biting down with just enough force to elicit a sharp sting without causing any real harm. Jiang Yubai stiffened, allowing her to vent her frustration. Once done, she released him and drove off, navigating the roads with ease, parking effortlessly at Jiang Yubai's apartment complex without needing GPS. As they arrived, just as Jiang Yubai prepared to get out, Qin Yu called him back. She retrieved a box from the glove compartment, not bothering to meet his gaze as she thrust it into his arms. Here, take it. I don't want your sweater. Inside was an Omega watch box, an entry-level model worth over 10,000. She must have snuck off to purchase it while he was in the restroom. The implication was clear, a fair exchange. No, that's oath. A sweater for a watch. Quite the bargain indeed. Jiang Yubai accepted it with a grin, cheerfully thanking her. Thanks, sis. Having gifted him something, Qin Yu felt emboldened, smirking as she replied. Now you acknowledge me as your sister? Once a sister, always a sister. You little rascal, Qin Yu started. But realizing she was arguing with someone illogical, she abruptly cut off her sentence. Just get out already. Hurry up and scram. You're infuriating to look at. All right then. Sis, drive safely and take it slow on the way home. Jiang Yubai chuckled as he exited the car, strolling leisurely down the path towards his home. Under the moonlight, he touched the faint tooth mark on his neck, a smile spreading across his face as he weighed the watch box in his pocket. To have left a mark on him, was this a preliminary acknowledgement of ownership? It seemed that while the revolution had yet to succeed, significant progress had undeniably been made. Chapter 80, How Does It Fit? Sent a photo for me to see. Upon reaching his doorstep, Jiang Yubai savored the memory of Qin Yu's flustered and irate demeanor. Cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he quietly opened the fire cabinet door and tucked the Omega watch box inside. This was something his mother must never discover. Otherwise, he could forget about having a peaceful night. Just as he secured the item, the front door swung open from the inside. Standing there was not his father or mother, but rather his perfect alibi for the evening, Xie Tao. Jiang Yubai's mind went blank, panic surging as one thought echoed. He was in deep trouble. In his distraction with Qin Yu, he had completely forgotten to contact his friend to get his story straight. Xie, what the hell are you doing here? He hissed, suppressing his voice in fear. Xie Tao, appearing puzzled, raised a soy sauce bottle in his hand. Just came to borrow some soy sauce. Jiang Yubai stared at the bottle, his eyelids twitching. At this hour, coming to borrow soy sauce? That excuse was less believable than claiming to crash for a late-night snack. Oblivious to the precarious situation he had created, Xie Tao continued. I wanted to try my hand at making sushi tonight, but halfway through, I realized I was out of soy sauce. Thinking that my uncle and aunt would surely have some, I casually brought some over for them to taste. At this moment, Jiang Yubai felt a murderous intent towards Xie Tao. With a stoic expression, he picked up a cucumber sushi from the lunchbox Xie Tao had handed him and took a bite, chewing it a couple of times. The craftsmanship was commendable. It would be best not to showcase it again. After speaking, he bypassed the perplexed Xie Tao and pushed the door into the house. Xie Tao watched his retreating figure, took another bite of his own sushi, and murmured to himself, it's clearly delicious. Jiang Yubai must be jealous of my culinary skills. Upon entering the house, Jiang Yubai immediately spotted his mother, Ms. Jiang Lan, seated centrally on the sofa with her arms crossed, her scrutinizing gaze scanning him like an X-ray. Affecting an air of nonchalance, he yawned and said, Mom, it's rather late. Why haven't you rested yet? Staying up late is the nemesis of beauty. Ms. Jiang Lan merely responded with a cold huff. Stand there. Her voice was unremarkable, yet carried an undeniable authority. Jiang Yubai, who had intended to slip back to his room, found his feet frozen in place. She smiled with a veneer of politeness and inquired, Where's that sweater I gave you? I sent it to Xie Tao. Jiang Yubai replied, his heart steady, fabricating a lie effortlessly. To whom? Ms. Jiang Lan slammed her hand on the armrest of the sofa. Xiao Tao came over not long after you left and chatted with us for quite a while. He didn't even see you. The lie was ruthlessly exposed, and a flicker of embarrassment crossed Jiang Yubai's face. but he quickly regained his composure. Is that so? Perhaps I mixed it up. There has been a lot on my plate lately, and my mind isn't is sharp. This tactic of changing the subject might work on Yu, but attempting to bamboozle his mother was sheer folly. Ms. Jianglan's gaze sharpened further. Don't try to play tricks on me. Honestly confess. Who did you go out with tonight? Who else could it be? Just myself. Ms. Jianglan stared at him for several seconds, and suddenly, her serious expression transformed into one of gleeful realization. Oh, I see. You were with that girl, Wanyin, weren't you? Jiang Yubai's lips twitched. Your imagination is truly boundless. But Ms. Jianglan, as if having received confirmation, excitedly slapped her thigh. What is there to hide? You and Wanyin grew up together. Our families know each other well. If you two are really together, I would wholeheartedly approve. As she grew increasingly animated, she began to plan aloud. Oh dear, how could you give the sweater meant for Xiao Tao to Wanyin? The size must be all wrong. No, I must quickly knit another one for Wanyin. Do you think she prefers pink or off-white? Mom, Jiang Yubai, his head pounding from her incessant chatter, had no choice but to interrupt her fanciful notions. Please don't matchmake us. Wanyin and I are merely childhood friends, nothing more. He enunciated clearly, leaving no room for misinterpretation, and then swiftly retreated to his bedroom, cutting off any further elaboration from Ms. Jianglan. Behind him, he could still hear her murmuring, Are you two having a spat? The youth of today, once back in his room, Jiang Yubai shut the door and flopped onto his bed in an exaggerated manner. He took out his phone, and as his chaotic thoughts settled the moment he tapped on that familiar avatar, he composed a message and sent it. Are you home? The reply came almost instantly. Jiang Yubai gazed at the succinct response, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Did he try on the sweater? How was the fit? Send a photo for me to see. After sending the message, he was met with prolonged silence from the other end. At that moment, Yu stood before the dressing mirror, wrestling with the black sweater. She wore only form-fitting attire, her smooth back and slender waist exposed to the air. The neckline of the sweater was designed too snugly, and she struggled to pull it over her head. As soon as she did, the fabric constricted tightly against her chest. When her phone vibrated, she glanced at it, and her cheeks flushed crimson. What are you taking pictures for? It's way too small. I can't wear it at all. Jiang Yubai, upon reading her irate message, immediately conjured an enticing image in his mind and couldn't help but chuckle softly. His fingers flew across the screen. I haven't measured the size practically either. How about I personally help you measure it next time? I'll take it apart and reknit it. Get lost. Observing her furious response, complete with an exclamation mark, Jiang Yubai's smile deepened. Received. After replying, he tossed his phone aside and approached the mirror, tilting his head to gently touch the lingering, tingling bruise on his neck. Too small? A smaller size would be just right. That way, next time, he would have a reason to replace it with a better-fitting one. Chapter 81. Something is off. You seem very different today. Yu put away her phone and stood before the full-length mirror in her dressing room, glancing left and right before finally sagging her shoulders in defeat. The black sweater Jiang Yubai had knitted was impeccable in style and texture, but the size was simply too tight. It felt overwhelmingly constricting, as if one more movement would cause it to burst apart. The hem was pitifully short, resting just above her navel, leaving her slender waist and a small expanse of flat abdomen glaringly exposed. Below, she wore only a pair of black lace panties. In this state, taking a photo to send to Jiang Yubai was not merely unthinkable. It was far more provocative than being completely unclothed. Take a photo? Yu's cheeks uncontrollably flushed crimson. She was certain that Jiang Yubai had done this on purpose, just as she prepared to remove the sweater. She suddenly heard the faint sound of a door lock turning from outside, followed by the beeping of a keypad. Her heart sank, and she froze in fear. Who could it be? The locks in her home were electronic. Besides herself, the only other person who could open the door was, before she could finish her thought. The door to the dressing room was flung open with a bang, accompanied by hurried footsteps. What on earth? Yu, what are you doing? Playing something so thrilling all alone at home? Is it cosplay or some late-night exposure? At the door stood her best friend, Shu, a fellow teacher. Her eyes wide with shock as she took in the sight of Yu, nearly half-naked, in front of the mirror. Such a vulgar mouth. Yu shot her a glare, quickly turning her back to her, arms crossed over her chest in an attempt to cover herself. As her roommate and confidant for 4 years, Shu certainly had the password to her home. Yet, Shu appeared completely unconcerned about respecting boundaries. Striding into the room and circling around Yu, her gaze scanning her from head to toe before finally resting on the sweater. She reached out to pinch the fabric, exclaiming in wonder, hand-knitted? This stitch, this texture, not bad at all. After finishing her appraisal, she finally remembered the matter at hand. Where have you been gallivanting off to tonight? I called you, and you didn't answer. I messaged you and got no reply. I thought as a single dog. What would you possibly be up to? I come to your house and find, hey, there's no one home. Yinshu lived nearby and, being a high school teacher who had finally gotten a rare break, had hoped to invite her friend out for a drink. Instead, she had found herself alone, forced to seek out late-night snacks. Before Qin, you could concoct a suitable excuse. The perceptive Yinshu had already kicked the shopping bags piled in the corner. Her eyes widened with realization as she pointed at the bags, then back at Qin, wearing an expression of betrayal. How could you, Qin? Going shopping all by yourself and not inviting me? Is our sisterly bond, cultivated over the years, truly so trifling? A sudden pang of alarm shot through Qin Yu's heart as she realized the gravity of the situation. How could she dare let Yinshu discover who she was out with tonight? If she learned that it was Jiang Yubai, the ensuing scream would undoubtedly shatter the roof, followed by a heart-wrenching interrogation. Qin Yu, how old is he? How could you stoop so low? This is a crime. The crux of the matter was that she could not explain, for it was that boy who had instigated her in the first place. I was merely indulging in a whimsical stroll. Qin Yu's gaze darted, attempting to evade detection. A whimsical stroll? Yinshu crossed her arms, scrutinizing her like an interrogator. Something is amiss. You're decidedly off today. She advanced step by step, her expression shifting to one of peculiar curiosity. Speak. Have you secretly started dating behind my back? A jolt of panic surged through Qin Yu. In the past, her slightest thoughts were utterly transparent to Yinshu. Yet, after spending so much time with Jiang Yubai, her demeanor had thickened, and she had learned to feign ignorance with a straight face. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Suddenly, Yinshu grasped the reality. Qin Yu was notoriously averse to complications, her wardrobe consisting solely of monotonous blouses and long skirts, leaving little room for sweaters, let alone strutting in front of a mirror in a new one at such a late hour. Stop pretending. Seeing her obstinance, Yinshu plopped down on the vanity chair, crossing her legs with a commanding air. All right then, let me inquire. Which robe bestowed that sweater upon you? Do not speak nonsense. I purchased it myself. As Qin Yu spoke, she feigned calmness while shedding the sweater, revealing the black straps of her lingerie and her smooth back. Yes, you bought it yourself. Yinshu replied dismissively, stifling a yawn. I say, Qin the great beauty, is it truly necessary to hide something as trivial as a romance? Have I not been informed of every boyfriend you've had in the past? Yet now, when there is something brewing, you're more secretive than anyone. With your scant romantic experience, akin to a blank slate, how can I strategize for you if you don't confide in me? Don't let yourself be deceived and end up counting someone else's money. Qin Yu felt a headache coming on. She had no desire to emulate Yinshu's romantic escapades. This young lady had dated more men during her university years than she could count on two hands. Each affair passionate, yet ending in disarray. Each heartbreak saw Yinshu drowning her sorrows in beer, lamenting that not a single man was worth her tears, which led Qin Yu to avoid the opposite sex throughout her university years, mistakenly equating handsome men with scoundrels. It could be said that her ability to maintain her virtue was largely due to Yinshu's influence. You are overthinking it, Qin Yu declared, slipping into her pink silk nightgown, eager to bring this perilous conversation to a close. Overthinking? Yinshu was unconvinced, raising an eyebrow with full force. Don't even start. When have you gone shopping without dragging me along? Do you think I'm oblivious? Do you think I do not know you've been silent because you were out with a man, perhaps at the cinema with your phone on silent? Qin Yu was bombarded by a barrage of questions, her mind swirling in turmoil. Is it possible? How could this rascal know about her muting her phone at the cinema? You're talking nonsense. Her retort was so feeble that even she felt its frailty. Oh, still holding on to your pride? Noticing her guilty demeanor, Yinshu sensed she had hit the mark. She decided to unleash her ultimate revelation. Rising, she approached Qin Yu, narrowing her eyes, and lowering her voice as she enunciated each word. That novel you secretly penned during university, what was it called? Ah, yes, Respect Yourself, Teacher, if I recall correctly. The female protagonist. A seemingly aloof beauty with a tender heart, and that persistent, charmingly roguish male student. Qin Yu, if you've concealed this so tightly, don't blame me for my wild imaginings. Tell me, have you turned fantasy into reality? I have not. I did not. Stop your unfounded accusations. Qin Yu, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristled with indignation. She shoved Yinshu aside, not even bothering to adjust her gown tie, and stumbled out of the dressing room. Behind her, Yinshu's excited and piercing inquiries followed. Where are you running off to? Did I hit the nail on the head? Hurry, tell me, who is this man? Is he handsome? How old is he? Wait, Qin Yu, you stop right there. Please don't tell me he is still a student.